reliable internet from Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas.
Golfers, tee it up this fall at the Golf Mart for big savings. Save up to $150 off on Ping G425 woods. Upgrade your gear with discounted Wilson standard cart golf bags and stock up on tailor-made Distance Plus golf balls. Now 2 dozen for $35. Don't miss these items and more happening now at the Golf Mart and get a free custom fitting today. The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee, or shop us online at worldwidegolfshops.com.
When a cold comes on strong, knock it out with Vicks DayQuil Severe for max strength daytime relief. Just 1 dose of Vicks DayQuil Severe starts to relieve 9 of your worst cold and flu symptoms to help take you from 9 to none. Power through your day with Vicks DayQuil Severe, the daytime non-drowsy, coughing, aching, fever, sore throat, 9 to none medicine. Use as directed.
Whether you're working in an office or remote, Staples has your tech.
New AirPods so I can turn up the music and tune out distractions.
Staples has your tech.
Oh, a spare monitor for my spare bedroom/home office.
A webcam for all my video chats.
Staples has you covered with tech solutions and accessories, from the latest laptops to networking solutions. And now Apple AirPods Pro are just $199. You save $50. The latest tech solutions are at Staples, the working and learning store, in-store and online. Ends 10/22, limit 2 while supplies last.
At Lowe's, every pro is an MVP to us. That's why MVP's rewards members can earn bonus points on select products from brands like DeWalt, Purdy paint applicators, and GRK screws. Then redeem your bonus points for exciting rewards like tools, grills, Lowe's gift cards, and more. Join Lowe's MVP's Pro Rewards today to start earning. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Subject to program terms. While supplies last. Visit Lowe's.com/MVP's bonus points for details. Now through 10/28.
You're the one who protects the flock, and that requires an eye for detail. Because when safety and well-being are on the line, it's the details that can save lives. Even when no one else is watching, you see everything. Grainger gets you, and we're here for you, and all the ones who get it done with a wide range of safety products and solutions, plus board-certified safety consultants here to answer your questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I wanted to know why some people who get COVID-19 get it so bad. I found out it may be because they have a high risk factor, such as heart disease, diabetes, being overweight, smoking, and asthma. Even if symptoms feel mild, these factors can increase your risk of COVID-19 turning severe. So if you're at high risk and test positive, there are things you can do, like asking your healthcare provider if an authorized oral treatment is right for you. Learn about an option at treatcovid19.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
In San Francisco this morning, mostly cloudy, highs in the mid-60s.
Weather brought to you by one thing. Improve your gas mileage by properly inflating tires and taking your car in for a tune-up. Join Odyssey, and together, each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow.
It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast. Featuring
Fillmore's finest, Monte Hill. The pride of the Excelsior, Joe Butcher Boy Shasky. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, the morning roast.
Oh, baby. It's a football Monday / Money Time Monday. Money time! Money time! I feel good about the Warriors. Jordan Poole gets his extension. Andrew Wiggins gets his extension.
What a Saturday.
What a Saturday for the Golden State Warriors. What a sports Saturday overall.
Oh, my God.
We get to the 49ers in. You know, Shasky.
Do we have to?
We don't have to.
I'd like to just sink into the crowd of the Tennessee-Alabama game.
We don't have to talk Niners.
I would like to just sink into the crowd of the Padre game.
We don't have to.
I would like to sink into the crowd of the Cleveland Guardians game Saturday night, even though they lost Sunday.
We don't have to talk 49ers. We don't have to. I don't mind it because I woke up Sunday morning and I said, gosh, this. And we talked a little bit about the game last week. It was a lot of Draymond, a lot of Jordan Poole, a lot of Golden State Warriors. And we started to break the game down. And one thing that stuck with me with Brian Baldinger, who's going to join us today instead of tomorrow because we're busy with ring night, is going to be a heavy Warriors day on Tuesday. But Baldi last Tuesday basically said, you know, Atlanta plays hard.
Yeah.
They've got a lot of youngsters. They don't really know what they're doing, but but they play hard. And we watched them against Tampa Bay, and I said, damn, this team fights their ass off. Grady Jarrett's a problem in the middle. Arthur Smith, I think, is a good young coach. I love his run game scheme.
Yeah, drinking beers in the locker room after a Week 6 win.
I'm not mad at him.
No,
Hey,
it was endearing to his team.
They beat the Niners with all those fans down there. The 49ers, and I thought, man, this is going to be a tough game. It's going to be a tough game. And I had a weird feeling Sunday morning about the game because of all the defensive starters being out. I just thought to myself, and I asked myself this question. I want to ask the audience this question, 888-957-9570. When it comes down to it, can this offense win a game for you? And what I mean by that is you look at Buffalo, you look at Kansas City, you look at teams around the league. Sometimes their offense is their best defense because they could put up points in bunches. They could score quickly. I watched Buffalo go 97 yards in less than a minute yesterday before the first half. I said, damn, look at that offense. Going down the field, making plays happen. Can the 49ers offense carry you for a game? And so far this year, the answer is no. They cannot. And it has to do with Shanahan, Garoppolo, the wide receivers, the personnel, and much, much more.
Well, the defense only gave up 21 points yesterday. And for as bad as it looked at times early in that game, second half, they were getting stops. I thought Jimmy was pretty good in this game, but you look up and you're like, well, how do they only have 14 points? Self-inflicted wounds with terrible penalties, calling back big chunk plays, like, for example, the Ayuk throw on that 8-minute drive down the stretch. My number one issue with this team is the sense of urgency. The 8-minute drive we'll get to in the fourth quarter. There's 1 minute to go. They get the ball back. It's 21-14, okay, right before halftime. I believe 58 seconds to go, all right? They hit Jennings on an underneath play. You know, it's like second and short or whatever. And at some point, it goes to 3rd and 1. 3rd and 1, there's like 38 seconds. They have one timeout. Yep. How many teams in the league, I'm asking you this sincerely, how many teams in the league are running a quarterback sneak in the middle of the field with 60 yards to go? I'm serious. I'm asking sincerely.
No, not many teams.
Okay, knowing that you only have the one timeout. Like, to me, I'm saying to myself, like, guys, come on. This is quarterbacking 101. I get it. You want to have the first down so that you can have a plethora of more plays to run.
Is it on the quarterback or is it on the head coach?
I throw my hands up. I don't even know anymore.
Is it on the head coach?
I think it's all of them. I think both of them deserve criticism. The lack of sense of urgency from this team in certain situations. Forget winning and losing. The season's got a long way to go. There's, 11 more games?
Hey, listen.
I'm not saying the season's over.
This loss to me means absolutely nothing.
Well,
you're still tied for first place in the NFC West. You're going to get guys back. To me, and I told you
it's not the end of the world, but I don't think it's nothing.
I told you this. Give me the 4-4 by the bye week.
I hear you.
Next week looks like a loss.
Will you grant me this, B? Like, it's not this loss, and it's not really what this loss means for this year. It's like, how can I take you serious when you're down 14 and your defense gives you the ball back, I believe, 4 different times in that second half, and you can't cut it to a one-score game?
Well, let's start with that drive, though, right before halftime.
It was
Garoppolo goes up the middle for 3 yards.
They get a first down.
You get a first down.
And then they have to burn the timeout.
You got to burn the timeout. And, he throws the interception down the sideline. It was triple coverage of Deebo Samuel. It's not a good throw. It's probably a low-percentage play anyway. But you look at Kansas City.
But they only needed 14 yards to get a field goal.
I know what.
Get a field goal there.
This is where I'm going.
Yeah.
Kansas City, 2 plays, 60 seconds, boom, you're getting field goal range.
They did that twice.
2 times in a row.
It's
and we see that all the time. Buffalo, you see it all the time. You see Brady do it at times.
But is that just those quarterbacks?
Offenses. It's quarterbacks. It's a mindset.
Yeah, thank
you.
To
me, it's a mindset.
Did you see when they got the ball to 1? Josh Allen threw a ball right into one of his receivers' hands. He just dropped it.
McKenzie, that's what I just brought up. Yeah. The 97-yard drive right before halftime.
But then the very next play, a guy catches a pass for a first down. He jumps in the air, runs the ball to the referee. The entire offensive line is running up, and even though they know they've got the full 48, 50 seconds to go all the way down the field, there was a sense of urgency collectively from that entire unit. I just don't see that from the Niners, B.
Well, it's a mindset. Ken Dorsey, offensive coordinator. Buffalo Bills. Andy Reid, Eric Bieniemy. I even see it from Matt LaFleur at times. I'm starting to see it with Brian Daboll of the Giants.
Yeah.
Hell, I see it with Baltimore. I see it with Sean McVay. It's a mindset to be aggressive and score quickly. And the Niners offense, the lack of urgency, the lack of hurry up, let's pick it up tempo. I even see it. I saw it in Chicago week 1 with Trey Lance. Fourth quarter, they're just kind of lollygagging. They're huddling.
Right?
They're walking to the line of scrimmage. And you see that on the 8-minute drive in the fourth quarter. There is no urgency. So to me, I look at Kyle Shanahan saying, this is an offensive coach. Everybody said he's one of the best play callers in football. He's got one of the best offenses in football. Blah, 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 Shanahan this and Shanahan that. And yet his offenses lack a killer instinct. And we've seen, and how many times,
that's a great
and how many times do we need to talk about this? I saw it in Super Bowl 54 before halftime. John Lynch called timeout, timeout.
I know.
You see it over and over and over, so I'm not going to beat myself up over what we're watching. But this is just who he is, and you got to ask yourself, do you accept this type of offensive philosophy in today's game where it's so easy to gain yards? The rules are catered to the offense so much.
Especially passing. Especially passing.
I have a head coach who's an offensive mind who lacks some sort of killer instinct, and you can blame the quarterback all you want. I'm not blaming Jimmy Garoppolo for anything today. It has nothing to do with Jimmy today.
I thought Jimmy was really good yesterday.
We can nitpick Jimmy all you want to. But to me, this goes to the head coach and what he wants at the quarterback position and his offensive philosophy. And his offensive philosophy, to me, is behind the 8 ball. It hasn't evolved whatsoever in under his 6 years as head coach of the 49ers.
The thing that I can't defend this morning is just the lack of urgency. And that's my biggest issue is like every team, even the bad teams in the league, find a way against Atlanta. Atlanta's not a great team.
They're not a great team.
I mean, to me, they're a mediocre team. They're middle of the pack. We'll see where they end up. I like their coach. But the one thing that I keep coming back to is every team in the league finds a way to make that a one-score game, and you couldn't. And I'm like, why? How? Where? 10 minutes to go, and they're walking up.
It's unbelievable.
Like they're up 25 points in the game. I couldn't believe it. But it's not a one-week thing. This is a pattern over 6 years with this team. And it frustrates me. And to Jimmy's credit, second play of the second half, they start off. He hits a bomb to Ray McCloud.
Drops it. Game changer.
They go 3 and out. Defense gives up a touchdown on a beautifully designed play. I don't know if you saw the Kyle Pitts play.
I watched the whole game, Shasky. What you think I was doing?
Well, the replay was beautiful because they had him lined out left, and then they run one of their other wide receivers on this like jet fake swing pass thing. It gets everybody flowing to the other side. Womack doesn't even get his hands on him. I'm saying, where's that for George Kittle on my team?
Yeah.
Well, how come I can't isolate George Kittle down the field?
Quick slant, he wasn't even the first read. Mariota's looking right. Oh, let me look left. And boom, pitch is right there with a big target. That's why I told people to pump the brakes on Sammy Womack. He has a long way to go. He's a rookie cornerback.
He didn't even get his hands on him.
A rookie cornerback. Yeah. He's going to struggle. But my problem is this, and I saw a lot of this from some of the beat writers.
What's that?
And I heard Shanahan at the end of the game, and I heard the team's broadcasters at the end of the game. They talked about a play before halftime, a 3rd and 13 by Marcus Mariota, where he scrambles out of the pocket. And people were complaining. People were complaining about, oh, man, D'Amico may have been too aggressive, blah, blah, blah. That was the most important play of the game. How is that the most important play of the game to me? Okay, you give up a touchdown.
In the second quarter.
It's 21-14. But you have an entire halftime to make your adjustments, get over the play, figure out what you're going to do after halftime, and then you go 3 and out right off the bat. And you drop a pass to Ray McCloud. If anything, the Ray McCloud play was one of the most important plays of that football game because it would have set you up to at least get 3 points in that game and settle everything down.
And not only that, then after the Mariota touchdown we were describing on the Pitts play, he hits Charlie Warner. Jimmy Garoppolo does wide over the middle of the field. Charlie, again, can we stop calling plays for these backup tight ends who can't catch?
Well, this is what I've been telling you for years.
It's just
the personnel on this team,
it's
offensively. This is why when people say you don't need Christian McCaffrey, I'm just looking for some playmakers.
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, Willie Snead, the fourth, touched the football field yesterday.
More than Danny Green and TDP. You drafted 2 guys on offense to be playmakers, and TDP has how many touches this year?
I don't know.
Danny Gray, how many snaps does Danny Gray have this year?
So that's my problem. You draft these players. You don't know how to draft offensive personnel. And you got Danny Gray not playing. You got Willie Snead getting snaps. We know the offensive line is beat up. We know Jeff Wilson Jr. is doing what he can do. But you get sloppiness on offense. You get turnovers. You get bad throws. You get bad drops. Offensively, I was looking at the offense yesterday saying, can you pick up the defense knowing they were going to be shorthanded? And can you carry the team? And you scored nothing in the second half against the Atlanta Falcons. 0 in the second half. And there's alarming stats about Shanahan. There's alarming stats about his run game. We're going to get to it all. But it's just a very disappointing effort by the offense. So now, with Kansas City coming in next Sunday, we'll break that game down all week long. How the hell are they going to keep up with Kansas City with all these starters out defensively and an offense that can't run a 2-minute drill? How the hell do you expect to stay with the Kansas City Chiefs?
Because Willie Snead's getting 20 snaps a game.
20 snaps yesterday for Willie Snead?
That's what Kyle said in my ear, 20 snaps.
20 snaps, Kyle, for Willie Snead?
Oh, Danny Gray this year, excuse me. I thought it was Willie Snead.
Yeah, so
Four targets for Danny Gray this year.
There it is.
Unbelievable. No, I can't take them serious. So
to me...
But how does a team with Ayuk, I'm asking sincerely, Ayuk, Kittle, and Debo, and you look up at their numbers, you're like, they actually had good games. A lot of hollow yards in the final 2 drives, right? Because you didn't end up punching it in.
Right.
It felt like a Kirk Cousins game from a couple of years ago, fantasy-wise. But like you look up and you're like, Ayuk looks special. All right, he does. We know Debo can be really, really good to great at any given moment. George Kittle, one of the better tight ends in the league, and yet you can't score more than 14 points? What is that? Like, what's going on?
Well, the offense... They shoot themselves in the foot. Second possession or first possession of the game, you fumble. You fumble the ball. Jeff Wilson Jr. fumbles and they return it for a touchdown. You're down 14-0. Again, they played clean football the last couple of weeks.
Yes.
Which is why you win football games. But you throw the picks right before half. All right, whatever. You're trying to make them play.
But in that situation, it wasn't the biggest, but like in that situation, the mindset has to be field goal attempt.
Get 3, at least.
Attempt. Just give me an attempt.
Instead, you get a guy who's desperate, and you get an offense who's desperate. Again, to me, I look at Kyle Shanahan. It's hard for me not to look at Kyle Shanahan. He's a guy who gets hailed as one of the best head coaches in all of football, and I just don't see it. I just don't see it, Joe Shasky. When you think about the success of the 49ers under Kyle Shanahan, the 2 times they made the playoffs, it's been led by the defense, not the offense. Again, I gave you the numbers about where they are in terms of points per game under Kyle Shanahan. They've been top 10 once. Once under Kyle Shanahan. Again, Kyle Shanahan is supposed to be offensive guy, right?
Yes.
Supposed to be offensive guru.
And they have offensive personnel. So
they
it's
have
not
offensive
like
personnel.
Yes, I agree.
Well, they do, but then you see Willie Snead on the field, right?
Well, that's just...
You see TDP playing fullback. You see Charlie Warner getting 2 big throws. Monday Night Football against the Rams, and then yesterday against the Falcons. Down the seam. I have an offensive genius, offensive head coach, and yet this offense looks like they're stuck in 1984. It's bad. It's bad. And so when you look down the line, and this team may end up in the playoffs, but they may end up winning the division. But in the back of my mind, I'm saying, when it comes to these big-time teams, these powerhouse teams, my offense can't keep up.
Well, then that's, I guess my question to you is, this is year 4, essentially, like full year, Shanahan and Kyle. It feels like they can only win one way. They have to be able to be run first.
Wait a minute. This is year 6.
Well, I'm talking about the 2 of them together for like a totality. Like 18, I just throw it out the window. 19, 20, 21, now 22. Am I wrong?
Kyle and Jimmy?
Kyle and Jimmy. I'm saying Kyle and Jimmy.
Well, he got here in 2017. He got,
I get it. Okay, right. So whatever. 5 years, however you want to put it. In your mind, in terms of winning in a variety of ways, I feel like they can only win one way. Now, have they had outliers? Yeah, I feel like New Orleans a couple years ago was an outlier where Jimmy threw them. The Arizona game on Halloween that you always reference, where he threw for 400 yards or 350 yards and 4 touchdowns. Like, that's an outlier game. It feels like they haven't won a game on his arm in multiple years, right?
No, it's been a long time.
And I feel like he can do it. He's throwing the ball around a little, and yet...
But it's all these paper cuts. It's all these paper cuts. It's all these 5-yard underneath throws. It's all these quick slants. It's all these drag routes. It's all wide receiver screens. When it comes to throwing the ball deep down the field, Ayuk's got one-on-one deep down the field. I would like to see him led more on that play. It hung up there. DB makes a play. He bats it down.
And then the very next play is the Debo interception.
There you go.
The very next play after that Ayuk play.
So you lose momentum. So, again, Shanahan, this is on him. He doesn't know what he wants at quarterback. He's flirting with every quarterback in the league, it feels like. We're back to Jimmy Garoppolo, and it's hard for me to blame Jimmy Garoppolo for anything. Jimmy was Jimmy.
No, I thought Jimmy was good yesterday. He did a great job evading the rush and dumping the ball off.
But again, when you're on the drive in the fourth quarter and you're down 2 scores,
no huddle.
You get to midfield and you've already burned 6 minutes, who is that on? Is that the head coach or the quarterback? At some point, Jimmy, I would like to see Jimmy, and I'm not blaming Jimmy at all, but Jimmy, hey, get these dudes on the line of scrimmage and let's go.
Like, how many quarterbacks in the league are running no huddle from that situation? There's a sense of urgency, right?
Right.
What do you think, 20? 25?
Every quarterback, I see it in college football all the time. Bryce Young runs a better 2-minute drill than what the Niners do.
It feels like it.
Hooker, the quarterback for Tennessee, runs a better 2-minute drill. They got the ball after that missed field goal by Alabama and said, okay, we need about 20, 25 yards to get in field goal range. We know we got a couple timeouts in the bag. We know the clock stops at every first down. Let's go get this done. And they got it done.
Well,
college quarterbacks run a better 2-minute drill than what the 49ers do. And again, the head coach, who's an offensive guru, lacks a killer instinct. And that's a problem to me.
Well, okay, so it's 3rd and 1. They got that 9-minute drive, 8-minute drive that they're going.
Pitch to Tevin Coleman.
And then you got Brunskill leading the way. Like what are we doing?
At that point, why are you even running the football?
That's the same thing I said when they did the quarterback sneak in the middle of the field on 3rd and 1 in the 2-minute drill. I've been watching football for a long time. I can't remember where a quarterback in a 2-minute drill, actually less than that, a minute to go with one timeout.
Running a quick slant to get a quarterback sneak.
A quarterback sneak, and then burning your timeout there.
I kind of just laughed at that game because
I was like, what are we doing?
Again.
But who's calling that play?
I don't know who's calling that play. But again, I'm not outraged because this season is a long way from being over.
No, I know, but it's hard for me to take you serious when you do that. And then, philosophically, let's zoom out for just a second. How can you be a team dedicated to the run, okay? Your entire philosophy is we're going to run the ball down your throat, and you trot out Jake Brendel at center for the beginning of your year, whether it was Trey Lance, whether it had been Jimmy Garoppolo under center. If you know running the ball is the most important, you got two basically rookies in Banks and Burford, and then you got a guy, Brendel. I mean, how many teams is Brendel starting on in the league?
Stinks.
I don't know.
I don't want to crush Brendel. I'm asking out loud.
Offensive line play around the league is down. Offensive line play's been down around the league, so I'm not going to.
But wouldn't you prioritize center?
But the offensive line is not my worry after yesterday. The offensive line
had 3 penalties on that 8-minute drive.
But the offensive line, I thought one of them was a phantom call, but whatever. The offensive line, to me, is the least of my problems right now on offense. The biggest problem to me on offense is the head coach and Kyle Shanahan. And you bring back Jimmy, which everybody thought, a lot of people told us he gives us a better chance to win. Coaches, players, ran to Michael Silver and said he gives us a better chance to win. It's this offense, again, the lack of urgency, the lack of a killer instinct. Why?
I don't know.
Is that the head coach or is it the quarterback? To me, it's the head coach. I'm tired of blaming the quarterbacks. It's Shanahan I see 6 years of football under Kyle Shanahan. We've seen it a lot. The lack of a killer instinct is alarming, and we've seen it in Super Bowl 54. We've seen it in NFC Championship games. We've seen it in wild card games. We've seen it in big games. Hell, we saw it in Seattle Week 18, Week 17 in 2019. The defense bailed them out with Drake Greenlaw tackling Disley at the goal line. The lack of a killer instinct, to me, is alarming. I'm going to go to break, Sam. Let me spit it out. I know what time of the break is, all right? Let's go. More Niner Talk coming up, brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises.
It's an extra special Monster Monday on 95.7 The Game. The middays are live from Chase Center.
I'm starting to tingle.
We're giving away a signed Steph Curry jersey and a signed Klay Thompson jersey. But you have to watch on YouTube for your chance to win. Today on 95.7 The Game.
Our company, Repurpose, has a really cool mission. Get rid of plastic. Meanwhile, we had this problem. Our office was all paper, and nobody wanted to file paperwork, print checks, mail them. We don't do that anymore. Now we've got Bill. It lets us be digital. Bill saves us paper and time. No matter where our key players are, they have visibility into our cash flow. Goodbye plastic, goodbye paper.
Automate your finances with Bill. Learn more at Bill.com.
Have you considered walking through another door? I don't mean to pursue another opportunity, but upgrading a door in your home. Now, if you are in fact looking for another opportunity, Golden State Window and Door can provide you with plenty. You can create renewed function and design for use indoors and out. You'll find modern options like Marvin's Elevate In-Swing French Door, Barn Doors by Trustyle, or Anderson Big Doors that welcome in natural light. Golden State Window and Door features a variety of materials, sizes, and glass options. You can get inspired by the many possibilities when you visit goldenstatelumber.com. Click on virtual tours and you'll discover beautifully planned displays of doors and windows of all kinds that will spark your imagination. Then, talk with our builder or designer to see what might be a good fit for your home. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
There's a reason Comcast Business powers more businesses than any other provider. Actually, there's a few. Comcast Business offers the fastest, reliable network, the peace of mind that comes with Security Edge, helping to protect all your connected devices, and the most reliable 5G mobile network. Want me to keep going? I can. Whether your small business is starting or growing, you need Comcast Business. Technology solutions that put you ahead and give you serious savings. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security. Together for just $69.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Or find out how to get up to a $650 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Limited time offer, restrictions apply. New 50 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. Requires enrollment in EcoBill and AutoPay. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Comcast Business Mobile utilizes the network with the most RootMetrics 5G data reliability wins in 1H 2022. Results may vary, not an endorsement.
For 25 years, Buy Right Market in San Francisco has partnered with purveyors of deliciousness to bring you local food that adds a dash of unique to every meal and celebration. Hi friends, this is Jamie, Buy Right's head of product. And this season, whether you're planning an elaborate meal, watching the game, heading to a friend's, or cozying up for a night in, Buy Right will help you savor what matters most. Pre-order your holiday meals at buyrightmarket.com or stop by and discover something unique for yourself. Gather, share, and enjoy with Buy Right.
Fremont Bank. If there's one thing we understand more than anybody, it's that it takes a local bank to really get the needs of local businesses. Fremont Bank has the flexibility and motivation to service your business loan needs like other banks can't or won't. With our full suite of business loan products and recognition as a top SBA lender in the Bay Area, Fremont Bank is the right choice for local and family-owned businesses. Fremont Bank. Learn more at fremontbank.com. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
Big O Tires proudly sells its own brand of affordable tires, and each set comes standard with the nation's greatest warranty. Now through October 30th, save $100 instantly on select Big O brand tires with installation purchase. Visit your locally owned Big O Tire store for offer details.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Garoppolo fires, connects, Ayuk, touchdown. Brandon Ayuk, second of the day.
Trey Lance, Deebo Samuel, Nick Bosa. Ooh, man, I can't wait to talk about the Niners. What's up, Bonte, Shasky, and all the roasters? It's Baldi. I'll be back with you guys every Tuesday morning at 7:30 to break it down. All right, boys, take it away.
He's going to be on today at 8 o'clock. We had to move him up to Monday, so Baldi will join us today, 8 o'clock, to talk about the offensive ineptitude of the 49ers and a defense that lacked a lot of star power yesterday. No Armstead, no Kinlaw, no Mosley, no Jimmy Ward. Hufanga came in and out. Ebukam came in and out. Just a nightmare of injuries, a plethora of injuries. We know about Al-Shair. He's not in. It's nasty work, nasty defensive work. So can the offense pick you up? Can the offense pick you up? And you know what? This offense can't. Why? I wish I knew the answer to it. To me, why does this offense lack a killer instinct? Even when they win.
I don't know.
Even when they win, we always question, damn, why did Shanahan make that decision? I don't know, man. It's year 6 of Kyle Shanahan, and it's the same thing over and over and over again. The same thing over and over again. Lack of urgency on 2-minute drills, which last year was alarming on how many points they scored before halftime.
Yeah.
I was blown away because their 2-minute drills look a lot like it looked yesterday before halftime.
Yes, there's no doubt about that. And I think the tough part for me to swallow was watching Marcus Mariota put together a game plan very similar to what I was hoping Trey Lance's game plan would look like, where he'd be giving on that mesh point over and over and over, and then on a couple of key plays, he'd pull it and be able to run to the edges. You know, they only threw the ball, I think, 2 or 3 times past 20 yards.
Yeah.
Or past 15 yards, excuse me. One of them on the first drive that really set up that touchdown. It's just... they were in complete control, Atlanta, and it felt like the Niners never really were focused on trying to win that game, at least from an offensive perspective.
Yeah, offensive perspective, you got off to the slow start. Jeff Wilson Jr. fumbles. They return it for a touchdown. Now, you do tie the game up. They do tie the game up, but I loved it. Ayuk was special. I mean, again, that second touchdown looked like the same route he ran against Jalen Ramsey on Monday Night Football. Little whip route, goes in, goes out, boom, catches it, runs after the catch. Get the ball in Ayuk's heads. He's a special player. A special player. And I told you guys, he's the best, and I'm not going to say, hey, I'm smarter than you. No, it's not. He's the best pure wide receiver on his football team.
Yes.
Get him the football.
Yes.
Get him the football.
So then what's going on with Debo? Because I'm watching this guy and I'm saying to myself, where's all the downfield, deep shots, at least to him, where he would be coming on a deep crosser or slants over the middle? It feels like that's all being taken away. In terms of a wide receiver, as a wide receiver.
I don't know. Can the quarterback get him the ball down the field? Can he run deep routes down the field? I think he can. He ran a nice little crosser route against Denver on Sunday Night Football. He's run deep routes before. Maybe it's on the quarterback. Maybe it's on the play caller. I don't know.
It feels like every time he touches the ball, there's like 5 guys there, not the burger joint, but 5 guys ready to tackle him, and he's got to break, 3 or 4 tackles just to get a yard.
Yeah, no doubt. You know what? Let's go to the lines, man. 888-957-9570.
And then Kittle, real quick, before you do that, the Kittle thing. He touches the ball yesterday. I think he had 2 or 3 catches on the final drive, and then I believe a couple more on that 8-minute drive. It just feels like they're not getting the big chunk Kittle plays that we're accustomed to. And he ran like kind of flat toward the pylon on that touchdown pass, or that attempted touchdown pass from Jimmy Garoppolo. It's like, God, I don't know, man. I feel like we're not getting the big chunk plays from Kittle either.
No, they're not. They're not as an offense getting big chunk plays. Now, I don't know who that's on. Is it on quarterback? Is the quarterback not seeing it? Is the coach not designing the plays? Is he not taking enough shots? Well, they took 2 shots last night, or they took a few shots yesterday. Ray McCloud drops a shot, which was an absolute dive for Jimmy Garoppolo. Charlie Warner drops one, an absolute dive for Jimmy Garoppolo. But again, I'm thinking to myself, why is Ray McCloud and Charlie Warner getting those targets?
Well, the other 2 went to Ayuk, where he underthrew him. And then the other one was an Ayuk bomb across the field. It was actually a great throw, but it was the Brendel penalty.
He got called back.
Yeah.
He got called back.
I thought that was a great throw by Jimmy.
So your playmakers are not making plays, which is why it's tough for me to sit up here this morning and say, Jimmy Garoppolo, this and that. No. Jimmy Garoppolo's fine.
Yeah.
He was fine. You had your Jimmy O-No throws. You're always going to get those. But every quarterback in this league has Jimmy O-No throw. Again, I'm looking at the lack of a killer instinct. When you go 16 plays, 80 yards, and burn 8 minutes off the clock in the fourth quarter when you're down 2 touchdowns, where's the urgency?
I know.
Where's the killer instinct? Again, situational football is just not good offensively for the 49ers. And I look at the head coach saying, this is a trend over and over and over again. So enough of the great Kyle Shanahan. Enough of calling him great. He's not great. He's not. He's a middle-of-the-pack head coach right now. I'm sorry. It is what it is. That's just who he is. Run game, suffering. The run game doesn't look creative. Passing game doesn't look creative. What's up with the head coach?
Well, and the personnel decisions on who's dressing on game day are just baffling. I mean, like, enough of the Willie Snead, Kelvin Benjamin type, or whatever, Travis Benjamin's. Like, I'm sick of these guys. Like, you drafted Danny Gray, use him. TDP, why did you draft? Like, this is my thing. Like, okay, you identified this guy. This is a dude you're going to go to. Why does he not get one touch? Why is Jordan Mason suiting up so he could just play special teams? Put a safety in there then, because your special teams return coverage unit looks terrible.
Yeah, no doubt. Let's go to SF Bay Drummer in the city. SF Bay Drummer, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's up, Bonte? What's up, Shasky?
What's up, man?
Man, I'm not gonna let the 49ers steal my joy. It's all about the Warriors now, man. Like, Joe Lacob, he's not Joey Light years no more. He's Moneybag Joe. Like, he's balling right now. He got some hunters pointing at him or something because he's running 3rd Street and the whole Bay. Kyle, he needs to have like a symposium or something like that. Like, he needs to sit down, recur, and say, like, how do I adapt? Like, he's going to have to look in the mirror and realize that he needs some help. But regardless, I'm happy for Jordan Poole and Andrew Wiggins. Like, I'm happy to see our players being paid and staying with us so we can try to keep this championship window open. I mean, hopefully the Niners and Giants are taking notes because that's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to win. But, hey, I guess it's not for everybody. But let's go Warriors. Ring night tomorrow.
Hey, you know what?
Have some more jewelry, hopefully.
Thank God for the Warriors.
SF Bay Drummer, this is just for you.
Money time! Money time!
Jordan Poole, fat extension. Andrew Wiggins, fat extension. We'll get into it later. Both breaking the bank for over $100 million. Andrew Wiggins taking a pay cut. He's right. When I think about the Warriors, I just get all smiles. You watch the final preseason game Friday. Wiseman, Kuminga in the 2-man game. They're passing well. Poole's doing his thing. Curry looks like Curry. Clay came back. You done worrying about Clay?
No. Because that's my job.
No, it's not your job. Don't worry about Clay. He's a 4-time champ. Well, he's going to be there in the end.
I'm telling you right now, watching Wiseman and Kuminga 2-man game Friday night, your boy was like, swing.
So here's the deal.
Oh, so excited.
And I'll say this. I said this about the Giants. The Giants fans got mad at me. You keep losing, we don't have to talk about you. We don't. And the 49ers are now entering that premise where, look, they're 3-3. They're still tied for first place in the NFC West. It's a long way to go.
Season's not over.
But you know what? Let's stop kidding ourselves. They're a middle-of-the-pack team. They're a middle-of-the-pack football team. Why? Because in an offensive-driven league, they don't have an explosive offense whatsoever.
Well, and as much as we want to rip the Rams and say, the Niners were right there with the Rams last year, and they were. Like, that is factually correct. When push came to shove, what did Stafford do in that fourth quarter that he needed to do? He marched the length of the field, boom, 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 and got his team a touchdown. What did he do in the Super Bowl? Marched the length of the field, boom, 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 boom. We all lost our minds over the Chiefs-Bills game, but what had happened in that game? I think, was it 3-4 scores in like a minute and a half by the two teams?
Boom, boom, boom.
The Niners can't even get a field goal attempt with an entire minute.
Philadelphia. Same thing.
Philadelphia looks so physical right now. I have a hard time putting the Niners in Philadelphia's class. They spread you out, and they are physical.
They're not in Dallas's class either.
I'd like to see Dallas with Dak Prescott and see maybe it's a little different. Maybe at home. I don't know. Micah Parsons is a monster.
So let me ask you this, because you are a big-time believer in Kyle Shanahan. Big time. And I like Shanahan. But I'm not ready to throw the great label on him. What's up with his teams not being able to rally from deficits in the second half?
It's the number one issue that I have for the guy. I don't have an explanation for you. I would like to know, like, around the league, like Andy Reid, without Mahomes, what's his I rally from multiple scores record look like? I'm asking. I don't even know. And I know he had McNabb before. But, like, what was it like with Alex Smith? What was Alex Smith's numbers rallying from behind? I don't know. Like, I think there's a lot of quarterbacks and a lot of head coaches around the league that don't have great quarterbacks that are looking around and they're saying, like, yeah, it's tough to rally from behind when you have, an average quarterback.
So, Alex Simon from the Mercury News, and I know the kid, WCAL kid, big Giants fan. He tweeted this out yesterday. Since Kyle Shanahan took over as head coach in 2017, the Niners have been trailing by 7+ points, entering the fourth quarter 24 times. They have won 0 times in those instances. Largest after third quarter deficit they've overcome, 4 points against the LA Rams in 2019.
And that was with Jimmy Garoppolo as the quarterback. That was that a Saturday night game?
Saturday night game against Jared Goff.
Yeah, so, I look at it like I think only 8 of those games were with Jimmy Garoppolo. The rest were with all the backups. So I kind of throw those out. Again, this is where the difference between the good and the great quarterbacks, when you're watching the Peacock doc of Joe Montana, it always starts with, we were never out of a game. We were down 21-3 to the Washington football team in the NFC Championship game. Joe throwing us back. 21-0, excuse me. Joe throws us back. We're down 35-3 to the Saints in 1980. Joe throws us back. All the great quarterbacks have those kind of comebacks on their resume. I just don't think Jimmy's got that in the bag. And that's why they made the deal to go up to get Lance, because they were trying to get one of those kind of guys.
Well, it didn't look like they believed Lance was that guy with the way they used him this season.
Well, and we can talk about... No, I'm with you. We can talk about the quarterback. On the other side, I want to talk about these injuries. Something's up. Something's up, and something's got to change.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe. All right, that segment was brought to you by Go to State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoToStateLumber.com. We will get into the Go to State Warriors because I like positivity. I'm in a great mood after a long day yesterday. 49ers lose to the Falcons 28-14. They're now 3-3. What was the problem? 888-957-9570. I don't even think Niner fans care. Usually the lines are lit up on Monday morning. I don't think 49er fans even care about the loss yesterday. I really don't. They probably just, we've seen this before. Same old story. We're not going to let it ruin our day. Why? Because Jordan Poole and Andrew Wiggins are going to be Warriors for the next 4 years. How about them apples, huh? Ring night tomorrow. And don't forget, 95.7 game will be at Chase Center to get you excited for opening night for the Go to State Warriors. Willard Dibs, as well as Steiny Guru, will be broadcasting live from Chase Center tomorrow from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. as we count down ring night. Listen to all of it here on 95.7 The Game. We'll be back. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking. No compromises.
The Falcons did the Niners dirty in the ATL.
Play action. Wants to take the shot down the middle of the field, looking for McLeod, and he dropped it.
We're reacting to Niners Falcons and getting you ready for Warriors opening night.
Fakes and fires from half court on the way. He got it! He hit it from half court!
The only place to hear Golden State Warriors basketball. 95.7 The Game.
Kirby, they're your driveway mechanic, and they bring the shop to you. And our friends over at Kirby just won the Motor Top 20 Award for innovation. Brakes and tire replacements, oil changes, and so much more. And they've just added a Kirby's eco-friendly wash. Barely uses any water and makes your car look brand new. They use biodegradable products that all provide the ultimate shine and protection to both the exterior and interior of your car. All in the ease of your driveway. The ultimate convenience, easy booking, transparent pricing, on-time arrival, service in your driveway. No waiting rooms, no coordinating rides, direct access to your mechanic. Friendly and reliable service, and no middlemen and no upsells. Get $50 off your first oil change with the code OIL50. That's OIL50. Or use my code JOEWASH, JOEWASH, to get a free sealant treatment with the purchase of a Kirby's eco-friendly wash. Check out Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com, or call 1-866-KIRBY-1.
Gorgeous gaming, stunning streams, unbelievable bandwidth. It's another Lifestyles of Gagillionaires. Meet the AT&T Fiber customers winning at life with hyper gig speeds. Meet Gagillionaire Terry. While his love of streaming horror movies has him constantly on the edge of his seat, his internet bill won't give him a scare.
Oh, don't go in there. I'm telling you.
Because since Terry upgraded to AT&T Fiber with hyper gig speeds, he doesn't worry about data caps or equipment fees.
Come on, man. The door's open for a reason.
And best yet, he also doesn't stress about a price increase at 12 months, because with the amazing Gagillionaire lifestyle comes an exquisite sense of tranquility. Most of the time. Live like a Gagillionaire. Get straightforward pricing with AT&T Fiber. Internet that upgrades everything. No data caps, no equipment fees, and no price increase at 12 months.
Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you may be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
California, you deserve more. And with United Healthcare, you'll get more. Annual enrollment is October 15th through December 7th. So call United Healthcare today. With the United Healthcare Medicare Advantage Plan, you get more from your Medicare dollar, now including better than ever dental, vision, over-the-counter, and prescription drug coverage. Call United Healthcare at 1-888-CALL-UHC today and speak with a licensed sales agent. Benefits, features, and/or devices vary by plan and area. Limitations and exclusions apply.
Score big with Xfinity Internet. It's made to do anything, so you can do anything. Supercharge your home with the game-changing speed of supersonic Wi-Fi. With 3 times more bandwidth, it covers the field and then some. And blocks billions of threats with advanced security that helps keep you protected at home and on the go. If you're keeping score, that's internet that does it all. That's unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas.
It's Joe Shasky from The Morning Roast. And if you're an independent restaurateur or are starting a brand new business, then you gotta know about my friends at Trimark. Trimark, making independent restaurateurs' dreams come true in Northern California for over 55 years. Whether you're designing your next restaurant or you need equipment and supplies, this is where Trimark comes in. They do it all. And what's most important to them is being a partner to their business customers. Visit TrimarkWest.com. That's TrimarkWest.com.
There's a lifetime of beautiful outdoor living waiting for you at Dolan's. It's fiber-on decking for easy, carefree living. Why choose this durable composite? There's an amazing choice of colors. The rich look of multi-chromatic exotic hardwood. It resists splintering, rotting, and cracking with really low maintenance. See the colors and learn more at dolanlumber.com. See the real fiber-on at Dolan's Home Improvement Centers.
When back to the office means back in traffic,
Tracking me 3 right lanes, multiple emergency crews on the scene.
you can rely on your Northern California Honda Dealers Traffic Center.
On the shoulder now, so that's good. Traffic is getting by.
From your traffic leader, KCBS.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. Okay, easy now. You're teaching a kid how to parallel park. Ouch! Turns out he likes to do it by feel. Don't worry, eBay Motors has bumpers, taillights, trunk lids, license plate holders, 122 million parts. Pull up just a little bit. And headlights. They've got lots of headlights. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors. Let's ride.
This is Loyalty Lab Interview 6. Subject, grandmother's loyalty. Margie, what do you do when your grandson misbehaves?
Angels don't misbehave.
Here we study the most loyal, like you and... Oh, there goes the lamp.
Shouldn't have put it there.
Shell and the Fuel Rewards program has our members' backs too. It's super easy to save on every gallon. Loyal, just like how you acted like that wasn't his fault.
Someone should clean that up before he gets hurt.
Yes, loyal, just like that.
10 years of FR.com. Terms and conditions apply.
I used to get frequent heartburn at night, so I made Prilosec OTC part of my morning routine.
1 pill in the morning, 24 hours, 0 heartburn with Prilosec OTC. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
Tatum going to use a lot of clock. He's got Wiggins on him. Now doubled by Poole and Wiggins. Nearly threw it away. Got it to Jaylen Brown. Deep 3 contested. Great Warrior D. 3 seconds to work with. Wiggins has it at 2, at 1. Poole 3. Banked it in! He banked it in!
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
All right, it's Jordan Poole there. Fitzgerald on the call. Bob Fitzgerald, that is. You'll hear him Friday when the Niners have their opening, they had their second game of the season on NBC Sports Bay Area. Tuesday will be on TNT, but we'll still be out there. Tuesday for ring night. Warriors and Lakers. Banner getting hung at Chase Center for the first time. Be their 7th championship. in their franchise's history. Of course, Jordan Poole signed a big, fat extension, 4 years, worth up to $143 million. Right now, it's $123 million. He could gain another 10 to 20 based off incentives, but it's like DPOI, MVP, stuff like that. But Jordan Poole gets his bag. Andrew Wiggins then a couple hours later gets his extension, 4 years, $109 million. Takes a slight pay cut. A lot of us were surprised here. Bob Myers spoke yesterday about it, but it's good to see Poole and Wiggins locked up for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, and it's good to see that it didn't linger. You know what I mean? You didn't have these contract situations. I believe October 17th was the deadline. Today, Loma Prieta Day, was the deadline for Jordan Poole to work out an extension. So it's awesome. And then the Wiggins one's coming out of nowhere. But I want to get back into the Niners, but I want to use the Warriors as a reference point for just a second here. Clearly, one of the best run franchises in sports, right? We all acknowledge that.
Yep.
The Warriors, top to bottom. They identified a flaw in their team a couple of years ago in terms of team building, right? And it was the development of the young players. And I think we could all see from a mile away, like, it was tough. I mean, you're drafting at the bottom of the drafts. In some cases, you don't even have a pick. And there's not a lot of minutes. There's not a lot of opportunities. So you need to make sure that your staff that you have on board can truly identify, cultivate, nurture, develop all of this talent. And then obviously they've invested heavily into the G League, and it's starting to pay dividends. You're starting to see that tree bear fruit.
Jama Malalea, who they hired over from the Toronto Raptors, their player development coach. He's now on the front of the bench. He's really good. You think of Pascal Siakam, you think of Fran VanVleet, you think of OG Anunoby. Jama had his hands all over that.
Okay, so now that's one area where that organization said, we've got a flaw, we've got a blind spot, we need to improve that. I look at the 49ers, all right, and I'm looking at Kyle Shanahan, because to me, he's the head dog, right? Everyone wants to talk about X's and O's. That's one aspect of being a head coach. Part of being a head coach is also zooming out and looking at your organization as a whole. I've got my personnel issues with who he dresses on game day and how they, put some of their draft picks. Right now, the number one problem with the 49ers, by far and away, it's the injuries. And it's been a consistent theme. Now, the NFL has it baked into the product. It's a violent game. Guys get hurt. I'm not arguing that. There's no doubt about it. But when you correlate the Niners' injuries to the rest of the league, they are more injured more often than anyone in the league.
But you know what, though?
Year after year.
All these other teams have injuries. Everybody deals with injuries. And everybody tries to find a way to get through them.
No, I'm not.
And so, yes, I'm with you. The injuries are a problem. They're a problem. And I don't know if it's a training camp thing. I don't know if it's a lack of preseason thing. I don't know. But everybody kind of goes through the same protocol in training camp or preseason. We're seeing less stars playing preseason. We're seeing less teams hitting training camp.
Well, Jaquiski Tartt came out and said that the Philadelphia Eagles preseason training camp, whatever, was different than what the Niners did.
Well,
now, look,
I'm going to take it with a grain of salt because the guy's bitter because the Niners didn't give him no money. And now where's he at?
I get that.
You know what I'm saying?
You're talking about overcoming injuries. Put that to the side. I'm talking about the raw data. The raw data tells you the Niners get more hurt more often than any other team in the league. 5 years in a row. 5 years in a row.
Well, you got
something's got to change. Well,
maybe it's injury-prone players.
That's my point. They need to look from within, and they need to either I'm open to any criticism. Is it the players that you are picking who are hurt and you're extending? Is it the staff in terms of the training and the weight stuff?
I'm sorry, Shasky. I'm sorry, Shasky. I don't want to play a doctor here, but I refuse. Yes, they're dealing with a lot of injuries.
It's not an excuse. I'm saying it is.
It sounds like an excuse.
No. What I'm saying is
everybody goes through this stuff.
I'm not saying
everybody in the NFL does, and they overcome it. The Niners don't overcome it. Why don't they overcome it? Because of mediocre offensive football. Again, under Kyle Shanahan, this quote-unquote offensive guru, 26th, 13th, 21st, 2nd, 21st, 20th. That's their rankings when it comes to points per game.
There's not another team.
Is that injuries?
No, there's not another team in the league that has 11 starters out right now. 11.
Tampa Bay lost their entire offensive line. They lost their entire offensive line.
I hear you.
They don't make those excuses.
Do they have 11 starters out?
They've got 11. A lot of starters out. It became 11 yesterday when Mike McGlinchey gets hurt.
Mooney.
But think about Michael McGlinchey. Does he not get injured?
Well, he's been injured at times a lot during his career. Absolutely. Right. And I'm not in love with him. But that's again, as you zoom out and we start to criticize Shanahan, everyone agrees, like X's and O's, he does kind of know what he's doing. But like in terms of the injury mitigation and picking which players to sign because of their injury histories, I do think that they need to look at their entire organization. Something's up. That's all I'm saying. I'm not making an excuse. They're 3-3. They got a long way to go. They could still make the playoffs. Every other play, it feels like someone's walking off the field with an injury.
Mentality on YouTube. Falcons were down their top 3 corners by the end of the game. Top 3 corners.
Well, and they have, yes.
And they've got injuries. Every team deals with, like this thing, I'm seeing it all over the timeline. I'm seeing it the Niners have an injury problem. Yes, they do have it. Under Shanahan, they do get injured a lot.
I think you're mistaking me pointing out one of their flaws as me making an excuse. This is not an excuse. What I'm saying is that this is clearly causing them a problem. That's where I'm going. That's where I'm going.
Great teams overcome it.
For sure.
Great teams overcome it.
I don't think this is a great team, and I don't know if they can overcome it. And to me, coming out of that game, it's not about the individual loss. I'm looking at the totality of these injuries. This is a big issue.
Listen, let's
it's
keep
a big issue.
As great as Nick Bosa is, he tore his ACL in high school.
Yep.
He got hurt at Ohio State. He tore his ACL. You could blame it on the bad turf. I'll give you that. But he's been hurt. He's been hurt. Kinlaw.
Absolutely.
Kinlaw. Does he have an injury history?
Kinlaw didn't clear the medical. Every other team in the league, apparently, this is the obviously it's easy to say now, every other team didn't clear the knee, and they picked him.
And they picked him. Eric Armstead.
He had an injury history before this regime took over. He was hurt a lot, and he didn't really have a position.
Azeez Al-Shaair
has been hurt pretty much, and this whole talk of him getting an extension before the year. I'm like, the guy's always hurt. He barely plays.
Jimmy Ward, before the last couple of years.
Same as Armstead.
Injury history.
Didn't have a position and spotty injury history. Jimmy Garoppolo.
Injury history.
You know?
Jeff Wilson Jr., injury history.
I know.
Trent Williams, injury history. So we know what they're dealing with. Deebo Samuel, injury history.
The only guy that I can point to and say never misses time, and I'm going to knock on wood, Fred Warner. Like Greenlaw's missed time. You know what I mean? Like Fred Warner is one of the few guys on this team who stayed healthy throughout the entirety. I would put Ayuk in that same category. I think he had the muscle injury his rookie year in 2020. But outside of that, he's been pretty healthy.
So with their injuries, they still had a chance to win that football game yesterday.
No doubt.
You still had a chance to win that game yesterday, come back home 4-2. But again, I'm not gonna panic here, and I'm not angry or anything. I don't want people to get the wrong impression. All I wanted was a split on a road trip, and can you get to 4-4 by the bye week? Get to 4-4. Now that looks tough because you got Kansas City, and then you got to go to LA and play the Rams before the bye week.
And Kansas City's record off of a loss. With Andy Reid.
Listen.
I mean that.
If the Niners win that game,
low-key miracle?
Absolutely.
Do you believe in miracles?
I think they're going to get blown out at Levi Stadium next Sunday. I really believe that. But maybe it's just coming off of yesterday. NFL's a week-to-week league. Who knows? But Kansas City coming off a loss, they're going to be licking their chops. I just want to get to 4-4 by the bye week. But again, when I look at the long-term view of the 49ers, because a lot of people said, Jimmy gives you the best chance to win the Super Bowl. Jimmy does. And I look at the offense and the way they move again, it's not on Jimmy. I'm not saying that. I'm looking at the head coach, Kyle Shanahan. He's the offensive guru that everybody says is great. He's one of the best play designers, all this stuff. He scored 0 in the second half.
I know.
And they lack a killer instinct. Why? It's the philosophy of your head coach. No urgency, no huddle. Where's that at? Up-tempo, where's that at?
Have they even played a good team thus far? Like, I'm asking out loud.
Well, they haven't. They haven't.
I mean, you could probably counter and say, well, Joe, there's not a lot of good teams in the NFC, and I would agree with that. But, like, it's hard for me to take them serious when they look just so up and down and so injured and so, like, adverse to the forward pass.
So
in a league where it's easier to forward pass now than ever.
So Shanahan hasn't won a game when going into the fourth quarter down by 4+ points. Hasn't won a game.
I don't know what to make of that.
So, and we could all blame the quarterback. But again, I look at the head coach saying...
That's too easy to blame the quarterback.
I'm looking at the head coach saying, I've been yelling this for 3 years, ever since I worked with Steiny Guru. Go get your guy. Go get your guy. You go draft your guy, Trey Lance, and it looks like he's not your guy. Or all of a sudden we start hearing rumors. Well, Shanahan really didn't want him. He wanted Mac Jones. I don't want to hear that. What about the head coach picking his guy? Again, the head coach is mid right now. He's a mediocre head coach. Let's put the right on the table. Mediocre head coach. He's not a great head coach.
I don't know how to respond to that because it's tough. I can't. When you go deep into the playoffs multiple times, you do deserve some benefit of the doubt. But then you look up and you're like, there's been a lot of guys who've had, like Ron Rivera, for example, had been to the playoffs a lot of times.
He's had great runs.
I don't think he's that great.
John Fox.
You know?
We were talking about John Fox last week. John Fox. Mike Smith made the playoffs.
John
Remember
Fox
him?
did it in 2 different organizations.
Right. Went to the Super Bowl.
2 different organizations.
Went to the Super Bowl.
With lots of different quarterbacks.
To the Super
And I
Bowl.
don't think he's that great.
LaFleur. You can say he's gone deep into the playoffs. He's not that great.
No, they look really bad.
You know? So,
but I guess that's the saving grace this morning if you're a Niner fan. You look up and you're like, dude, everybody in the NFC is kind of weak right now. Tom Brady's airing out all the bench warmers he's got on the side. But I'm worried about the Rams regrouping right now. And I don't know, man. This team, it's hard for me to take them serious.
Yeah, and look, I'm not taking them serious long term. Short term, you're tied for first place.
Okay.
Short term, it's not all bad. Short term, the NFC West is going to be a dogfight. But now, when you lose a game like yesterday, and you have a chance to take advantage and remain 1 game up on the Rams and the Seahawks, now all of a sudden I'm looking down at Arizona, who's 2 games behind the Niners, and I'm saying, or actually 1 game behind the Niners, and I'm saying, damn, they get DeAndre Hopkins back. What a shot in the arm.
Well,
they get Hopkins back. All of a sudden, I look up and see Seattle. I'm saying, well, Kenneth Walker III was a damn good running back in Michigan State. He looked good.
Yeah.
And Geno's not turning the ball over. Tyler Lockett looks happy. DK Metcalf looks happy. And the defense held the Cardinals at 9 points. Whoa, okay. Maybe I need to look at Seattle. Then you got the Rams who are lingering around at 3-3 trying to figure it out. And, they struggled with the Panthers yesterday for the most part. But you win the game. You win a game. It's tough to win a game when you're coming off multiple losses. So I don't know where the Niners are at right now, other than being tied for first place. Other than that, how should we feel about the 49ers? Well,
it feels like they're a playoff contender, not a Super Bowl contender, but a playoff contender. And it feels like, they need to get all their reinforcements back. I look at this team and I say yesterday's game, it's not a game that you have to win, but it's a game you got to make a 1-score game. Show me a little sense of urgency. Like, those are the kind of games, if you really truly have one of those kind of quarterbacks and one of those kind of coaches, that's one of those swashbuckling, show me your intestinal fortitude type of games. Make that a closer game. You went out with a whimper.
3 turnovers, man. 3 turnovers. Unbelievable. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in AC1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And don't forget that you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. We'll get to the lines in just a second here. I'm going to look at next year, right? Year 7 of Shanahan. Because I don't believe he's getting fired. I don't believe there's going to be any changes.
He'll be here longer. I mean, if he fulfills that contract, he will be here longer than Bill Walsh. That's wild.
Yeah. Next year, how many years was Seifert head coach? 6, 7?
89 to 97.
Did he get fired after 96?
It was 97 or 96. I know 89 through then because Mariucci's. I want to say Mariucci's first game was the Jets. 97, maybe.
Yeah. Wow.
I could be wrong. I thought the 96 loss to Green Bay in Green Bay was Seifert's final game.
That was.
With
yep.
Steve Young in the fight. There you go. And he came out after the first series.
Desmond Howard with the 2 punt returns.
I could be wrong though. I thought that was it.
No doubt. Wow.
Isn't that kind of wild?
Kind of wild.
I mean, and Bill Walsh obviously retired.
Has his offense looked dynamic?
No. That's my biggest problem. I'm like, you got Ayuk, you got Debo, you got Kittle. Why does it feel so pedestrian? It feels so mediocre. Everything's like underneath, and you got to break a bunch of tackles. Nothing feels fluid.
Right. And 408 Xfinity mobile text line. I'm getting to the lines in just a second, but great point here. We give Kyle the benefit of the doubt that we don't give Jimmy Garoppolo. When are we going to look past his last name? And I'm done with that.
What do you mean by that?
What I think what the texter means by that is that we always rip Jimmy Garoppolo. Jimmy this and Jimmy that. Jimmy this and Jimmy that. We don't give him the BOD at all. But we always sort of seem to give Kyle Shanahan the pass saying, well, he doesn't have his quarterback. Well, how many years are we going to hear that? How many years do I have to hear that he doesn't have his quarterback?
It's getting redundant and old. I agree with you there.
It's been old.
It gets redundant.
It was old 3 years ago.
But I think that's where there's a little bit of apathy this morning from 49er fans because it feels like we've watched that episode before.
So another thing, 510. Mediocre coach. You sound dumb, Bonte. If the Niners got rid of him, 20 to 25 teams would be fighting for Shanahan. And I say, and? Okay. There was coaches fighting, teams fighting for Mariucci when he got let go by the 49ers. How did that work out?
Yeah, Mooch went to Detroit and really didn't do anything after that. And same, look at Mark Jackson. Everybody thought Mark Jackson would get another job with the Warriors. He never did. You can't worry. Once you're ready to make a divorce, you can't worry about who they're going to marry next.
I don't care.
You have to worry about your own success and your own happiness. For example, Doug Peterson won a Super Bowl for Philly.
Right.
They moved off of him. All right? We laughed at Sirianni in that opening press conference.
Right, sure did.
How are we feeling about Sirianni this morning when he's cussing out the other sideline?
And how about Robert Saleh, who we said, he'll be back as a Niners DC 2 years later. And go look at him with the New York Jets. And they're jumping around. They're having fun.
Developing their quarterback.
Developing talent. Quentin Williams and Sauce Gardner look like anchors on that defense.
I know. Well, and the thing that I look at with them is like, wow, how free-flowing does that offense feel? I mean, they thumped Green Bay.
Yep.
Green Bay.
Beat them down.
I couldn't believe that.
All right, let's go to Tyler out there in East Atlanta. Tyler, what's happening, man? He was at the game yesterday. What's up, Tyler?
Hey, Tyler.
Hey, what's going on, y'all, man? Y'all breaking it down today for real. Y'all going crazy. I just wanted to kind of just talk about what I saw from yesterday on the field. I know the Jimmy sexuals don't want to hear it, but he was missing a lot of passes that are usually made by better quarterbacks like Josh Allen, like Pat Mahomes, who's coming in to Levi's this weekend. And, yes, there were like 2 big drops, but that doesn't excuse the play from the quarterback of how pedestrian it looks when we're out there and we're trailing and the run game isn't getting going. The only thing I'm going to get on Kyle Shanahan for is getting the ball back with 10 minutes left in the fourth quarter, and we didn't get past the 50 until there was like 5 minutes left in the game. That's unacceptable.
No doubt it is.
You look at the Carolina game, and they, exploded. Outside of that, what have they done in a second half? That's, to me, one of the more alarming things, and it's with 2 different quarterbacks. It's like, come on, man.
So let's break this down. Chicago, 3 points in the second half. Seattle, 7 points in the second half. That's 10. Denver, 3 points in the second half. That's 13.
Yesterday, 0.
Who's game number 4? Who did they play game for? Rams.
Yeah.
The Rams.
Yeah.
3 points in the second half. 16 points through 4 games in the second half from your offense. Now, last week against Carolina, you beat them down.
Yeah.
Yesterday, you scored nothing in the second half. Nothing. So I hear for some of the beat writers, and I heard the team announce that Tim Ryan and Papa saying, and the most important play of the game was the 3rd and 13 in the first half when Marcus Mariota scrambled for that
What
play.
about the 6 possessions in the second half where you didn't score?
So halftime adjustments don't matter?
I mean, come on. That was the big, if you're looking back, and again, you want to be fair here, one of the best parts of Harbaugh and his staff was the second half adjustments.
Exactly.
And it was a hallmark throughout their entire reign. They were great. I didn't even love Greg Merlman as an offensive coordinator, but you had to give them credit. When it came time to win games, they adjusted on both sides of the ball. I do believe offensive adjustments have been a problem for this team.
Huge problem.
I mean, if you're just
how can you be an offensive head coach and lack second half adjustments? How can you be an offensive head coach when your teams don't rally in the second half? How is that possible?
I don't know.
How is that possible?
But it's not even the second half.
And we put them on this pedestal.
To me, it's those like right before the second quarter ends, the first half ends, those kind of drives. I go back and they got the ball, 58 seconds to go. I need a field goal attempt there. And they couldn't even muster a field goal attempt. And everyone's like, well, Jimmy's throwing into triple coverage down the field. The whole sequence leading up to that was terrible. And I just, the 3rd and 1 to do a quarterback sneak in the middle of the field with 37 seconds to go, burning a timeout. What team in the NFL is doing that?
It's disgusting offensive
Like,
football.
I don't understand what we're doing here.
I don't either.
What is it, 1966? John Brody, take a 3-yard quarterback sneak with 47 seconds to go, and we'll just take this thing into the half.
I would love to know Shanahan's philosophy, other than running the ball. Oh, he's got to run the ball. It's never been easier to gain yardage through the air in this league, ever.
What do you say when people go, and I hear this, like, well, Ray McCloud dropped the ball, Charlie Warner dropped the ball, 2 big-time plays that flipped the field. What's your counter to that?
About them dropping passes?
Yeah, because people say, well, plays are there. Plays are made.
Plays are there. But then you look at the personnel, you're saying, well, how the hell is Charlie Warner getting a target? Charlie Warner is borderline. Like, would he be on another team if he got cut?
I don't get the Charlie Warner thing. He's always lined up improperly, and Jimmy's yelling at him to, like, move over.
I'm saying,
always.
Like, Charlie Warner, Ray McLeod. He can't even catch a kickoff cleanly or a punt cleanly.
He got his bell wrong.
Now we expect him to catch balls down the field.
Special teams still a problem.
Told you they're not special. They're just teams. Al, talk Big T, Rob, Trey, dropping a hat in that. We'll get to you on the other side. We're going to continue to roll here. We'll get into some Warriors at some point, and then tomorrow, all day long, we'll be all Warriors. We're going to celebrate the championship from last year. We're going to look ahead to a great season. JP, money time, money time. That's what I'm talking about. Money time! Money time! Money time! All right, more of your phone calls coming up, brought to you by BMW Fairfield. Now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. They provide a luxurious, all-encompassing experience to address all of your BMW needs. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit. That's BMWFairfield.com.
It's an extra special Monster Monday on 95.7 The Game. The middays are live from Chase Center.
I'm starting to tingle.
We are giving away a signed Steph Curry jersey and a signed Klay Thompson jersey. But you have to watch on YouTube for your chance to win. Today on 95.7 The Game.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
This football season, adopt a new tradition that's sure to turn fans into family. The Jim Beam Highball. That's beam and soda over ice with a lemon slice. Share one at the stadium or make one at home. Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume. Copyright 2022, James B. Beam Distilling Company, Claremont, Kentucky. Drink smart.
For 25 years, Buy Right Market in San Francisco has partnered with purveyors of deliciousness to bring you local food that adds a dash of unique to every meal and celebration. Hi friends, this is Jamie, Buy Right's head of product. And this season, whether you're planning an elaborate meal, watching the game, heading to a friend's, or cozying up for a night in, Buy Right will help you savor what matters most. Pre-order your holiday meals at buyrightmarket.com or stop by and discover something unique for yourself. Gather, share, and enjoy with Buy Right.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
There's a reason Comcast Business powers more businesses than any other provider. Actually, there's a few. Comcast Business offers the fastest, reliable network, the peace of mind that comes with Security Edge, helping to protect all your connected devices, and the most reliable 5G mobile network. Want me to keep going? I can. Whether your small business is starting or growing, you need Comcast Business. Technology solutions that put you ahead and give you serious savings. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security. Together for just $69.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Or find out how to get up to a $650 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Limited time offer, restrictions apply. New 50 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. Requires enrollment in EcoBill and AutoPay. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Comcast Business Mobile utilizes the network with the most RootMetrics 5G data reliability wins in 1H 2022. Results may vary, not an endorsement.
Elise and Carl's Bakery needed a small business loan fast, but instead of going to On Deck, Carl called
Lone Falcon!
Really? Carl?
There's a better way to get a fast small business loan. Go to OnDeck.com. And if approved, get your loan as soon as the same day. Your loan is on deck. Depending on certain loan attributes, your business loan may be issued by OnDeck or Celtic Bank, a Utah Chartered Industrial Bank member FDIC. Limited eligibility for same-day funding. OnDeck does not lend in every state. All loans subject to lender approval.
Remember when you were told bigger is better? Well, that's just simply not the case. Do you want a big bill? No. A big burden? No. What about a big, bulky tank water heater taking up space in your basement? No, I didn't think so. What you do want is to make all of those things smaller. Navien tankless water heaters are more efficient and take up less space than outdated, bulky tanks, with cutting-edge features that improve safety, simplify processes, and increase capabilities. Once you go Navien, you'll never go back. Learn more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
The new Google Pixel 7 Pro is super, especially when it's on Verizon, the network America relies on. It's supercharged, super powered, and a super...
deal.
You know it. Now, switch to Verizon and get the Google Pixel 7 Pro on us with select trade-ins and select 5G unlimited plans.
That really is super.
Yep, there's never been a better time to switch to Verizon. $899.99 device payment purchase with new smartphone line on select 5G unlimited plans required. $200 Verizon e-gift card with ported. Less $700 trade-in/promo credit applied over 36 months. 0% APR. Trade-in conditions and additional terms apply.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
There's one thing, B, that's got me happy. The Dodgers lost.
Oh, yeah, we're smoking that Dodger pack. We are smoking that Dodger pack. I mean, wow. Somebody said on YouTube, I want to go back to...
Years of unfathomable sadness. Yummy.
Somebody said, I want to go back to the Chip Kelly days. No, I don't. No, I don't.
Jeremy Curley, number one wide receiver.
Here's the deal. In this market, and it's not everybody, but in this market, the Bay Area bubble, boy, Gary Payton second left, and oh my God, Joe Lacob, you're broke, and Bob Myers, you're not doing your job, and oh man, Steve Kerr, this and that. Like we crushed them at times, crushed them, and all they've done is win championships and made our lives great. By the way, Bob Myers going to join Willard Dibs today.
No,
live from Chase Center.
They don't just compete for championship. I mean, every single year Kerr's been here, they've competed for a championship. Right. Except the obviously the 15-win season where everybody was hurt from the 5 straight year run, and then the back year they went into the playing game. I mean, they were there till the very end.
So you look at the Warriors, right? And you look at Steve Kerr. He's yet to lose a series in the Western Conference.
That's wild.
In the Western Conference, they're undefeated under Steve Kerr.
It's wild.
All right? So when I look at Shanahan, and it's been 6 years, and I look at these numbers, 9th, 15th, 13th, 12th, 12th, 29th in passing yards. Points per game. It's probably down now because of what they did yesterday. They didn't score anything in the second half. Supposed to be offensive guru. Supposed to be offensive guy. Takeaways. Look at this team. They're in the bottom half of the league with the exception of 2019. It's coaching. I'm looking at Robert Saleh. Everybody's laughing at Robert Saleh. Oh, man, he's going to be back in San Francisco in 2 years. Oh, don't look like it now.
No.
Jets are having fun. DeMeco Ryans looks like the better coach right now. His defense is flying around. You look at last year and their run to the NFC Championship game. I dare somebody to say they were led by the offense. No, they were led by Deebo Samuel. This is a one-man band. You know what I'm saying? And you could say, I'm not going to sit here and blame the quarterback. We know who the quarterback is. But if I'm Shanahan, gosh, where's the explosion? Where's the urgency? All right, great. You drew up a great play to Charlie Warner. He would be the fifth-string tight end on Alabama. Great. You drew up a big bomb to Ray McCloud.
I don't even know if he'd be at Alabama.
He drew up a great play to Ray McCloud. He couldn't be your fourth receiver in a spread offense at Tennessee. I mean, come on, man. What are we doing here? Willie Snead is touching the field in a Kyle Shanahan coached offense. Who is picking these players?
Well, look, there's layers to this conversation. There's the X's and O's, which everybody tells me guys are open and players need to make plays, which, okay, that's fine.
Right, the All-22 is going to come out and they're going to crush Jimmy. And to me, that's not fair.
No, I thought Jimmy played a good game. But my bigger thing is there's more to being a head coach than just being skilled at designing plays.
Right.
Like there's complementary football, there's personnel decisions, there's mitigating your injuries and figuring out how to build staffs. Like there's lots of different things. I think he does a pretty good job in a lot of areas. My number one criticism is their allocation of their funds and their allocation of their draft picks, and then who is getting looks on game day. This is a team that did not identify center as an important position for this team long term. They were praying that Alex Mack would come back. He didn't. They're stuck with Jake Brendel. He's been subpar. I think that's fair. Then I look at the running back position. This is a team that tells me we're going to run the ball down everyone's throat. That's how we're going to play. Well, their 6th-round pick from last year, who nobody thought was going to be a player, ended up leading the NFL in 20-plus yard runs. We know how running backs go down left and right, yet their 3rd-round pick this year can't see the field in TDP. Their 4th-round pick from last year got cut, and he's now with the Philadelphia Eagles. All right? Then they got an undrafted guy from North Texas who they're shoving down our throats right now, and Jeff Wilson Jr., and he's fine as a situational player.
Right.
I don't think he could be your bell cow, yet they're treating him as such.
Right.
And then I look at their 1st-round pick in Brandon Ayuk, wide receiver. How do you come out of a game yesterday and say, yeah, he's only going to get those looks every once in a blue moon? He needs to be targeted more. He looks like a playmaker for this team. Like, I'm looking at that guy and I'm saying, how is he not getting more looks every single week?
Yeah.
How is Debo getting $25 million a year and he's not getting the ball down the field? Why does he look like a gimmicky player who doesn't get separation right now down the field, who only gets the ball in these weird spots where he's got to break 7 or 8 tackles?
Wide receiver screens, jet sweeps. I told you, that's outdated. Teams are up on that.
Where's the George Kittle who was catching balls down the field against Green Bay in big playoff games from a couple years ago?
It's a pass-friendly league.
So
at times it feels like the 49ers are allergic to downfield passing. In a pass-happy league.
Well, and then I think a lot of people's counter as well, there's a lot of injuries on the offensive line. Okay, so then I take a deep breath and I say to myself, why are key injuries a constant theme for this team when other teams have injuries and yet they still knock the ball down the field? Why is it this team? What's going on? So I look at the whole and I say, I think it's fair to wake up this morning and go like, what are we doing, Niners? How do you lose this game to Atlanta? How come you can't make it a 1-score game?
They scored nothing in the second half. And it was so laughable to watch them take the ball at the 1-yard line. By the way, people who yelled at me saying, you don't run play action at the goal line. Teams don't do that. They ran play action on that first play on that 99. Did you see that,
yes,
Kyle Madsen?
And Kittle
they ran an RPO.
Yeah.
They're right there on the goal line. So people run play action pass on the goal line. All right? Let's just debunk that narrative.
Just no screens, please.
Yeah, just no screens.
Screens are, different.
Yeah. Run play action. To go down the field, they're at midfield, they ain't racing 6 minutes. And even then, with 10 minutes left, I'm thinking, up-tempo, let's go. They lollygagged their way down the field for 80 yards and got no points out of it. And they still were running the ball, the 3rd-and-1 pitch to Tevin Coleman. So, again, I tell you what, what's going to make me happy right now? My day's just brightened up. Not only is Willard Dibs and Steiny Guru going to talk to all these different personnel and players that go to State Warriors.
Yeah, I'm
Moody,
jealous.
Brady Snyder, Mike Dunleavy Jr., Kirk Lake,
Bob Myers, my friend.
I mean, your friend.
Well, I was texting with Schneider on Saturday.
There you go. Good for you. Creed 3. Creed 3 is getting released March 3rd.
Creed 3?
Creed 3.
Video game?
No, Creed, the movie. Rocky.
That.
Creed,
I thought you
Michael
meant
B.
like
Jordan.
What was the video game? Because there's Assassin's Creed. That's what I thought you were talking about.
No. Creed 3's coming out.
I was in video game mode.
March 3rd. Creed 3. So I know that good movie's coming around in March.
What does that have to do with right now?
I'm saying it puts a smile on my face. I'm happy.
Oh.
I'm happy.
So,
Warriors ring night tomorrow. I'm happy.
The last couple of weeks this year, they're 3-3 right now. It feels like the constant theme in their losses is that I can't blame the defense. Me. They gave up 21 points yesterday, but they gave, in the second half, They gave the ball back to their offense. Yes, they gave up the touchdown drive to start the third quarter.
Devin Haney, too, won the championship.
But it feels like they got stops in that game and gave their offense opportunities. Even in the Bears game, we can go back, they gave up big chunk plays. They gave up 19, right? Like, every single one of their losses, it feels like it's fallen on the offense not being able to do enough. That's the constant theme this year.
I'm just going to take calls for the rest of the show, I promise you. I'm going to stick to the positives. Positives is defense, they flew around. They did what they could. Brandon Ayuk played well. Debo got his catches. Kittle looked like he's getting healthier. Just going to focus on the positives, Lubman. That's it.
I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah, it's ring nights tomorrow.
We're the positive roast today.
Yeah, ring nights tomorrow. The Warriors are back in our lives. Niners are still tied for first place. Should be positive. First place. Hey, after that stinker yesterday, you come back home, you're in first place, Shasky. 3-3. First place. Is that what it's about?
I mean, no, it's about winning the big one. Like, that's what all Niner fans want to do. It doesn't feel like
the big one, Super Bowl?
Well, it just doesn't feel like they're trending in the right direction.
You told me not to bring up the Super Bowl word.
No, I know, but what I'm saying,
I'm not going to do that.
No. But what I'm saying is, like, for me to take you serious as one of those teams that could compete for it, like, you can't be losing games to the Falcons, Broncos, and Bears. And like each one of those games, you could drill down and say, well, this is why they lost, and yeah, they might get into the playoffs. They might also miss it. These injuries are mounting up. It feels insurmountable. Like, Trent Williams out, Bosa out, Mooney's out. These are like three all-pro players.
So what do you do?
Potentially.
What do you do if they don't make the playoffs? The 49ers. What do you do? Let's just, hypothetically, what do you do? They don't make the playoffs this year in a conference that is subpar at best.
It's very down. And that's going to be the number one positive momentum for a lot of people this morning. Hey, the rest of the NFC stinks, and that's all true. I just look at our house. Let's look at our house and putting it in order. I don't really know what they do well on offense. No, I'm serious. I don't really know what they do well. Like, one game, Brandon Ayuk looks yesterday, and you're like, wow, he should get the ball way more. And then in the same breath, I'm like, well, but they're like a run-first team, yet they don't really run the ball that well. Like, they're spotty at best. They don't pass protect well. They don't get George Kittle the ball down the field. Debo is not having the same explosion that he had last year, which was very predictable coming into this year. You could feel the trend coming back.
Dave Johnson says they turned the ball over well on offense.
Yes, they do that well. Yes, they do that.
Kyle Madsen, get in here for a second. What did the 49ers do? It's your Niners Wire. You're tapped in. What happens if the Niners don't make the playoffs this year? I think they will, but what happens if they don't?
I think it'd be great, actually.
You could think it could be great.
Okay, I was listening in the car today. No, I'm going to let him. I know. I want. Let me set this up.
Can I just ask him?
I know. I'm going to set this up. I was listening in the car with him today. He made a great point about Shanahan, and I want to hear this.
Let him make the point. Jesus, take play off, Kyle.
Thanks, Joe. No, I think that they need a year where if Kyle Shanahan's really going to do all this introspective thinking that he needs to do, whether it's with his play calling or whether it's what's going on with the injury issues, just kind of the same problems we've seen over the last 4 or 5 years, I think they need to miss the playoffs with a healthy Jimmy Garoppolo, where they don't have the excuse to just say, oh, Jimmy got hurt, that's why we didn't make it. Like, they got to the Super Bowl on kind of like a razor's edge. They got to the NFC Championship game last year kind of on a razor's edge. Like, there needs to be kind of wholesale changes if they're going to consistently be one of the best teams in the league. And I think that's going to require them to miss the postseason with Jimmy Garoppolo.
See, I'm with you, and I was listening to you make this argument this morning. I actually stayed in my car to hear him, make this entire point, and we have gotten to that point, and then people are going to say, well, they made the trade up for Lance, and they were going to play Lance. It still feels like, to me, they could say all these things at a podium. Did you really, truly, with Jimmy Garoppolo throwing on a small field to the side, did everybody really, truly think that they were all in on Lance? Did the play calling feel like they were all in on Lance, lumps and all? Did it really feel like they were going to allow this kid opportunity to breathe and grow the way Jalen Hurts was allowed to breathe and grow, the way that Zach Wilson was allowed to breathe and grow, the way right now Trevor Lawrence is allowed to breathe and grow? No, because there was going to be this tug and pull from the fan base and the roster. Well, you got Jimmy right here. You got Jimmy right here, and we want to win now. And he gives you a slightly better chance of winning right now. Like, I'm kind of with Kyle on this one where it just feels like they were caught in between two different, realities of, hey, we have this quarterback we want to develop, but we've got this roster that we want to adhere to and try to win now, and we're trying to appease two different timelines.
So, let me get this straight. What both of you are saying is that they need to bottom out with Jimmy Garoppolo.
Not bottom out. Not bottom out. It would almost, I want them to win a Super Bowl. But I don't feel like they're closer to winning a Super Bowl today, even though I know, hey, they're still in the mix. They're all up in it. Like, the ultimate goal is to win the Super Bowl. That's what every team in the league's trying to do. Does it feel like they're closer today? No.
But so, Kyle, what are you saying?
You get where I'm going,
You're
Kyle?
saying,
I'd rather they go 7-10 than lose in the divisional round.
Okay. And so then you move on, Jimmy, and you wipe your hands.
And a lot of people are going to say that you're crazy, Kyle.
That's
fine.
No. That's a fair point. But we're still doing that 2022? Again, that's another mulligan for Kyle Shanahan. That's another mulligan. Well, part of the reason why Jimmy's here is because of Kyle. Kyle could have signed off and said, I don't want Jimmy Garoppolo. I need to go all in on Trey Lance, and boom, let's go.
Well, I kind of wish we did. Now, people are going to say, well, Trey got hurt, and where would you be without Trey? I don't think they would have used Trey the way that they did had Jimmy not been here.
Again, we've been going through this for 3 years now with Jimmy Garoppolo, starting at Super Bowl 54.
But this is why it's so frustrating for Niner fans, and I feel like we've hit the point of apathy because it's been this cycle of, like, get yourself optimistic. Oh, and then, but the offense is still remedial. Get yourself optimistic because this defense is really good. Things are going to be different this time. And then you have a game like yesterday, and you're like, God, I feel like it's the same thing. No sense of urgency. They can't throw the ball down the field proficiently enough to keep teams off balance. The defense is keeping you in the game. You miss a bunch of opportunities. The woulda, coulda, shoulda game.
Summarize all that. Basically, miss the playoffs, move on from Jimmy, and start fresh with Trey next year.
I thought that's what they were going to do this year, and then they kept him around, and we're back here.
So I know Lubman. I know where he's at with Shanahan. So now we go into year 7.
I don't love it.
No Jimmy.
I don't love it.
And an unproven Trey Lance. And we have no idea who Trey Lance is.
No,
I think he's going to be really good, but I don't know under this head coach.
I have no idea.
I don't know.
Well, and everybody's pointing to Jalen Hurts right now, and they're like, see, that's what a young player looks like. Jalen was allowed to struggle dramatically. Right. We saw Jalen last year. He could not throw the football last year.
So we
At least not like he is now.
So we may have to go through another year of Trey Lance struggling next year. In year 7, it's Shanahan. And we have to live with that.
Well, everybody keeps pointing.
My whole thing is here, how much rope is this guy going to get?
Well, that's a great question.
In the NFL, how much rope does Shanahan get? Like, we make all these mulligans for him. Listen to us right now.
No, but I also don't think, like, if I just plucked Jimmy Garoppolo and I threw him on the Seahawks right now, I don't think he'd be that much better than what he is right now.
But to me, it's not about Jimmy.
So I think Kyle gets credit for what he's done with Jimmy Garoppolo. It is the 2 best quarterback seasons, 2019 and 2021, that a 49er quarterback has had going back to Garcia. Just the raw data.
So how is it on Jimmy then? Like, we're spinning in circles here. Again, I feel like this market is so afraid to criticize and look deeply into Kyle Shanahan. Shanahan is in year 6, and we still don't know who the quarterback is. And now you know what? Let's see it with Trey for a year. Go ahead, Mattson.
But that's the thing is we do know who the quarterback is.
Exactly.
It's Trey Lance. They need to.
Is it?
Yeah. Yes.
Is
and
it?
If Trey Lance isn't good, then you move on from Kyle Shanahan. But that's why when you say like we don't know who Kyle Shanahan is, yeah, like okay, hey, here's your shot now. Like you miss the playoffs, they go 7-10 or whatever, because in your scenario they're missing the postseason.
I hear you.
If they come back and they look exactly the same, then like see ya. Like
it's a great
he's not
point,
making
Mattson.
the necessary changes.
It's a great point, Mattson. But my counter is he's had multiple opportunities to get his guy at quarterback. Multiple, starting with the 2017 NFL draft. First ever draft, you got a layup at quarterback. A layup. And you don't even, and now we're in year 6, and we think Trey Lance is a guy, but the way Shanahan used him this year, I wasn't sold on Trey Lance being a guy because of the way Shanahan used him.
Forget talking about the quarterback. When was the last time the offense won them a game and bailed the defense out? I'm asking just out loud. Zoom out. When was the last time the offense bailed out the defense?
It's been 3 years.
So what's the game you're going to point to?
It's going to be New Orleans.
I was thinking the same thing. Because even in the game against the Rams, the 2019, Fred
pick
Warner,
six before
pick
halftime.
6 right before half.
So We're talking about 2019, the last time the 49ers offense won a game for them under an offensive head coach. That was 3 years ago.
I know. I mean,
listen to what we're saying.
I know, it's kind of crazy.
So, are we going to, because I'm done blaming Jimmy. We know who Jimmy is.
I thought Jimmy was good yesterday.
And Kyle Shanahan has had multiple opportunities to move off of off of Jimmy Garoppolo. When is a head coach going to be accountable for something? Year 6. And now we're going to year 7. This is a joke, man.
But
I got to go to the lines.
I think this is where it's real quick before you go to the lines. The reason why I think this is tough is because he does do a lot of good things. He does have a couple of flaws, and the number one
What's the
flaw.
good things that he do?
Well, he builds staffs. He's a great staff builder. We don't talk enough about that. Every guy that he brings into this situation in terms of defensive side of the ball has been really good. Really good. All his offensive coordinators and the guys at work, assistants on his side of the ball, have gone elsewhere and flourished for the most part.
Doesn't mean they're good, though. We don't think LaFleur's good, right? All of a sudden, Mike McDaniel's lost 3 in a row.
I mean, LaFleur's been to the NFC Championship game multiple times. He gets the benefit of the doubt.
Don't do that, because you rip LaFleur all the time.
I know. But I still think he's above average. You know, I like Mike McDaniel, and we all like what the Jets are doing right now with Zach Wilson. Robert Saleh feels like he's going in the right direction. D'Amico's going to get a head coaching job. Part of being a head coach is building out a staff. Okay. He's done a great job there.
That's great.
Can he identify personnel on the offensive side of the ball? Yeah. Debo, Ayuk, Kittle. That's a pretty good triplet crew.
It's an offensive head coach who can identify running backs, quarterbacks, and tight ends. How is that good? Look, can we just say it right now? As of right now, we've overrated Kyle Shanahan. Let's just keep it a buck. We've overrated Kyle Shanahan. We've overrated him. Let's be real.
I mean, we think we're calling him Belichick?
Some of you guys were picking him over Belichick a couple years ago. Saying you'd take him over Belichick, and now look at Belichick. What a dude we never heard of winning games in Cleveland, winning games on the road.
Bailey Zappi looked incredible. And this Stevenson, who I snagged in fantasy, is running the ball down everyone's throat. Tough yards.
You overrated Shanahan. That's just the reality of it. And now we're stuck. And now he has another mulligan because Trey Lance got hurt. And it's like, well, I got Jimmy again, so I can't really run my offense. How many years we got to live through this? Seriously. How many years we got to live through this?
That's the frustrating part. It feels like we're in the vortex where we just keep repeating. It's a Groundhog's Day. We just keep repeating ourselves. Oh, we lose a big one. It's like, oh, we'll be okay. We'll make the playoffs by the skin of our teeth. And then we'll beat somebody in the playoffs and we'll be like, hey, it's good enough to roll it back. And that's how we continue to keep getting down this path.
That's why they need to lose.
Great.
But then you're going to hear, see, like, here's where I struggle with that, Kyle. No, I'm glad you bring this up. Ultimately, big picture, I get where you're coming from, but then all the feel-goods of beating Dallas, of beating Green Bay, of almost beating the Rams. Like,
yes, that was led by the defense and special teams.
Of course it was.
The head coach.
But those moments were fun as a fan. Those were fun moments as a fan. Like, I would much rather be that than be the team in 2020, right? So that's where I get conflicted. Like, I hear what Kyle's saying. Big picture, zoom out. Maybe losing and just bottoming out makes a lot of sense. But then I feel all this feel-good of winning big-time road playoff games. Like, that's where I'm conflicted.
Don't get it twisted. I want them to win all the games. I want them to win every single game.
You do. You're like me.
But if they go 7-10, it's like, hey, maybe this can actually be a good thing.
Yeah, it's a short-term loss for a long-term game. I get where you're coming from.
I don't think it's a good thing. I think it's a terrible thing. In the NFC, this year there's 2 teams right now. The Eagles are undefeated, and you got the Dallas Cowboys.
The New York
Green
Giants.
Bay looks mediocre. Minnesota, do you really believe in Kirk Cousins?
No.
New York Giants are a lot better than we all thought.
But how many people are having that same conversation? What you just said about Kirk Cousins, how many people around the league are saying the same thing about Jimmy G outside of this market? Do you really believe in Jimmy G and the 49ers?
Not. That's not the point here. That's not the point. The point is the NFC is down. The NFC is mediocre. We all say the conference is down. So then losing out, not make the playoffs? This year, the NFC?
That's what I'm saying.
That's a fireable offense. Let's just put the rat on the table, as Guru would say. That's a fireable offense if this team, with all this talent, can't get to the playoffs of the conference this bad. Come on, man.
But that's where I feel like we're going in circles, because then what's going to happen? You're going to go to the playoffs, you're going to win a playoff game, and you're going to say, I mean, you got to roll Jimmy back again, right?
No, nobody's going to say that. Nobody's going to say that.
We just said it this offseason.
Nobody's going to say that.
A lot of the fan base was saying it. A lot of the NFL was saying it.
Yeah,
people who talk for a living, everyone's like, well, you got to go to Jimmy G.
Well, we watch the games.
I know.
Stick to your guns. I'm sticking to my guns.
I know where
what's going on with this quarter. He doesn't want the quarterback. We watched the I went down to Dallas by my damn self in Jerry's World and watched this quarterback give me a heart attack. I didn't think I was going to make it that stadium alive watching them play quarterback.
Yeah,
and then you watch them in the NFC Championship game not be able to make throws, and they still run it back. Like, the whole thing is ass backwards. The whole situation is ass backwards when it comes to Shanahan, Garoppolo, and the way they run their offensive philosophy. It just is.
What part?
So again,
what do you mean?
Everything. The quarterback, the way they call plays.
But what's
the lack of
backwards?
sense of
The fact that
urgency,
they're a
the killer
run-based
instinct.
teams?
No, the fact that they're running it back with Jimmy Garoppolo when the head coach keeps telling you that he doesn't like him, yet you keep running it back. You keep running it back.
His kid got hurt.
Who was that on?
I don't know.
Who was that on? He ran the kid like a damn fullback.
I didn't love the way he used him.
Oh man, lines
I
are
would
lit up.
much rather see him get
to the
used the
calls.
way Mariota was used yesterday, sparingly running on the outside.
Look, man.
And picking and choosing his spots. I mean, I think he threw 10 passes. I mean, that's a blueprint for most quarterbacks.
Shanahan may be a great coach, but you just said it. When's the last time they had an offensive performance that carried the defense? It's been over 3 years.
I'm asking out loud.
3 years, and we got an offensive head coach. 3 years, Lupton. 3 years. And he's supposed to be an offensive genius. Please, for the rest of the season, do not put Shanahan in the same category as Sean McVay. That's for sure. Yeah. When you really dive deep into the numbers and you really dive deep into who Kyle Shanahan is, it looks a little overrated. And yet we're in our bubble.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
We're in our bubble.
We're doing the measurements that way. So you're telling me they somehow find a way to beat Mahomes, and you're still having the same. Like, we're 4 minutes away, 5 minutes away.
They didn't beat Mahomes because the head coach scared.
I'm just saying.
The head coach scored.
If that's how we're going to do the measurements, that's unfair.
No. You don't get credit for almost beating Mahomes. You had the game. You had a top 5. You had a great defense, an all-time defense, and you blew the game.
He
Why?
built that defense.
Salo built that defense.
Oh, come on.
Lynch built that defense.
He don't get credit
man.
for that?
Come on, man.
That's not fair.
Talk Big T in Fairfield. What's happening? You're on the roast.
Good morning, fellas. Yeah, I just got a couple things. First is about Shanahan. It's the player development. Now, compared to the defensive side of the ball and the player development over there, we got young up-and-coming stars coming up. But offensively, I'm not talking about Debo, Ayuk, and Kittle. They made men. But I'm talking about Danny Gray. I'm talking about TDP. These guys, why are they not getting snaps and getting dressed for game days, but you got McLeod and you got Willie Snead and Tevin Coleman taking these snaps? I'm not feeling that. The only difference that they have is time. The production and the skills is not there. So why he act like, oh, these are rookies, I'm going to be hard on them. They got to prove themselves. Until then, I'm going to mess with their confidence. Now, we can go back to the preseason, and I know people talk about preseason, but I'm talking about the games, right? Womack came out on fire. Man, you got to build on that momentum and let the next thing you know, this dude ain't even playing in the games no more. Now he's getting ate up like he did yesterday because now his confidence is shook.
What happened?
Coming out of the preseason like, hey, man, I could play in this league. You know what I'm saying? And then, as far as Shanahan, I'm getting this hard-nosed type of deal with him as far as being hard on rookies. When did he get that? Because I never seen that in him. Now, I could be wrong. I don't know him, obviously, but why all of a sudden it's like, oh, man, you got to prove this to me in practice. You mess up a couple times, I'm going to be hard on you in my doghouse. It's ironic, though, because I'm pretty sure Womack and Danny Gray, these dudes are made men who got it out the mud. But on the other hand, Shanahan was born on third base. You know what I'm saying? So I don't understand how he looking at these dudes like, man, you got to prove something to me. Until then, you know what I'm saying, you ain't getting in the game. Jordan Mason ain't getting no carries, but you go get Tevin Coleman, who got cut by the Jets, and you giving him crucial running plays. Like, man, I swear to God, this dude is really the problem at this point. I'm not looking at Jimmy no more, man. Jimmy is Jimmy. I don't want to hear that no more.
Yeah, same here.
I'm looking at
with
Shanahan. The spotlight is on him, man.
Yep, straight up. And we said that week 1, Shasky, before coming into the season. What did we say?
I said
it's
all
a
the pressure.
big year for Kyle Shanahan.
All the pressure was on him, more than even Trey.
And right now he's failing.
Because it was his selection.
Right now he's failing. And I know they're tied for first place. But they're not in first place because of the offense.
Well, all these things can be true simultaneously. They could be.
That's a great call. Talk big team.
Still in position to make the playoffs. We could still be let down. Like overall, still have major question marks on just team building. Just look at their defensive line and how much money they've spent on just the D tackles alone. Eric Armstead, Kinlaw, and all they have spent so much money there and so much draft capital, and they have zero to show for it. Ridgeway is playing fine, and you picked him up off the trash heap.
Matt Eberflus outcoached Shanahan. Nathaniel Hackett won a game against Kyle Shanahan.
That's an indictment.
Now you lost one to Arthur Smith, who's in his second year. And his offense looked pretty innovative. His offense looked fun. Well, they ran a little toss play where they motioned the guy inside and they ran a toss. I was like, damn,
and
that reminds me of Pop Warner.
Using Drake London and Pitts to their best of their abilities. It feels like they got all their little touches on the edges in one-on-one situations. I love that back shoulder throw to Drake London.
We said it before the season, the spotlight was on Kyle Shanahan. The spotlight's going to remain on Kyle Shanahan. No mulligans over here from me, Trey and Benicia. Trey, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Man, top of the morning to you guys, man.
What's up, Trey?
And, wow, you know what? Yesterday seemed kind of funny because a friend of mine put up a Facebook post. Shouts out to him, Sotero. He felt like this yesterday was a trap game. I don't know how you guys felt like that.
I felt like it.
And again, another thing, but you know what? Again, Bronte, I noticed, and I don't know if you and you and Shiesty, my bad. You and Shiesty talked about this. Have you noticed the 3 games that the Niners have lost, and now with the Chiefs game coming up, they have lost to teams who have mobile quarterbacks. Justin Fields, Russell Wilson, and like I said, Marcus. Do you think this could be a problem going forward?
It's been a problem.
Are you concerned about this?
Well, it's been a problem throughout their tenure. They can't stop mobile quarterbacks. It's crushed them, right?
Yeah.
Crushed them. Russ, Kyler, Mariota, like even the non-elite ones are still giving them problems.
Look, man. Lubman just sent us a text. Al Sacco 49 on Twitter. In his 15 seasons, Kyle Shanahan, his offenses have been in the bottom half of the league in points scored 10 times, including this season. The 49ers have 142 turnovers in 87 regular season games. I'll wait for the replies blaming the quarterbacks, but at some point it is what it is. What do you make of that?
I mean, the numbers are the numbers. He's in the bottom half of the league, but I would say a lot of the jobs he took over, Houston, Cleveland, these were bottom-tier teams.
No doubt.
That's how he got his opportunity at 30 years old, right? And everyone keeps pointing to the Atlanta, the year with Atlanta. It was a great year. Everybody, Matt Ryan, he was an MVP that year. Yeah, and they had Julio and Coleman and Freeman, and they were outstanding that year. You can't take that year away from them. But you can't just point to your 1 year as a sales rep and say, yeah, I killed it in 2016, but don't look at all the other years. Like, you're an average of what you are throughout the totality of your career. And right now, just reading that data, even though there's context to it, not a lot of arguing for me on behalf of him as some innovative genius.
Wow. Here's what Garoppolo had to say about...
they don't have a 1,000-yard rusher.
I know.
A singular 1,000-yard rusher. In his tenure. I think Carlos Hyde started off as their number 1 rusher in 2017, and it's been a different guy every single year, and they've yet to eclipse over 800 yards for one guy in any of those years.
Here's what Garoppolo had to say about putting up 0 points in the second half.
Putting up 0 points in the second half that's not us, and so we just gotta get back to the drawing board, just get back to our style of football, and I think the rest will take care of itself. But yeah, we can't put out a performance like this today.
All right, why was it so tough? Why was it so tough out there in the ATL?
I think it starts with them getting the early lead on us. I think that obviously puts an offense in a difficult spot. But I think we were just behind the chains a decent amount. When you're in that position, you gotta I understand what Kyle's doing. You gotta pass the ball in those situations, but we just gotta. That's what I'm saying in our style of ball. We just gotta get back to our style. Stay ahead of the chains. Avoid third downs. Convert third downs, and that's our style.
So let me stop you right there. That's my biggest criticism. If we were gonna look at criticisms, I'll respect Kyle and what he can do. The great teams in any sport can win in a variety of ways. And that's my number one thing this morning is this team can only win one way. They have to be able to run the ball. They have to be within one score or in the lead at all times. And they cannot be pass happy, pass first. That's the only way they can win.
How is that the case when you have an offensive head coach?
That's my biggest question.
You can only win one way?
That's where I'm frustrated.
You can't diversify your portfolio? You can't win in different ways?
I don't have a rebuttal for you.
You can't win in shootouts?
No, I don't have a rebuttal for you.
You can't open up the passing game?
They won a couple of shootouts a few years ago, and it feels like they haven't won anything since.
A few years ago.
I can't argue with you.
Gosh.
I'm backing down.
Gosh. Jay in San Jose, what's happening? You're on the roast.
What's up, fellas?
What's up, man?
Obviously, I'm not going to state the obvious. It's a Shanahan problem. I want to stick to the game yesterday. We're a little bit of a Debo conundrum here. So this guy doesn't run any route trees. Last year when he was the top receiver, when he was getting all the love, it's because we were throwing him the ball and putting him in great position as a receiver. He became a running back out of necessity when we lost everyone. So this year we're like in this weird in-between. Do we run him? Do we put him as a receiver? Let this man shine for what you drafted him for. Let him run the route tree, get some yards, and then he gets his yak. And then Kyle kills me. Do we know the backups to who Travis Kelce is? Andrews in Baltimore?
No.
We know our tight end
That's a great point.
No.
I don't know any of these guys' backup. And yet we always know who Kittle's, whether it's Dwelly, Warner, we always know Kittle's backup. And then, the third thing that kills me also is the fact that Kyle has been, lauded as this offensive genius and all these different things. If Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, if these guys had our weapons, I think they would maybe, without Diggs, but we have weapons that most quarterbacks would go, I would take Debo, Kittle, Ayuk, Jenny. I would take these guys in a heartbeat, right? I think we have top 5 offensive weapons on our team, and yet we play like they're top 15, which is odd to me.
If I just put those guys, and you're 100% right, like Godwin and Ayuk, you're telling me Ayuk couldn't give you comparable production to what Godwin's given you with Tom Brady the last couple of years?
I think it could be better.
That's what I'm saying. Like, and the Debo thing, this is where I stand, and I've said this for quite some time. I just don't think Debo's a great wide receiver in terms of like actually running routes and getting separation. That's just not his forte. Now, he did it last year, and yes, he broke a ton of tackles, and they found him in stride down the field. There's not a lot of room this year.
Real quick, John in San Bruno, you got about 30 seconds before the injury report. Want to squeeze some calls in. John in San Bruno, what's happening? You're on the roast. Got about 30 seconds.
Yeah, just real quick, guys. I just wanted to say, what this reminds me back in the day with Montana and Young, when they finally decided, Montana was such an accurate quarterback. He threw his thing. Garoppolo is not an accurate quarterback. He's always throwing behind the receiver or high, and he had maybe one good pass I saw yesterday, not that one that was dropped, but one through the middle where he hit Ayuk right in the hand.
Oh, yeah.
That was a great throw.
Yep.
Just real quick, and also, when they made the decision to get rid of Garoppolo, not Garoppolo, but Montana, they moved him on. Even if we didn't move him on this year, it's number $6 million. Put him as a third string. I like that kid, Brock Purdy. He threw 12,000 yards. He threads the needle.
All right, John, thanks for the call. Mr. Pablo Rodney, we get you after Baldi. Thanks for holding. Thanks. A lot of good calls today. A lot of good calls. Appreciate the roasters here calling. Niners lose 28-14. We weren't going to get into the Warriors. Willard Dibs, Steiny Guru will be live at Chase Center. They'll have all the guests. Bob Myers, Kirk Lacob, Mike Dunleavy, Moses Moody, Brady Snyder, our guy. All those guys joining Willard Dibs and Steiny and Guru coming up at 95.7 the game from 9 to 3 p.m. But right now, let's get to the injury report. Loveman, you know what to do.
It's time for the injury report. That really hurts. Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
All right, the Niners. I like how you worded this, Loveman. The 49ers' dominance of the injury report continues. Yesterday's loss to the Falcons. Niners lost another key player, both sides of the ball. Charvarius Ward, a.k.a. Mooney Ward. He was out with a groin injury, while offensive tackle Mike McGlinchey exited the game with a calf injury. Head coach Kyle Shanahan was unsure of the status of both players. After the game, he expects players to both undergo tests this week to determine if they can play against the Kansas City Chiefs. Boy, you need Mooney Ward now, right? No Emmanuel Mosley, no Mooney Ward against the Chiefs. Good luck Sunday at Levi Stadium. The injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game, sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. The one and only Brian Baldinger, who got a treat at Arrowhead Stadium yesterday, calling that game between the Chiefs and the Bills. He'll talk about what he saw from the 49ers yesterday in their loss to the Falcons yesterday, 28-14. That's coming up on The Roast.
The Falcons did the Niners dirty in the ATL.
Play action. Wants to take the shot down the middle of the field, looking for McLeod, and he dropped it.
We're reacting to Niners Falcons and getting you ready for Warriors opening night.
Fakes and fires from half court on the way. He got it! He hit it from half court!
The only place to hear Golden State Warriors basketball. 95.7 The Game.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go online at carsforkids.org to donate today.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Does your heart long to wander? To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea and amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart. Travel the world right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. See rare specimens, ancient fossils, and more at our new exhibit, Hidden Wonders.
Have you considered walking through another door? I don't mean to pursue another opportunity, but upgrading a door in your home. Now, if you are in fact looking for another opportunity, Golden State Window and Door can provide you with plenty. You can create renewed function and design for use indoors and out. You'll find modern options like Marvin's Elevate In-Swing French Door, Barn Doors by Trustyle, or Anderson Big Doors that welcome in natural light. Golden State Window and Door features a variety of materials, sizes, and glass options. You can get inspired by the many possibilities when you visit goldenstatelumber.com. Click on virtual tours and you'll discover beautifully planned displays of doors and windows of all kinds that will spark your imagination. Then, talk with our builder or designer to see what might be a good fit for your home. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you may be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to GetRefunds.com, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
Golfers, tee it up this fall at the Golf Mart for big savings. Save up to $150 off on Ping G425 Woods. Upgrade your gear with discounted Wilson standard cart golf bags and stock up on TaylorMade Distance Plus golf balls, now 2 dozen for $35. Don't miss these items and more happening now at the Golf Mart, and get a free custom fitting today. The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee, or shop us online at worldwidegolfshops.com.
Is there something really absurd that skeeves you out?
Getting a paper cut on my eyeball.
A fear you can't shake.
I'm going to leak ocular fluid down my cheeks. It's going to go into my mouth and I will perish.
Whatever scares you, I want to talk about it. Join me, Larry Mullins, on my new podcast, Your Weirdest Fears. Listen and subscribe to Your Weirdest Fears on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts from.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you 24/7 with supplies and solutions for every industry and access to product specialists ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast. Featuring
Fillmore's finest, Monte here. The pride of the Excelsior, Joe Butcher Boy Shasky. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, the morning roast.
Oh, baby. Good morning, everybody out there. Hopefully you're having a better morning than the 49ers right now. And, I don't know if I'm more distraught off of the offensive performance or the fact that somebody was clipping their fingernails in the studio. This is disgusting. Come on, man. This is our sanctuary. This is our cathedral. Who the hell was here this weekend clipping their fingernails in the studio? Dude. Disgusting. Even more disgusting than the Niners' offensive performance yesterday, where they scored 14 points against the Falcons. And Baldi warned us. Last week. The Falcons play hard on defense. They got a lot of no-name dudes who fly around the football. And you know what? They wanted that game yesterday. They play hard under Arthur Smith. So let's bring in Brian Baldinger, usually every Tuesday at 7:30. But today, 8 o'clock, because we have ring night and the Golden State Warriors opening up their season tomorrow. Baldi, good morning. We'll get to your great weekend at Arrowhead Stadium, seeing that performance from Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes. That looked like an AFC Championship game. That was phenomenal. But what happened in the Mercedes-Benz Dome in Atlanta was not phenomenal from the 49ers on the offensive side of the football. So let's start there. Your overall thoughts after watching that game over from the offensive performance, well, how would you summarize it?
Well, the first thing is, Bonte, good morning to you and Joe, is the Falcons won that game. I mean, they physically won the game. So you could go into coaching and breakdowns and all that stuff. The Falcons won the game. They outplayed the 49ers. That opening drive was a statement. I mean, they pounded Caleb Huntley and Tyler Algier and the 49ers act like they've never seen a read option from a quarterback in their life. We'll get to that. But, I've been watching the Falcons the last 3 or 4 weeks, and not because Brady gets a good call at the end of the game. They've been playing like that now 3 weeks, 4 weeks in a row. Young talent, Taquan Graham, Grady Jarrett, Jalen Hawkins, guys nobody knows about. They came to play. And, there's a lot of things you could point to. I mean, they got whipped at the line of scrimmage, all right? They turned the ball over too many times. Like, those things get you beat in this business. And then, I guess, more than the offense and the performance they had, the defense looked like they weren't ready to play. I mean, that's just me. But to see the Falcons go down the field on them on the opening drive, they didn't look like the same defense that was ranked number one in every category. They had the fight taken to them, and I hadn't seen that in 6 weeks. And so that, to me, when I watched the film last night and this morning again, that's what kind of caught me off guard. I didn't see, and I know Nick was out and Eric was out, and that's nonsense. They had the fight taken to them from the beginning.
Wow. It's interesting that you referenced the read option, because there was a couple of plays where it felt like I'm watching this and I'm going, isn't this what we were hoping Trey Lance would look like this year? Like, give, and then on a crucial play, let me keep it, get to the outside, get a touchdown, get a nice little run for a first down.
No doubt, Joe.
And then here comes a nice little blitz, and they're all in man, and then I'm going to run for a 13-yard gain and get a first down. Like, I was watching Mariota. I believe he only had 10 completions through 3 full quarters, and I'm saying, this was supposed to be the blueprint for how Trey Lance was going to be utilized this year.
Well, he completed his first 13 passes, Joe.
Yeah.
I mean, they weren't all just, they weren't just, screens and layups. I mean, some of them were, pretty good throws.
Yeah. The back shoulder throw to Drake London.
The Drake, I mean, he's just, it's nice having 6'5" receivers out there on the edge. They make a difference. But Joe, I said the exact same thing when I was watching it. Like, this is kind of what the 49ers were projecting when they drafted Trey, to be able to not just, run. I mean, but, pick your spots.
Yes.
You see the defense kind of selling out to stop the dive and all the stuff that they were doing inside, and then pull it, and then just get yourself on that, moving sidewalk for 20 yards. And then on third down and whatever it was, 13, the first time I've seen the 49ers blitz 6 all year long.
Wow.
And a pressure package and split it up the middle. And you're hoping like that's what Trey is going to want to see. That's kind of what the offense was supposed to look like.
Brian Baldinger here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game on a Monday morning, breaking down Niners and Falcons. Niners lose 28-14 to fall to 3-3, but they're still in first place in the NFC West via tiebreaker. Baldi, you were at Arrowhead Stadium yesterday, and you saw the Buffalo Bills before halftime go 97, 98 yards in 70-plus seconds. Then the Chiefs get the ball with 16 seconds, and we're able to get a field goal out of it. We're watching the 49ers in the fourth quarter, Baldi, with 10 minutes and change left.
The sense of urgency.
They made it to midfield and burned 6 minutes off the clock. It was like they were up 14 points. The sense of urgency, the lack of what did you see on that possession? Because it infuriated me watching them just go through the motions.
Well, they had their shot plays, Bonte. I mean, Ray McLeod dropped one. Charlie Warner dropped one. There was an underthrow to Ayuk down the middle of the field that could have easily been a touchdown.
Yep.
The last throw to Debo was just, it was late over the middle. Like, you just got to hit them early. They had some shots that they just missed. Some was the quarterback fault. Some was, drops on the receivers. So they had some shots. But, yes, they don't attack the way some of these other teams do. I mean, what Josh Allen did in the final minute of the first half and then what he did throughout the second half, you have to have that ability in this business, especially if you want to spot the other team 14 points.
Yeah.
Now, the 49ers clawed back to tie, but if you want to, go on the road and beat these teams that nobody wants to talk about, and you can say trap game and a bunch of baloney out there, like, you better be able to attack all areas of the field. It's nice to be able to run it when you want to run it. The Bills did that in the first half. They didn't score a lot of points. Second half, Josh Allen opened up the game. And look, it wasn't like Kansas City wasn't playing good defense, but there's 2 rookie corners out there for the 49ers. And they exposed those guys being rookies.
Yeah.
They attacked them, and you have to do that. You got to find the pigeons out there, and you got to go after them.
Yeah, you referenced some of the drops, and I'm watching that same game, the Bills versus the Chiefs, and Allen, before halftime, in his own end zone, fires a first down throw. Guy just drops it. But then they make up for it. Let me attack. And I'm watching the 49ers run that 2-minute drill. They get the ball back with 58 seconds to go in the first half. And they run a quarterback sneak in the middle of the field with 1 timeout on 3rd and 1. Baldi, I almost threw my controller at the television. Like, there's no sense of urgency when a guy gets a completion. No one's hustling up, throwing the ball to the referee. They're running quarterback sneaks in the middle of the field. Is that coach? Is that quarterback? Is that, where should I put my frustration? Because I'm really frustrated watching that.
Well, you know what's interesting, Joe? It's no longer a 2-minute drill at the end of the half or end of the game. It's less than a minute. Like, these teams are attacking. Like, the Chiefs attacked with 17 seconds to go in the half. They attacked on Monday night against the Raiders with 12 seconds to go. Like, there's no amount of time that they don't attack. Now, look, at the end of the first half there, they throw the interception. They take the shot down the field. It's a really good play by Terrell to tip the ball up. Oliver gets it. They took a shot there with 9 seconds to go. Maybe they waited too long. But I'm telling you, right now, when you watch these teams, like, okay, you want to give us 17 seconds at 25? Like, the Chiefs showed you last year 13 seconds in a playoff game, we'll kick a field goal. Like, I think that there is no more taking a knee and let's go in and regroup at halftime.
Right.
I think you got to take every possession right now
doubt.
and look to attack and stick it in somebody's jugular. Like, every possession.
So is there an excuse? I just want to make sure we're here because, like, to me, I don't care who your quarterback is. Like, I don't care what the situation is. I go back to Jacksonville taking a knee against New England. We knew they were going to lose that game. We knew it was going to happen. Is this on the coach, the quarterback? Like, who should I be frustrated with? Huh?
I think it's a philosophy, Joe. And it's got to start. So if it's a philosophy, it starts with the coach. The coach sets the vision. It's his philosophy.
Gotcha.
I think it's got to start with the coach. And if you don't trust your quarterback, to be that aggressive, and not everybody obviously has Josh Allen or Patrick Mahomes. We're watching the two best in the league. All right. But it is kind of an indictment that we don't have that ability. And then just watching the 49ers, and I know Danny Gray can run, but like they don't really have tremendous team speed on the outside. They just don't. Like Jennings isn't that guy.
No.
Ayuk has good moves. I don't know that he's a burner. Debo isn't that guy. He's great with the ball in his hands, just making people miss and, running through people. But they don't really have that vertical stretch that a lot of these other teams, Gabe Davis and Stephon Diggs and Marquez Valdez-Scantling, they don't have some of those guys that can just take the top off the defense.
We're talking to Brian Baldinger here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. We do it weekly. He's the best in the business when it comes to breaking down these football games and really breaking it down for our audience. Baldi, you mentioned the 2-minute drill no longer being a 2-minute drill. Like Tennessee, Alabama misses a field goal. Tennessee's like, you know what? We go steal this game. 2 plays, 25, 30 yards, boom. We go out of there. We're celebrating in Knoxville, Tennessee, and we're smoking cigars all night long. You talked about the lack of killer instinct because that's the thing. That's a term I used this morning. There's a lack of killer instinct from this offense, and I believe it's from Shanahan. We've been talking about when's the last time the Niners won a game with this offense? 3 years ago against New Orleans. That's too long. So I'm going to ask you, Baldi, and maybe you don't answer it, but is Shanahan? Did we overrate Shanahan? Did we overrate him as an offensive coach? Because when I look at last year and the way they made that run to the NFC Championship game, I point to the defense saying, "Damn, that was some lockdown defense." Man, Deebo Samuel really carried the offense. I don't look at the offense saying, "Boy, they were explosive. They really fooled teams." They are hanging on by dear life in these games, and the offensive evolution of Kyle Shanahan's, I just don't see it.
Looked a little stale yesterday. I'll be honest.
You said that twice this year so far, Baldi. Couple weeks ago, you said the offense looked beige.
It looks a little predictable. Some of it is just the talent in what they have and how they utilize it. I think right now in this game, it's about just like the right now the 49ers problem is they just can't get explosive plays. They're just not there. Now like I said, they dropped some yesterday. They were there. You got to make the play. But man, this is what Atlanta did to open the game, and they go the distance of the field, and they're just kind of plugging away at you. Like that's nice to see, but you don't win big games like that. You've got to take your shots, and they've got to create ways to get more.
Well, Baldi, because out here in the Bay Area, we keep saying, and a lot of talk is, Shanahan doesn't have his guy at quarterback. He doesn't have his guy. We've been saying that for 4 years, and it's year 6 of the Shanahan regime. At some point, it just falls on deaf ears. And now we're going to go into next year not knowing who Trey Lance can be in the NFL. It could be a project. He could go through bumps in the roads. And so the leeway that Shanahan gets out here, I'm not saying fire him. I'm not saying move on. But at some point, he's got to be held accountable out here because we can't keep blaming Jimmy G. We know who Jimmy Garoppolo is. At some point, the head coach has got to say, you know what, we got to go for it. Look at the second half stats, Baldi. 3 points against Chicago, 7 against Seattle, 3 against Denver. You blow out Carolina, but score 0 yesterday. You got to be, if you're an offensive head coach, you got to have some killer in you, and I don't see it.
Well, look, you fumbled the 6th play of the game. And you put yourself in a 14-0 hole. I don't know, Jeffrey Wilson, he's got the first down.
Right.
To get that ball punched out right there, and then to see the Falcons capitalize on it and put a drive together. On the fumble return for a touchdown. That's a tough way to start a game, down 14-0. Now, they put together a great drive and got back in the game and all that. But, look, the Falcons, they played a lot of, the way that they ran the ball, they played a lot of ball control. You didn't have great opportunities.
Right.
You start the second half and you get 2 straight 3-and-outs.
Yeah.
You got 3rd and 10 and you're throwing a check down over the middle for 5 yards. Like that play, and I'm not killing Kyle Shanahan on that, but when I see that play in the NFL, I go, that's a philosophical problem. Like, you've got to have your vertical threats. You've got to get, like, every once in a while you throw it to Debo underneath, he's going to get you 10 yards. You can throw it out there to the edge, to Ayuk, and you can run a perfect, jailbreak screen, for a touchdown. But, man, 3rd and 5 in this business, you got to be able to convert. That's got to be like 80, 90%. You got to convert that, especially if you're down 21-14 and you got to take control of the game. Like, that's how you take control, by converting those 3rd downs.
What are you seeing from Deebo Samuel in terms of how he was used last year versus how he's being used now?
Well, he's just part of the offense. Like, they're not calling anything for him. They don't have any special plays, switch routes, go routes. Nothing really called. He was wide open in the middle of the field. Jimmy was late to him. The ball got tipped, intercepted. The ball's just got to get there sooner. He's waiting for it. He sees it. He's done exactly what he's supposed to do. You got to choke it down. Zone defense, don't run into the other side of the zone. Choke it down. Get it to him. And so the timing isn't quite right, for some plays that could have been big plays.
Man, that's wild.
They didn't really use him at the tailback spot very much, but they didn't have the ball that much. They didn't run it that much,
Last week, Monday Night Football, Jimmy Garoppolo missed Charlie Warner down the seam for a big play. Again, we see Charlie Warner get another opportunity for a big play, and he just flat out drops it. Raver McLeod flat out drops it. Money plays. And you talk about 3rd down. Atlanta's 9-14 on 3rd down. The Niners are 3-8. It's just, you're right about the personnel issues here. And it feels like
Bonte, if you just go back to that, if you just go back for 1 second to the Charlie Warner drop, what I don't understand is, why isn't Kittle in that spot?
Exactly.
Why isn't Kittle running that seam route? Like, that's what he has. He's got breakaway speed. Like, I just don't get it. That's twice now.
Right.
In big spots, we've seen that, where they're throwing to Charlie Warner on the drag wheel route, and it's overthrown. It's, Charlie's Charlie. Like, okay, but you're paying Kittle to be an all-star. Like, put him in that spot. Like, I don't get that part.
So when you watch the Niners as a whole offensively, because we're very frustrated offensively, no one's saying that you're Bill Walsh, but your recommendation would be what to Kyle in terms of either personnel or philosophy changes?
Well, look, you lose. You're without your 2 starting tackles. McGlinchey goes down. There's no Trent. Like, that makes a difference
for sure.
You're down to your backups, Jalen and Blake over there at right tackle. You're breaking in some young guys. Brendel is a try-hard guy, but there's a weakness in there at center, and so it got exposed a little bit against Grady Jarrett and Taquan Graham quite a bit yesterday. And there's nothing worse for Jimmy, the way that he plays, than quick pressure right up the middle. There's just nothing worse for him. And so, he that's not his strength. You've got to keep the middle pocket clean for him to step and be able to make these reads, and it's not a strength. So, like, I think that was a problem yesterday against a really undervalued but really good front that the Falcons have.
Yeah, Grady Jarrett yesterday, Chris Jones next week, as the Kansas City Chiefs come to town, coming off a loss here. So, how do the Niners? We don't even know who's going to play on defense, whether Bosa plays, whether Mooney Wara plays. They got so many injuries, Baldi. How do they possibly hang with the Kansas City Chiefs with this offense basically looking bland? And Andy Reid coming off a loss. His record is astronomical coming off a loss.
Yeah, it is. I don't think he might have 1 loss in his 22 years or something. It's crazy. So, I've been charting that back from when he was with the Eagles here. It was always like that. In fact, just listening to the post-game press conference yesterday from Mahomes, like, they're already moved on, to this game. Like they know what's at stake. They know that they missed an opportunity yesterday. They had 2 rookie corners out there, playing football. Like, if I'm Kyle and I'm watching, like, they're try-hard guys. They got rookies everywhere in defense. Leo Chenal, like, they're everywhere. But if I'm Kyle, I'm like, okay, the receiver's got to win. This is your game. We're going to give you chances against 2 rookie corners, and they're not first-round picks. Now, maybe the first-round pick plays next week, but like you were talking about, 3rd, 4th, 5th-round picks. Like, you got to beat them the way Gabriel Davis got behind Watson yesterday for a touchdown. Like the way that Stephon Diggs had one of those Stephon Diggs kind of day. Like if I'm sitting in the film room and I'm watching this defense in Kansas City, and I know Chris Jones is up there and he can just wreak havoc. He did yesterday. He does every week. He's going to make his plays. But if I'm Debo, if I'm Ayuk, I'm like, this is my week. Like, give it to me. Let me win this game for us.
You know, Baldi, before you get out of here, and just loving all the stuff that you're giving us, just incredible breakdowns. When you look at this defense and you reference some of the injuries and whatnot, were there any silver linings, Charles Omenihu or Drake Jackson, or was there anything that because I thought Fred had a really tough game. Fred Warner did. But is there anything to pluck from this positive defensively?
Yeah, I mean, look, Drake is a really good player. Like, he does some things, like, I'll point one out later today. I'll put it on social media, but, like, he's got freakish athletic ability. We know that. But, him and Omenihu are kind of carrying the front right now. Givens made one or two plays inside. Like, they got after it pretty good. They couldn't take the ball away, and, they couldn't really flip the game in their favor. But I thought Fred didn't look like Fred yesterday to me from the very beginning. He got rolled up. It was like just the way Samson did a couple of times in and out of the game. Like physically, they were rolling those guys out of there on a pretty good regular basis, and they got blocked up pretty good. We hadn't seen them blocked up like that in the 5 weeks this season.
Baldi, where you at this weekend, man? Arrowhead last week. You get all the good games. Where you at next weekend?
Did you see his Instagram?
Oh, of course I did.
This guy had a who's who of guys on the field. I was jealous.
I want to know about the tailgate. You were supposed to break down the tailgate at Arrowhead.
I just threw it out during the game because, you got to entertain people. But, like, how much brisket was brought to that stadium yesterday between the Bills Mafia and the Chiefs Kingdom? Like, just how much Joe, you're a guy that can cook some brisket.
Thank you.
Like, how many thousands of pounds of brisket got barbecued yesterday out there in that parking lot? Like, honestly, I looked out there and I didn't see a car move until the final interception of Patrick Mahomes. Like, not one car in the parking lot moved the entire day.
Wow. So where you at next weekend, Baldi? What games you got?
I'm out in L.A., man. I'm out in L.A. I'm going to see the Seahawks.
Ooh,
yeah, Seahawks and Chargers. Like, it's going to be a classic. Man. Seahawks
it's not bad.
Playing awesome football.
Before you get out of here, Kansas City, Memphis, or Carolina barbecue?
I'll take Texas barbecue. Just Texas barbecue.
All right.
Texas
yeah.
barbecue.
Memphis has that rub.
Yeah.
Has that rub thing, Joe.
Right.
Which I'm okay with. But I needed to drip. Like, my whole thing is, like, we were all poor when we were young, right?
Yeah,
so I used to eat barbecue chicken on Tuesday and lick my fingers on Wednesday. When you have a rub, you can't lick your fingers.
I love that.
Mayonnaise sandwiches too, huh?
Kansas City, a who's who.
Exactly.
Mayonnaise sandwiches. Von Miller wearing the Derek Thomas shirt at Arrowhead Stadium.
That was cool.
That was cool.
Yeah.
Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes.
You know what's interesting, though? You know what's interesting about Buffalo, though? And I don't, like, I know the 49ers have a vibe, too, but I was around that team in preseason during the pregame yesterday.
Yeah.
That's the loosest team. That's a great team that I've ever been around.
Wow.
And when you are just around that team at training camp, practice, game, like, they have so much fun as a team. It's just unbelievable. And it carries to the game. It's interesting to be around it.
When I watch them, stylistically, they remind me of the Golden State Warriors, them and Kansas City. Next man up. We could score from anywhere on the field. We can win in a variety of ways. It doesn't matter that we just missed that pass. We'll make the next one. Like, to your point, the drops for the Niners, it's life and death.
Right.
When they drop a pass, it's like, we'll get the next one.
Yeah, McKenzie dropped that pass on the drive right before halftime. They say, okay, we'll regroup, convert third down, and still go down the field in 70 seconds. It's like the K-Gun 2.0.
It's four down. It's the 4-down offense.
Yeah.
Like, any fourth down from anywhere on the field, Buffalo could go for it. They just believe in themselves like that.
Wow.
Yeah.
Baldi, we always love you. Can't wait to talk to you next Tuesday.
We needed your smile this morning.
Yeah, we need you, but we're still feeling bad about this offense. Can't wait for your breakdowns later on. Baldi, take care, man.
See you next week.
All right, brother.
See you guys.
Brian Baldi here on the Morning Roast joins us every single week. Really good. Look at his fingers from that barbecue in Kansas City. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by BioNTech and Pfizer. Dave and E, we're going to get you on the other side. We'll recap what Baldi had to say. This offense just looks stale. Let's be honest. And it's on Kyle Shanahan. We got a Shanahan problem with this offense. We'll continue to talk about that. Don't forget, Willard Dibs, Steiny Guru live at Chase Center today from 9 to 3 p.m. A lot of great guests, including Bob Myers, Steve Kerr, Brandon Schneider, Kirk Lacob, and the rest of the crew, Moses Moody as well. That'll be a lot of fun. So listen all day here on 95.7 The Game. Don't forget, charging a cell phone can be like getting a booster shot. A booster is given to enhance or restore protection after a primary series vaccination, which wanes over time. Schedule an appointment when you're eligible.
It's an extra special Monster Monday on 95.7 The Game. The middays are live from Chase Center.
I'm starting to tingle.
We're giving away a signed Steph Curry jersey and a signed Klay Thompson jersey. But you have to watch on YouTube for your chance to win. Today on 95.7 The Game.
Charging a cell phone can be like getting a booster shot. A booster is given to enhance or restore protection after a primary series vaccination, which wanes over time. Schedule an appointment when you are eligible. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
This is world-renowned handicapper Chris Hodge with another free Monday Night Football winner between Denver and LA. Just visit takingvegas.com. Guaranteed to win tonight or the next 30 days of our service is absolutely free. On Thursday night, we gave you an incredibly easy under. Washington, Chicago, game was never in doubt. That makes us 9-2 on weeknight pro football games this year. We look to make it 10-2 after tonight, and it is absolutely free. Just visit takingvegas.com. Denver, LA tonight, no questions asked. No obligations, nothing to buy, just an easy, free winner. Visit takingvegas.com. That's takingvegas.com. We have been on a tear this pro football season, and we are 9-2 on these weeknight games. Let's add another winner to the total tonight. It's yours absolutely free. Just visit takingvegas.com. That's takingvegas.com.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop. It really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Let me guess. Unknown caller? You could reduce the number of unwanted calls and emails with online privacy protection. The latest innovation from Discover will help regularly remove your personal info, like your name and address, from 10 popular people search websites that could sell your data. And we'll do it for free. Activate in the Discover app. See terms and learn more at discover.com/online privacy protection.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you 24/7 with supplies and solutions for every industry and access to product specialists ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Starting trouble. No one likes that. We'll get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we'll take care of that free of charge. But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $69.99. You can learn more about our battery selection at AutoZone.com. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Claim based on data from the NPD Group 2021.
In San Francisco this morning, mostly cloudy, highs in the mid-60s.
Weather brought to you by one thing. Install a low-flow shower head and keep water off when brushing teeth or shaving to save water every day. Join Odyssey, and together each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow.
Score big with Xfinity Internet. It's made to do anything, so you can do anything. Supercharge your home with the game-changing speed of supersonic Wi-Fi. With 3 times more bandwidth, it covers the field and then some, and blocks billions of threats with advanced security that helps keep you protected at home and on the go. If you're keeping score, that's internet that does it all. That's unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Restrictions apply, not available in all areas.
Muse is bringing their Will of the People World Tour to the Oakland Arena on April 14th, 2023. At 95.7 The Game has your shot at tickets. Enter to win now at 957thegame.com/contests.
Now play action. Garoppolo. Dangerous throw. Intercepted. Picked up by Hawkins. Second pick of the day for Garoppolo. And off the tip, it's Hawkins who hauls it in.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Boy, Noah Eagle on the call for Fox Sports along with Mark Schlereth. Second pick for Garoppolo. That sealed the game. And all of a sudden you had the Falcon fans in the Mercedes-Benz Dome doing the old swag surf. They were swag surfing down to the ATL with those crispy, clean red helmets. And the Falcons beat the Niners. They're now 3-3. Niners 3-3. Still tied for first place in the NFC West. But long term, how you feeling about this offense? How you feel about Shanahan?
Well, I think one thing that needs to be addressed, the sense of urgency drives me completely insane. It just feels like there's never this sense of urgency, like for the offense. Let's go. We're down. Let's try to score here. And there's something, I know people hate the cross sport analogies, but like during the Steph, Clay, KD, Draymond Warriors, they were so high potent. Pace of play matters. And what I mean by that is that everyone would say, well, they lead the league in turnovers. It's like, yeah, but they also play at such a high clip and are so explosive, they can offset some of those.
And they also average over 30 assists a game.
Exactly. But like, I look at the pace of play as, you can't just look at the overall data on turnovers. You have to look at how many shots they're getting up, et cetera. Conversely, you contrast that with like San Antonio when they, first started playing in those 80-80 games. And you'd say a turnover in that kind of pace of play scenario is much more impactful to your overall win and lossing because you're not getting up and down the court as often.
Right.
So I look at the 49ers and I'm like, they play at such a slow pace of play. Each turnover magnified, each missed throw magnified. And to Baldi's point about like sense of urgency, every team is like, hey, we are going to try. We get the ball back with a minute or less. We're trying to
score.
Exactly.
It's like the Niners are cool with running the clock and just going into halftime content. Again, this trend started. Maybe it started before that. But Super Bowl 54 was alarming. I swear to God. I swear to God. When John Lynch is sitting there calling timeout in the suite, let's revisit his history. But now you look at Super Bowl 54.
It's an image.
And now you look at what the 49ers do now before halftime. The lack of a killer instinct. Think about that. Just take a step back for a second and relive that moment. And say to yourself, wow, it's a 10-10 football game. Chiefs defense, not their strong suit. Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce, Tyreek Hill, Sammy Watkins are on that sideline. We're going to need to score some points. I don't care how good our defense is. We know the Chiefs are going to go on a run at some point. Let's Let's either call a timeout, stop the clock to run a nice little 2-minute drill and get some points up, or let's bleed the clock, and then at the last minute, oh my God, we got a big play from Jeff Wilson Jr. All right, now let's go have a sense of urgency, and now we blame the referees for a bad call on offensive pass interference. Doesn't work like that. They were content with being tied at halftime to the Kansas City Chiefs, and that, to me, is Shanahan in a nutshell.
Well,
they're content with being, okay, we're in the game, we're fine, no urgency. That's, again, Buffalo's going 70. They're going 98 yards in 76 seconds.
I know.
Think about that.
I know, B, but it's again, this is how they play, and I do think that Shanahan needs to have a come-to-Jesus moment. You can't stop saying you don't trust the quarterback. That at some point, you have to, you have no other alternative but to trust him, and you have to put your foot on the pedal, and you've got to use these playmakers.
You see McVay? Is he doing that?
Well,
hell, I'm even looking to see it out of Geno Smith. All of a sudden, they got things rolling up there. You think they're being content with just, hey, we're going to just go into halftime. We're not going to hurry up. We're going to run a quarterback sneak on 2nd and 1 when we only have one timeout and 38 seconds left. The play calling, it's just asinine.
Well, and this thing that I'm hell-bent to fit, my personnel has to fit my scheme. That always drives me crazy. Right now, their identity should be more passing than running. Look at where their best personnel is, right? Their best personnel is on the perimeter and at tight end. And use check. Throw the ball a little more. It's not running. You don't have a great run game right now.
They threw it 41 times yesterday, but again, it's when you complete
it's
passes.
Situational.
And it's paper cuts. I look at paper cuts. 3-yard pass here.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. You got to throw on first down.
7-yard passes here. They never throw past beyond the sticks.
Well, they did yesterday a couple times, and guys did drop the ball. To their credit.
Well, 2 passes they dropped.
But going back to the McVay
for the most
thing,
part, they never I'm going to go back and watch the game again today because I'm a sick individual.
Yeah,
but I
I
like
watched
doing
it back already.
Unfortunately, I wasn't able to watch it back. Had some circumstances, by the way. Shout out to the Payne family.
Yeah.
Sorry for you. Sorry for the loss. But
there were 5 throws beyond 20 yards.
So there you go.
And they were, and one of them, one was an extra throw that got negated because of the penalty, but it was a great throw to Brandon Ayuk. But he was 0 for 5 with 1 interception past 20 yards.
Just throwing the ball, just throw it 10 yards. First down, you need 10 yards. First to 10 seconds. You need 10 yards to get a first down. Can you throw beyond the sticks?
Wow.
Multiple times? Receiver screen here. Flare out outside here. Dig route here. 5 yard. It's just, they're not aggressive down the field. And look, if the quarterback can't do it, then you should have moved off him 3 years ago.
I don't want to hear that because the personnel is dictating that you need to evolve. And I look at McVay, who you reference, and you love the reference. When he first came up, they had Jared Goff and Todd Gurley. I think we've forgotten. We've gotten so far away from it. Who was the best player on that team?
Todd Gurley.
They rode him until his knee was completely shredded, and they've evolved since. Now, who are their best players? They're guys on the perimeter, Cooper Kupp and Allen Robinson, etc. And so you look at what they've become now. Are they a run-heavy team or are they a pass team?
They're a pass team.
Because they've evolved.
They're balanced too, though. They run a lot of balance.
Yeah,
don't get it twisted.
But Bonte, wouldn't you agree? Cooper Kupp is what makes that team go.
No doubt.
Right? And they know where their bread and butter is, and so they ride that dude. And I look at Shanahan, and they can only win the one way, and it's frustrating.
One way. Offensive genius. One way. All right, let's rat-a-tat-tat these calls. We got Willard Dibs coming up. They got, by the way, let's get the YouTube stream up. Zaza Pachulia, Mike Dunleavy, Brenda Schneider, Kurt Lake, Bob Myers on with Willard Dibs. Jam-packed guest list there. It is Steiny Guru, Tim Roy, Steve Kerr, Moses Moody, Tyler Florence, and Kevon Looney. That'd be a lot of fun as well. Live from Chase Center. Willard Dibs, Steiny Guru. Tomorrow is ring night as the Warriors are back. They're going to try to run it back and go back-to-back in the NBA and win their 5th championship in the last 9 years. Let's start off. You know what? Rat-a-tat-tat. Let's go to Teresa in Oakland. Get this party started. Teresa, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hi, guys. I love you guys. You guys are amazing.
Thank you, Teresa.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
I needed that this morning.
Shasky, I love Shasky. I absolutely admire how you know all the stats of players in each sport. Love you guys.
Thank you.
I do have a question to ask you.
Yeah?
Okay, so Baldi said that he mentioned that Bosa being out and all the players being out, it didn't matter. Do you guys agree with that? Because I think it mattered.
Oh, yeah, I think it really matters. But I also understand where he's saying they just didn't look prepared because they looked like they got overwhelmed.
Okay, so that's what you guys. So you guys think that? So what if our number one players were in? I'm just curious.
I think,
should I?
Yeah, Teresa, I think if the defense was healthy, they win that football game. But I think a bigger point, Teresa, for me was, can the offense carry the day if the defense has a subpar day?
Yeah.
And the answer is no.
That's
because all these starters are out. And I do think if Bosa plays, if Mooney Ward doesn't get hurt, if you got Armstead and Kinlaw in there and you got your guys, you're going to win that football game, I think, going away. But can the offense pick up the slack for the defense? And the answer right now is a big fat no.
Well, and to your point, the offense was healthy. I mean, for the most part. I know the tackles were hurt, and that's going to change things. But, like, Ayuk was cooking on those 2 drives. The 2 drives that they scored, it felt like, boom, Debo's getting balls, Kittle's getting balls, Ayuk's getting balls. And then second half, it goes away. Like, right now, what are Ayuk's targets in the second half?
I would love to see that. I would love to see that.
Because I feel like I watched him yesterday, and I'm saying to myself, how can this guy not get more looks? And I know they walk out of that game with 31 targets. I believe
8 catches
combined.
for 83 yards. 8 catches, 83 yards. He had 10 targets. No, excuse me. He led the way with 11 targets. Felt like a game maybe he could get 14. But again, Jimmy threw the ball 41 times, and Atlanta, to their credit, controlled the football.
And
so they limited the possessions. You had 8 possessions each. Possessions, I think normally in the NFL, you get to about 11 to 12 possessions per game.
The average used to be 12. Now it's like 12 and a half.
Right.
Now the Niners, I actually did a deep dive on this. They actually have less than everyone in terms of possessions per game.
Because they run the clock.
11, 10, 14 in the Bronco game because all the stops. 9 in the Ram game, 11 against Carolina. Right. They actually average a full possession and a half less than everyone because of what you said, the running of the ball.
Running the clock.
Which makes the turnovers and the missed opportunities magnified.
No doubt. Let's go to Jordan in Union City. Jordan, what's happening? You're on the roast. Jordan, going once. Going twice.
Hello?
Yeah, Jordan, what's up, baby?
All right, there we go. How y'all doing today?
Man, I'm doing all right, actually. Reunites tomorrow. Dodgers lost, so we're smoking that Dodgers pack. Hopefully the Yankees get bounced today, so then we can start the Air Jub sweepstakes. Life is good, to be honest with you, Jordan. I'm not even tripping off it yesterday.
I feel that. I mean, look, my Braves lost on Saturday, so I needed this to pick me up. And Stanford finally won, too, so I needed that.
There you go.
No, I'll be real quick, though, because I think y'all make a good point, especially when it comes to an offensive situation. When you're supposed to be this offensive guy that Kyle is, you're supposed to be able to make those adjustments and still make things happen with less personnel, right? If you look on the other side, the team you just lost to, they're paying $77 million for people to not play on their team. Now we have $77 million in cap space. But Arthur Smith has a way to make his guys play for him and make it work. So I just found that to be an interesting situation this weekend. And, yes, I want to see your thoughts on that.
Yeah, no, it's a great point. I mean, Julio, Matt Ryan, like go down the list. All these guys they're paying that aren't even on their team. It's frustrating. And we all agree Pitts is a great prospect and Drake London, great prospect. It frustrates me to see them get certain targets in certain situations. And I feel like our guys, although they were getting targets yesterday, it's never enough, it feels like.
Baldi said it. Why is that play getting ran for Charlie Warner?
Right
here in the cloud. Why? Why?
Where is the special Debo plays?
Special. The
most unique play. Well, the most unique play yesterday was TDP as fullback. No, I'm serious. And Debo was the running back.
I'm laughing because that's sad.
And TDP threw a block, and I'm like, wow, my 3rd round pick had 1 snap as a fullback. What are we doing?
As a fullback.
But this goes back to when you zoom out. It's not just about X's and O's when you run a team. You zoom out. It's about, hey, pay the D tackle $20 million a year. Hey, do you move up to get 2 running backs and both of them are like non-existent? Trey Sermon's off the roster. TDP gets no touches.
Well, the problem is, one thing that we don't discuss enough is that this is Shanahan and Lynch's first ever job in these roles.
But they've been doing it for 7 years.
But that's what I'm saying. They haven't been able to be checked. They are allowed to make mistake after mistake after mistake without being checked. Saying, hey, what are we doing here? Why are we trading Buckner for another first-round pick that we're going to make into a defensive tackle? Why are we giving Armstead the money when Buckner played harder?
But do we want our owner? I'm asking you sincerely. Do you want your owner to have that kind of input?
Joe Lacob has that input on the Warriors. They're rolling.
Jerry Jones has that input. I think a lot of people think he's bad.
Jerry Jones is done. But Eddie DeBartolo had that input.
Well,
you know what I'm saying?
There's final veto.
You got to pick and choose.
Yes, there's
Jerry Jones is in the draft room. He's a GM.
He's doing too much.
Way too much. But you know what? talent hasn't been the problem. Hasn't been the problem for the Dallas Cowboys. It's been coaching. I mean, because Jerry Jones is way too loyal for Jason Garrett and Mike McCarthy.
I mean, you know where I stand on this. I would have given Mike Holmgren or Steve Young, one of these guys, a boatload of money, and I said, be my president of football ops. Come in, take a look at what we're doing here, and be some sort of a consigliere at the top.
Right. But you know what? This is his first go-round. And he's able to make these mistakes, and he's got these built-in mulligans saying, well, guys, I don't have my quarterback. Wait until I get my quarterback. Now I'm going to cook up. NFL defenses, once I get my quarterback. And then you get your quarterback, and you run him into the ground. I don't give a damn what anybody says. Oh, look at all these quarterbacks running, blah, 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 blah. Look at the game plan. And tell me that's different than Josh Allen. It's different than Jalen Hurts. It's different than Lamar Jackson. Don't give me this stuff. The way they used their young, hot prospect in Trey Lance told me that they really didn't have a lot of faith in him. And that's on the head coach. That's on the coach. It's 6 years it is. 6 years. Shanahan, Seifert got fired after losing it. We used to the playoffs damn near every year except for 91 and got fired.
Well, they thought that they had a Super Bowl team. I'm with you. That they in their mind, they lost to the same team over and over.
Same organization.
Green Bay. They couldn't get past Brett Favre and Mike Holmgren.
Right.
And so they decided to make a move. Whether right or wrong, I love Seifert. You know that.
I love
And I do
Seifert.
think that his tenure had run its course at that given time.
When is it going to run its course for Shanahan?
I don't know. I mean, that's why I wanted to see Trey Lance so bad this year with him, because I wanted to have an opportunity to evaluate, was this the right pick? Was this the right decision? I mean, all I needed to see was flashes. We didn't even need, like I said, we got to win now. You have to win. If Trey Lance right now was 3-3, but we saw some flashes, wouldn't you be more optimistic this morning?
We know this is the peak of the 49ers offense. It's what? 3 touchdowns and a cloud of dust? I like, honestly.
How many times have they scored 20 this year?
Again, look at the second half numbers.
Oof.
The second half numbers for an offensive coach. You scored 3 in the second half against Chicago. You scored 3 in the second half against Denver.
Yeah.
You scored 7 in the second half against Seattle. You scored 0 against Atlanta. 0.
Down multiple touchdowns. Every team in the league makes that a one-score game.
Every team.
When your defense is getting stops like that. And that's my biggest issue is like, you can lose. You're allowed duds. No one's saying you can't lose games. You're allowed duds. The season's not over. But the fact you couldn't cut that to a single score game, that's alarming. Especially when you have all your weapons out there.
Boy, alarming. What's Shanahan's record? 0-26. When the Niners are down double digits in the second half. 0-26. Down plus 4 points going into the fourth quarter.
Yikes.
Well,
and then you look around
Big
and
yikes.
a lot of young quarterbacks are taking steps forward, and your guy is got
On
a
the
walking
shelf.
boot. Yeah, it sucks.
Let's go to Ian San Jose.
I mean, it sucks.
Ian San Jose, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Gentlemen, how you doing this morning?
Hey.
I'm terrible. I'm coming down Kyle's road, and I'm actually going to agree with Bonte this morning on Kyle. I'm gonna overlook all the other stuff. I'm just going to talk about once you got it to 2nd down and a half a yard on that last one, and you decide to throw the ball, and then you decide to toss the ball back 7 yards to a scrap heap running back who has had flashes this year of a couple of times, but you need a half a yard. And you took this guy from underneath Tom Brady, who is literally the best, still at 1,000 years old, at getting a half a yard. They did it earlier in the game. They did it. They needed a half a yard. Boom. Jimmy got them 2.5. And then you decide to throw the ball again on 4th down into triple coverage. Like, Kyle Shanahan.
Deep breath, E.
No, but I'm with you. They ran a QB sneak in a 2-minute drill.
I know.
With one timeout.
Eve, go ahead and finish your call, E.
7-minute drill, guys. He did a 7-minute drill with 9 minutes to go. Got nothing out of it.
I know.
Barely got 80 yards out of it on 7 minutes. Every single time they threw the ball, or every single time they made a completion, all I said was tick, 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 tick.
I know.
Tick, tick, because none of them cared that the game was coming down. Like, did they think there was a 5th quarter?
I don't even know.
Dude, again, I was just going to bring this stat up. No, he's right on point. He's on the money. The drill before halftime, it was depressing, Shasky.
I know.
You're throwing in the middle of the field. You're throwing 8-yard passes in the middle of the field. Clock's running. This ain't college football. Clock doesn't stop after every first down. And you're running quarterback sneaks. Oh, it's a pile up. All of a sudden, all these offensive linemen got to get up. Everybody's got to go get set again. And you're just wasting valuable time. You can't even get in position for a Robbie Gold field goal.
And your lone timeout. The way that you should utilize your timeouts in those situations is deep strikes down the middle of the field, and your offensive linemen have to run 20 yards. That's when you hit the timeout.
And then spike it,
Exactly.
down it. Let's go. Stop the clock. Again, this stat is alarming to me. Alex Simon, Mercury News. Love the kid. Good kid. Since Kyle Shanahan took over as a head coach in 2017, the Niners have been trailing by 7+ points entering the fourth quarter 24 times. They have won 0 of those games. 0. The largest after third quarter deficit they've overcome back in 2019 on a Saturday night against the LA Rams when they're down 4 going into the fourth quarter. Offensive guru, though.
I want to ask you, like, sincerely here.
Offensive guru, though.
If I just get, because everyone goes, Matt Ryan, MVP. That's what you always hear. Like, it wasn't for Shanahan, he wouldn't have been that. I give him Joe Burrow. I give him Matt Stafford. I'm just going to throw out different players. I give him, forget Allen and Mahomes. Those guys are on a whole nother freaking planet. They're incredible. I give him Russell Wilson. Are all of these issues that we have, do they just go away, or do you think they're still here?
Maybe, maybe not. But he had his chance to go get Mahomes. He had his chance to go get Watson. He had his chance to go get Brady. He had his chance to go.
I'm not asking you that.
He had his chance to go get Stafford.
I'm asking you
I'm
if
not
the
playing a
warts,
hypothetical
No,
game.
I'm asking you if the warts that he still has, he possesses in terms of
maybe
you going for it and fight.
Maybe, I don't know, because he doesn't have them. But he had his chance to get Watson. He had his chance to get Mahomes. He had his chance to get Brady. He had his chance to go get Matt Stafford. He had chances to get his guy. So I don't want to hear this, if he would have had this guy or that guy, would it look like that? He had chances to go get those guys. That's the problem.
I'm just asking devil's advocate, would his philosophical opinions change had he have one of those guys? I know he could have had them.
I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question. I can't answer it.
I still feel like he might play very similarly. Because I think this is just who he is. Because we have enough evidence where it feels like 6 years. But again, I'm going off just my feel of the situation.
If that's who he is, are you cool with him being the head coach of the 49ers for the foreseeable future?
I mean, this is where I struggle with, because I think he does some really, really good things. He philosophically has to evolve. The aggression has to evolve. You have to get with the times.
6 years.
You can still run the ball. Everyone, I like a good balanced attack. That's how you win in December and in January and in February. But at certain spots in the game, let's attack down the field. Let's stop giving guys scholarships because they're veterans. Stop playing Willie Snead. Some of these guys you take in the middle rounds, even if you don't love their game right now, find the 1 or 2 things they do well and get them on the field.
I just keep saying that he needs a quarterback. And it's like, well, we're in year 6. Lubman, he's had a chance to get a quarterback. He's had chances. We're still in year 6 talking about the quarterback. Year 6.
Why do I feel Cooper Rush has the shackles taken off of him more than Jimmy Garoppolo? Cooper Rush, a backup, and I feel like he's allowed to throw it all over the field.
No killer
and maybe
instinct.
that's just my feel. I don't even know if the data supports that.
Sometimes you got to drop your you-know-what on the table and just say, let's go all in.
Yes, I would like to see that.
The cojones. Got to just drop them. Let's go.
Scarface, your word and your cojones?
The cojones.
And you don't break them for nobody?
Maybe it's time to break them for somebody. Alex in Atlanta. What's happening?
Hey, guys. I was at the game yesterday, so I'm filled with nothing but frustration this morning. And what you guys have just been describing with Kyle's, sort of lackadaisical attitude when he has his chance to go get his guy at quarterback, it bleeds into his play calling on the field. You see it in his press conferences, too, after the games. It's just there's no sense of urgency. There's no sense of fire or passion or motivation. And I feel like the only way you break that sort of pattern of behavior is if you fire the guy, because you show him, look, that kind of behavior, that kind of attitude isn't going to fly. You have to force adaptation that way. And unfortunately, that would mean ousting him as the 49ers head coach. Watching 8 minutes come off the clock, and it would have been more if there weren't 2 injury timeouts for the Falcons late in that fourth quarter that gave the Niners even more time.
Yeah.
Watching all that time come off the clock, and they only get 80 yards in 8 minutes, you scratch your head and you're thinking to yourself, like you guys said, like, did they think they had a fifth quarter to play? Did they think they had more time? But that's been Kyle his entire tenure. It's just he constantly thinks he's going to get another chance.
And how many throws did they actually, like this year, how many times have they actually thrown the football into the end zone? They did on the Kittle play. That was Jimmy rolling out on like a broken play and saying, hey, go. Like, that's my other big thing. Like, throw the ball into the end zone, for Christ's sake. Not everything needs to be underneath. Can you just throw the ball into the end zone? How many times this year, B, has the 49er offense thrown the ball into the end zone?
Not many.
Why is that some like crazy thing to ask for? Am I alone in this? Nah. Take a shot. I'm watching Jeff Garcia highlights. It's like bombs away. And in my mind, it was like, nah, Garcia didn't have an arm like that. And then you watch the highlights, and it's like, oh, throw it into the end zone. Throw it into the end zone. Throw it into the end zone. Like, it's frustrating.
David Fairfield, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Man, hey, ain't much for me to say right now. You took the words right in my mouth, but real quick, this has been the MO since Shanahan been here. It's a Pop Warner offense. It's a lot of bubble screens and slants. We didn't blame Jimmy till our face turned blue. It's on the coach, like you guys said.
Yep.
And to be honest, the coach and the QB go hand in hand. You can't have your coach and your QB both be pedestrian, and that's what they are. Because if Jimmy, he's limited. And Kyle, I'm sorry, you limited. You've got to be lucky you have a Salah and
D'Amico Ryans.
The coordinator we got now, Ryans saving your butt because if the defense ain't at full strength, holding food to 14 points, the coach is getting exposed. And he's not elevating, he's not evolving. And like you guys said, at some point, Dave York, you got to look around. Tom McDermott, who's the defensive coach, he pointed out and he got the quarterback. And look at this offense. This offense is electric. And he's a defensive coach.
And now Dorsey took over for Brian Daboll.
Yep. And here's the thing. Shanahan has this excuse about not having a quarterback. You guys want to use the excuse? Fine. I don't care. This whole thing that, the question I got yesterday was like, man, would you really fire Shanahan and make D'Amico the coach? D'Amico Ryan's a defensive head
Somebody
coach.
asked you that question?
Somebody asked me. Actually, they asked me that at Bruce Mahoney. Shout out Sacred Heart Irish. Fighting Irish. They won a game 10-0 over SI. I got friends on both sides. So SI, Sacred Heart. I got city love. City love. I love all these schools out here in the city. They asked me, would you really have D'Amico Ryans as a head coach? And I said to myself, well, Matt Eberflus is in Chicago. They're playing hard. They just need some weapons offensively. Let's bookmark him. Let's see what he does in year 2. Robert Saleh jumping around, veins popping out. New York Jets are now 4-2.
With weapons galore.
All right.
And their young guys are all developing. Breece Hall looks sick.
Yeah, defensive head coach, right? Sean McDermott, you just mentioned.
Yeah.
Defensive head coach. John Harbaugh, Baltimore Ravens, special teams guy. He's won a lot of games.
Yeah.
He's won a lot of games, so I would not be afraid to have a defensive head coach if you get the right coordinator. Because you get a coordinator, he's like, you know what? Like Ben Johnson in Detroit. I didn't know who he was.
I never heard
Hard
of him.
Knocks.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, Detroit scored 30-plus a game.
I know.
Anthony Lynn was there. They scored 17 a game. So what is Anthony Lynn doing on his team? I thought he was going to help Shanahan.
Well, it's frustrating to me watching Brian Daboll with the New York Giants, who I believe have a lesser roster than what the Niners have.
Doubt. Especially offensively.
And they feel way more explosive. And you can say, well, they have Saquon. You've got Kittle, Ayuk, and Debo.
Yeah.
You've got 3 times the amount of playmakers.
No excuses. No excuses. No excuses. Again, we've mentioned this before the season, and we're going to continue to mention it all season long.
Here's the thing.
This is the year of Shanahan.
Here's the thing, though.
What do you got for us? What do you got?
This is how I felt a long time. If you look at all of the hires during the York ownership tenure, very insular hires. They don't have a lot of connections league-wide. Everything is kind of inside their little bubble, right? And they don't want to go out and look for new head coaches. And I understand that because there's an entire philosophical change, a lot of moving parts. What's this roster I've got now? Does it fit the new guy coming in? And that's where I would say to them, sometimes getting out of your comfort zone is a good thing. Sometimes getting something new in here is a good thing. Brian Daboll, you think he loves Daniel Jones? Or you think he's making the best of the situation?
Making the best of the situation. They're 5-1.
I've never felt better about Daniel Jones, and I still think he stinks.
5-1.
Right? What about you?
5-1. Daniel Jones looks comparable.
He looks competent, and I don't think he's very good at all. I think the majority of coaches would have saw, like you're seeing the guy in Carolina who got ran out of town.
Right.
He tried how many times to get his quarterback?
Right. Yeah, 5 different quarterbacks, and he got fired.
Gone.
Tepper said, you know what? We got to go.
Yeah.
We got to go.
And they fought yesterday.
So a lot of people make the excuse. I know we got to flex, Lubman. Real quick, last point. No, a lot of people say the worst thing that happened to the San Francisco Giants was winning 107 games. So the worst thing that happened to the Niners is making that Super Bowl in 2019. Is that the worst thing that could have happened?
Well, would it be different?
Or is it the worst thing last year going to the NFC Championship? Was that the worst thing?
I was going to say winning that Week 18 game with Jimmy. If they don't make the playoffs, how do we view Jimmy? Would they have just moved off of him?
Probably. All right. It's time to flex. It's hard for me not to look at Kyle Shanahan. He's a guy who gets hailed as one of the best head coaches in all of football. And I just don't see it. I just don't see it, Joe Shasky. When you think about the success of the 49ers under Kyle Shanahan, the 2 times they made the playoffs, it's been led by the defense, not the offense. Again, I gave you the numbers about where they are in terms of points per game under Kyle Shanahan. They've been top 10 once. Once under Kyle Shanahan. Again, Kyle Shanahan is supposed to be offensive guy, right?
Yes.
Supposed to be offensive guru.
And they have offensive personnel. So
They
it's
have
not
offensive
like
personnel.
Yes, I agree.
Well, they do, but then you see Willie Snead on the field, right?
Well, that's...
You see TDP playing fullback. You see Charlie Warner getting 2 big throws. Monday Night Football against the Rams, and then yesterday against the Falcons. Down the seam. I have an offensive genius, offensive head coach, and yet this offense looks like they're stuck in 1984. It's bad. It's bad. And so when you look down the line, and this team may end up in the playoffs. They may end up winning the division. But in the back of my mind, I'm saying, when it comes to these big-time teams, these powerhouse teams, my offense can't keep up.
The Flex of the Show, presented by Xfinity Flex, the 4K streaming TV box with voice remote and Peacock Premium, free with Xfinity Internet.
All right, you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and AC1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And do not forget that you can also watch us every day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Willard Dibs live at Chase Center, and it's a good thing they're live at Chase Center because, Dibs, this would make you mad.
Dibs looks happy.
No, but this will make you mad. In the studio, there's toenail clippings, fingernail clippings.
No,
I'm doing it. Somebody's on blast.
Disgusting.
Put somebody on blast. Coming in the studio in our sanctuary, and you're clipping your fingernails and leaving them all over the studio.
Well,
disgusting.
It feels like we're doing a best of Jolo and Dibs show right now because you want to talk about the amount of grooming that took place.
Wow.
You know, because the great Joe Fortenbaugh would lay into a 6-minute setup on Titans Panthers.
No.
And the first half under, and I like the first. And meanwhile, Lowe's sitting back there, headset off, just clipping away. So. Feels like a throwback, a little bit of a time machine moment here.
Dibs, before Mark gets in there,
I'm right here, but anyway, go ahead. I'm sitting right next to him, but go ahead.
Let's go to Mark.
No, but I was going to say, 6-minute diatribe by Joe Fortenbaugh, was that more or less potent than the 49er 10-minute offense yesterday in the fourth quarter?
Way more potent because you knew you were going to get somewhere and you knew that you were going to get in the end zone. And, you guys mentioned it yesterday. If there was no scoreboard on the TV, if it was the old days of the NFL, you would have thought they were up 20-9 and they were just trying to pound the rock and matriculate the ball down the field, Mark.
Hank Stram.
No,
totally.
Did not make any sense. It didn't make any sense. Listen, there's a bunch of confusing stuff with this team right now, and I sort of hear it in your voices this morning, where as a fan, there's very little that we can sort of figure out.
Yes.
Like, why is it 2nd and 9 on every drive? What happened to the run game? It's 2nd and 9 on every, and then it's 3rd and 8 on every drive. And this is if the Kyle Shanahan definition, anything Shanahan definition is we can get production out of any running back, then why isn't it happening this year? And is that a Jeff thing? Is it an offensive line thing? What is it? And that's, to me right now, if you look, everything in a grand sense, and I know this might bother you guys, but in a grand sense, everything's fine with this team. They are in first place. They are the 4 seed in the NFC. Like, I know the schedule's about to get tougher, but then it gets easier again. Like, it is not in some sort of a dramatic place.
I don't think we said that either, Mark.
Right,
we mentioned how they're in first place. We mentioned that they may make the playoffs. We mentioned that they still control their own destiny. But when you look at the long-term view of things and you look at this offense, I just wanted to see them, hey, can the offense pick up the defense for one game? And we know, despite having all these weapons, the offense can't carry the day.
No, it's always. I said this all last week. Dibs will have my back on this. I said this is going to be a game where if they want to be in it, the offense has to score 3 touchdowns. You're going to have to pick up a compromised defense. They didn't do it. They got into the second quarter, and all of a sudden we're like, okay, there it is. The fumble that gets returned for 6. There's some things that you can pass off, but they're not there yet. The long-term view I don't do anymore because in the NFL we watch this week to week. So much changes. Too much. We watched it last year. They were 3-5. Then they end up a breath away from the Super Bowl. So I'm more on the short-term view, and you have a really good team coming to Levi's next week, and you better be able to figure out how to be more effective even with what you do. Your defense is compromised, and your run game is not working, and the 49ers aren't a good team if those two things are true.
What do you make of Shanahan being 0-26 when his teams are down 7+ points going into the final quarter?
I make it to where this is who he is, and his offenses are not built to rally from behind. And, I saw that stat yesterday, and I was kind of gobsmacked at that reality. And then you think about it, and this offense is built to front run. And Mark makes a good point about the run game. Even yesterday when they were trying to rally in the fourth quarter, and they were still trying to run the ball, they weren't getting anything on the ground. And, Jimmy Garoppolo in the pass offense, I heard you earlier, Bonte, and you're right. It's never been easier to move the ball via the pass. And I do think they had 2 big opportunities that they didn't cash in on. The deep ball to Ray McLeod. I mean, that's one that you
got to catch it.
Especially because we talk about, Jimmy can't throw the deep ball. Well, in this one case, he threw a perfect deep ball, and you didn't catch it. And Charlie Warner, great run blocking tight end, not known for pass catching. I thought Brandon Ayuk was great. The run game is the biggest issue, but to your point, Bonte, this offense is not built to come back from being behind. But I'm with you guys. I would have at least liked to see them go sugar huddle, which is, not quite a hurry up, but it's a no huddle. Let's mix up the tempo when, you're on your own 1 yard line, fine. Now you get out from the shadow of your own goal line. Now let's do something.
Yes,
let's hurry things up a little bit. Let's be a little bit more aggressive, knowing that you need 2 scores.
Well, and so they get the ball back after Mariota scores a touchdown, I believe on the read option play,
right?
Whatever. It's 21-14. 58 seconds left. They get the rock back. They hit Jennings. They're moving. They got the 1 timeout. It gets to 3rd and 1. And you run a quarterback sneak in the middle of the field with 1 timeout, and then it forces you into this weird set of you got to throw it all the way down for an interception. Give me a field goal attempt at minimum there. And I'm not even I'm not outraged. It's just this is what you are? Really? Yeah. 6 years in, the two of you, you can't even get a field goal attempt in this situation? It was demoralizing.
Yeah, it was a demoralization sensation is what it was, and we brought the jar today, so I wanted to make sure that I got the first dollar. I will go into the wallet here as soon as I can.
No, you won't. No, you won't.
I've been known to produce all kinds of
That thing's going to be
ducats.
empty. That thing's going to be empty.
We got to fill the jar. We got a big guest list today. We're going to talk a ton of Warriors, obviously, with a lot of excitement.
Calm down. You don't need to be jealous. You got all the credentials you need. We're sitting in a suite here. I will say this, quick aside, because we got plenty of 49er stuff.
Yeah.
We're sitting in a suite here at Chase Center. This place is ready already for tomorrow night. Chase Center, whoever runs this place is just like my mom. She used to get ready for company the night before they were coming. The table would be set the night before they were coming, and if you messed anything up, you had to go to your room. It was a big, big thing at my house. Chase Center, exact same thing. Like the T-shirts, immaculately placed on every single seat already. They are ready. This place could not look better. And so you walk in, and it kind of hits you in the face because we're sitting here on the day after a 49er game, but you're kind of like, oh, yeah, like contract extensions, rings, Lakers. Like tomorrow night's going to be really, really fun. So I'm already just walking through here. It's pretty exciting.
Saturday, as bad as Sunday was for the Niner fans, Saturday was one of the great sports days to be on your couch of all time.
How about that, man?
I mean, the Tennessee Bama game with Jim Cozumore there in attendance was absolutely incredible.
He there?
Yes, he was there.
Wow.
All over Facebook with his whole family.
The 18-inning Brandon Belt Washington Nationals redo, 18-inning playoff game that goes down to 1-0.
How about USC losing to Utah?
That was
great.
great.
Conversion. You had TCU coming back against Oklahoma State. That was a nice little game. Michigan running all over Penn State in the morning.
No, but the big thing was Poole extension, which we kind of hoped was coming, and then the Wiggins one. Are you kidding me?
I mean, right?
Yep. right hook, left cross. I mean, it was unbelievable. And as Warrior fans, we get it too. It wasn't just sort of the excitement of Poole and Wiggins staying. It was the contract that Wiggins took. The messaging, I thought, from both of them. You know, Poole saying, yes, I'm happy to play under Steph Curry for a couple more years. Wiggins saying, I'm happy to take this money, even though maybe I would get more at the end. And then, obviously, from the organization, let's not beat around the bush. Like, this was a clear message that this is what we're going to prioritize right now, and it's probably not a good thing for the future of Draymond Green in this organization and potentially Klay Thompson too. Like that's a fact with what we saw over the weekend.
But I went to I had sushi on Saturday night. You guys mentioned the Mariners game. I had missed the whole thing. The lady behind me, as I'm picking up my my dragon roll, she goes, "Oh, can you guys put the Mariners game on?" I'm like, "That thing's still going on." She said 0-0, or not a Mariners game, but just the excitement of the 0-0 game. And you know, these contracts are like when you eat ginger when you go get sushi. It's a palate cleanser.
Oh, look at
I mean,
you.
they can't fully turn the page from what we all know has happened, but a couple of nice contracts, a ring night, and we can all move on.
And then one thing is, Poole said, you know, we're going to be pros. We're going to be pros to try to win another championship. And so I wouldn't fixate on the Draymond Green and Jordan Poole relationship. That needs work, no doubt about it. When you get slugged in the face, it's just say, hey, I'll wake up in the morning, I'm over it. Let's be buddy-buddy. Let's go have dinner. That's going to take some time. Hell, it may not ever happen. But Poole saying, hey, let's compartmentalize and go out there and win a championship. I loved hearing that from the young man. And also, Wiggins and Poole proving that, hey, it's not all about the money. It's not all about going to get your own team. It's about winning championships and being in a great culture and a great environment. And I think they proved that by putting their pen on the paper Sunday morning.
I mean, love what Poole said, but like eyes are going to be on this, obviously, and I don't think there's any doubt. Like, we can't just pass that off as because he says let's be professionals, that's an easy thing to do. It's not. It's not. I mean, I thought it was really interesting to watch him in the eyes, not just listen to his words, but watch him in the eyes, and it sort of felt like he was saying, look, we're at least for now, don't ask us to be buddies, because it doesn't feel that way. We're going to be professional. Can they compartmentalize? Can this organization wrap their arms around everybody and make it work? Probably, but that, like, what they are trying to do in a team concept where, as even Draymond put it, camaraderie matters, chemistry matters, just the function of everything. When there's a down night, when there's a bad play, that stuff is hard. That what they're trying to do now that we've watched both of them talk, and it does not appear either one is like, yeah, we shook, we good, we shoved each other. There wasn't any of that. There was no warm fuzzy, and that's not easy. That's not easy to do now. So it's going to be interesting.
Well, it's definitely not easy, but Friday night, did any of you watch the game Friday night? Did you watch the Warrior game?
Oh, yeah.
How?
Good little team.
Oh, my God. I mean, Wiseman's look like he's taking quantum leaps forward, and him and Kuminga being able to play together on the court, didn't have that on my flow chart of success this early.
I mean,
the whole thing, it looks like they picked up where they left off times about 4 because of what you're saying. I mean, the young guys got better. James Wiseman, he actually has a uniform. I thought he was only street clothes issued.
He looks angry, Dibs, too. When he gets the ball around, I mean, in a good way. Like, when he gets the ball around the rim, he's like, I am going to yam in someone's face and break their face.
I love him on the perimeter. I love him on the perimeter and his touching and his passing ability and that split action. He's on the perimeter. Getting the ball, he's making nice bounce passes.
I love when you talk split action in October.
Floppy
elevators, come on, baby. The split action. Hey, I'm locked in, man. Ring nights tomorrow. Put a smile on my face talking Warriors. The activity, though, with Kuminga, Wiseman, learning how to play the game. We didn't see Moody on a Friday. Warriors are loaded. We know that. They're stacked. And now let's move on. We'll try to move on as best we can with the season and playing the Lakers tomorrow night. Going to be a lot of fun at Chase.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. In the meantime, just remember, as we part for the day, just remember the Niners are in first place.
And so the Warriors. So
nice.
Everything is fantastic. By the way, though, before you go, we also want to put this out there, not only to the people who already, because we've got your big numbers on YouTube right now, huge, that have been watching you guys all morning.
They're big numbers. They're very huge.
They're huge.
Tremendous.
And want to let everyone know who's not there yet. we are not only at Chase, and therefore can you get a little bit of a look of the arena in the background if you tune in, but also Steph Curry signed jersey, Klay Thompson signed jersey.
Damn.
We are giving those away today. So will Steiny and Goo, and you got to be watching on YouTube to win. So the very first one is an hour away. Between 10 and 10:30 is when we will tell you how you can win the Steph Curry signed jersey, and you have to be on YouTube to do that. So if you're there, thank you. Stay there. If you're not there, get there. Go to YouTube and just search 95.7 The Game, and that's all you got to do.
Man,
I'm jealous.
I am too. And when you
we
guys
didn't get the invite to Chase Center. They get Bob Myers.
I know. Well, that's what I was going to say. Dibs.
Really, Bonte? Really, Bonte?
Well, do me a favor, you two.
With what's about to happen all year, you're going to give didn't get the invite to Chase Center.
Thank you,
Is that really what you're going to go with?
We're stuck here in the studio looking at fingernails and toenails, talking about Kyle Shanahan. You guys got Bob Myers coming.
Give him a hug for me. Tell him I said what's up.
Brendan Snyder.
I hope he had a great summer.
Zaza Pachulia.
Yeah. Scoop up those nails, send them to 23andMe, and we'll find out in 4 to 6 weeks who's responsible.
So gross.
This is nasty. You guys have a good one, man. We'll be live.
All right, fellas.
Brothers.
No doubt. Yep.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
So I think it's going to be Zaza Pachulia first up, if I'm not mistaken,
Yes,
coming
sir.
up
Yes,
here
sir.
in just about 15 minutes. So it is going to be a cascade of, I guess not thousands, this is exclusive up here, Mr. Dibley, but it is going to be a cascade of dignitaries with the Golden State Warriors throughout the day, and when they're not sitting in here in front of us, we'll work our way through a 49er loss. And I got to give a shout out to our producer, Kyle Madsen, who's we were talking about things last night after the game. He said, you know what this was? This was a classic bleep happens game. Okay, this is a bumper sticker that you can put on the back of your car, and here's why. It's not to blow off any football game. NFL games are way too important to blow any of them off, and the 49ers have now had 3 losses this year to teams we all believe are worse than them. But I will say this. Look, you're looking for the defense to look a certain way, and the defense is compromised. Like at what point do you say, okay, I'm not going to ask for a defense that is missing Nick Bosa, Eric Armstead, Javon Kinlaw, Ebicom in and out of the game.
Don't go through all the names. We'll be out of show.
Emmanuel Mosley, Jimmy Ward, Mooney Ward
got hurt.
Gets hurt, goes out at halftime.
First play, Hufanga
had
to go in
and
the
out.
tent.
They had no one. They literally had no starters. So if you're going to hold the other team to 21,
21, yes.
7 of them go to the offense on the Jeff Wilson fumble. Like, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that.
Yeah, it's okay.
That's
it's not
fine.
a huge deal.
That's fine. The offensive side of the football is a different story. They did what they had to do in the first half to get back in the game. They don't score in the second.
Right.
But it wasn't a Jimmy problem. For
once, which is nice. So we don't have to bury the poor Jimmy Garoppolo today. I will say this, and you mentioned it during the changeover. The ground game, the ground and pound is ground and not found right now.
It's not bad.
I'm trying to warm up here. Zaza's in the building, so I'm getting a little nervous early.
That is intimidating,
It's
not just like a big name guest, but when they're 7 feet tall, it's different. Right. It's like, my God.
Well, I like the way that Raymond Ritter stacked our guests because we go from 7 foot down to 6'9", down to 6'5". We end up with Brandon Schneider, who's my size.
It's a staircase.
We go high to low. We go from top. We started from the top, and now we're here. But, Mark, I'm concerned about the ground game, but you think about it, no left tackle, no right tackle. They didn't have Trent Williams, and Mike McGlinchey was out. So you're trying to run the ball, but you don't have necessarily the full complement of offensive linemen to run the ball. I thought they could have committed to it a little bit more, but give Atlanta credit. They know when you're facing the 49ers, the best thing to do is to take away the run and let Jimmy beat you. And, well, Jimmy didn't beat you.
Actually, Jimmy did beat you, and then the people on the other end of Jimmy's throws did not do what they needed to do. They didn't catch the ball, or when they did, there were penalties that brought it back. We get the whole story. So we'll be here for the 49er conversation throughout the day while also getting you ready for not just any season opener, but a ring night celebration against the Los Angeles Lakers tomorrow night with the Golden State Warriors. And we welcome in the great Zaza Pachulia. Great to see you, my friend. It's great to see you. We'll welcome you in to get this thing started with the Warriors season tomorrow night. How's everything going?
Yeah, it's just, incredible. You think about any season opener is always fun, but a season opener with ring night coming off a championship and starting the quest for the fifth ring, one for the thumb, it's even more exciting.
Absolutely. I'm, so grateful to be in this situation. At Chase Center, banner goes up and, everybody gets the ring. I'm so happy for the fans and so happy for the whole organization. It was not easy ride until here, especially considering pandemic, closing, opening, right? So new place, and we talked about starting with Rick Wells, and I still remember that message got stuck in my mind. Chase Center going to be the Madison Square MSG of the West, right? So here we are. Fans. Our first banner goes up, and amazing experience that we had, and this organization and with our fans. And tomorrow is going to be celebration, especially against the Los Angeles Lakers, right? So I'm excited and looking forward to it.
With basketball and business kind of being your jam now with this team, I wonder with what you were just talking about, how did that change off seasons in the past? I know even since Chase Center opened, pandemic, it's been really weird each off season, but this is different. You're now coming off of a championship. How did that change the entire operation and the view to the future for this team?
Yeah, it's very interesting, right? It doesn't matter what part of the year you're going to look at it. It's always something that we're doing. We're thinking about the future. We try to help each other, and at the same time, how we can, bring our best, right? How we can make our brand look better in the community and, worldwide with the partnership, the tickets, and, thinking about the players, thinking about the fan base and support we got. And so it's 24/7, honestly. Every department I spend time with, the message and, the OKRs we're talking about, the goals, it's like we're so similar. So I just love that everybody has the same goal. I just love the fact that everybody's working hard to achieve those goals and, really make this organization the best in the world.
It's got to be an easier day for you and Bob and company to the extent that Jordan Poole, that box has been checked, and Andrew Wiggins, his contract gets signed. We all kind of expected Jordan Poole to sign, but Wiggins comes in right on the heels. How happy are you from a front office standpoint to have those two deals done ahead of the opener?
Absolutely. First of all, I'm happy for those guys. As an ex-player, they work so hard and they definitely earned it. They definitely put themselves in a situation where well-deserved, right? So they experienced the championship and they helped this team. They were a huge part of our success last year. So I'm looking forward spending another couple more years with them. Obviously, when you work hard and, first of all, I got to give credit to our ownership group. Right? It was not easy. And we haven't seen this kind of situation where they are okay, spending money, and as far as we keep playing for the championships and, we have a chance, we are contenders, and, it comes from Joe and Peter. And kudos, I played for 6 different teams, and these guys are special. When we hit their mindset, they're being aggressive, and, they're confident, and they love what they do, so... obviously it makes it easier for Bob and the rest of the team to build a team that we have veterans, you have guys who has experience same time, the youth that we have, and as we saw it in the Portland game, right? So a lot of young players got a chance to play, and what a team! There's a lot of talent out there, right? So maybe not as much experience when you add staff, Clay and Wiggs and Draymond, right? But you just love the young talent we have. So I think the current situation is great. I think current roster is amazing, but at the same time, when you look at the future, it's bright as well for this organization. So
Zaza Pachulia here with us on 95.7 The Game. Willard and Dibs. We are at Chase Center getting ready for ring night tomorrow night. And I'm certainly interested in your perspective on what the organization has experienced for the last week and a half. I know that leading up to ring night, this is one of the real unfortunate parts of what took place, is because instead of talking about hanging a banner, the conversation has been about some different things. What is your perspective with regard to how teammates can navigate something like what they've all been through now over the last 10 days?
Yeah, I think you already answered that, for the last couple of days, right? So it's already a story, right? Even though it's recent, right? So yes, we can still talk about it, but first of all, I got to tell you, every family is going ups and downs, and I definitely look at this, playing in this league for 16 years. I mean, it is really a family, right? We had some issues over there, but we talked about it. I think Draymond came and apologized, and both Draymond and Jordan addressed the media as well. They share their view and where they are, and right now all our focus is on the ring night, to be honest. And I think it's a perfect timing because everybody's excited. I listened to Clay's interview, and even his fourth ring, right? So he seems like it's the first time, right? So I think we gotta live with what's going on right now, and right now it's a weird day ahead, like to get the special experience and to experience this special day. So we are super excited. Everybody's super excited. But like I say, every family has ups and downs. It was very unfortunate whatever happened, but I have confidence in our guys, from our leadership, that everybody handle themselves right, and we're gonna figure it out. There's no problem without figuring out, unless you have not right people. So I think we have right people in this organization from top to bottom, and everyone having problems, but I have confidence that these right people are gonna take care of the things.
How much do you play a role in this as a 16-year vet, some kind of a sounding board, former player, but also in the front office? Is that something that you do in your role, or do you kind of wait for Bob and take your cues from him on these things?
Right, of course, Bob, is amazing. He's been with this organization for a long time, and he's our leader, right, when it comes to on the basketball side. But at the same time, we have, just like on the court, you cannot win big by yourself, right? So you need the right team around you. So he knows that we're there for him, and we there for each other. That's very, very important. The teamwork on and off the court. So whenever he feels that either Sean or myself should be included and involved, we're there, right? But this being a team effort, like I say, it's going to continue to be like that.
Zaza, great to have you, man. Great to have you the night before ring night. Thank you so much for hopping by and saying hello to us.
Thanks, but how about that? We're in a suite right now.
Not bad.
This is a very expensive place to be, right?
I'm waiting for security to come and drag me out because my history in suites is normally sneaking in, so I'm kind of a little nervous.
Don't worry, you got 24 hours.
Okay.
Yeah, massive imposter syndrome going on right here. Yeah, Zaza, thanks, man. Great to have you. All right, there it is. Zaza Pachulia. Your calls on all things Warriors and 49ers. We can get into the loss. What did you see? What do you think needs to happen next? 888-957-9570. Mike Dunleavy Jr. and Bob Myers next hour here on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game.
The Falcons did the Niners dirty in the ATL.
Play action, wants to take the shot down the middle of the field, looking for McLeod, and he dropped it.
We're reacting to Niners Falcons and getting you ready for Warriors opening night.
Fakes and fires from half court on the way. He got it! He hit it from half court!
The only place to hear Golden State Warriors basketball. 95.7 The Game.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
There's a reason Comcast Business powers more businesses than any other provider. Actually, there's a few. Comcast Business offers the fastest, reliable network, the peace of mind that comes with Security Edge, helping to protect all your connected devices. and the most reliable 5G mobile network. Want me to keep going? I can. Whether your small business is starting or growing, you need Comcast Business. Technology solutions that put you ahead and give you serious savings. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security. Together for just $69.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Or find out how to get up to a $650 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Limited time offer, restrictions apply. New 50 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. Requires enrollment in EcoBill and AutoPay. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Comcast Business Mobile utilizes the network with the most Root Metrics 5G data reliability wins in 1H 2022. Results may vary, not an endorsement.
Fremont Bank. If there's one thing we understand more than anybody, it's that it takes a local bank to really get the needs of local businesses. And more than anything, local businesses need access. Access to a knowledgeable banker and access to a full suite of business services. Can't come to the bank? We'll come to you. Our devotion to our clients ensures your business never misses a beat. That's why Fremont Bank remains the right choice for local and family-owned businesses. Learn more at fremontbank.com. Member FDIC.
For 25 years, Buy Right Market in San Francisco has partnered with purveyors of deliciousness to bring you local food that adds a dash of unique to every meal and celebration. Hi friends, this is Jamie, Buy Right's head of product. And this season, whether you're planning an elaborate meal, watching the game, heading to a friend's, or cozying up for a night in, Buy Right will help you savor what matters most. Pre-order your holiday meals at buyrightmarket.com or stop by and discover something unique for yourself. Gather, share, and enjoy with Buy Right.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you may be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to GetRefunds.com, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
Bear Robotics makes robots for restaurants. Automated servers to do the heavy lifting. But get this, our office, it wasn't automated. Paper invoices going in and out, getting lost. We don't do that anymore. Now we've got Bill. It automates our finances the way we automate restaurants. With Bill tracking our invoices and planning payments, we can focus on growing. The old way, not going back there.
Automate your finances with Bill. Learn more at Bill.com.
Big O Tires proudly sells its own brand of affordable tires, and each set comes standard with the nation's greatest warranty. Now through October 30th, save $100 instantly on select Big O brand tires with installation purchase. Visit your locally owned Big O Tire store for offer details.
At Progressive, you can get 24/7 protection, even if you break the space-time continuum.
We did it! We time traveled to yesterday!
Wait, Progressive covers us 24/7, but we just created an 8-day week, and it's 24/7 coverage, not 24/8. We gotta go back.
Are you joking right now?
Shh, I'm calling them. Hi, I have a question about time travel.
Progressive offers more than a great price when you bundle home and auto. We offer round-the-clock protection, which literally means anytime. Coverage from Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers, and subject to policy terms. Bundle discount not available in all states or situations.
When Big Mobile charges you an arm and a leg, they're taking your money and your power. And your arm and leg. Boost Mobile gives your power back with an unlimited plan for $25 a month on one of America's largest 5G networks. We can't give you back your arm and your leg because we're not qualified surgeons. Unless you're an iguana who can grow limbs back. Switch to Boost and get an unlimited plan for $25 a month. Boost Mobile. Unleash your power. New customers only. One line, $25 per month with autopay. Additional restrictions apply. See boostmobile.com for details.
Get what you want and pay over time when you use your Lowe's Advantage Card. Now through October 26, 2022. Ask for 0% APR with 36 fixed monthly payments on a product installation or appliance purchase of $1,000 or more. Shop for the appliances you want in-store or online. Or go to the store nearest you for installation. Now at Lowe's. Offer subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store Lowe's.com for details. U.S. only.
I used to get frequent heartburn at night, so I made Prilosec OTC part of my morning routine.
1 pill in the morning, 24 hours, 0 heartburn with Prilosec OTC. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
Now back to Willard and Dibs, live from Chase Center on 95.7 The Game.
And next hour is going to be phenomenal here at Chase Center. Bob Myers, Mike Dunleavy Jr., Kirk Lacob, and Brandon Schneider on the show today as well. And then you, as we work our way through another 49er loss. However, can I start off here real quick by just saying I'm mad at us. I'm mad at us.
Well, no, you can't start that way.
I can because
you asked me if you could, and well, go ahead, Mark.
Okay, I'm going to do like any kid does to a parent. I'm just going to deny your instruction, and I'm going to go my own damn way. Because we sat here on the changeover and talked about what a great Saturday it was in sports, right? It starts off with the Jordan Poole extension. Yeah. And then we're like, oh, but wait. There's more. Here comes an Andrew Wiggins extension. And if you're a college football fan, that Alabama-Tennessee game.
That game was drunk.
Right? And then you weave your way into the evening with the Utah-USC game. And we left out.
Oh, boy.
The Dodgers lost! The Dodgers lost! Bye-bye, Dodgers! Oh, my gosh. How great was that? And
it's not fair, Mark.
Oh, my gosh.
It's not fair.
It was a drumbeat that started when they lost game 2. You could immediately feel it. They're like, we're going to lose, and this is not fair. This series is too short, and why do we have to go to San Diego? And it was like, my gosh, I've never watched a fan base cry me a river more than what took place over the weekend. Apparently, upsets have been removed from sports.
Yeah.
We're not allowed to do that anymore.
Well, I don't think you looked at, and we should change our show open. Major League Baseball, you rule.
You're awesome.
You're awesome. You're so awesome. Because that was really awesome. And I thought there was a rule that if you won 110 games in the regular season, you got like an extra life. Remember video games where you get to 20,000 points, you get a free life. That's right. I thought the Dodgers got an extra life, but but wait, that's right. The Seattle Mariners are on the phone when they won $1.16 20 years ago. Memo to the Dodgers: win in October or quit your crying. And I love the skipper, Dave Roberts. He's a forever Giant. We will mark this down. We will guarantees.
Don't do that
You
anymore.
are not Joe Namath, people. No more guarantees.
Yeah, it just doesn't help you. And then what we're basically talking about are surprises in sports. So let me now use Jordan Poole and the San Francisco 49ers to further illustrate this point. So the 49ers lose yesterday. We all think, because we're 49er fans, they should be 6-0. How on earth are you not? You lost to the Bears. How did you lose to the Denver Broncos? And then the Atlanta Falcons, and I thought Baldi was really good on this morning with Bonte and Joe. The difference in this one, you got outplayed yesterday. The Falcons won that football game. Yeah. There's no two ways around that. Now, are there reasons all of the defensive players were out? Sure, we can do that. But we still are going to move on with this 3-3 football team and feel like they were the better team. Right, they are better
on paper
than all 6 teams they've played.
Right.
However, they've only won 3 of those football games, and therefore it's going to lead to a lot of people today going, man, the Shanahan this, and can we just admit it? This team is not an actual contender. Did you see what Steve Kerr said about Jordan Poole over the weekend following the extension? He said his rookie year, there's no way in hell I ever thought this would happen.
Right.
The guy looked lost. Forever Jordan Poole, $140 million man, and last year's 49ers for that matter, are going to be my examples. Stop giving up on stuff when it's hard in the early going.
No, it's over. Shanahan's done. This team's done. Actually, I heard a rumor after yesterday's loss that they're going to fold up the franchise, Mark.
I've never.
They're going to go to 31 teams in the NFL.
I've never seen more departures from a first place team in the history of my life, especially when there's a damn good reason, which is that your entire defense was hurt. I'm not calling that as an excuse. The offense they got some questions to answer. What exactly you want to do? What are you doing? What are you doing in the fourth quarter?
They're taking their time.
You're down by 14 with 10 minutes to go. What are you doing? What are you doing? Why are you taking your time? We could see it even in the first and second minute of that drive. Like, dude, a little urgency,
yeah.
right? Which is not the 49ers thing. I get that. But that's a fair question. We can also ask, why isn't you're supposed to be the run game guru, and this isn't to rip you. I would love to ask Kyle, what's going on? Why isn't it working? Why is it 2nd and 9 after every first down? Because the 49ers are a dominant team when they get 5 and 6 yards on first down, and it doesn't happen this year.
Yeah, but we all saw this coming in many ways because the killer bees in the interior, new center and 2 new guards, and you took a step back in your interior offensive line. Your all-pro, possible Hall of Fame left tackle is out, and your right tackle, who, by the way, is really good at run blocking. He may not be a great pass blocker. Mike McGlinchey is out. So now you've got 3 newbies in the interior and 2 makeshift tackles on the outside. Yeah. You're on to your 3rd running back. And by the way, other teams, they know what Kyle Shanahan wants to do, and so they stack the box. They bring all the players up to the line of scrimmage. You know the Niners aren't going to throw it deep very often. You know their offensive line is injured and beleaguered. Let's go ahead and roll everyone up. So you're not able to run the ball. I didn't really have a problem yesterday with the play calling. I thought the short passing game was great.
It was fine.
The only issue I have is what you were talking about. That fourth quarter, you get the ball back, needing 2 touchdowns, and you kind of sashay your way down the field and get nothing anyway.
Like, I love somebody who's calm under pressure, but not that calm.
Seriously.
Like, hello, are you there? Knock, knock. But
8 minutes and 8 seconds was the length of that drive.
So even if it had ended well, even if you scored, you're in Bleep City by then. It's down now. It's
Magic City. I thought that was in Florida.
I mean, now it's either force a 3 and out, do an onside kick, and even if you get the ball back, it's going to be you got 1 minute to go to do the whole field. Like, it's not what the 49ers do. But to your point, I still found this very confusing why the run game's not working. You can say we know what's coming. You're going to stack the box. Okay, so how do you beat that? Well, you go over the top. Jimmy made those throws yesterday.
It's a shame.
What's another one? Well, let's get Ayuk involved. Dude,
they did,
had his best game of the year.
Yep.
So all of the things that you would say the Niners need to do to beat the stacking of the box, they did it. And they still didn't score points.
Yeah.
So I am confused by the offense and excusing the defense.
You're baffled?
Those are that's if you want to turn this into 2 teams, and that's my one word for you. I am confused by the offense, and I am excusing the defense.
Yeah,
they didn't have any of their players.
I'm in a different spot on both. I'm not going to excuse the defense. I know that they have a lot of injuries, but what Atlanta was able to do, and you mentioned it at the top of this segment, and I'd love to hear what people have to say, 888-957-9570. Where are you frustrated by that performance? You mentioned it, Mark, and it was, you got outplayed, and it was in the trenches on both sides of the ball. So I know defensively you didn't have a lot of your big boys up front. Kinlaw on IR, by the way. Who could have seen that coming?
Yep, shocker.
And Armstead still not playing, and Bosa was there on the sidelines, but you got dominated at the point of attack. And the other part of what I saw defensively was that zone read is a problem. The way Marcus Mariota was running it, they had no answer for the zone read. Atlanta was running the ball the way the 49ers normally run the ball, and that to me was, injuries are happening in football.
Sure.
I think you shared something with the group that the Niners have the 32nd
most injured team in football.
Yeah, the most injured team.
That's data now. That's not a fan being like, we must be the most. No. Once again, and again, every year in Kyle Shanahan's time with the 49ers, they have been in the bottom third in the league, or top, however you want to say that, of the most injured teams, one of the 3rd most injured teams in football, and over the last couple of years have literally been in the top 3.
Right.
And here we are again. And this year, by data, at this point, the most injured team in the NFL.
So we need to look at that from a standpoint of it's got to be more than just bad luck. When this consistently happens, it can't just be, it's just bad luck. I mean, you're snake bit again.
Well, here's what's odd, because Doc Pandy, I think, actually interacted with you on Twitter about this yesterday, and he says this all the time. The 2 things, if we want to talk about what is actually predictive in terms of injury, I don't know if a strength and conditioning coach can do something to make guys not get hurt on a football field, not get rolled up, in run plays. But the 2 things that are predictive of injury in football are A, drafting players with an injury history.
Which they do.
And B, turf.
Right.
Which they largely don't compared to most other teams because at least they play on natural grass. I know a lot of the teams in their division don't, and so they've had some road games early on here where they don't, but that's everybody in football. So I don't know if I can say that this is drafting players with an injury history, especially since look at some of the guys who are hurt don't even fit that mold. Trent Williams was not drafted here. Right. Mooney Ward was not drafted here. Talanoa Hufanga, I don't think he had an injury history. Like, this has covered everybody. So sure,
in all ways, yes.
Kinlaw can be your example if you want. Jason Verrett, not drafted.
Bosa
but again,
had injury. He was hurt in high school and in college.
But there's a ton of guys hurt who don't have that history
It's
too.
true.
So it's just
the ones that get me, Mark, are the soft tissue injuries, your groins, your hamstrings, the muscle pulls. That's where I think you can fairly look at the strength and conditioning staff and wonder why and if you have more of these type of injuries than other teams, because that isn't always turf and field related. There's a reason why you have these muscle pulls. And this is maybe a topic for deeper in the week or deeper in the season, because right now I know people want to just comment on yesterday, because what you said, I think, is the most telling part of this. You got dominated.
You got beat.
In the trenches on both sides.
First time.
Your quarterback, he was 29 of 41. I mean, that's pretty darn good.
He played fine.
He played great.
Jimmy Garoppolo played a good football game yesterday.
Brandon Ayuk has emerged finally and become the wide receiver that he's been waiting to be. And you mentioned it, the defense only gave up 21 points. That fumble 6 that goes the other way. And that's a weird one too, by the way, because if that ball, and George Kittle, give him credit for the strip, if that ball hits like 30 degrees on the point, that goes out of the end zone. That's a touchback. You get that back.
Yeah, the second he fumbled, I'm like, it's going to go out, because also remember the momentum of the players is all moving that way.
Yeah.
You have a player that's running left. He reaches out, fumbles it in the end zone. I thought, 60-70% chance the way that ball is going to bounce, it's going to fly out of bounds. It's 49ers ball back. Instead, it's 7 points. So let's go out to the phones at 888-957-9570. But 2 quick reminders first. Again, between 10 and 10:30 today, that is our first of 2 signed Warriors jerseys that we're giving away on YouTube today. You got to be on YouTube, because we're going to show you, not going to tell you, we're going to show you the keyword to text. And between 10 and 10:30 is when we will give you the opportunity to win a Steph Curry signed jersey. Just got to go to YouTube and be there. It's not hard. You don't need to go through some sort of process and give everybody your email, this, that, and the other. Just go to YouTube, search 95.7 The Game, pop, click, live stream right there. It's that simple. So be there between 10 and 10:30. Steph Curry signed jersey could be yours. Also, Willard and Dibs brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall, providing a luxurious and all-encompassing experience to address all your BMW needs. Visit bmwfairfield.com today to book your visit. That is bmwfairfield.com. All right, let's start with Jonathan in the city. Hey, Jonathan, you're on Willard and Dibs. What are you doing?
Hey, just, getting ready to go serve the public with pleasure. And I just, a few things that I saw at the game yesterday against the Falcons. Number one, they had 3 shots, big play shots, and they went 0-3 because, the receivers don't want to catch the ball off the fingertips of Ray, off the fingertips of the, backup tight end.
Charlie Warner, yep.
Of Ayuk. And then number 2, Morning Rose man crush linebacker had a bad day in the office. I mean, Fred's really smart, but the one thing I don't like about him is he wants to tackle high. So the running backs for the Falcons, you know what they did? Oh, Fred, you're here? Let me take you for a ride. So all game long, running backs are taking, Fred Warner for a ride 2, 3, 5 yards after the point of contact. And number 3, and this is not my opinion, it's just fact, under Kyle Shanahan, we just cannot beat a mobile quarterback.
It's a fair point.
Yeah,
thanks, Jonathan, thanks. I mean, when you were talking about this read option thing, mobile quarterbacks have given the 49ers problems. Now, I could also flash and go, well, that's why everybody wants mobile quarterbacks. Like, they're harder to guard.
Yes.
Like,
and that third down play in the first half was huge, where he scrambled up the middle for 17 to keep that drive alive. That was a big play, mobile quarterback.
Yeah, no doubt. But that said, this 49er defense has faced a bunch of them this year, and I know that it has been some of their losses. Justin Fields, Russell Wilson, these guys they're going to provide a different challenge for the defense. And could that lead to some extra first downs, maybe even a few points here and there in the game? Absolutely. But, yeah, we have to call that what it is. It was not a great game for Fred Warner. It reminded me of the game that Dre Greenlaw had out of the gate in Chicago. Terrible game for him, but then he's been fantastic since then. I'm not worried about Fred Warner. Fred Warner is one of the best linebackers in the league, and collectively, I know this bothers people, but I'm giving the defense a pass as long as more than half their starters aren't playing. I don't know what you were really asking them to do. They played well enough for the 49ers to win that game. You and I said it last week. I said it's a 3-touchdown performance for the offense.
Yeah.
They need, and then maybe mix in a field goal or two. If they get to 24 points, they're going to win the football game. They didn't. They only got to 14, and they gave up a defensive score the other way. Right. That's your formula to lose the game, and that's exactly what they did.
9 of 14 on third down for the Falcons. So that, to me, was the biggest part of the game, is the Niners defense couldn't make a big play on third down to get off the field. And I can't excuse them for all the players that are hurt, because that's football, and that's 49er football. You're going to have injuries, and the defensive line, the depth of the defensive line is their strength. And the linebackers, the two linebackers you play with, they were both in there. So that wasn't really an injury situation. I know Moody Ward got hurt. Jimmy Ward still isn't able to play. To me, it came down to a few big plays on defense that they just didn't make. And overall, you mentioned it, Atlanta, too physical. They ran the ball 40 times. That's the Shanahan blueprint.
Yep.
Pound the rock, possess the ball. Atlanta did great with time of possession, third down conversions, and that opening drive really set the tone to march down. First time all year, by the way, the Niners have given up a touchdown on that opening drive.
Yeah, it was 3rd and 1 or 3rd and 2, it felt like, for the Falcons every time.
Yeah.
If the 49ers are doing that, which they usually are, they are incredibly hard to stop. That's what Jimmy does well. He keeps finding himself in 3rd and 8 and 3rd and 7. And by the way, he made the throws in order to do that, but too often it just was not received on the other end. Okay, keep going on the phones. How about Scott in Martinez? Hey, Scott, you're on with Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. What are you doing, Scott?
I'm just doing my normal Monday ditty. Thanks for taking my call, guys.
Yeah, ma'am.
So, as usual, you guys are doing a great job covering all of the, things that led to this loss. I want to reiterate the Shanahan decision-making. It kind of bothers me at times. If I can, I'd like to go back to the Denver game when he didn't take that penalty on them on a third down and gave them
the field goal, right.
Goal.
Gave him the 3 points, sure.
That was 3 points that you just gave this guy that kicks in altitude, and if you look at the score, we could have used those 3 points there. So it's frustrating at times with his decision making, the laissez-faire attitude of just kind of marching. We were moving the ball, but you're giving Atlanta time to keep their defense in, to rotate their defense in. We're not switching anything up, getting them on their heels, and it just leads to that Jimmy G, one mistake that he is going to make per game, and that was our chance right there. All of a sudden, there's a minute left on the clock, and they're trying to get the ball back. So
yeah, Scott, while I get what you're saying on that, I came out of yesterday with nothing to say. No fingers pointed at Jimmy.
No.
He
had 2 picks, but the first one was, by the way, end of the half.
Almost a de facto Hail Mary in a way.
Exactly.
Like he's just trying to force a ball to see if they could get a field goal.
But the second pick was the one where, you're trying to find a way to get a foothold in the second half after you go 3 and out, by the way, out of the locker room. And the Morning Roast guys mentioned this. The halftime adjustments have not been great for Kyle Shanahan in that the laminated play sheet. You come out, you go 3 and out, you punt on your second possession, and now is a chance to get back in the game. And that's the one pick that hurt the Jimmy G.
Yeah, although we do this. Look, if Jimmy has 5 or 6 throws where you're like, dude, now I'm going to come in the next day and let's point at Jimmy. But if we're coming in today going, man, There was that one throw that he always makes.
Right.
Every quarterback makes one throw in a game where you're like, I don't know. Did you watch Aaron Rodgers yesterday? They couldn't even score. The Jets ran them up and down the field. He got lucky that there wasn't a pick six from Sauce Gardner. It just barely touched the ground. Like, look, Jimmy was fine yesterday.
He was great,
Jimmy was fine yesterday. There's all kinds of other stuff, and if you really want to be concerned as a 49er fan, I give you the one thing that should really concern you as a 49er fan, and it's the fact that George Kittle, after the game, was questioning effort. What?
That's bad.
We could talk about anything in sports. If you've got a locker room questioning its own effort, I can't think of anything worse.
And he said, there were some players who didn't give their max effort. And, maybe it's because they had too much chill time at the Greenbrier. It's a 2-game road trip.
Who knows?
They looked like a team, Mark. They looked like a baseball team playing game 10 at the end of a 3-city, 10-game road trip where, you lose it 5-1, you get 2 hits, and you can't wait to get on the plane. They did not have much in the way of intensity. That defense got pushed around on the opening drive. You find yourself down. You give up back-to-back touchdowns to start the game, and it never felt like the Niners were able to get on top of the physicality of that game.
Mike Dunleavy Jr. is 20 minutes away. Bob Myers is 35 minutes away. We are live at Chase Center, getting you ready for ring night tomorrow night. Want to tell you coming up about some of the special things that'll be happening here at Chase Center, not only tomorrow night, but throughout the season. We'll continue to take your phone calls on the 49ers as well. Plus, this little tidbit as we get ready for an elimination game with the Yankees and Guardians tonight, you will not believe what some Yankees fans are saying about Aaron Judge and what that might mean for the rest of the league, including the San Francisco Giants. We'll get to all of that.
That's exciting.
Coming up next. It could be. It absolutely could be. And then, don't forget, the second we come back, we are in the Steph Curry signed jersey window.
Curry!
Between 10 and 10:30. Get to YouTube right now, and you will see with your eyes how to go about winning a Steph Curry signed jersey. YouTube.com, search 95.7 The Game, click on the live stream. That is all you need to do. So if I were you, I would do that right now. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
It's an extra special Monster Monday on 95.7 The Game. The middays are live from Chase Center.
I'm starting to tingle.
We're giving away a signed Steph Curry jersey and a signed Klay Thompson jersey. But you have to watch on YouTube for your chance to win. Today on 95.7 The Game.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
This is your time to cash in at Cash Creek Casino Resort. To rock and to roll. Over the hills and bluffs. Go all out or go all in. With 4 stars and rising stars. Now we do more than ever, so you can do as much or as little as you want. It's your time to cash in at Cash Creek Casino Resort.
Golfers, tee it up this fall at the Golf Mart for big savings. Save up to $150 off on Ping G425 woods. Upgrade your gear with discounted Wilson standard cart golf bags and stock up on TaylorMade Distance Plus golf balls, now 2 dozen for $35. Don't miss these items and more happening now at the Golf Mart and get a free custom fitting today. The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee, or shop us online at worldwidegolfshops.com.
Does your heart long to wander?
To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea and amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart. Travel the world right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. Explore Wanderwoods, our new outdoor playscape, now open.
O'Reilly Auto Parts specializes in keeping your car on the road. Not sure how much life is left in your battery? Our professional parts people will test it for free. If it does need to be replaced, we'll help you find just the right one to fit your car. Our Superstar batteries are built to handle even the toughest conditions. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
California, you deserve more. And with United Healthcare, you'll get more. Annual enrollment is October 15th through December 7th. So call United Healthcare today. With the United Healthcare Medicare Advantage Plan, you get more from your Medicare dollar, now including better than ever dental, vision, over-the-counter, and prescription drug coverage. Call United Healthcare at 1-888-CALL-UHC today and speak with a licensed sales agent. Benefits, features, and/or devices vary by plan and area. Limitations and exclusions apply.
Locked On Warriors is a daily podcast covering your favorite team, the defending world champion Golden State Warriors. I'm your host, Cyrus Sotses, and every Monday through Friday, Locked On Warriors brings you all of the biggest Warriors stories in around 30 minutes. We cover Stephen Curry and the dynasty that is one of the greatest teams in the history of this beautiful game. Listen to the Locked On Warriors podcast every day on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Okay, 3 more climbers, 7 loggers.
Ted's sustainably sourced logging company is growing a new branch.
What about truck driver contracts?
Which means a new HR manager will be the first hire to fall.
Then we'll need to staff up the warehouse.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Anywhere fans go to cheer on their team, there are behind-the-scenes MVPs, ensuring everything is game day ready. We see you, Joe, fixing seats so every fan can enjoy every game. And Allie, who keeps her stadium running smoothly from the moment the first game starts to the last play of the season. At Grainger, you're our MVPs, and we're always here for you, with supplies and solutions for every industry and 24/7 customer support. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now back to Willard and Dibs, live from Chase Center on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, so we're not going to do you like that. We're going to go to the phones in a second. Mike Dunleavy Jr. in about 10, 15 minutes. We're not going to just throw the sign up on YouTube right now. We're going to give you a few more minutes to get there. Willard and Dibs live at Chase Center. Get your you-know-what, your tookus, as your mom might say.
I actually got a message requesting that our very own look, be the one to come by and actually hold the sign up. So I'll see if we can arrange the great Matt Nahigian to make a cameo, shout out Word Up. Wouldn't that be just special for everyone on this Monday, Mark, to help soothe the wounds following a Niner loss?
I think it would be exciting.
I agree.
We'll take as many cameos as possible.
Agreed.
And so if you know a guy, go ahead and put that request in.
I do know a guy.
But we are giving away a Steph Curry signed jersey in this half-hour window by holding up the keyword and the number to text on YouTube, and we will do that for the first time within the next 10 minutes.
Okay.
Within the next 10 minutes, that sign will go up, so you got to get over to YouTube so that you can get the information to text in and potentially win that jersey. Also, before we go back to the phones, I want to tell you about a couple of things that are happening this year. Now, first of all, tickets still available and always available at Warriors.com.
Click and roll.
If you want to go see the Warriors beat down LeBron James and get rings tomorrow night here at Chase Center, you still have the opportunity to do that. And you know, whenever like you go to a game and it's like, oh, get a free hat or free T-shirt,
swag,
you're often like, that's not something I would wear because it's like covered in advertisements and right, it's got like this shirt that is already sitting on the seats here at Chase Center, like. There are going to have to be Warrior security guards all around me on my way out of this arena today because I want one, and I'm thinking about stealing one, and I'm thinking I probably shouldn't do that.
Well,
but I'm having that sort of, that like, moral battle is happening within me right now.
Yeah,
I'll just admit that.
Sure.
It's a really good-looking shirt.
Oh, it's so nice. I think I'm going to wear it at my wedding, actually. I'm going to build my suit around that shirt.
Well, that would be new. That would be different.
Well,
and oh my gosh, they took care of that. No, I'm just kidding. I thought someone was giving me a shirt. But check this out. Okay,
pretty cool.
That's right up there now for those of you who are watching. Look at that thing, okay? Champions, ring night.
Yeah.
7 times. Got the year 22. Got the Larry O'Brien. And see, on the back, like this is just a beautiful shirt, okay? This is not like filled with all kinds of corporate logos. This is just Warriors right here, man.
If there's not Rakuten and 36-point font, I don't want it, Mark.
Yeah, apparently not.
Anyway,
honest. Beautiful shirt. So that is tomorrow night.
By the way, fans, you get your own ring night, and it's November 23rd against the Clippers. You get a replica ring night, which is one of the many, many promotional events that's coming up this year for your Golden State Warriors.
Absolutely, including Thrilloween, by the way. For those of you who are already starting to think about Halloween, Saturday, October 29th. Thrilloween, the spooktacular event.
Of course.
That will be kicking off everything for all of the Fall Thrive City celebrations and sensations, okay? So you could trick or treat, get your dibs. Oh, wow, your name is in this. Get your dibs on 100,000 pieces of candy from 10 themed trick or treat stations. There's a pumpkin patch, a photo booth, live entertainment, costume contest, face painting, balloon art, inflatables, absolutely everything
Come
going
for
on.
the candy, stay for the free insulin shots.
Why not?
What, too edgy?
I was okay with it. I was all right with it. So anyway, a lot of fun stuff going on down here. As always, Mike Dunleavy Jr. is coming up in about 10 minutes. Within about 6 or 7 minutes, we will put up the key word for those of you watching on YouTube to win that signed Steph jersey. But right now, back out to the phones.
I love the squinting, by the way. It's the sign of your advancing age because you can't go to the phones without leaning forward and getting your squint on.
Listen, I do not bring my readers to the show.
You need to.
And we might be soon. I cruise around in my house in those things all the time.
Okay.
I only do it because I know that if I brought it to the show, it would make you feel way too good.
Oh, yeah.
And so I'm like,
There might be some ridicule.
Exactly. Hey, sophomore in Pacifica. Thank you for calling. You're on 95.7 The Game. What's up, sophomore? What are you doing?
Gentlemen, I got to turn that around on you guys. What are you doing? You know I love you, but so far this morning you compared a football team to a baseball team. Those are like two of the most different human endeavors in the history of the world. So, like, analogy doesn't work.
Remind me, when did we compare a football team to a baseball team? Remind me. We say a lot of stuff here, sophomore, and most of it's stupid.
Yeah. You said the Niners looked like a baseball team at the end of a long road trip.
Yeah, it's because they were super flat. I was making the comparison of athletes who have been on the road, which the Niners have been, playing a little bit flat because they've been on the road. And I thought that the Niners did a good job of taking it one pitch at a time yesterday. Thank you, sophomore.
You guys spend so much time on sports. Let me then add about the Warriors. I am pretty worried. Remember the KD situation festering in 2018, 2019?
Sure.
And they got through the season. Yep, they got through the season pretty well, playing good basketball, but then the whole team blew up. I know the injuries were just unfortunate, but, KD leaves, So I think that with Dre, like, insulting Steph and everyone by saying that, the concept of trust doesn't mean anything to him. And then I thought JP's statement was kind of minimalist. I didn't think that was like an upcoming team leader speaking. It was like, get me out of here. Here's my hostage note. There's some festering going on.
Yeah. So thank you, Safra. I don't know if you can declare festering after 11 days since the incident. Talk to me in January or February. You can't fester this soon. Now, if we get to February and Draymond and Jordan Poole are not high-fiving each other, like you look at Russell Westbrook not huddling up with his teammates, you can call that a fester. I don't think that you can look at what's happened so far and say that this is festering.
I'm going to agree that we're not there yet, but if we're projecting forward, here's what I would say. I think it is a fair concern for a Warrior fan to have when you look at the way that this has gone. It started with, and I'm going to spotlight, like we know, there's been a ton of press gatherings surrounding Draymond, Poole, Steph, Looney, Kerr, Bob Myers, who will be here in 20 minutes. But spotlight a few of them. Draymond first said, I think, what most people were hoping to hear. And then from that moment forward, I have absolutely gotten the vibe from both players that it's not going to be an easy fix. It's not a snap your fingers. It's not an overnight, we talked, it's okay. It's we talked, and we're going to be professional.
Yeah.
And so that's not perfect. And so I'm with you. We're not festering yet. It's ring night tomorrow night. I think they're going to blow the Lakers out. I really do. I think this is a phenomenal basketball
6.5 is the number.
Lay that number.
Lay
anyway,
6 and a hook.
Anyway, I think this is a double-digit win tomorrow night. But to say that this couldn't show itself in odd ways throughout the season, I also think is dismissive. Like, this is hard. This is hard. I will continue to go back to what their head coach said. Biggest crisis we have had since I've been here. So that's a thing. And we're all waiting. We all said going into the weekend, there's one thing left. One piece of the puzzle.
Poole speaks.
We want to hear Jordan Poole speak. He spoke, and he basically was like, I don't really have a lot to say with this.
Yeah.
We're going to play basketball, and we're going to move on. And so that's fine. It's not that I don't accept that. But if anybody was looking for a warm fuzzy, you didn't get it.
I don't think
because I don't think it's there.
No, it's not there, and maybe it'll be there in 3 months. Maybe it'll never be there again, and that certainly is the case. And only they can decide whether or not it becomes an issue that invades the huddle, the locker room, etc. I think with the vets on this team and the singular goal of winning a championship, I don't imagine that this will fester. It will be interesting, though, in moments where Draymond Green maybe wants to aggressively correct a teammate, if I may. I wonder if Jordan Poole doesn't act a little bit more dismissively than he would have $140 million ago.
Yeah, I mean, look, so
because through the contract, he knows that he's here and Draymond Green might be there. I mean, Jordan Poole knows he got his deal. He got the bag.
Yes.
So Jordan Poole, if Draymond wants to blow up at Jordan Poole, it's easier for Jordan now to just give him the dismissive.
Look, there's no two ways about this, okay? There's no two ways about this. The last 10 days have been really bad for Draymond Green. Okay? There's no two ways about that. Draymond Green has now publicly punched a teammate. If you go back a few weeks before that, he publicly asked for a max extension. What has happened since then? You've seen the team rally behind the person that he punched, hand out massive contracts to 2 other players that lead to a tax bill that is, like we've literally said now for a few months, they're not going to have a payroll that's $500 million. Well, what's their payroll for next year? $500 million. It is $483 million right now
with
between
taxes?
Salaries and taxes as it stands next year. And Draymond is saying,
are you saying we should pass the hat for Joe Lacob?
No, I'm not saying that.
We got the jar.
But I am saying, Warrior fans, get yourself ready. Mentally prepare yourself for the big 3 not finishing their career together in Warrior jerseys.
And I think Warrior fans are there, Mark.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that preparation has been done. I think that preparation was already in place, before the punch happened. But since the punch and what you said, Poole and Wiggins both get the big bag.
I mean,
now the writing's on the wall. It's just a question of, is it before the end of 1 year? Is it 2 years? Is it this year at the trade deadline? I mean, between now and the end of next season, that will be it for Draymond Green as a Warrior. That's what seems to be the most likely way this plays out.
Mike Dunleavy Jr. expected here in a few minutes. For those of you watching on YouTube, we just put the keyword to text. You text to 20357. 20357. That's where you text the keyword. But if you were watching on YouTube, you text the keyword in. That's how you're going to win the Steph Curry autographed jersey. And we will show it to you one more time before we get to 10:30, which, by the way, is when Bob Myers is expected to stop on by. Until then, Brian in Arizona, next up here on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Brian, what are you doing?
Hey, guys, how you doing?
What's up?
Hey, I'm giving you a call. I know you guys are running out of time here. 3 quick notes real quick. One, I was thinking about the whole Draymond Green situation, and if I remember right, this is like the 3rd or 4th straw. So I want to know, what is the final straw in this year for him to be either traded or to just clearly say, hey, we're moving on? 2 little quick tips. I would love to see the Giants hire Will Clark as the manager. And then the third thing is, if Kyle Shanahan can't coach a team without an RB1, go get McCaffrey.
Yeah, okay.
Well, let's take them in order. The final straw has already happened,
I agree.
but they want to win, and you win with Draymond Green, so you're going to keep Draymond Green up until the point where you're no longer winning with Draymond Green, and you're the favorites this year, Mark. You're not just going to jettison the guy because you don't like his apology.
Listen, I could be wrong, because the Warriors are magicians as far as, and just their willingness to spend money and keep guys together. But when I saw Jordan Poole get a contract and hours later Andrew Wiggins gets one too, I believe that you have gotten a clear message that Draymond Green is not a part of the future of this organization. Now, he's got a contract that could potentially go through next year. I don't think anything's happening this year. If you ask me right now what I think is going to happen, I think this person's going to be traded at the end of the year. That's what I think. That's what I think. I think Draymond Green is going to be traded.
But what if they win another chip?
I still think Draymond Green is going to get traded.
This kind of goes to the Jimmy Garoppolo. Like, what if the Niners win the Super Bowl with Jimmy G? What then? I do think if the Warriors go back-to-back, I would be stunned if they were able to move off him, as opposed to go for a 3-peat and a 6th championship.
I mean, again, he can opt in. So if you're going to sign these 2 deals that they signed, you sort of have to be willing to pay that $480 million payroll. But there are ways around that, and that seems to me like where this is going. The other 2 things real quick before Mike Dunleavy Jr. sits down. Will Clark is not going to manage in this league because, quite frankly, because he wants to do things old school, and no team wants to do that. Okay.
Well done.
Christian McCaffrey's also not happening either because, quite frankly, an expensive, oft-injured running back is not really what the 49ers are looking to do. And the idea that the 49ers and Kyle Shanahan can't succeed without an RB1, that's just an in-the-moment take. Like, he has succeeded without an RB1 his entire career.
And you become an RB1 when you are Raheem Mostert. He became an RB1 because he was a great running back in that spot. So that, to me, is a non-starter.
With that, the vice president of basketball operations, and obviously a guy with a former playing career, very illustrious himself, sits down with us here live at Chase Center. Willard and Dibs. We'll give you the keyword on YouTube again one more time before 10:30. So if you miss it, stay right where you are. But it's Mike Dunleavy Jr. here with us on 95.7 The Game. Hey, Mike, what's going on?
Not much. Thanks for having me, guys. Let's should we move on, talk a little basketball?
Yeah.
I mean, I love that. Let's just brush it under the rug.
Just segue.
Wait, when you were in college, there was a spill in your dorm room or your apartment. Were you just a sweep it under the rug guy?
Yeah, just
is that what we did?
Yep.
Well,
that's the way to go.
I mean, actually, maybe you can speak to it this way. Like tomorrow night helps this organization move on from the last week and a half in what sort of a way?
I think in a lot of ways, just in the sense we're turning the page. We'll have the ring night. Guys look at the rings. It'll be really exciting. Big night for the fans too. But you move on to the next season, and I think it's it speaks maybe to what we did last season, but also maybe some things that happened in training camp, and even with these contract extensions, we got those done. Everything's behind us. Been around the team the last couple of weeks, and right now we're in a good spot headed into tomorrow night. Despite what's been said and everything that's going on, we feel great with where we're at, and we're excited to have a great year.
How hard is it to compartmentalize as a pro when on the court, yes, your teammates, but there's the plane, there's the practices, there's banquets, there's meetings. Is it difficult to try to compartmentalize maybe your feelings for any teammate on the court versus off the court?
Yeah, it's probably different than most workplaces, but in some ways it's similar. You go, you do your job, and sometimes you hang out with some people, sometimes you don't. Totally normal, but I really think, I've been around the last 10 days, I think we're good. Our guys are ready to go, and it's about winning and trying to run this thing back again.
These contract extensions felt like, from the perspective of the players who signed them, really interesting messages from them about their specific future. But I wonder what your perspective is with regard to Jordan saying, yes, this is where I want to do the next 4 or 5 years of my career. And then same for Andrew, and at a number that's less than what he's making right now. How would you put both of those into words?
We're thrilled to have him back. And like you said, I think we feel like we've got him on good contracts. They're happy about it. We're happy about it. Obviously, we've got a huge tax situation we got to look at and take care of. But everything's set for this season. Everything's about this year and trying to win this thing again. So we take it as a tremendous compliment that these guys want to be with us, and I think it speaks to the organization that Joe and Bob and Steve and everybody on down has built.
So what's that like for you and Bob in the front office going to Joe and say, hey, Joe, this is what we want to do. It's going to cost you $500 million next year. What do you think, Joe?
Again? Another guy? But that's the price of winning. And there's nobody more competitive in this whole thing than Joe. And so I think he realizes that there's a cost. And I'm not going to speak for him and say he's happy to pay it, but he understands. And it just means we've grown good players. We've acquired good players, and we're continuing to do so. And, we'll figure everything out when we need to.
He says with a smile, by the way.
There have been two wry grins that I've just noticed that are fat. Mike Dunleavy Jr. sitting with us. Because I want fans to understand, not that there isn't a massive luxury tax bill seemingly all the time with the Warriors, but this coming season that we're about to start, Jordan Poole is still on his original deal. So when these extensions kick in, you sort of look to the left and said, gosh, we got a tax bill that we got to figure out. How? How does a team go about figuring something like that out?
Well, I won't be able to give you the answer probably till next summer. But for now, we model, we look out, we project, and not only when we sign a guy now do we look at what they're making this season and the following season, but we look at 4 or 5 years down the road. So it's all a process. It's long-term thinking, but it's different than football. It's different than baseball. Our salary cap system's different. So you play within those parameters. You work within those guidelines, and you do your best to put the best product on the court under the rules. And right now we're doing that. It's expensive, but we're doing it, and we're going to continue to do it until it doesn't make any sense.
And right now you've got the best player, and we talked about the best face of the franchise in Bay Area history, maybe one of the best faces of a franchise you can remember in all of sports. What's his role like? And the name goes up for the YouTube audience, but the role that he plays on the court and certainly in times of crisis like you've seen over the last 10 days.
Well, Steph's the rock of this organization on and off the court. He's the benchmark for everything we've done and we've built. And when you have a guy like that, when your best player is also your best person, I think it makes it easier for Bob to manage, for Steve to coach, for the players to play, and that's what Steph does. And so, we all go to bed at night thanking the Lord that we have Steph Curry. That doesn't go unnoticed. And here we are with another year. He looks great, and we're expecting big things from him again.
What's fascinating also, you talk about the word projecting forward. An organization is always looking 5 years in advance. One thing that I think fans are really excited about, but they don't know to what level they can be excited about it, is this group of young players. And so Jordan Poole now, okay, you got your extension. That's going to be a big piece going forward. But a big part for what I'm excited to sit down and watch tomorrow night, what is Wiseman going to look like? What is Kuminga going to look like? Even a piece like Moses Moody. And sort of how do you see that sort of fitting in basketball and business-wise going forward?
Yeah, I think this is a really unique situation. I'm not sure it's been done before in the sense of can you continue to win with veterans at a high level and usher in these young guys and integrate them. So it's been a really fun and cool process. We spent a lot of time this summer just how do we get these younger guys to keep getting better as, we lose players like Gary Payton and Otto Porter and Nemanja Bjelica. So these young guys need to step in and play and perform. And so it's been a fun, process in terms of like, how do we get them at the level player development wise? James, even speaking for him from summer league until last preseason game. The guy's the strides that he's made has really, we've noticed it internally because we see him every day in practice and stuff, but we're really pleased with his development. He's finally had a chance to be healthy, be on the court, get reps, all that. So we're excited about it, but it's also like a little daunting because it really hasn't been done. Like, I can't think of any other sports either where you're trying to like bridge this gap. It's a cool concept, and we feel pretty good about it.
Yeah, 2 timelines is what everyone talks about. And just watching James on the TV, he's popping off the screen so far from what we've seen this preseason. How do you find minutes for all these guys? And I know it's more of a Steve issue, but you and Bob have assembled a war chest of young talent, yet you want to get these guys to play and get real game minutes, but you also have to go out and serve the veterans as well. How do you guys as an organization try to blend those two?
Yeah, I think the best compliment we can receive as a front office is when some of our coaches come to us and it's like, God, we got a lot of guys. I don't know how we're going to be able to play them all. And okay, we've done our job.
Yeah.
Now you guys figure it out. But no, seriously, I think we've got some versatile players and we can intermatch and play together. And Steve will be able to comment on that more. But I think we put together a team that hopefully doesn't have a lot of weaknesses. And if we have some injuries and stuff, we can fill in and be okay. And so we feel good about the roster.
Mike, here's the part where I'm going to see if I can get you to rip the CBA.
Let's go, rip it.
Because this is absurd. Look, if it's Andrew Wiggins, that's one thing, but I don't understand it. Draft and develop, and you guys get taxed for doing things exactly like you're supposed to do.
Man.
Jordan Poole, if it gets to Wiseman and Kuminga, even the big 3 all drafted into. Why is a team being penalized for that?
I can't get into it too much because that's going to cost me.
He's just here so we won't get fined.
I don't want to get you fined, obviously. But what's your thought there?
Your sentiments are fair. That's the way we feel. We draft these guys. We develop them. Going back to Steph and Clay and Draymond and Looney, these are all homegrown guys, and I would argue Andrew to a certain degree too because of, just grabbing him from Minnesota and at a time where people didn't really value him that much around the league, and we've taken him, and he's put the work in and done a tremendous job, and was unbelievable last year in the playoffs. So we feel like all these guys we should be able to bring back. We haven't skirted the system to do it. We've just drafted and acquired well. So it is what it is, and I know they're looking at new CBA stuff now, but overall, we'll play within the rules and see what we can do.
We'll throw the same question to Bob here in just a few minutes because he's standing by. Mike Dunleavy Jr., thanks, man. Great to talk to you.
Appreciate it. You too.
Yeah. All right, there it is. Mike Dunleavy Jr., the VP of Basketball Operations. How about the President of Basketball Operations?
We're moving up the ladder.
Yeah, let's do that here. Coming up next, Bob Meyer standing by will join us here live at Chase Center as we get ready for ring night. Also working through the 49er loss on Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
The Falcons did the Niners dirty in the ATL.
Play action, wants to take the shot down the middle of the field, looking for McLeod, and he dropped it.
We're reacting to Niners Falcons and getting you ready for Warriors opening night.
Fakes and fires from half court on the way. He got it! He hit it from half court!
The only place to hear Golden State Warriors basketball. 95.7 The Game.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 90 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity Sports Zone, the ultimate hub for everything sports, with live games, shows, news, and highlights, all in one place. Only with Xfinity X1.
Goody Nation is a nonprofit that connects small, diverse companies to big money. At one point, we had to send millions of dollars to 76 companies overnight, tracking every penny all on paper. I know, right? We don't do that anymore. Now we've got Bill. It knows where the money's going. Once we automated that process, we got more time back with our community. Bill is accurate, and that gives us confidence.
Automate your finances with Bill. Learn more at Bill.com.
Gorgeous gaming, stunning streams, unbelievable bandwidth. It's another Lifestyles of Gagillionaires. Meet the AT&T Fiber customers winning at life with hyper gig speeds. Meet Gagillionaire Terry. While his love of streaming horror movies has him constantly on the edge of his seat, his internet bill won't give him a scare.
Oh, don't go in there. I'm telling you.
Because since Terry upgraded to AT&T Fiber with hyper gig speeds, he doesn't worry about data caps or equipment fees.
Come on, man. The door's open for a reason.
And best yet, he also doesn't stress about a price increase at 12 months, because with the amazing Gagillionaire lifestyle comes an exquisite sense of tranquility. Most of the time. Live like a Gagillionaire. Get straightforward pricing with AT&T Fiber. Internet that upgrades everything. No data caps, no equipment fees, and no price increase at 12 months.
Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you may be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to GetRefunds.com, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
Finding the right Medicare plan? Oof, no easy feat. Kind of like those dances my granddaughter loves making me do. But then I found Walgreens FindRx coverage. Lets you compare plans online, over the phone, or in person. Made Medicare shopping so easy. Plus, I found plans with low-cost copays. I can get down with that. Medicare annual enrollment ends December 7th. Find a plan that's right for you at walgreens.com/Medicare.
Hey, I'm Andy. If you don't know me, it's probably because I'm not famous. But I did start a men's grooming company called Harry's. The idea for Harry's came out of a frustrating experience I had buying razor blades. Most brands were overpriced, overdesigned, and out of touch. At Harry's, our approach is simple. Here's our secret. We make sharp, durable blades and sell them at honest prices for as low as $2 each. We care about quality so much that we do some crazy things, like buy a world-class German blade factory. Obsessing over every detail means we're confident in offering a 100% quality guarantee. Millions of guys have already made the switch to Harry's. So thank you if you're one of them. And if you're not, we hope you give us a try with this special offer. Get a Harry starter set with a 5-blade razor, weighted handle, shave gel, and a travel cover. All for just $3 plus free shipping. Just go to harrys.com and enter code JOY at checkout. That's harrys.com, code JOY. Enjoy.
Charging a cell phone can be like getting a booster shot. A booster is given to enhance or restore protection after a primary series vaccination, which wanes over time. Schedule an appointment when you are eligible. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs, live from Chase Center on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, we see what you guys did there, because this next guy, he is smooth. He is the GM of the Warriors, the president of basketball operations. Bob Myers is going to hop in here on Willard and Dibs. Also, though, I hope everybody got the keyword on YouTube and texted in for the Steph Curry autographed jersey. But not done yet on that front.
Wait, what?
Klay Thompson autographed jersey, and the keyword for that we will show you between 11 and 11:30.
You're just giving everything away.
Yeah, we're just giving it away. Giving it away. Red Hot Chili Pepper style. Get over to YouTube. And again, it's very easy. Just search 95.7 The Game. The live stream will pop up. Hop on there. Watch the show. And we'll give you everything you need to win that jersey. Hi, Bob. How you doing?
Good.
What's
going on, Bob?
I got to clear the air here on something.
Anything
I got to clear the air. No, forget about that. Steinmetz is sitting over here quietly preparing for his show, but I went on TV the other night, and I do a quarter in the preseason with Bob Fitzgerald and the Kalina.
Okay.
And I made a comment about Steph Curry being the best face of a franchise ever. I got that from Steinmetz. Just so the public... Steinmetz, that needed because I will say this. I said someone told me, but I didn't say Steinmetz. He was furious.
You didn't give him on-air credit.
Yeah.
Wow.
I didn't give him on-air credit. I didn't know that was such a... I thought he was a low-key, didn't need that, but I guess he does need it.
Is your career made? Is this the high moment of your career right now that we're experiencing? No, it's not.
Not even close.
Well, it's funny because
coming
Steph
up at noon,
Curry,
what beat that? We'll find out from that side.
Steph Curry's the best thing that ever happened to his career.
That's
so
true.
this is kind of having it go full circle.
It's kind of true for Bob too. Actually,
that's the only thing. It's the only thing I had to say. Now you can ask any question. I just had to make sure I got that out.
All right, perfect. So how was your Saturday?
Yeah, you been busy? What's going on, Bob?
What the hell? There wasn't enough going on. Tennessee's beating Alabama. The Dodgers are leaving the playoffs, and here come you guys to be like, hold our beer.
You don't want to work on a Saturday if you can avoid it. That was a lot of good action on that day. We didn't want it on a Saturday. They didn't want it either. It's not a great day to, I guess for a news cycle too, you guys know. Rather have it in the middle of the week. But the deals were essentially, the work was done way before that. When you see deals announced, usually that's not the day they get done.
Right.
You may or may not know that, but those deals were getting done that week, and then they just happened to mostly get done Thursday, Friday, but not signed and sent to the league and all those things. So, and you nitpick about little things in contracts. So smart not to release it to the public, but especially we didn't want them. They didn't want them. We didn't want them both on the same day, but it doesn't matter. They're both signed up. They're happy. We're happy, and missed a lot of the football stuff. Missed the Dodgers stuff.
That was a good one.
It was a good day
to see Dodgers go down. So the way I'm envisioning is because all we talked about, Jordan getting the bag, the extension, and then Wiggins. I'm imagining that Poole is walking out of your office and Andrew just happens to be there. Hey, Bob, if you're not busy, I'll sign.
Yeah.
I mean,
why do you guys think? It's interesting because I heard those narratives that Wiggins wasn't going to get done. What was that based on? I'm sure you guys talked about it. I'm just because I heard that too, and I thought when we signed him, everybody said, "I never saw this coming."
I don't know where that thing came out.
But why?
Of the field.
Because we weren't talking about it.
So that's probably one aspect. Steve Kerr has literally said in front of a microphone, like we're thinking that Jordan Poole is going to be a big part of our future, and the Wiggins thing, to me at least, just as an observer, it felt more complex. It felt like. Right, we just saw him become what he was going to be at the end of last year. So if he could do that for a full year this year, man, what money could be waiting for him? Like that, my reaction was, wow, Andrew took that. Mm-hmm. That's great. That's phenomenal. Like that is such a credit to the organization because he clearly wanted to be here. Because, let's be honest. Like if he plays like he did for the last month of last season for a full year, I mean, someone's going to offer him more than that. Mm-hmm. That's the truth, right?
Yeah, and I think no deadline. He had no deadline also. Poole had a deadline. And Steve was getting asked a lot more about Poole, as was I and everybody, because he has the deadline of today. And Wiggins wasn't. If he didn't get done, you could have done it next week, the week after. Right. I think we both decided, him and his agents and Andrew, let's try to get it done before the season. And so it was a soft deadline. But, to what you said, Mark, it's a credit to him, his teammates, his coaches, the fans, the community. I don't think we talk enough about how much players like playing in this community. We have pretty amazing fans. I mean, they're very, they're into it, good or bad. They care. And as a player, I think, not that I played, but being in a market where there's such a frenzy about the basketball team, and it's been that way even when the team wasn't doing these things. I think players like that. And when these guys are walking around town and in communities, our fans are really nice, engaging people. And so that mattered to Andrew. He likes it here. He's having a good time. He's played in other organizations. He played in one organization, but for many different coaches. So, yeah, happy to have him, and I can see why maybe it wasn't as expected.
And also the notion of what you have now on the books for next year, with Draymond's contract and what Clay makes and Steph makes what he makes, and now you add these two contracts to the mix. Is it tough thinking about what that number is going to be like from a luxury tax standpoint? And was that something that you had to kind of sell Joe Lacob on a little bit in terms of, hey, Joe, your salary and the tax next year is going to be $500 million. What do you think, Joe?
It didn't happen like that. I didn't do it like that. That's not how I do it.
And by the way, Joe, while you're passing,
when you're trying to get somebody to do something, you don't say $500 million. That doesn't help.
Did you hit them up for
trying to say like these are changeable things. You don't do it.
4.99.
Yeah, you don't. Yeah, right. Like that feels better, right? Like $4.99, $500 million. Don't throw $1 billion. So yeah, look, it's interesting now. When I grew up here, I didn't even know who the GM was. I kind of knew a little bit who the owner was. The sophistication level of the media, you guys and the fans, has never been higher. Some people love the salary cap, and they love projecting all these things, which is fine and new and important. And you guys do it in baseball, you do it in football. So it's always an interesting thing. What I've learned is that, and I said this yesterday to the media, it's never been more fluid as far as year to year in the NBA. In my opinion, you might think differently with the shorter deals, with the fact that players, the impatience level, the money, all these factors, even impatience of owner and management, moving guys in and out when you don't win. So we made a decision to put whatever the best team we could on the floor this year and then see what happens. It doesn't, that doesn't make for a great soundbite as far as what are we going to do next year. But realistically, I don't know what we're going to do next year yet. We have ideas if how things go. If somebody would have told me last year we're going to pay Poole and Wiggins this, I would have said, no, we're not doing that. So it's something we look at, we talk about internally, but it's also the idea, Dibs, that it changes, right? It'll depend on what this year is. But bottom line, yeah, our owner is willing to spend a lot of money. And I'm lucky to work for a guy like that. And the fans, I don't know if you guys talk about it. It's not because I work for him. It's rare that an owner would commit this much financial into a team. It is not normal.
Bob, with that answer, and also knowing, again, you guys are stressing it's about this year, and I'll, we'll fully accept the idea that who knows what's going to happen in the future. But I think you're also very aware of how a fan is going to process what we've seen, and it feels based on those decisions combined with Joe Lacob's comments in the offseason that, like, gosh, I don't know where you pay everybody. So if a fan is looking at this and going, okay, this feels like the big three might not be able to finish their career in Warriors uniforms, what would you say to that?
I would say to that fan, enjoy the season and tune in at the end of the season. And you can have these worries or anxieties or thoughts, and I love our fans, and they're allowed to do that. But I would tell that fan, we'll see what happens. I mean, I would tell the same fan at the start of last year, you guys going to win it? I don't know what you guys thought. I mean, I thought it was going to be pretty challenging. But I do think that we sometimes, and maybe I'd ask you guys, do we look too far ahead now in sports? Like, especially for this, I'm personally making these decisions with our group and our owner. I'm trying to enjoy this season. Literally, like when we win the championship, we won it in June. We had the draft. We had the parade on Monday. We had the draft on Thursday. We had free agency on Wednesday. My whole life is set up to look forward. I'm even trying to say, look, the fans listening to this or watching, teams like this don't come along very often. This team, this year, we can worry or think about what the future might hold. No one knows. I don't know that. Nobody knows. The players don't know it. Coaches don't know it. It makes for an interesting kind of conversation at the bar. But at the bar, I'd be watching this year's team, and the other part would be in the back of my mind. But I can't tell fans what if they want to worry about that. Can't stop them.
But fans worry about a lot, and obviously, bottom line is the fans all want what we got last June, which was a championship. And then we see what we saw with the leaked video and the incident, and we saw the way that you as an organization handle it. How did you guys go about figuring out how to navigate it? And I know the decision you made, some fans agree, some fans don't. I'm sure internally some people agree and some don't. It's an impossible situation to appease everyone, no matter what you would have done with Draymond, to Draymond, etc. Talk about the process, though, and how difficult that was, and maybe if you could take us not all the way
I'll give you some
inside,
stuff.
but yeah, some insight into just how you guys went about reaching that decision.
Well, it's like you said, there's not a blueprint for any of it, and it's not. Start up by saying it's not something anybody wants to deal with or welcome. But you land in that situation, you have to deal with it. I would say if you two were players of substantial import, or the owner or the coach, we're sitting here not with the microphone on and say, what do you think we should do? And everybody comes from a different place. Maybe you're the player. Maybe you're a player. Maybe you're Jordan. Maybe you want to use Steph. And everybody has got an opportunity to voice their concerns privately in small groups, to weigh in. We tried not to put any pressure on any decision. We understood that whatever we did would be met with either internal criticism or external, and obviously that happened. We understood that. But you're right. You have to do that and then do what you think is best, and understand that there's, whether it's half or more than half or whatever it is that might agree, might disagree, might continue to disagree, might change their opinion in 10 games or 20 games, or say, well, you go back, you shouldn't have done that, you should have done this differently. I accept all that. I never said we were perfect at making these decisions. I don't think anybody is. I'm lucky to work with Steve Kerr, who's got a pretty solid moral compass. Played in the NBA. He's been in the NBA for, 30 years, whether it's a GM, broadcaster, or coach. And so we had a lot of conversations, and it was difficult, to be honest. It was very difficult, and it remains something we have to continue to work through. But that's the best we can do in any of these decisions. And the good news is, I know what Steve labeled this one as, is we've had moments where the fabric has been tested, and we've found a way to overcome it. And that's the positive. We got a lot of history together, and the hope is that we can get through this in the best way possible.
Warriors GM Bob Myers with us, 95.7 The Game. Where is your confidence level in terms of everybody being able to navigate this as things unfold throughout the season?
I think pretty good, Mark. The reason I say that is not because I'm on the radio talking to you guys, and that's the only thing I could say. It's because I'm in the weight room. I'm down there watching practice, watching scrimmages, watching guys move through our facility, move through our workplace, much like you would. And I don't see or feel some really undercurrent of tension or dislike or enmity around the team. It's a really talented team. It's a team that knows how to win. And like Steinmetz mentioned, we probably do have the best face of the franchise in the history of sports. I believe that. And so Steph sets this tone of we will figure this out. We're in a tough moment, but we'll get through it. And I can't state that enough. He really is the beacon of how we move. And to have him in the building and know that he's going to hold people accountable for his work ethic, for who he is on and off the court, we're so lucky to have that. We really are.
We're one Steinmetz compliment away, by the way, from him being insufferable. So if we can,
I got to find one more.
If we could just tamp
he
that
already
down.
left. I'm actually thinking he quit. I think he quit. Yeah, you want to walk. He did a walk off. Yeah, he left.
Yeah, without a doubt. I asked Mike this earlier, and it's about navigating the roster. How do you find minutes for James and Jonathan Kuminga and Moses Moody, let alone the rooks who you just drafted, who it doesn't feel like any of these guys have any shot really of playing? Where do you find the minutes, Bob?
I don't know. Right now it's going to be hard because there's a lot of good players that are deserving to play, and we're healthy, knock on wood. We haven't been healthy going into a season in a few years, going back with Clay's stuff and some other, whether it was COVID or whatever it was, we weren't healthy. So I think that Steve would tell you it's going to be a little bit of a challenge finding minutes for guys, and they're going to have to be patient. One of the deeper teams we've ever had, and the youth needs to play, but what are you going to do? Not play some of the vets? So it's going to be interesting. We've talked about before on back-to-backs to the young guys play more. Good high-class problem though, Dibs. I mean, if you want to be honest,
first
better,
world, yeah.
Yeah, better to be saying this with the season starting tomorrow than saying something like, "Hey, we got to get some players in here." So we got the other side, I think. But it'll be interesting to see. The preseason game was fun for me to watch some of the young guys get a chance to just go play, and I don't know how much Steve's going to play.
Yeah. Bob Myers, Warriors GM with us, Willard Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Now, before we started this conversation in earnest, you asked for maybe some Michael Thompson stories, Clay's dad.
Yeah.
Well, I bring this up only because I figure you actually can answer, did this actually end up in your locker room? So years ago, Michael Thompson and I are hosting down in L.A., and he had this kind of running narrative, if you will. I think it was Clay was a rookie. Maybe it was Clay's second year. And he had this thing that because he had been an NBA pro, he didn't want Clay's finances to go sideways. So he handled all of the money, and Clay got an allowance. And we would literally ask him, so what was the allowance? And he'd be like, I'll send him a few $100s a month, because what else does he really need? Like, his housing's taken care of, the Warriors feed him. What does he really need? And he would say things like, maybe he wants to go on a pizza date, or maybe get some ice cream. So what do you need? You need $100. I'll give you $100. And he would run it at such a level where he literally had people, if not believing it, at least going, how does this actually work? Like, he sold it.
Yes.
And it went for months and months until apparently somebody here actually asked Clay about this in the locker room. Like, dude, are you on an allowance from your dad? And he had to answer questions about it. Yeah. And then it was then that Michael came on the air the next day and went, are you all the most gullible idiots that I've ever met in my... Did this actually end up in your locker room?
It's a great story.
Okay.
By the way, I don't remember. That's fascinating. The problem, as you're telling that, part of me is thinking, did this actually... I'm one of those people. Because Clay is what... Michael's a guy that would do it, and Clay's a kid that might have been like, Dad, can I get another $100?
Right.
Kind of running short.
I got a green light card.
Yeah,
Could
what do you
fill
need
it up,
to... Yeah,
please?
right,
I'd like to get some ice cream.
Yeah, and Michael's going, why do you got to go to ice cream? You went last night. Why aren't you in the gym? No, but I will say we talked off the air a little bit. Michael was more of a father, an over-lording parent early on, and now he's since seen Clay grow up. But Michael, I'll tell you what, Michael sat, and I love Michael, by the way. He's great. When I see him, his optimism for the Lakers is all time.
Oh, my gosh.
His belief in them is every year. You know this. Like He what did he say one year? He goes, "They're the second best brand in the world." He said, "It's so good." He's such a Laker guy.
Yeah.
But he sat behind me at Game 6, the closeout game in Boston, and so I hadn't really watched a game with Michael before, and he was pretty measured. He wasn't. I don't know if you watched a game with him. Warriors, yeah, you probably did. He was not the crazy dad. So it's interesting to see because you get to know somebody when you watch a game with them sometimes. Like, especially, I don't know if I don't have a son, but watching my son play in the finals would be pretty intense. But he's pretty cool, pretty chill guy.
I guarantee you, whatever he's doing today, if it's in any media form today and tomorrow, he is telling everybody the Lakers are going to crush the Warriors tomorrow night.
100%.
But my sense is he's rooting for the opposite.
Yeah,
somewhere in the depths of his being.
You guys got to get him on tomorrow. Try to get him on. Get him on tomorrow.
Look at him book the show.
Get him on tomorrow. Get him on. That'd be fun.
How is Clay, by the way? I know he had his thing where, over the summer, mental block and all that. I know he's starting to get ramped up again. Is he going to be pretty much a full go, or are we going to measure him a little bit?
I think he won't go those minutes he finished with in the finals, but he'll play. He's going to play. Where that criteria stops and starts, I don't know. It'll probably have to kind of get integrated over a few weeks, maybe, or a week or two. But he's not going to come in and play 40 minutes tomorrow night. I don't know what the minutes will be. He looked pretty good the other night, but I think it's the stamina now and just getting his legs and things like that. And he's, although he would tell you he can play 35 minutes, but it's not smart to throw him out there like that.
Bob, we appreciate your time so much. I saved the real doozy for the end.
Give it to me.
Well, listen, sometimes we're obligated to ask the tough questions.
Yeah, bring it.
And you're here, and so here it is.
Yeah.
Who is your favorite 95.7 The Game host?
Oh, boy. Was Steinmetz over there?
Yeah.
And he just walked back in.
Look at Steinmetz. He's back. You guys should be deferentialists. He's been around before. He's been here a long time, way back to Mully.
Yeah.
You know what I'll tell you? It probably is Steinmetz. You know why? You guys may have done this in your career. I respect anybody that was on the Warriors beat during those years.
4 straight years under 20 wins.
Yeah, come on. Like that, he earned it.
I was a fan of those days, and I know how hard it was.
Think about that.
But we were emotionally scarred by those teams. He was professionally scarred by those teams.
No.
He doesn't care.
Go every day.
He likes the Hawks or something like that.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
He's got a reason for liking the Hawks, though. No, favorite. You guys are all great. Come on. You're all great. Guru's, they're Guru's great, too.
No doubt.
Don't you love that guy's passion?
Guru, too.
Yeah, come on. I mean, you worked. Yeah,
he's the best. He's the best. We say that he is the Steph Curry. It's funny because we all try to. I'm the Steph Curry of 95.7. Guru's the Steph Curry.
I mean, the passion it's actually real. Is that manufactured? Is it real?
No, it's real.
It's real. You got to respect that.
I mean,
I don't have that much. I'm not that passionate about anything.
God knows what he's going to come in here saying today.
You should catch him during the commercial breaks.
I mean, it's going to be a hot mess.
Bob thinks I'm the best. I'm excited. It's so great.
Thank you, Bob. Thank you so much for coming by. Really appreciate it. All right, there it is. It's the GM of the Warriors, Bob Myers, who, by the way, I would expect it, and Bob, who's still sitting here, Bob and Mike Dunleavy Jr., two of the great non-aging humans on this earth. I would have expected after the last 10 days for you to finally show some aging.
Pop some grays.
Still no gray hairs.
No.
Still not.
If I do the beard, it comes in.
Don't look at me like that.
I'm looking at you. What am I supposed to look at? What do you think? That's red? What is that?
I got some red over here. Salt and paprika, Bob. I'm a lot older than you now. You
sorry. Didn't you just have a new addition?
Yeah, right here.
Right. All right, so
Mila, 7 weeks old today.
You can't say you're old and then
Good
and then go have babies.
Yeah, that's right.
Baby, you can't have it both ways. Bob, she's trying to break me.
She might.
I mean, your youngest is what, like
4?
Oh yeah. I dream about her being 4.
That's
My
not.
God.
Yeah, that's a long way away from.
I mean, I was up last night from 8 p.m. to 1:30.
That's brutal.
Oh yeah, all she wanted to do is talk about the Wiggins contract.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, guys.
She was crying Saturday night too. Yeah, exactly. All right,
guys.
Thank you, Bob, GM of the Warriors. As we get ready for tomorrow night with ring night against the Los Angeles Lakers. As always, the great Bob Myers. A fun conversation.
I mean, for me, and this is where it's hard. This is where I admire and respect him more, because agree or disagree with the decision they made or the decisions they do make, they're always up front. They'll tell you honestly what they went through process-wise to the extent that they can.
What they can.
He and Steve Kerr, I mean, the transparency and the honesty with which they approach everything, not only from a media standpoint, but from a fan standpoint, it's refreshing.
Kirk Lacob is coming up next hour. We do have some time for you to hop in and react to anything Bob just said and also still look at the 49er loss from yesterday. So go ahead and dial up right now on that at 888-957-9570. Right when we get to 11 o'clock, that opens the window for us to show you on YouTube the keyword to get the Klay Thompson autographed jersey. Now, that said, here's kind of where my mind is after back-to-back conversations with Mike Dunleavy and Bob Myers after these 2 extensions on Saturday. And again, our mind processes, I know mine did, and said, okay,
gone.
The Warriors have made their decision. They're telling you what they're going to do in the future, and that the big 3 in some form is going to get broken up here sometime soon. And the response from both of them was, enjoy this year.
Right.
Which, A, is correct.
I'd like to enjoy it.
And B, I think is furthering the message. I don't know exactly how it plays out or who does what or goes where, but, Bobby Marks was so quick on the draw, and he's going to join us Wednesday, by the way.
Good.
So quick on the draw on social media and goes, okay, your 2023/24 total luxury tax bill plus salaries, $483 million.
It's half a bill.
Okay, it's half a bill. We just talked to these 2 guys. Here's my prediction. Not going to be half a bill.
Right. It's going to be a little less.
Not going to be half a bill.
Yeah.
When we get to 2023. So
you're right, though, about just enjoy this year. 3 simple words, enjoy this year. And, man, Parade Monday, Draft Thursday. He didn't even get 3 days to enjoy the offseason. So I think that he and Mike Dunleavy, Steve, all of them in the front office and the coaching staff, they're all of the same mindset. Let's just enjoy this year.
The 49ers lose. What is your takeaway? The Bob Myers conversation. What is your takeaway? 888-957-9570. And also coming up next, we open the window to show you on YouTube how you can win a Klay Thompson autographed jersey. Kirk Lacob is about 20 minutes away as well. Willard and Dibs live from Chase Center on 95.7 The Game.
Attention, we have an alert for all Warriors fans. A major alert.
Alert, major bag alert.
Both Jordan Poole and Andrew Wiggins have signed 4-year extensions worth over $100 million each. We're ready for opening night on 95.7 The Game. That is all. Please pace yourself with the nachos. Thank you.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
Football season is here. The new Odyssey app lets you stay connected to your NFL team, your station, your shows. Follow your favorite stations and come back again and again. Get real-time updates on everything you care about. Miss your show? Jump back to their awesome rewind feature. The Odyssey app is NFL football. Live and on demand. Wherever you are, whenever you want. And did we mention it's all free? Download the Odyssey app today.
Kansas City Steak Company, another AmericanEagle.com success story. Started in 1932 as a family-owned butcher shop, today they're a leading distributor of superior all-American steaks delivered right to your door, ready for the grill and your taste buds. When it came to their website, an average site wouldn't do. They chose AmericanEagle.com to take their website to the next level. With a dramatic increase in competition and a softening market demand, they had two challenges: improve their brand presence and message, and produce a positive return. AmericanEagle.com got to work and executed usability studies and detailed audits of site experience, digital assets, and marketing. The result? An integrated digital marketing and customer experience plan, organic traffic increase of 20%, and a long-term roadmap for success. If you love great steaks, go to kansascitysteaks.com for website design, development, and online solutions that bring efficiency and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. If you need a results-driven website, call the team at AmericanEagle.com at 877-WEBNOW1. That's 877-WEBNOW1.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Golfers, tee it up this fall at the Golf Mart for big savings. Save up to $150 off on Ping G425 woods. Upgrade your gear with discounted Wilson standard cart golf bags and stock up on TaylorMade Distance Plus golf balls. Now 2 dozen for $35. Don't miss these items and more happening now at the Golf Mart and get a free custom fitting today. The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee, or shop us online at worldwidegolfshops.com.
Does your heart long to wander? To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea? And amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart. Travel the world right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. See rare specimens, ancient fossils, and more at our new exhibit, Hidden Wonders.
There's a reason Comcast Business powers more businesses than any other provider. Actually, there's a few. Comcast Business offers the fastest, reliable network, the peace of mind that comes with Security Edge, helping to protect all your connected devices, and the most reliable 5G mobile network. Want me to keep going? I can. Whether your small business is starting or growing, you need Comcast Business. Technology solutions that put you ahead and give you serious savings. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security. Together for just $69.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Or find out how to get up to a $650 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Limited time offer, restrictions apply. New 50 megabits per second internet and security edge customers only. Requires enrollment in EcoBill and AutoPay. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Comcast Business Mobile utilizes the network with the most RootMetrics 5G data reliability wins in 1H 2022. Results may vary, not an endorsement.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs, live from Chase Center on 95.7 The Game.
All right, the window is open. And so what I mean by that
I noticed it was a little drafty.
Yeah, a little drafty in here. And a signed jersey is going to come blowing in.
Oh.
And so Klay Thompson signed jersey. The Steph jersey window was 10 to 10:30. The Klay jersey is 11 to 11:30. Get yourself to YouTube and the 95.7 The Game live stream right now. Just search 95.7 The Game. Live stream will pop up. You click on it. You're watching the show. We will give you the keyword there at some point within the next 10 minutes and allow you the opportunity to get in the hopper to win the Klay Thompson signed jersey. Kirk Lacob, Executive VP of Basketball Ops, is standing by. I want to pass along a couple quick NFL notes in that, some are saying it's the start of the Panthers fire sale. I'll also add it's because he got kicked off the sideline yesterday.
That was crazy.
Wide receiver Robbie Anderson of the Carolina Panthers has been traded to the Arizona Cardinals and what is also another piece of news probably attached.
It was crazy.
Very crazy. And Adam Schefter tweeting out that Marquise Hollywood Brown has likely suffered a season-ending foot injury.
Oh, man.
So Brown probably out. DeAndre Hopkins activated for Thursday night, and Robbie Anderson now in the fold as well. So the NFL always providing the news, as have the Golden State Warriors for the last couple of weeks, if not beyond. Kirk Lacob involved in all of that, and great to have you here now. What's going on, my friend?
Thanks for having me.
Yeah.
Hearing all this fantasy football news, though, not good for me. A couple of these injuries.
If you need to take a moment here off the conversation, grab your phone and make a move.
Yeah.
We will understand. We get that.
Waiver claims due
We live
Wednesday.
that life. Yeah, that's
exactly.
true. That's true.
You got time.
Are you a Hollywood Brown guy or something?
I had him in one league, but I have Hopkins stored in another one.
Okay,
so this
there you
is
go.
both good and bad for
See,
me.
it's a conflicting thing.
How many leagues are you currently rolling with?
Way too many. I keep getting invited and I keep saying yes.
Yeah,
Is there like a Lacob family one where, you got your dad, you got your brother, and various other Lacobs?
No, but my brother and I are in at least two together. And that gets, we butt heads a little bit.
That gets hot.
Yeah.
Brothers,
no doubt about it. So you guys need to stop drafting good players. Have you gotten that message? Because it's messing with everything here. You like this whole the luxury tax thing that even applies to drafting and developing. It is really a story when you take a look at what this may be. We'll see with these young guys now, but from Steph, Klay, and Draymond, and then now to add in a Jordan Poole and the potential of Wiseman, Kuminga, and Moody. Too much good stuff. It sounds like to me.
I don't think there's such thing as too much good stuff. More players, more great people. We're all about that. This has been an incredible run. It's a lot of fun. I mean, the best part about it all is that these are all really good people too. Enjoy coming to work with them. But, you keep finding ways to win. You can find other ways to keep adding talent. And, I mean, we're so fortunate because we have these guys. We have a lot of other players who want to come play here. So we get guys like JaMychal Green and Dante DiVincenzo who want to come and play for us.
And what does this do for the draftees, though, who seemingly are in the bottom 5 of the roster? Is that more time in Santa Cruz? And how do you find them playing time outside of Santa Cruz to where they can assimilate here with the big club?
Well, this is why we pay the coaches, right?
Yeah.
We just set out, here's your poo-poo platter of players. They're all good. Figure it out.
Yeah.
But no, I think we have a great development staff. And it's not just on the court, it's off the court as well. We set up a plan for these players from the day we think about drafting them to the day they step on the court. We've already got a plan in place, and I give our young guys a lot of credit, too. It's hard to come in and be a professional at 19 years old, and we've had a number of them last year and this year who've come in, really worked their butts off from day one, here all summer, working out, getting their bodies in shape, trying to learn the NBA game. And I think Jordan Poole is a great example of patience pays off. If you work really hard and you do what we say and you're patient, your time's going to come. For 2 years, he had to wait. He had to wait his turn. And then he came and he worked every single day during the pandemic, after the pandemic, and here he is.
Kirk, that journey for Jordan Poole is getting a lot of pub now. I'm wondering, though, about the journey of James Wiseman the last 3 years to where it sits right now. What can you kind of share about what this has been like for him and for the team?
Yeah, well, James is incredibly talented. I think we all know that. He's also an incredibly hard worker. He cares a lot. He's been dealt a tough hand, but, the guy who he sits next to, guy he plays behind, Kevon Looney, went through something pretty similar. Basically didn't play for 2 years due to injuries, and people were ready to give up on him. And he was an end of the first-round pick, obviously, and look at who he's become. An incredible leader, multi-time champion. So James has a lot of opportunity, a lot of help in the locker room, but he's willing to seize it. He works really, really hard. He wants this. And he has shown tremendous growth. I mean, there was a point this summer when week to week, it was like watching a different player. He would figure things out, and you could see it just click in his mind. All of a sudden, he a little bit slower to make a decision, and he'd make the right decision. He'd take his time, he'd catch a ball, and he'd finish it. Seeing those sort of progressions is huge for young players because all you want to see is them to continue to go up. That's the most important thing. Continue on that linear upward trend, and eventually you're going to make it.
And fans, and I'm sure you guys as well, looking for the same growth from Jonathan Kuminga. We saw him in the Summer League, a little bit of an uneven performance coming off of making an impact last year in the playoffs. What sort of a step forward do you look for from Jonathan Kuminga? And specifically, what area of his game are you guys looking at to where you want to see improvement?
Well, I think we just saw it in our last preseason game. These are the things we've been working with on since day one. We believe he has absolutely immense potential. And it's so easy to forget just how young some of these guys are, the pressure that's put on them. Jonathan was 18 for a good stretch of last season. I can tell you when I was 18 years old, I was not ready to be an NBA player. I'm still not, to be clear.
Right.
But it takes time. A lot of other players are learning in high school and college the little things they have to do, and they're adding to their game. He's got to do it in real time, and it's really starting to click for him, too. I thought when we put him out there with kind of our super, I don't know what that lineup is called today. I think
we'll come up with a name.
Fast Five or whatever they were calling it. But that small lineup, he was incredible. And he was playing, multiple roles that he did a little bit of the Andre Iguodala kind of wing dunker spot, catching alley-oops. But he was also doing some really interesting things. The game has slowed down for him, too. Make a pump fake, attack immediately, and then take your time when you get in the lane. You're more athletic than anyone else on the court. Doesn't mean you have to try to jump over them every single time. And he made some great passes.
The executive vice president of basketball ops, Kirk Lacob, with us here. Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game, live at Chase Center as we get ready for ring night tomorrow night. All these guys, all four of them, if you will, if we just look at these young guys from Jordan to Jonathan, James, and Moses Moody as well. We think about what their basketball growth is. What about sort of the emotional and team-building growth that comes out of the fact that all of them, to a certain degree, either contributed or somewhat watched a championship happen last year? What do they gain from that?
There's nothing that beats experience at all for any of us in any job, right? I mean, you weren't ready to go on the radio until you kind of had done it.
Right.
So being a part of that, for the young guys, getting to see just how hard our vets work. And Steph Curry, obviously, he's the top of everything in the NBA, and he still works harder than anybody else. I mean, these guys come out here and try to work harder, and they can't. It's that old, you come in early and he's still here. You come in 20 minutes early the next day, he's already here. And he stays later, and he works so hard. It's not just about the amount of time he puts in. He works so hard when he's working. That is really great. But then the experience of going through the playoffs. A lot of players don't get that for a long time. It's different. Playing the playoffs is just different. You hear them when it clicks and they finally realize it. I will say we have probably the oldest young guy I've ever met in Moses Moody. Nothing phases this guy. He is so incredibly mature. And I actually, my wife asked his dad after we won the championship, can you guys believe this? You come here, you win a championship in your first year, and he's like, hey, this is what we expected. This is what we're It's like, that's the attitude, he's coming into. This is what I work for. So to have a guy like that who's 20 years old, man, he's incredible.
I thought you were going to say Kevon Looney, oldest young guy, because it feels like Kevon should be
Totally.
38 or 39. But
He's no longer a young guy because we have these much younger guys, but
Right.
I know he's
What,
I think
26?
Kevon's 26
Yeah.
still, or might be about to turn 27. Yeah, I always forget. I think Kevon came in with me. I'm 34. I always feel like that because he's been with the team for so long now. But he's young.
And you're only 34. Jeez,
that is mid-30s. It's starting to feel old. Yeah,
it's the beginning of the end, Kirk.
Parade of
Good
people
Lord.
today making us feel bad for our lot in life, but that's all good. Kirk, great stuff, man. Great to connect with you as we embark on another campaign.
I'm so excited. This is going to be an incredibly fun night. We get to hand out rings to our players and eventually our staff. Man, there's nothing better than seeing somebody get that ring, and we get to do it in front of the Lakers.
Yeah, that's good.
A great
That's
point.
good.
Love doing it in front of the Lakers. Yeah.
Very, very good. Kirk Lacob, thanks for coming
Kirk.
over.
Thanks,
bud.
guys.
All right, there it is. Kirk Lacob, the Executive VP of Basketball Operations for the Warriors. And speaking of that, we promised within the next 10 minutes, and here it is. If you're watching on YouTube, here is your key word. You can text it to 20357. There is your keyword that gives you an opportunity to win the Klay Thompson signed jersey. Your opportunity only right here on YouTube, 20357. That's where you text the word, and we will show it to you at least one more time before we get to 11:30 when Brandon Schneider stops by.
What's funny is you had it laying like that, and so people actually could see it beforehand as we were talking to Kirk Lacob.
Look at that. Well, if they can read upside down.
I think you actually had it pointed.
That's okay. That's okay.
It was hilarious.
If you're watching on YouTube, the idea is that you can see it.
Exactly.
And if you can read it upside down, then you can still do that as well.
Exactly. Or if you can, look at it this way, you can read it backwards because it's translucent in some ways.
Or we can do the tradition on this show.
The forehead.
Which is to just go ahead and
do that.
Yeah,
and it sticks, too.
Yeah. And only for a little bit today.
Maybe we need to get you a less oily face wash in order to work our way through that.
We're working hard here. We're
hardly working.
Yeah, that too.
And I'll tell you what, and maybe we could speak to the powers that be and see if we can't always do our show here from Suite 13 because these digs, are some quality digs here, babe.
Yep. 10-minute extra commute. I'm fine with it. It's been pretty good. But again, and to speak to that, and sort of a side piece for those of you who are watching on YouTube is that you can see. No, not that kind. But a side benefit, if you will. You can see Chase Center behind us. We're in Suite 13. You can see the arena behind us, and it is already ready to go and just completely beautiful. The shirts that are on every single seat, it's just immaculate and
festooned with T-shirts.
You walk through the place and you can just sort of feel the energy of tomorrow night is already starting to build in this place.
Yes, the first of 41 of these babies, and outside of ring night, which is going to be spectacular. Just coming to Chase Center to watch any event, certainly a Warriors game, but to go to Chase Center to watch this team on this floor. Mark, my goal for this year, I'm just going to enjoy this year.
Just enjoy this year. By the way, I'm going to take the over on 41 games here at Chase Center. I think this is a playoff team. I know it's a wild thought. It is. That is my preseason hot take. I think the Warriors are going to the playoffs this year.
What if I put the over-under at 50 games here at Chase? Would you go over 50?
Yeah,
because
I will.
Yeah, you get playoffs, you get 16 wins, it's about 50, 70.
Some road games.
It'd be good 9 and carry the 2.
Listen,
I hope we go over the 50.
I'm always acknowledging the journey that whether it's a player, whether it's a team that they have to go on. We're doing that with the 49ers right now.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not in panic mode. They are 3-3. They've lost some games they shouldn't lose. We can talk about some of the weird things that happened yesterday. Kyle Shanahan, Jimmy Garoppolo, what exactly are you doing down 2 touchdowns with 10 minutes to go?
Taking their
Just
sweet time.
lollygagging your way down the football field. We can get into that. But that said, and not knowing what this particular Warrior season is going to give us in terms of the journey. Right? Like, who knows what injuries may or may not happen? What other teams in the league are surprising that we didn't know about? How does this Draymond and Jordan Poole thing affect this team? We don't know any of this yet, but I don't think there's anybody who would look at this team and not just look at it on a piece of paper and more importantly, look at it even when it plays a preseason game. This is a better team than they were last year. For way beyond the obvious reasons. Not just because you're like, oh, James Wiseman is healthy. But think about the experience they just went through.
Yeah.
And then think about health. And tell me how this season doesn't start in terms of a more complete team than last year. And last year's team started out, 18-2?
Well, just look at Klay Thompson, you have him this year. You didn't have him last year. Steph Curry this year versus last year, it's probably the same. I don't think he's gotten worse. He probably hasn't gotten better, but good little player.
Yeah,
I think he's going to fit in. James Wiseman is back. Last year he missed the whole year. Moody and Kuminga, a year older. Jordan Poole is a made man now.
He's got a playoff experience guy. Exactly.
He's got playoff experience, and he's got the bag. Andrew Wiggins, what we know now of Andrew Wiggins versus last year at the start of the year, where some people were making fun of his easy, cool, calm demeanor.
Who was that?
I'm not sure. I can't recall, Mark. You get older and you start forgetting things. I don't even know where I parked my car. But Andrew Wiggins, the Wiggins we have now versus the start of last year,
he's a better player.
The only area where you might have a question mark about better versus not better, GP2 and Otto Porter Jr. versus DiVincenzo, JaMychal Green. We don't know how those two will fit in, but the other piece is the bench looks to be deeper. Andre Iguodala's back at some point. He'll probably be about the same as he was last year.
Yeah.
Play about 20 games.
Well, but again, his value to the team is never going to be in the box score.
Never on the court, exactly.
Well, no, not never on the court.
Well, rarely on the court.
But it's not in the box score. You don't need Andre to score. You don't need Andre to do anything. You need Andre to just sort of fill in some minutes, be a professional, be the adult in the room, as they've called him before, but also be the adult in the other room, which is off the court, in the locker room, in the hotel, whatever. Be that guy. Every single player has talked on and on about how valuable that is. So it's interesting because I do think this year versus last year, if you're just thinking about it solely in terms of basketball, this is a better team than last year's team. But if you want to look at it in terms of all of the other stuff that goes on within a group, maybe this group does have some challenges that last year's didn't. And I'll give you two. One of them is the obvious, which is you've now got a very highly publicized piece of tension that is out there between two of your main players. They have spoken publicly on it. Neither one of them said, we're fine, we're super good buddies, we love each other, barbecue this weekend, go Warriors. No one said that. And that is, like, we've talked to enough people who have been in professional sports. At least for me, I can firmly state enough people have said, yes, this can be a problem.
Right.
It can be an issue for you to navigate. So that's one. And the second thing this group starts out the season with that last year's did not is massive expectations.
Expectations, you're right.
I mean, we didn't have that last year.
Right, and Bob Myers mentioned it before when he said, hey, did any of you guys think that we were going to do what we did last year? And I certainly didn't. Even when they came out to an 18-2 start, I still wasn't thinking, oh, this is a champion team for sure. And by the way, they had to navigate a very difficult playoff run. The Memphis series was an absolute war. And then you get by Boston after being down 2-1. You need a Steph Curry epic, legendary performance in Game 4 to get that win done. So it wasn't like a smooth, easy coast to the chip. But you're right. This year, you come in as one of the favorites. You get your rings tomorrow night on national TV in a high marquee spot, and you open up defense of your championship. So, yeah, the expectations, I think the expectations are almost as big as the Draymond, Jordan Poole questions about whether or not. I don't know which one you think is bigger.
Yeah, I mean.
Because if that didn't happen, all we would have been talking about is the expectations. Can they repeat?
Well, to me, the Draymond Poole one is bigger just because we're talking about a group that is, whether or not we thought they were going to win a title before last year, this is not a group that cowers in the face of attention. It's not a group that's like, oh, boy, I thought we were going to play some good basketball, but there was so much pressure because people expected us to win. My gosh, this is what at least the veterans on the team have been dealing with for their entire career. They're a traveling road show. So I love their chances to navigate that. It's not to say that it isn't a thing. Expectations shape everything we think about everything in this world. So every loss will be magnified in ways that it wasn't last year.
Right.
So yeah, that's a thing. But if there's something that really actually threatens this team on a day in and day out basis right now, yeah, it's the fact that two of your main pieces, two of your biggest 4 or 5 names have an issue. And there's no way, even in handling it perfect, there's no way that issue can be completely gone yet. That's not possible.
It takes time, yeah, unless they, came out together in the press conference and, like you say, arm in arm, let's go get some frozen yogurt. But that just doesn't happen in a business such as this. The one good part about the expectations is that won't weigh on them until April, unless they're a team that's not going to be in the playoff picture. But I don't think anybody would think that that's going to happen. Let's say the Warriors are sitting at 20-20 after 40 games, and they're the 6th seed. Yeah, that's not good.
Right.
But the expectations of them repeating won't be as heavy as they will be at the end of the season when they go into a playoff race.
Well, and I'll tell you how these two things we're talking about can also help the team, and it's twofold. On one front, the idea that there are big expectations, I think, have made this season more interesting early than most NBA seasons are. Yeah. Because often we go, okay, great, there's basketball games, but we're in the middle of the NFL season, baseball playoffs, wake me when we get to Christmas. I don't feel that way about tomorrow night at all. I feel like this is a make popcorn, clear everybody out.
Is it a must-win, Mark?
Absolutely. Do not talk to me. The Warriors are playing the Lakers. It's ring night. Massive type of a game. That's the feel here to start the season off. And so that can help. That can help at least in terms of excitement. And the Draymond Jordan thing, I don't think there's a whole lot of silver lining, but if there is one, it does, I think, make the players want to focus early on. Because what happens now if you do come out 6-8? What's everybody going to blame?
Draymond and Jordan Poole. Mainly Draymond.
Yeah. And so they're aware of that. They know that. And so maybe if there is a silver lining, and again, I don't really think there is one.
Right.
But if there was one, that would be it, which is that they know they got to come out and play good basketball and make sure everybody believes what they're saying, which is we can navigate this.
And I honestly, and put aside my feelings for, what happened and whether or not they should have disciplined him, because I disagree with the approach the team took. You got to turn the page as a fan. The organization has done what they're going to do, and now they have to move forward. The one thing that is somewhat comforting as a Warrior fan, I don't know how much of the preseason game you watched the other night, but one of the opening sequences, Draymond Green steps in front of Aaron Gordon, takes a charge. They call him for a block. Draymond immediately jumps up and goes bananas, which is what he does. Yep. So you know that Draymond is going to be Draymond. And Steve Kerr immediately, I want to challenge that call. So, Steve, not that Steve would do this, but, Draymond, there you go again. I'm not challenging it, Draymond. I'm mad at you. No, they're treating this like anything else. It's normal. We got to move forward. By the way, the challenge was upheld. Call overturned. Offensive foul.
Well,
we're going this way.
It's like I've been saying all along this year with you. Every time Draymond complains to a ref, he's right.
Don't you do that, Mark. Don't you do that.
I mean, that's just how I feel.
I'm trying to be open to what you're saying, but you're pushing my buttons right now there, buddy.
Week 6 in the NFL is in the books. Well, except for a little Monday night game coming up tonight. Right? Russell Wilson with hopefully another embarrassing performance as he goes against my fantasy quarterback, Justin Herbert, and the San Diego, get it right, Chargers. But outside of that, for the 49ers, Week 6 is in the books, and you can get all your Niners reaction with the 415ers podcast. Our own guys, Evan Giddings and Mark Grandy, all over it, bring you along as they analyze what went right and everything that went wrong for the 49ers this week. Follow the 415ers on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast. We've got time for your phone calls going forward at 888-957-9570 on your reaction to what exactly did go wrong for the 49ers yesterday, and also getting ready for both Warriors game tomorrow night and reacting to the extensions of Jordan Poole and Andrew Wiggins over the weekend. So we'll take your calls on that and welcome Brandon Schneider into the conversation coming up next, the president and COO of the Golden State Warriors. We are live at Chase Center getting you ready for all the excitement. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
The Falcons did the Niners dirty in the ATL.
Play action, wants to take the shot down the middle of the field, looking for McLeod, and he dropped it.
We're reacting to Niners Falcons and getting you ready for Warriors opening night.
Fakes and fires from half court on the way. He got it! He hit it from half court!
The only place to hear Golden State Warriors basketball. 95.7 The Game.
Did you know that most people wait 6 or 7 years before they buy a new TV? That's a lot of time in front of one TV. So why not get one of the best sets for the next 7 years, like one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony models? Too expensive? What if you could get up to $1,000 trade-in for your old set? Who would do a stupid deal like this? Right now, at Video Only, you can get big bucks for your old set as a trade-in and a hot price on the new models. Don't be sorry. Check out Video Only.
What's your least favorite season? Now, if you're like me, it's cold and flu season. So get relief from it this year with Mucinex DM. With cough and chest congestion relief for 12 hours in just one dose. That's 3 times longer than 4-hour products. Mucinex DM makes any season comeback season. Even cold and flu season. Get 3 times the relief in just one dose with Mucinex DM. It couldn't be simpler. Nothing lasts longer among over-the-counter cough and cold remedies. Mucinex DM provides 12 hours of relief for chest congestion and cough. Day or night. Use as directed.
Did you know that feeling sluggish or weighed down could be signs that your digestive system isn't working at its best? But taking Metamucil every day can help. Metamucil supports your daily digestive health using a special plant-based fiber called psyllium. Psyllium works by forming a gel in your digestive system to trap and remove the waste that weighs you down. Metamucil's gelling action also helps to promote heart health and slows down sugar absorption to promote healthy blood sugar levels. Start feeling lighter and more energetic by taking Metamucil every day.
Why spend hours negotiating with a car salesman to get the best price for a vehicle you want to buy? At BMW of Fairfield, we give you our very best, most competitive price right up front. By eliminating the price negotiation process, we create a comfortable environment that helps our guests enjoy an experience that's often hostile and difficult at other dealerships. There is a better way. Experience it for yourself at BMW of Fairfield. One price, one person, 1 hour.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you may be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to GetRefunds.com, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
O'Reilly. Protect your vehicle's engine with Syntec at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Syntec Premium Full Synthetic Motor Oil is formulated for today's engines to dissipate heat and reduce friction and wear. Right now, get 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic and a MicroGuard Select Oil Filter for just $33.99. Try Syntec today, exclusively at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
For 25 years, Buy Right Market in San Francisco has partnered with purveyors of deliciousness to bring you local food that adds a dash of unique to every meal and celebration. Hi friends, this is Jamie, Buy Right's head of product. And this season, whether you're planning an elaborate meal, watching the game, heading to a friend's, or cozying up for a night in, Buy Right will help you savor what matters most. Pre-order your holiday meals at buyrightmarket.com or stop by and discover something unique for yourself. Gather, share, and enjoy with Buy Right.
Score big with Xfinity Internet. It's made to do anything, so you can do anything. Supercharge your home with the game-changing speed of supersonic Wi-Fi. With 3 times more bandwidth, it covers the field and then some. And blocks billions of threats with advanced security that helps keep you protected at home and on the go. If you're keeping score, that's internet that does it all. That's unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas.
Big O Tires proudly sells its own brand of affordable tires, and each set comes standard with the nation's greatest warranty. Now through October 30th, save $100 instantly on select Big O brand tires with installation purchase. Visit your locally owned Big O Tire store for offer details.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. So you have to drive 300 miles to your cousin's wedding. Okay, so it's his 4th. But you know what they say, fourth time's the charm. Well, here's the problem. Your tires are as bald as I am. But lucky for you, eBay Motors has tires for just about every make and model. Plus wheels, lug nuts, jack stands, and more. 122 million parts. Do they have tissues? Oh, good, because I'm definitely a crier. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors. Let's ride.
90% of golfers slice. And if you're one of them, there's only one reason why. Your club face is open relative to the path of your swing. If you don't fix this, you'll never fix your slice. So how do you do that? Simple. You follow Tiger Woods' former coach Hank Haney's one-shot slice fix. This one-shot fix has fixed over 100,000 amateur golfers' slices. To check it out, visit slicefix.com. Again, that's slicefix.com. Go there now and fix your slice today.
The annual Harmony Walk to End Hunger and Homelessness in Richmond is October 22nd. Register at gripcares.org. Hear local music, take your kids to the bounce house, and make a difference together. Register now at gripcares.org.
Now back to Willard and Dibs, live from Chase Center on 95.7 The Game.
That's right. We're getting ready for a party here tomorrow night. It's ring night. Warriors and Lakers. We're talking through the 49er loss. Also, especially for those of you who have been watching on YouTube all day.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. I just got a text from my mom. She goes, I heard you guys talking about YouTube. Are you guys always on there?
Ellen Willard?
Yeah, Ellen. Yes, we are. Every day we're on. She's like, oh, good, I can watch my son and Dan Dibley.
Did you hit her with a, hey, Mom, what are you doing?
Not yet.
I mean,
not
Mom,
yet.
we're a year in now, lady.
Didn't have time to respond. Didn't want to text in the middle of the show.
Nice.
Trying to lock in with our conversation here. We'll text her later. But, Mom.
Solid.
Hi, Mom.
Ellen.
Hi, Mom. Yes, watching on YouTube. So, anyway, those of you watching on YouTube, thank you so much for being there every day. But those of you who were interested in Steph and Clay autographed jerseys.
And I am.
And maybe you missed what we did in the 10 and 11 o'clock hour.
You did a lot.
Steiny and Guru are right outside this suite, and they will be hopping in here to do their show coming up next. And during their show, you'll have the opportunity again to win another Steph signed jersey and another Clay signed jersey.
The giving just keeps happening right here on 95.7 The Give.
That's right. And we also still we got some Aaron Judge stuff for you. And if you missed Bob Myers last hour, some things he said that we want to bring back into the conversation. So we'll do that within the next 15 minutes. But right now, happy to welcome back on the show Brandon Schneider, the president and COO of the Warriors. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. Good morning. Thanks for having me on.
Good morning. Busy time of year. What's first on your to-do list right now?
Well, I mean, so we're sitting here in a suite at Chase Center looking out at the T-shirts on every seat.
Yes.
Everyone's fired up and getting ready for ring night tomorrow night. I mean, that's 1A right now for sure.
Yeah, ring night. We were talking to you maybe about 4 or 5 months ago about all the excitement here, and we talked about, maybe there'll be some playoff games, and hopefully we do it in June, and then all that happened, and then a parade happened, and here we are 4 months later. Have you had a chance to catch your breath at all between championship, the parade, and now ring night?
It happens fast.
Right?
Parade was June 19th. And then you got the draft 5 days later, I think it was.
Yeah.
Then you have free agency, summer league, Japan, like you said. But it's been a great offseason. It's a short offseason when you win. We like doing those every year. By the way, you should roll the tape from that last discussion. I think I told you we were going to be having that parade. No, I'm just kidding.
I think you did.
Yeah.
I think you did.
I think I predicted that.
Actually, I know you predicted that Chase was going to host its first playoff game.
Yeah.
Wasn't going out on a limb, but you were right. They did. They hosted their first playoff game, and then a few more.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's what we talk about. So I don't know if people remember this. We were 11-1 in the playoffs at Chase Center. So when you talk about home court advantage, right? I mean, that's unbelievable. You don't win a championship if you're not winning at that level. 5-5 on the road's good. 11-1 here at Chase Center, and that's all Dub Nation. Like when we talk about tomorrow night, get everyone here early. The atmosphere is going to be amazing. Everyone in their seat at 6:30, right, to see the rings and the banner. It's going to be an epic night.
And let's talk about Thrive City as an outgrowth to Chase Center itself, because I was out here throughout the playoffs last year and obviously the NBA Finals as well. The exterior of the building has now become like a central hub to Dub Nation.
Yeah, and that was the vision all along, right, is to have the restaurants out there, have the plaza. And you're right, during the playoffs, like, that thing was alive.
It was crazy out there.
Oh yeah, I mean, hopefully you have a ticket to the game because you want to go to the game, you want to be inside Chase Center. but second best option is come out to Chase Center, go to Gott's and get a burger, or go get some dumplings at Dumpling Time, Miller and Lux, and then watch the game on the huge screen out there and be part of the action, pregame, postgame. It was unbelievable out there.
I'm always fascinated by the combo of business and basketball. So Brandon Schneider, COO of the Warriors, with us here on Willard and Dibs. What is it like for the business operations side of everything when you go through a 10 days like the Warriors just did? And I don't so much mean what started the whole thing, but when it leads into a weekend where you get extensions signed for two of your big players, how does that sort of affect everything that you're working on?
I think look, you said that the connectivity, or I think you used it, between business and basketball, and that's right. So, I mean, for us, it's just like the basketball. We're getting ready for another great season, putting ourselves in position to win a championship, and then same thing with our fans. So, you have adversity that strikes at times, and then you said the last 10 days culminated last couple of days with the extensions for Poole and Wiggins. Our fans are excited. I mean, because you look at it heading into the season, you got Steph, Clay, Draymond, so you got the guys in Andre, put him in there. But now you've got that next guard, right? So Andrew Wiggins is in between. He's like Looney, 26, 27 years old. And then you have the young guys. And Jordan Poole's, the farthest along, but he's 23 years old. And so to know he and Wiggins are here, and then you've got James Wiseman healthy, looking great in preseason. You have Moses Moody, you have Jonathan Kuminga, and then the guys Ryan Rollins and Patrick Baldwin Jr. So when you look, you take the totality of it, our fans are excited. They're excited. Everything's kind of moving forward, and we'll be ready. I mean, these guys are going to be ready, and the fans will be ready for tomorrow night.
And the fans are always ready to come to a first-rate building like Chase Center, but you can't just have it be the same as last year. So what's new at Chase Center? Aside from the great concert lineup, which we can talk about, but new amenities and new concessions, what else is happening here that's new?
So you hit them. So we've got 8 new eateries here at Chase Center, which is crazy, right? We just opened 2019, COVID hit. Last year was our first full season, so this is really our second full season.
Hard to believe, yeah.
Yeah, but you're taking feedback from fans and looking at what people want. So we got 8 new, and part of this is our Tastemaker program. So we focus on locally sourced food and beverage and local companies, and then Wi-Fi 6E. So if you ask me details on that, I will not know them, but I can tell you.
Better than 5E, I'm told.
I will. It's better than 5E.
Yeah. See what I do there?
That was amazing.
I'm guessing I know as much about 6E as you guys do, but I can tell you.
Didn't even know it existed.
Yeah.
I think he's making it up, but
yeah. So
just say 7. 7E.
It's 12E.
Yes.
But we're lucky. HPE is a big partner. Aruba, so they've done this. It's the first building in North America, and really for me, it means your phone's going to work faster. Like you guys know, when you go to a sporting event with a lot of people, sometimes it's hard to get the Wi-Fi.
I got to be on the gram during timeouts.
Yeah, exactly.
I got to get my selfie out there.
You will be able to do that.
We're going to do something crazy and watch the game.
No,
staring at our phone.
Too busy. You got to post that picture.
No, actually, to your point, I did notice that even walking in today, opening up the laptop, getting the phone going, like. Yeah, it's. No, I know. I'm not competing with anybody else right now for Wi-Fi, but it's good in here.
It's fast. Yeah. And then the biggest thing. This is more speaking about tomorrow night again, but we talk about how special the championship was last year, and you had 5 straight finals appearances. No one had done that since the Celtics in 1966. But then you had a couple of down years. So and a lot of people were writing us off. Everyone was picking the Lakers and the Nets last year. So to win was great, but part of the reason it was so special was the first time at Chase Center. First championship at Chase Center. So when we get tomorrow night, first ring night, first banner going up. It's our 7th banner, but first one happening at Chase Center. That's new and different. And when you think about these arenas like a Madison Square Garden that has the history, Chase Center's brand new. So as we start to build this history, we were talking before we came on the air about all the concerts, right? So you've got championships, you got all these shows coming in. That's where Chase Center starts to really build that kind of history that we want to have.
October 25th, Panic at the Disco, Lizzo on November 12th, November 15th, Smashing Pumpkins with Jane's Addiction. But more importantly, you're on a roll with your predictions, so people want to know, are you predicting the playoffs to come to Chase Center again this year, Brandon?
I think it's safe to go on record and say, we expect
on the record.
We expect to have playoff games at Chase Center again this year.
All right. Well, good luck with that endeavor.
Yeah.
And thank you for stopping by. Great to talk to you again.
Yeah, likewise. Thanks for having me on.
All right, there Brandon. It is. That's the CEO of the Warriors, Brandon Schneider,
That's a bold
joining
take
us.
there, Mark.
That's huge.
Yeah.
If you want to see a team that Brandon thinks is going to the playoffs, Warriors.com. That's where tickets can be had. And he mentions Thrive City, which is always a really good time. All you have to do with my kids is say the word GOTS. I mean, they like Warriors games.
Yeah.
But if I say GOTS, they're like, yep, okay, get in the car. We're going to GOTS. So it's a good one-two punch.
I don't even GOTS to have tickets,
Very
and
good.
I want to go to Thrive City. Seriously.
You got tickets tomorrow?
Don't need tickets.
I don't got tickets.
You can go to Thrive City, and, I mean, you could have yourself an afternoon,
yes, you could.
By the way.
Steiny and Goo are looming, and so they will jump in here next. Yep, they are. That sounds creepy.
It's a lurk.
So that's actually a more accurate word. So they are lurking.
Oh, yeah.
If you miss what Bob Myers said about the future of the Big Three, we'll have that for you next. Plus, I haven't gotten to my Aaron Judge thing yet. New Yorkers, just keep doing what you're doing, especially tonight. I pray, just keep doing what you're doing. We'll get to all of that. Coming up next, it's Willard and Dibs live at Chase Center on 95.7 The Game.
It's an extra special Monster Monday on 95.7 The Game. The middays are live from Chase Center.
I'm starting to tingle.
We are giving away a signed Steph Curry jersey and a signed Klay Thompson jersey. But you have to watch on YouTube for your chance to win. Today on 95.7 The Game.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
Flying Ace, this is Sky Hunter. I've got my compound eyes on the target.
Copy that. You're on his flight path.
I'm going in.
Got him! Nice move, my four-wing friend.
Tasty. That mosquito never saw me coming.
See how dragonflies catch a mid-air meal at Bugs, a new exhibit at the California Academy of Sciences. Explore the secrets of bugs, massive models, and more. Now open. Get tickets at calacademy.org.
Don't waste your time trying to sell your old car. Donate it to Cars for Kids. It's the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Donate online at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Gorgeous gaming, stunning streams, unbelievable bandwidth. It's another Lifestyles of Gagillionaires. Meet the AT&T Fiber customers winning at life with hyper-gig speeds. Meet Gagillionaire Terry. While his love of streaming horror movies has him constantly on the edge of his seat, his internet bill won't give him a scare.
Oh, don't go in there. I'm telling you.
Because since Terry upgraded to AT&T Fiber with hyper-gig speeds, he doesn't worry about data caps or equipment fees.
Come on, man. The door's open for a reason.
And best yet, he also doesn't stress about a price increase at 12 months, because with the amazing Gagillionaire lifestyle comes an exquisite sense of tranquility. Most of the time. Live like a Gagillionaire. Get straightforward pricing with AT&T Fiber. Internet that upgrades everything. No data caps, no equipment fees, and no price increase at 12 months.
Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
California, you deserve more. And with United Healthcare, you'll get more. Annual enrollment is October 15th through December 7th. So call United Healthcare today. With the United Healthcare Medicare Advantage Plan, you get more from your Medicare dollar, now including better than ever dental, vision, over-the-counter, and prescription drug coverage. Call United Healthcare at 1-888-CALL-UHC today and speak with a licensed sales agent. Benefits, features, and/or devices vary by plan and area. Limitations and exclusions apply.
It's the bottom of the ninth, the game's on the line, and your small business needs a loan fast. What's your move? Go to OnDeck.com, America's largest online small business lender. With OnDeck, you can apply in minutes, and if approved, get your funds as soon as the same day. Go to OnDeck.com. Your loan is on deck. Depending on certain loan attributes, your business loan may be issued by OnDeck or Celtic Bank, a Utah-chartered industrial bank member FDIC. Limited eligibility for same-day funding. OnDeck does not lend in every state. All loans subject to lender approval.
When back to the office means back in traffic,
We unfortunately have a really bad situation going on in Hayward.
you can rely on your Northern California Honda Dealers Traffic Center.
Traffic is still jammed from Whipple, but I can see it starting to improve now that you have...
From your traffic leader, KCBS.
I always wanted to learn Spanish, but I never thought I'd have the time. Then I discovered Babbel.
Babbel's lessons are fun. They only take like 10 or 15 minutes, and in 3 weeks, presto, you're speaking another language, like magic.
I love that Babbel's lessons aren't just robots talking. They're voiced by native speakers, so you get the pronunciation just right.
If you want to learn a language, there's no faster, easier, better way than
Babbel.
Babbel.
Babbel. Go to Babbel.com to try for free. That's BABBEL.com. Babbel.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. Thinking about gas mileage? If your check engine light is on, it may be affecting your MPGs, but the free AutoZone Fix Finder service can help. With the most complete free warning light report backed by technician-verified fixes, you'll know what's affecting your gas mileage and more, and you don't have to drive too far to find the fix. The free AutoZone Fix Finder service is available at all 6,200 stores.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
See details at AutoZone.com.
The new Google Pixel 7 Pro is super, especially when it's on Verizon, the network America relies on. It's supercharged, super powered, and a super...
deal.
You know it. Now, switch to Verizon and get the Google Pixel 7 Pro on us with select trade-ins and select 5G unlimited plans.
That really is super.
Yep, there's never been a better time to switch to Verizon. $899.99 device payment purchase with new smartphone line on select 5G unlimited plans required. $200 Verizon e-gift card with ported. Less $700 trade-in/promo credit applied over 36 months. 0% APR. Trade-in conditions and additional terms apply.
In San Jose today, partly cloudy, highs in the low 70s.
Weather brought to you by one thing. Improve your gas mileage by properly inflating tires and taking your car in for a tune-up. Join Odyssey, and together, each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow.
Now back to Willard and Dibs, live from Chase Center.
Okay.
On 95.7 The Game.
That's right. We are live at Chase Center getting ready for ring night, and we're going to let you hear, if you missed it earlier, what Bob Myers said about the future of the Big Three. We'll have that in moments. Steiny Guru are going to hop in here. We'll hand them the baton. They'll take over and guide you through not only 3 more hours of loveliness on the radio, but also guide you through your chance to win a Steph Curry signed autographed jersey and a Klay Thompson autographed jersey. YouTube.com, search 95.7 The Game, get to the live stream. That's where you're going to want to be and where you're going to need to be. Speaking of where you want to be and where you need to be, just a little note that I'd love to send out to my friend Aaron.
Are you going Bryant Gumbel here? One postscript.
My friend Aaron, who goes by the last name of Judge.
Oh, not Aaron Rowan.
No, not Aaron
Forever
Rowan.
Giant.
And no, not my actual friend Aaron Oberholzer from the Golf Channel. This is Aaron Judge, and I hope my buddy, I'll leave him nameless. I hope my buddy, Yankee fan, is listening. He made me promise that if I put him on blast today, that I'd also read the numbers along with it, and I will. This year, in the postseason, Aaron Judge
he stinks.
is 2 for 17. I'm sorry, 2 for 16, 17 plate appearances, 2 for 16 with 9 strikeouts.
9 punchies.
Also, of course, one very large big fly that happened the other night. A big 2-run homer to center in Cleveland, even though they ended up getting walked off and lost the game. And if you want to go to his postseason career, 219 hitter.
Oh, he stinks.
In the postseason. So, of course, the way a Yankee fan brain works.
You gotta do, yeah.
Oh, Yankee fan.
Thank you. You have to every time.
The way a Yankees fan brain works is get out of town.
You bum.
62 home runs.
Bunch of bums.
And you're booing him in his home stadium? Have you 0 sense? And I hope I don't sound mad about this. It's almost as delicious as the Dodgers losing in the playoffs.
Oh, so succulent.
You idiots. He's going to come to the Giants.
Well.
You're booing him in Yankee Stadium in the playoffs 3 days after his 62nd home run? What the hell are you doing?
What are you doing?
Oh, the good fans are all on the East Coast. No, the idiot fans are all on the East Coast. You booing a guy 62 home runs?
Yeah. Flukish.
Hey, Yankee fans, I hope he strikes out 3 more times tonight. I hope you lose, and I hope you boo him right over to Oracle Park.
Boo him out of town.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah. What are you booing? Thank you.
That's a 4. I mean, my God, have a little awareness of the room. You're booing Aaron Judge.
Get out of town, you bum.
As he goes into free agency after 62 home runs.
Right, and that's maybe
Morons.
maybe he ends up going to San Francisco. I mean, if you're Aaron Judge and you hit 62 home runs, American League record holder, and you already turned down a contract with the Yankees, but you're thinking, you know what? It's been a great year with the Yankees. They're always competitive. They always might have a chance to win. And then this is the way you're treated by your own fans. I mean, what would you do if you were Aaron Judge? Would you want to stick and stay, knowing that a fan base would turn on you after 62 bomb skis?
Listen, who knows? I don't know what makes Aaron tick, and obviously the money involved. Equal dollars in New York and California in terms of the baseball world are probably not equal. Like, being a Yankee has value.
Also, the state tax cannot be diminished. 13% of $300 million is a lot of money.
I understand all that, but then again, at a certain level of dollars, #Andrew Wiggins, you stop caring about every dollar and go, you know what? I think I've got enough money, and I want to be where I want to be. And Bob Myers sat here an hour ago and said, I think we underrate these guys in the community where they're comfortable, just flat out where they want to be. Andrew Wiggins could have played himself to probably another, like, no joke,
50 million?
10 to 15 million per year.
That's what I'm saying.
If he goes out this year and plays the way he did at the end of last year. And he said, who the hell needs that?
Right.
And quite frankly, he's right. One thing Andrew Wiggins does not need in this life is more money. So he's going to be where he wants to be. And if Aaron Judge wants to say, you know what, state tax be damned, I'd like to go somewhere where they're wearing Judge's robes instead of booing me, I got a great idea where you can do that,
Yeah,
bud.
come to San Francisco, bud. And, you know, if you play your cards right, maybe we'll introduce you to Steph Curry. And you could, you can hang out with...
Yeah.
Can you imagine those guys side by side?
Oh, my gosh.
He would dwarf Steph
Seriously,
Curry, and he's a baseball player.
It would look like you next to your baby daughter.
Oh, good Lord.
Right next to, you okay? You
No.
Did you sleep last night?
No
Okay,
sleep.
All right.
Yeah,
Till
no
Brooklyn?
sleep till Brooklyn,
Okay.
exactly. I was up from 8 till about 1:30.
You should have named her Brooklyn.
That
It's
would've-
a popular name these days.
Yeah,
And you could have just Beastie rapped right on top of her crib when she was doing that in the middle of the night.
And, you Google how to get this baby to sleep, and you do all the things they tell you to do. It's like, hey, Internet, you stink.
Yeah,
None of these things are working.
Just play Sam Jackson. Go the bleep to sleep.
I'm looking
and
for
then
a
move on with your day.
NyQuil-flavored Binky. It's going to be my next move.
Speaking of what Bob Myers said here an hour ago, how about this? Because I know how I reacted when I saw Jordan Poole and Andrew Wiggins get extensions. I'm sure some of you had the same reaction, even though when I tweeted it, a lot of people like to fire back because there are some Warrior fans that are like, you don't understand. They're going to keep everyone. They're amazing. They're the Warriors. They know how to do this. Look, respectfully, they've told you. Joe Lacob said it a couple of months ago. We can't just keep them all. We can't do a $500 million payroll. You said $500 million, Dibs, right to Bob Myers. You said it right to Mike Dunleavy Jr., and both times their faces started doing weird things. Wry grins are coming out, which tells me they know they're not going to do a $500 million payroll.
Just enjoy this year.
So how do you not do a $500 million payroll? Gee, maybe you make some changes. So my thought is this signals the beginning of the end for the big three in these uniforms. And Bob said this about what he would say to a fan about that idea.
I would say to that fan, enjoy the season and tune in at the end of the season. And you can have these worries or anxieties or thoughts, and I love our fans, and they're allowed to do that. But I would tell that fan, we'll see what happens. I mean, I would tell the same fan at the start of last year, you guys going to win it? I don't know what you guys thought. I mean, I thought it was going to be pretty challenging. But I do think that we sometimes, and maybe I'd ask you guys, do we look too far ahead now in sports? Like, especially for this, I'm personally making these decisions with our group and our owner. I'm trying to enjoy this season. Literally, like when we win the championship, we won it in June. We had the draft. We had the parade on Monday. We had the draft on Thursday. We had free agency on Wednesday. My whole life is set up to look forward. I'm even trying to say, look, the fans listening to this or watching, teams like this don't come along very often. This team, this year, we can worry or think about what the future might hold. No one knows. I don't know that. Nobody knows. The players don't know it. Coaches don't know it. It makes for an interesting kind of conversation at the bar. But at the bar, I'd be watching this year's team, and the other part would be in the back of my mind. But I can't tell fans what if they want to worry about that. Can't stop them.
When I hear those answers, I think these are people who are very well media trained, and they know how to work their way through an answer without getting caught in a lie, but without also committing themselves to anything. And when I hear two different people involved in the front office sit in front of us and say, enjoy this year, and they keep stressing the word this, enjoy this year, that tells me that those of you who think, boy, money grows on trees, Joe Lacob's amazing, no one's ever going anywhere, no one's ever leaving this team, I just think it's incredibly naive. If you love everybody who's in these Warrior uniforms, you better watch this year because they ain't all going to be back next year.
And I said this about 3 months ago as we got closer to moving from off-season to in-season. It has a last dance feel to it. And that's basically what Mike Dunleavy Jr. and Bob Myers said without saying it when they talk about enjoy this year, ... because next year is going to be not totally different, but it's going to be different.
This was the last dance for you and me sitting here talking about this by ourselves because, look, everybody, it's Steiny and Goo.
Oh, yeah,
now,
baby.
Both of them have already had a role on this show today, especially Matt Steinmetz, who will be performing his final show here on 95.7 The Game because your career will never get better than it did today. So
what did I miss?
You better walk it off,
He got his flowers.
You better walk
I got lost.
it off.
I wasn't listening to this. Go ahead, Steiny. What happened?
What's up, bud?
I agree this has Last Dance feel to it, but why does it have to be? Because they got everybody under contract except Draymond Green.
Because I just don't believe that they're going to do a $483 million payroll.
What if they win it all?
That's what I was saying earlier. Like if they
What if?
So you don't
win
think
it
there's
all,
any way they can keep Draymond now?
No, of course there's a way.
I wouldn't say there's no way. I think that Joe Lacob has said that the way that would work is not something he's willing to do.
But what I'm saying is if they win it this year, Draymond could theoretically say, actually, I'm going to opt in.
Yeah.
And now we're running it back to try to win 3.
Yeah.
Right.
And who would be surprised? And when you guys keep banging on that drum of Last Dance, it was over. It was a wrap. No matter who leaves, we know who's not leaving. Steph Curry, Jordan Poole, and I'm with you, Mark. The Three Musketeers, when you talk about Clay, Dre, and Steph, I get that. But the music is still going.
It still goes.
We still dancing no matter what happens because we know who's not leaving. The Bulls, it was over. Everybody was gone.
My guess is.
They ain't got to go home.
And if they win it all,
Can't stay here.
It's going to make it a lot more complicated. But if you ask me right now, what I would favor the leader in the clubhouse would be that Draymond gets traded after this season.
Oh, my.
Yeah.
If he opts in. And I think that no matter what happens, if it's clear that the relationship is not going to go forward, I don't know if he would opt in and then get traded or if he would just opt out and sign elsewhere. I don't know if Draymond would want the embarrassment of being dealt somewhere where he doesn't want to be dealt.
If he doesn't opt in, then you don't need to trade him.
27.
That's my point.
That's my point. Wow, that would be the biggest gift he could ever give the Warriors would be to opt out and sign elsewhere because they could, now they've got all kinds of plausible deniability as far as their role in his departure.
But if they did trade him, at least they'd be getting something back for him. But I don't know if if he could handle the embarrassment of being dealt like that.
Yeah, I don't know. The one thing that Bob Myers has said now for a couple of years, I totally believe him, is they don't know what they're going to do a year from now. Because if a year ago somebody were to have told you, they're going to extend Poole and re-sign Wiggins for $250 million combined dollars, you'd be like, no.
Yeah, Bob said that as much. He said that last year. If somebody would have said that to him, he would have said you're crazy.
Right. At the same time, though, Mike Dunleavy Jr. sat in here 10 minutes before and talked about how organizations work 5 years in advance.
No doubt.
So, and I'm not calling either of them liars because I understand what they mean. You're planning for the future without committing because you don't know and you do have to make adjustments as they go. So I think both of them are saying something that's true, which is that they have no idea what they've done in the offseason. But I also bet they've run all of the possibilities and they're prepared for what is probably going to happen next because you don't sign these two contracts if you're not prepared to move off of something else in the pretty near future.
And Bob also told us nothing was going to jump off. That it was going to be quiet on the set. And then bam, bam, you get Wiggins and you get Poole. And with all my character flaws, guys, the one thing I do have going for myself is I don't have an ego. You know, I never ask why my name's second on the show. But some people do, right? Some people do. And I'm just wondering, because I was tough on Dre because I disagree with what happened. But I know what he brings. But I'm wondering if he looks at this like there was a line and I should have been first in line. There are people where that means something to Mark and Dibs, and, you know, that could set them to where, you know what, I shouldn't have to wait. I've been here before, both players. I should be first in. Thought I had.
But he's not. And when he comes out and says, I'm looking for the max, and the response is,
yeah, crickets.
Yes, then you know you're not first in line.
Totally.
And Jordan Poole was always going to be first. And I actually asked Bob Myers actually asked, he responded to this. He's like, why did all of you think that this Wiggins extension came out of nowhere? And it's like, I thought that none of us was talking about how Wiggins was going to get extended now. That to me.
I thought Bob said, I thought Joe said it was, you know, business was shut down for the time being. That's why I went with that.
Unless you go in and like go under market,
well,
you know?
Yeah, and I think what he said is, you know, we're not going to be able to pay everybody.
Well, that's what
he can still stand by that.
Two.
Yeah,
exactly. You paid these two. And he also said, and the Wiggins one, definitely a surprise, I think, more of a surprise for all of us. And well, Bob even asked us, he goes, why is that? He's like, why did everybody sort of expect Jordan and not Andrew? And we were like, well, A, you guys have spoke about it publicly and said to sort of expect it. And B, if there's anything that really sort of raised our eyebrows over the weekend, Jordan, you sort of knew a small window as to what that contract would look like. Andrew, I think all of us are like, wow, you took a team for, like you're taking a pay cut.
Chalk one up for the Warriors culture. Chalk one up.
You're age 27, you just had your best year, and you're going to take a salary cut for what you're making next year. Yes, chalk a huge one up to the Warriors.
He's already had a max. He's tasted that.
Yeah, he's got plenty of money, but still, guys don't. Both of them made a decision that most guys don't, and that's what impressed me the most. Jordan Poole made a decision to say, I'm willing to wait to be a number one option on a team. And Andrew Wiggins took less money than he probably would have made had he waited and gone to the open market. And that's a huge nod to the Warriors for both of them.
I also think a big part of this is players. Some players really look at timing. And for Andrew Wiggins, okay, maybe a little quote-unquote underpaid. But what is he, 27?
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is going to take him right to about 31, 32, and then he gets one more big boy in a perfect world. And that's kind of one of the things that's, to me, going on with Draymond Green. He put himself more in no man's land at 33, 34 with his contract situation, and he's not as durable as Andrew Wiggins. So that's the other thing that's going on here. You sign Wiggins at 27, that takes you right to 31, set up for his last contract. Poole, you go from 23 to 27, but Draymond's like at 34, and he's just not playing as much as he used to. And that's the biggest problem to me with Draymond is he's still very, very important. He just doesn't play enough anymore.
You cannot imagine, in my eyes, Draymond doing what Wiggins did, and that's taking a 25% pay cut. Wiggins is making 33.6 this year.
Wow.
Next year, when his new contract kicks in, he's making 24.3.
And
he's taking a $9 million pay cut, and he's happy about it. And Draymond's going to make 27 next year if he opts in. And no matter where he goes, I think that his next contract is not going to be bigger. Certainly, it wouldn't be here if they were going to re-sign him. I don't think they will. So that's going to be a tough pill for him to swallow. Meanwhile, you mentioned it. Wiggins is happy about it. I was asking Bob, I'm like, did he just follow Jordan Poole in the office and say, I'll sign too?
Man.
I mean, it's fascinating right now because to go with Bob Myers' words, let's wait, we don't know what's going to happen. Give me the scenario that would lead Draymond to not want to opt in next year. What's the scenario where he contractually goes, you know what? because it's not going to come from the Warriors, obviously. So the only way he would do that is if, A, there's another team out there that's either going to offer him more, or he decides that a guarantee over 3 years, 3 years, $60 million is more important to him than 1 year, 27 at his age, which is plausible, but
I wonder if he already has his mind made up. And what I just mentioned about, the two fellas getting their bag and not his, like, is that an insult on the under? But he has no terrain right now to be boisterous in regard to being upset because, what went down with Jordan Poole. And we talked about, how the Warriors going to approach the big three, minute restriction or whatnot. We could see the best Draymond Green or the best effort and mindset of him basically auditioning and showing everybody, I still got it. Get me my bag. Not opting in for 1 year. So I'm eager and curious to see, like, he could be coming out like a Lawrence Taylor, a crazed dog.
Well, he already said that he's got something for all the haters. He's going to impress y'all in his second press conference. The opt-out scenario for me is if he and LeBron and Clutch have already have a wink-wink handshake deal where play this year and then next year you come to LA with LeBron and see if we can't stick it to Golden State.
Well, I gotta believe. So Westbrook's coming off and he's making $47 million.
Right.
So I don't know.
Every penny.
I don't know the Lakers cap situation, but I could see them signing Draymond for 3 for $70, something like that.
Don't you think Bob drives Draymond to the airport? Honestly, no, and I don't mean that in a disrespectful way. I mean that in a, you just signed Jordan Poole and Andrew Wiggins to massive extensions.
No doubt.
And Joe Lacob's over here going, I'm sorry, because I want everyone to understand this $500 million payroll we keep talking about is not this year. It's next year if Draymond were to opt in. And so if he opts out, it's like the reverse luxury tax. It's not 27 coming off the books. It's about
45
60 coming off. That's a massive thing. And I got to think, and again, there are scenarios. Do they win the title? Do they not? Is he healthy? Is he not? That all affects it. But, man, I got to think that the Warriors would feel like a real gift was given to them if that were to happen.
Plus all the money you spend on Excedrin for the headaches that's caused by having them.
I'm going to give you a 3.
I'll take it.
I always ask Steiny real quick here about when's the Steph Curry doc coming out? When's the LeBron doc coming out? The Tom Brady. But you know who we need to add? And it's not just because we're here. It's Joe Lacob. I keep going back to
I'll tell you all about
that
him.
booing, and now you got 4 and 8, which the 4 could get greater. This dude, who's going to play him? Well, he can still play himself. He got all his hair. He's ready.
Brian Windhorst is tuning up. You think last year was a checkbook championship. Dude. He's tuning up his takes right now for this year.
Who's gotten off to a better start as an owner than Lacob, man?
Jerry Buss.
And that better start. Yeah.
Better start.
Better start.
He won it his first year. Lacob, it took 2 or 3 years.
But now we're 4
He needed to
8.
get booed out of the building first.
Yeah. But he turned a franchise that had been just like a forgotten thing or never even thought of thing nationally for years. To the point where now, again, I've said this last year, this is the show. This is the show in sports.
It's crazy.
This is the branded sports. I'm not the Lakers are coming tomorrow. I get in a grand through the years sense, the Lakers are obviously still a bigger brand. But if you want to talk about right now, spotlight today, nothing bigger than this.
And look at the guy over your left shoulder. We got a poster in the suite. It's about 6 feet by 3 feet of Steph. With pointing to the ground. That's the I'm back, right? That's the I'm back.
You know what's
moment.
interesting is it looks like I thought I'm back was in Portland.
It was in Portland.
And that looks like there's a lot of yellow. So maybe that's a home game.
And a white jersey.
So that might be a my house.
I got you.
My house.
I got you.
By the way, we were talking what are the questions? What are the themes for the Warriors? How good they get? And you know what I was thinking? Kuminga, Wiseman. What level Steph playing at? That's really what it's about.
Yeah,
if Steph can stay at the same level he was last year, essentially, and I know his shooting numbers were down a little bit.
Yeah, last
year. That means the Warriors will be fine during the regular season.
If you got another game 4 in, you're in the playoffs, and everything's going to be fine.
Exactly. If he still looks like Steph Curry,
54 and 28, 54 and 28, and then the 2 seed in trouble, and the Clippers on the round. just if Steph plays like he did in the finals, Andrew Wiggins, if they all play at that level, it doesn't matter if they win 44, 54, or 64. That's going to be a tough out for any team.
I think they went home court for round one. That's their goal. Like, they don't want to finish fifth. Yeah.
I mean,
that's what
they should have that.
You would think so.
And if you scour the league, it's an embarrassment of riches because everybody's excited from what they're seeing from Wiseman. But who pays Jordan Poole that money, and he's not even in the starting lineup?
Right.
He got the bag, but it's still it's traffic because we got to start in 5. It's incredible.
That bag is on the bench.
All right, sign Steph jersey, signed Clay jersey, Steiny and Guru from Chase Center, a parade of coaches and players from the Golden State Warriors as well. Coming up next on 95.7 The Game.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job. Together, they're Steiny and Guru. Yeah. On 95.7 The Game.
All righty, what's going on? Matt Steinmetz, Daryl the Guru Johnson from Chase Center. We'll be here all day till 3 o'clock. And plethora of guests today, including Kevon Looney, Moses Moody, Steve Kerr will join us, Tim Roy. Legends. So we got a lot of Warriors, but we got 49ers too also to talk about today. And between 1 and 1:30, we're going to give away a Steph Curry autographed jersey. That's between 1 and 1:30, and here's the way it's going down. Guru's going to hold up a word, and you text that word to our text line. This is about 1 o'clock, 1 to 1:30, and we'll pick a winner after that. So 1 to 1:30, you got to be on YouTube. YouTube.com, search Steiny Guru or 95.7 The Game, maybe more exactly, and you can qualify to win. Goo, before we get into Warrior stuff, what happened to your Niners last night?
Listen, I understand injuries happen. Every team, 31 other teams can say the same thing. I get it on defense. I understand what you don't have, but offensively, everybody was there, but there was no urgency. And it was like for them, I know Dibs just had the baby, his other half had it, but it was a labor. Like, you're supposed to be a Jedi, Kyle Shanahan. There was no urgency, and they're 3-3 Steiny. And if you look at the 3 losses, it's like, but I'll tell you this. I won't blame Jimmy Garoppolo at all. I mean, he got let down on 2 throws that could have been touchdowns, woulda, coulda, shoulda. But I'm just shocked that offense had no urgency at all. And now you got Mahomes off of L coming to town next week.
Yeah, 49ers, they lose yesterday 28-14. I don't see how you can put the finger of blame on Jimmy Garoppolo yesterday. 29 for 41, 296. 2 touchdowns, 2 picks. Really 1 pick. Who cares about the one at the end of the half? And you know what? All your playmakers, Goo, your big boy playmakers.
You got 2 TDs.
They got to hold on to the ball.
Yeah.
I thought Kittle didn't do what he should have done on the play where Garoppolo's waving him to the back of the end zone. Juwan Jennings dropped the big ball. And I remember this. A couple weeks ago, you were talking about you wanted to see more Garoppolo, 50-50, throw it up there.
Yeah.
He did throw a long ball to Ayuk that was 50-50, and it was incomplete.
Yeah. No doubt. I get it.
And who's the other one? The egregious. Charlie Warner.
Yeah, dude, you got to catch that, though. So, Steiny, Kyle Shanahan could walk in here right now, like if dudes catch it, we're talking about something different, but I'm just shocked that outside of Trent Williams, you had your guys, and that weaponry that I talked to you ad nauseum about, they didn't show up, and just 14 points was awful. And then this is when I got concerned. Their styles. Styles make fights. Steiny, when they got down 14, initially 14-0, they came back. I was like, okay, that's what you could count on this Niner offense. But then it just hit me like a frying pan. Like, this offense, maybe Steiny was right. Maybe they need something else to this formula to make it dynamic. But I mean, you talk about Warner and who dropped the other ball? There was a
Jennings dropped one.
You gotta catch those, man. But I'm sitting here telling you and the listeners, oh, they're going to the Super Bowl. They're going to be this or that. We don't know what Bosa's status is if you hold him out because it's not a divisional game. And yeah, I said it, because you're trying to win the division. That may be the way the Niners get in. But offensively, Kyle Shanahan, where are you? That you have to answer why there was a lack of urgency in that ball game.
Especially in the fourth quarter when they put together a long drive, but it was too long, and it took too long. It was too long. It took way too long. You know, the one thing I keep hearing, I've heard it all morning, and I mean, how long do you play the game of, well, we're 3-3, but we should be, or we are better than Chicago. We're better than Denver. No, are you? You're 3-3.
Yeah.
Look at the teams the 49ers have
Give
played.
them to me, Steiny.
They haven't played anybody yet, even, and they're 3-3. So now they got the Chiefs, and then they have the Rams, who, you know, they won yesterday, so who knows where they're at. But like,
can I give an apology?
This team is not as good as people thought. Can we just acknowledge that?
You know what? I've checked myself with that, because at 3-5 last year, after they lost to the Arizona JV team, they lost Sunday night in the monsoon here to the Colts. I was done. I thought they were done. 3-5, and what did they do, Steiny? Like a good baseball team down, they rallied. So I'm not throwing that off of the table for them to do that. But if you're telling me Bosa and that growing, whatever's going on, Armstead, where are you? This is supposed to be a big season for you. I owe the Atlanta offense an apology. They body punched that defense to death. And you had guy ends from the Niners crashing down, not understanding Mariota could keep it. Steiny, they wore them down, and that shocked me. And I know, 7 starters were out. Well, guess what? Every team could tell you somebody's missing. They could be 3-4. They're staring that in the face.
They could be 3-5, but I don't like to play that game because they may beat Kansas City next week. You never know. And
it ain't Jimmy's fault, Steiny.
Well, not yesterday. Not yesterday anyway, but when's the last time a team just ran on the Niners like that?
And I
mean, Atlanta was a better running team than Here, can somebody explain this to me? And maybe it's because, they got down 14-0. But the Atlanta Falcons don't play this way. 16 rushes for the Niners, 29 passes. So Jimmy Garoppolo's, they're throwing yesterday almost 2/3 of the time.
What?
So what's the problem? I mean,
he put the ball there twice, though, so we woulda, coulda, shoulda. But if those NFL players catch the ball, Steiny, those weren't just big gains. I honestly believe both could have went for touchdowns or changed the aspect of the game, but the Niners were justified in throwing the ball because Jimmy put it right there. Those were 2 good throws. And then I sit back and I watch the game like, well, maybe if that was Debo, maybe if that was Kittle instead of one. You can't play that game, but it was a good play call. But man, oh man, you are right. 3-3, and I'm sitting up here talking, book your tickets to, I think it's Arizona. Where's the Super Bowl? Arizona? You know, man, not yet. Slow down, Goo.
No, I mean, definitely not. Hey, tomorrow night's going to be off the charts with Warriors opening the season against LeBron and the Lakers. And, of course, it's ring night. As always, go to Warriors.com for your tickets. Chase is also a great place to see a concert. October 25th, Panic at the Disco. November 12th, Lizzo and Lotto, who is it, man? Am I saying that right? And then November 15th, Smashing Pumpkins with Jane's Addiction. Don't forget about Thrive City, right outside Chase Center with great food and great entertainment. Matt Steinmetz, Darryl the Guru Johnson. We are at Chase Center. Tim Roy's going to join us at 12:30. The San Francisco 49ers now 3-3. But what's I got a stumper for 49er fans. What's the 49ers identity? What is it? Can somebody tell me? It can't be defense because they're too banged up now for it to be defense.
Now that's man. Well, that's the identity. You're saying, what is it now? It's unknown identity. I don't know how they combat these injuries, but if that's who's going to be on the field this Sunday defensively, and Fred Warner, I never say he has a bad game, Steiny, but what was going on with him yesterday? I mean, it wasn't a no-show, but it just wasn't that they were running right at him. A couple of times I'm catching him going the wrong way, fooled, but it wasn't just off FW, but I'm with you, man. That was one of my shocking outcomes of the day.
Yeah, 888-957-9570 is the number. You want to talk about the San Francisco 49ers and yesterday's game, somewhat of a puzzler. I mean, I guess you can say injuries, but where are we going to be next week, whether they're healthy or not? Can they beat the Kansas City Chiefs? Bosa, we'll see as the week goes on. But, I mean, I just keep thinking about this offense is supposed to be so much more dynamic than it is. I keep hearing that Kyle Shanahan's a great play caller. He's a great play designer. And I'm not going to say you're wrong, but why isn't this offense more explosive? If they've got so-called playmakers at tight end and at least one, Brandon Ayuk, and you're telling me Deebo Samuel is a playmaker, why can't they score? Why can't they score? And you look at other teams in the league, and I mean, many of them could put points up in a hurry. I look at this team, and I don't think offensively it's going to be able to get done.
Well, I'll say this. Kyle Shanahan seems like he wants to run to set the pass up. And to me, Jimmy Garoppolo, it supersedes that. He's more important. I would let him get his rhythm first and then run the ball. That's just me. And Kyle Shanahan, for the doubters and the haters or the people that say, Goo, you put him on this pedestal, he didn't belong. Games like that yesterday, Steiny, I'm coming back down to earth like, what is this dude doing? Is there so much going on in his head that he's taking his offense and his team away from, throwing the ball to the best players? I don't know, but this is headed in the wrong direction this season. And I know it's only 6 games, but man, if I bring up injuries, that's not good enough, right? Like, and you say, hey, where was the lack of explosive plays? 2 guys dropped, could be touchdowns.
Well, and is that Shanahan's fault?
No, that is not Shanahan's fault. So
okay.
What do you do with that?
What do you do with that?
Yeah, with that, like, people saying they weren't explosive. Well, yeah, you got to catch the ball, but you had opportunities, and that's all that you want in this league.
To me, you chalk it up to these players that you think you have aren't as good as we thought they were. I mean, there were too many drop passes yesterday, although, yeah, you're right. Charlie Warner.
Man.
I mean, okay.
Great throw by Jimmy.
And then Juwan Jennings drops one. Ayuk, goes up, gets that 50-50 ball. We're talking about something different. And listen, I don't know if it was Garoppolo or George Kittle, but I keep seeing that George Kittle has got to run to the corner of the end zone when Jimmy Garoppolo's telling him, go with his hands. And Kittle, as they say, flattened out. Yeah. He flattened out. George Kittle, he shouldn't have flattened out. He shouldn't have flattened out. Great tight ends know that. Kelsey wouldn't have flattened out.
Hey, I'm gonna rest that conversation for right now. But I'll say this:
you cannot flatten out near the goal line.
Watching that game, if you're a Niner fan, for me, Steiny, I'm watching it from afar, and I'm saying, what concerned me and made me the most bitter is the fact that they were backed up at the end. You talk about the Lakers coming in, the Warriors fast breaking. That's when you kind of let them hang and just go for it. They couldn't go for it like you see other teams throw the ball down the field. And I don't know what the reason is, but it's not Garoppolo, but something's amiss, and it's up to Kyle to get it fixed and have us doing a show Monday morning saying, you know what? The Niners' weaponry is what you said it is, Guru. But right now, that was a snail's pace and a lack of urgency that was just playing through the TV like, do they know they're down 2 scores?
Yeah.
And it took like 100 plays to get 12 yards. That's what it felt like. Okay, you got to still not past your own 20? Like, that's concerning.
Yeah, and it was another day where I just don't. Does this? Let me ask you a question. What team looked more well coached yesterday?
Oh, that's not even a question.
Exactly. And the 49ers are supposed to be the team that's extremely well coached and that should have an edge in the coaching department. It didn't look like they had that yesterday. I just kind of felt like this was one of those games coming in where nobody really knew about the Falcons. They just kind of thought the Falcons must not be that great of a team. And look, they're 3-3, and they got a better running game than the San Francisco 49ers.
And Atlanta knows who they are. They know what they don't have and who they are, Steiny, and they played to those strengths, and that's why they won.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're at Chase Center, and we got a full slate of guests. We're going to be joined by Tim Roy, the radio voice of the Golden State Warriors. That is at 12:30, in other words, right around the corner after the break. Between 1 and 1:30, we're going to give away a Steph autographed jersey. Between 2 and 2:30, we're going to give away a Klay Thompson autographed jersey. And then Steve Kerr, Kevon Looney, Moses Moody, all in the house at Chase Center today. We got basketball, we got 49ers, and we got a lot to talk about on 95.7 The Game.
Warriors GM Bob Myers with us, 95.7 The Game. Who is your favorite 95.7 The Game host?
Oh, you guys are all great. Come on. You're all great. Guru's, Guru's great too. Don't you love that guy's passion?
Guru too.
Yeah, come on. I mean, you worked. Yeah.
Oh, he's the best. Guru's the Steph Curry.
I mean, the passion it's actually real. Is that manufactured? Is it real?
No, it's real.
It's real. You gotta respect that.
The only place to hear Golden State Warriors basketball.
Yep.
95.7 The Game.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
There's a reason Comcast Business powers more businesses than any other provider. Actually, there's a few. Comcast Business offers the fastest, reliable network, the peace of mind that comes with Security Edge, helping to protect all your connected devices, and the most reliable 5G mobile network. Want me to keep going? I can. Whether your small business is starting or growing, you need Comcast Business. Technology solutions that put you ahead and give you serious savings. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security. Together for just $69.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Or find out how to get up to a $650 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Limited time offer, restrictions apply. New 50 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. Requires enrollment in EcoBill and AutoPay. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Comcast Business Mobile utilizes the network with the most RootMetrics 5G data reliability wins in 1H 2022. Results may vary, not an endorsement.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
O'Reilly. It's Superstart Battery Month at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Get up to a $25 gift card after a mail-in rebate with the purchase of select Superstart batteries. For power, performance, and reliability, choose Superstart batteries. We also have battery solutions for many hybrid and electric vehicles. Stop by your local O'Reilly Auto Parts today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you may be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to GetRefunds.com, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
This football season, adopt a new tradition that's sure to turn fans into family. The Jim Beam Highball. That's beam and soda over ice with a lemon slice. Share one at the stadium or make one at home. Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume. Copyright 2022, James B. Beam Distilling Company, Claremont, Kentucky. Drink smart.
Bay Area. Join us at our newest location, Afici, part of the Alexander Steakhouse Group. Afici features contemporary American cuisine in a fine dining setting. The multiple course menu showcases Italian and French style cuisine while highlighting locally sourced seasonal ingredients alongside some of the best products from around the globe. Whether you choose Afici for a special occasion, holiday events, or a culinary adventure, Afici provides unparalleled service. Head over to 680 Folsom Street, San Francisco for a fine dining experience. Reserve your seats now on AficiSF.com.
You're the one who protects the flock, and that requires an eye for detail. Because when safety and well-being are on the line, it's the details that can save lives. Even when no one else is watching, you see everything. Grainger gets you, and we're here for you, and all the ones who get it done with a wide range of safety products and solutions, plus board-certified safety consultants here to answer your questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You can't get much for $5 these days, unless you go to Wendy's for a $5 Biggie Bag. Get your choice of double stack, junior bacon cheeseburger, or crispy chicken BLT, plus 4-piece nugs, fries, and a drink, all for just $5. You got that bag, you got that Biggie Bag, you got that bag. That was smooth, wasn't it? That's how you're gonna feel when you get that Biggie Bag at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Includes 4-piece nuggets, small soft drink, and small fry. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
I don't have an ego.
Now back to Steiny and Guru, live from Chase Center on 95.7 The Game.
Make sure you include my chuckle after Guru said that.
You are crazy.
Matt Steinmetz, Darryl the Guru Johnson with you from Chase Center, and we're joined by Tim Roy, and I'm trying to figure this out. So way back in the day, I remember when I was at the Contra Costa Times, Tim was announced to be the Warriors radio play-by-play man, and I had to write a story on him because I was the media guy.
Okay.
Is this your 29th year?
28th.
28th. All right. Like I was saying, 93, 94.
95, 96. And, you know, Goo, I know you'll appreciate this, but there was no arguing with Matt about basketball on the road. No. We never got there. He was so nice. And then, you know, that guy
What's happened?
That guy stinks.
He stinks. He stinks. Oh, man. Tim, you know, I think last year's title was largely unexpected. So because it was unexpected, how much what's your mindset going into this year, because it feels like you're playing with house money almost?
You know, I got to disagree with you. I thought going into playoffs last year, I thought they had a great shot. And even in the finals, when they were making Boston's got an 80% chance of winning, and I was going, I just don't see that. You know, they're turning the ball over at a high rate and the whole bit. And so I thought they had a real good chance. I thought the teams that, you know, that you didn't want to face. Obviously, Boston had played well against the Warriors, but it's one thing to beat a team in a regular season. It's another thing to beat them in a 7-game series. And when they got by Memphis I thought was going to be, you know, and was a real bear for them. That's not a good matchup for them. And so once they got past Memphis, I thought they had a really good shot. But yeah, this year, yeah, it's kind of like, and the other part about it is it's an exciting year because the components that are making up the bench
are players that are going to get better, and we haven't seen them in this role before. And I think that's going to be exciting. And I think, if preseason has anything to do with regular season, which it doesn't, but if the moments in there of Wiseman and Moody and Kuminga, if they can have some of those moments during the regular season, then I think it's going to be another successful year.
Steiny, I told Tim I need to borrow that shirt. I'm known for my shirts, but that shirt is A1. Let me pick your brain on this. You've been around this team. You are part of this team. You've seen winning teams. You've seen losing teams. I want to pick the great Tim Roy's brain on when you walk in and you see these teams kind of communicate. Can you tell a winning team from a losing team without them playing basketball? Like, what is tangible to where this group's, they've got it?
Well, before the championship run, I used to tell people, I don't know who's going to win it, but I can tell you who's going to win 30 games. I know those teams. I know those teams. Okay, but what you see is there's a calmness to great teams.
Wow.
There's a calmness to them. They don't stress over a regular season loss. They don't stress over moments and getting down in games. They just kind of get their stuff going and get back to it, and that's what this team has. They have a calmness about them. Even going back, I saw Coach Atkinson in the Summer League was on one of the telecasts, and they asked him about the championship, and he said that down 2-1 they had a meeting, and Steph and Draymond and Clay were all going, yeah, we're okay, we'll adjust here, we'll do this. And he goes, they were so calm about it. I said, we're down 2-1. He goes, I'm going crazy, and these guys are all going, okay, we're fine, we're going to be okay.
Yeah,
calmness.
That's the experience that probably helped win him that series for sure. By the way, if you're asking Tim if we know what a 20 or 30 wins, nobody knew how good or how bad his team was more than Don Nelson.
Really?
Yes, that's right.
I have this vague recollection of 2006. We're in Indiana.
No, it's 2007.
Oh, that's right. It was before the trade, though.
Yeah.
It was before the trade, and Don Nelson comes and buys us a drink, and he goes, well, boys, we're not a very good basketball team.
Wow, the truth.
I think he came out the next day and said it in public, too. Yeah.
And then they pulled off the trade for Steven Jackson.
I believe I haven't updated through last year, but I believe my overall Warriors record is still below 500. I think it is.
Hey, Tim, Goo, listen to this. I can't believe this, but now it's true. We went 5 straight years, Tim and I, watching a team that never won more than 21 games.
You deserve medals.
5 in a row.
21 and 61 was the best year the Warriors had in 5 years.
So the lottery was the playoffs. So for you guys.
From 1989, when I started with the Kings, and through 2006, I did not see a team that got to 500.
That is, Tim, and now look at you. Look at him. There you go.
It's unbelievable. And then, you think about all the great announcers. Al McCoy down at Phoenix, he's been with the Suns since the early 70s. He does not have a championship ring. And I've got 4 now coming up. That's ridiculous.
You can give him one. Give him an honorary one.
He should get an honorary one just for being Al.
Tim Roy joining us on 95.7 The Game. You can hear him every game, play-by-play, right here on the Warriors flagship. He's entering his 28th year, hard to believe.
Man.
And let's just talk briefly about this team, because I think they are in a really crazy type of spot, because they're gonna need their young players, it feels like, to guide them through not guide them, but to help them in the regular season. And then at that point, maybe use them a little less, but because the starters are really well rested from not overplaying during the regular season.
Well, the other part about that is, and 2 of those guys, in Kuminga and Wiseman, give the Warriors something that they really don't have and didn't really have too much of even during this run, and that is freakish athleticism. Guys that can go up and dunk and block shots and get rebounds and traffic and things like that. And so that adds a different element. The high screen and roll lob for a dunk play that they ran with Bogut and then ran with JaVale McGee, that's back into play now with Wiseman out there. So I'm really excited to see how that translates for the Warriors over the course of the season.
And I know the Pistons hadn't won a title before these two, but it does remind me a little bit about when Sally and Rodman joined the Pistons. Pistons are really good. They're kind of slow. And then they brought in those two guys who were unbelievably long and athletic, and it gave them just a little different dimension as everybody was getting a little bit older.
Yeah, and you know how many times, and they're very good about this, where they pick days where the veterans will get a night off, and you know now you don't have. Let's say another veteran coming off the bench to have to fill that role. You've got young legs, guys that can give you 40 minutes, and it's not going to be an issue. So, I think this is all setting up, really, really well, and it just goes to show you how forward-thinking they are, because this part of the equation started when Kevin Durant was leaving, and they said, we can't lose that spot. So what they do, they trade him for D'Angelo Russell. Now you add Wiggins and Kuminga out of that. All of this was set up by being a forward-thinking franchise.
Let me ask you this, because you were calling the game the night Chris Mullin was getting his jersey retired, and newly Joe Lacob got booed. Tim, and I'm driving in, and I'm a guy, I love giving out flowers to the people that deserve them, but do you think Warrior fans really know what type of owner they have? I mean, because now, I heard, was it Kirk Lacob talking about other NBA players want to come here and play here, and I get that. But you and Steiny were just talking about the dark times, what Joe Lacob has built with the help of Myers and the rest of the game.
There's no doubt that when they came in and said all the things they said, hey, we're going to be a first-class organization, we're going to be a championship organization, and we're not going to stop until we get to those goals. Coming on the heels of what had been happening before, some of us might have said, well, maybe not, we'll see. But from the first things they started to do, and they started to, okay, we're going to bring in this guy. We're going to bring in Rick Welts to run the Warriors. What, are you kidding me? That's unbelievable. And they started making moves like that, and then you started to see their vision and their pattern. And Matt, we talked about this, 20 years ago, that this franchise was really a gold mine, and it was just there waiting. And they saw that chance and just took it. And now look at this.
Yeah,
it's unbelievable building.
Better tomorrow night. The other thing I like to point out is, the previous ownership was not well liked or respected, and they decided to sell the team. And the Bay Area Warrior fans assumed that Larry Ellison was going to buy this team, the richest guy in the world, one of the richest guys in the world. And Joe Lacob ends up buying the team, and nobody knows who he is. And at that time, everyone's like, are you kidding me? We suffered through previous ownership for 15 years. Larry Ellison had a shot to buy this team, and now we get this guy, Joe Lacob, we know nothing about. And then Joe comes in and says, we need more banners. And I'm like, who's this guy? And 10 years later, he's got everything clicking and 4 titles.
It's going to sound silly, but I was convinced when they made one of their first roster moves, or attempted to make a move, they signed DeAndre Jordan to an offer sheet. Mm-hmm. And
that's right.
Thinking, that's a great, this is before the trade, I believe, for Bogut. So I'm thinking, that's a great move, because either the Clippers are going to have to pay more than they wanted to for DeAndre Jordan, or we get a center. We need a center at that point. And so I thought that's a great move. It's a win-win. Even if the Clippers match, it's a win, because you're making a divisional opponent do something they didn't want to do at the time they didn't want to do it. So when I saw that, I thought, that's great. That's the kind of thinking that the Warriors had not had. We had stuff like trading Marco Bellinelli to Toronto to save a few $100,000, and we got back Devin George, who
played. He played for the Warriors.
He played, but every now and then that knee would go out. It would be like at mid-court, and he would just, oh no. So, but he was a really good guy. But
I mean, trust me when I say, when Tim and I were back in the 2000s, this was inconceivable where the organization would be now.
A dream.
No, it wasn't even a dream. You couldn't envision it. Nobody would have believed it if you would have said that it was going to happen. There was no template for success.
And think about this now. The franchise is valued right there with the New York Knicks and the LA Lakers. It's right in that same neighborhood. The franchise is known worldwide so much that they couldn't change the name Golden State, even if they wanted to, because it's such a popular brand worldwide. And just got back from Japan, and you coming through customs, you're trying to get to the bus, and bang, there's 1,000 people there waiting for him, waiting just to see him and to get autographs and to take selfies and do all that stuff. And to see the Warriors where they are now, it's one of the most remarkable professional sports accomplishments. And like you said, I think Joe Lacob, Peter Guru, all those guys, they deserve a lot of credit for that.
I'm gonna share something about myself. Steiny already knows, Tim. I overreact and I tend to jump to conclusions.
You don't overreact, Goo. No.
And with that, it's Jordan Poole.
Who's getting traded today on your show?
Nobody. Yeah,
Shanahan's getting fired.
They're at 3-3. They need to improve. But Tim, Jordan Poole, when the announcement came that he was going to Santa Cruz, I didn't say he was finished. I never envisioned him getting this offensive repertoire. And now that you see what he can do on the basketball court, and I know he's still improving, but there's got to be pride, I imagine, with that announcement, him being homegrown, him going through those trials and tribulations to now. You've seen a lot of players come and go. Are you surprised with what you've seen, the metamorphosis from Jordan Poole?
Early on, I talked to a couple of the assistant coaches who were working with him. One of them was Chris DeMarco, and Chris sold me on him right away. He said, no, this kid's the hardest working guy. He comes in the gym all the time. He's gonna get there. And the Warriors saw something in him when they drafted him. Remember on draft night, there were all these guys saying, oh, what a horrible pick. Right. He should have been picked in the 50s. And just go back and look at some of the picks the Warriors have made. Kevon Looney. Okay, they knew that they were drafting a guy that they were going to have to put some time in because of his medical situation at the time. And, so a couple of surgeries, they work with him. Now look at Kevon. Everybody in the league would love to have that guy.
82 games.
Yeah, exactly. And then, Draymond Green's another example. They get him in the second round, and they don't try to pigeonhole him. They don't call him a tweener. They said, let him go play. Just go play. Go beat Draymond. Wow. And 4 titles later, that's what you have. Steph and Clay, obviously. They see things in players that other teams don't. And now they've got it to a point where it's kind of like the Spurs 20 years ago. The guys come in.
There you go.
They come in for a year or two. They play with the championship team. They move on, and they get a paycheck somewhere else, and that kind of culture. And they've developed it. And, Stephen Curry is, as Steve Kerr likes to say, is really a lot like Tim Duncan. He sets the tone for the whole player side of this thing, and it's an incredible atmosphere.
Awesome.
Tim Roy, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it.
But we had the coach coming on.
Yeah, he's coming in. What time is it? 12:47. What do you want to do? You want to jump in for 10? Right here? Yeah, we can kick Tim off. Steve. Hey, Steve. We can get you out of here at 1 if you want.
That's our guy, Steiny. Yeah. What's up, Coach? All right.
Steve Kerr. Hey, thank you, Tim, for joining us. Really appreciate it.
Take it easy, Steve.
Good luck on season number 28. Appreciate it.
Good coach.
Joining us right now, head coach Steve Kerr. I didn't realize this. You're 1 year younger than me, exactly, pretty much. And you've been in basketball your entire life.
Pretty much, yeah.
How much longer you want to do this?
What else would I do?
Retire.
And
run for
golf,
office,
like golf,
some streets,
whatever you want.
Office,
whatever you want.
Does that sound that great to just wake up and not have anything to do? I mean, it sounds great for like a month, and then what?
You'd find something.
You a big golfer?
I like golf, but I like maybe once a week would be great. But I don't know what I would do the other 6 days.
What are your hot?
I love what I do. I love coaching. I love being part of a team. So, and I get to coach this team. So it's not like I'm coaching a team that isn't any good. I'm coaching a bunch of champions. So
it's like the travel isn't.
That part's tough,
is it?
For sure. Yeah, the travel gets to you occasionally, but. That's maybe the one downside. I mean, I really love the day-to-day. I love all the relationships. I love working with Bob. This is an incredible organization. I know how lucky I am, so I'm just enjoying every step of the way here because it doesn't last forever.
There's no secret. The last 2 weeks have been, a little drama going on, but I got to give you credit. And I told Steiny and the listeners this. Even before the video came out, Coach, you guys handled it away, and you said we're a family, and you continue to handle it that way. What goes into that? Where did you get that from? We know it's not going to be popular. Some may like it, some not. But the fact that you stuck your chest out This is the Warriors. This is who we are. Where do you get that at? Because when it was all said and done, I'm like, I respect them more for the way that they did it because you had your players back, and this is what we're doing.
Yeah, well, I appreciate that. I mean, all you can do is handle it the best way for each circumstance, and every circumstance is different. So I think in this case, given that Draymond has been here a decade, so has Bob. I've been here. This is my 9th year. We just know each other so well, and Steph obviously has been here longer than any of us. So we had a million conversations behind the scenes. We didn't want to just automatically come out and say, well, this is what we're going to do. It took us some time. Everybody was shocked about what happened, and it took us some time, and this was what we decided to do, and it feels right. And we understand there's going to be criticism, and that's fine. This is the job. Like, people are really interested in our team for a reason. Yeah. So if we can't handle, the judgment and the criticism that comes with everything, then we shouldn't be in this position.
Wow. Steve Kerr joining us on 95.7 The Game. Yeah, one of the things that have to be similar is maybe the environment between those Bulls teams that you were on championship and the teams here. So my question is, when you have a team that's this entrenched and kind of been together, what is the biggest challenge? I mean, I'm just thinking about Steph Curry right now saying, all right, I just finished the preseason. We got 6 months till the finals of the playoffs. Like, how do you stay interested the first 2 or 3 months of the year? Your veteran players and you've been through it a million times.
It's funny that you asked that today, Matt, because we were starting our drill work this morning, which is just basic footwork, ball handling. Kenny Atkinson walks over to me, and we're looking out at Steph, and Steph is laughing, and he's going through all the drill work, and Kenny goes, it looks like he's a sophomore at Davidson. Like, that's how much joy he brings to practice, and he's 34. He's been in the league for a dozen years. He's got 3 kids. He's got all kinds of stuff going, but at his core, Steph he's all about the game and his love for the game and his teammates and competition. He brings that joy every day, and it just permeates through the whole organization.
I asked him this question, and you played with Hall of Famers, some of the greats to ever play the game. When you first laid eyes on Jordan Poole, and sized him up and maybe see what he needs to work on. Are you surprised, Coach, at where he's at now? And I was watching him Saturday after he got his bag, which he earned his contract. But I'm like, did you look at him raw? Okay, he needs to get this. Has he shocked you with what he's gotten and added to his tool belt? Because I'm shocked.
I didn't see any of this.
All right.
We drafted him. He was 28th pick out of Michigan. So he shows up, and he's in camp, and he can't make a shot, and the game's happening too quickly for him. And he still kind of looked like a teenager, He wasn't, fully filled in. And the first 4 months, that was the season everybody was injured, Clay and Steph, and, our team was decimated. So we're throwing him out there. And you remember, Darryl, he couldn't make a shot. So at that time, if you had told me, hey, 3 years from now he's going to sign $120 million.
Yes.
No, he's not.
I appreciate the honesty.
Yeah, so what I love is that Jordan worked. He worked to get this far. Like, none of us really saw this. If anybody in the league had seen this, they would have picked him 7th, not 28th. Yeah. So he has worked and earned every bit of this. He's become an integral part of our team. And you root for guys like him who come to work every day and put in that effort and the grind.
But see, this is where Raymond Ritter will kind of kill you.
R-double.
Kill an organization. He says everybody works hard, top to bottom. So when he started telling us about Poole and that C card, the security card, look at that, 18 hours.
He's like the boy who cried wolf. Raymond's the guy, everybody works 24/7. And so you didn't even believe him when he told you about it.
Absolutely not.
I don't blame you.
I thought he'd be out of the league then in 3 months if Raymond was saying the opposite.
Raymond might be if he keeps that up. So,
well, he's got to be headed toward retirement.
Something.
You guys both. What a history in the league you guys have had. Him with the Lakers, you with the Spurs and Bulls.
I'm pretty sure Raymond's in the same boat as I am. What would Raymond do every day if he couldn't come to work? Maybe he and I would just call. I would just call Raymond and I go, "What are you doing? Nothing. What are you doing? Nothing." Let's be bored together. We go have lunch.
I see today earlier you said team's a little behind conditioning wise.
Yeah.
What's that mean?
It just means our top 5 or 6 guys aren't ready to play 30-plus minutes yet. So some of that is just, Clay got a late start with the, his leg. We go to Japan, which eliminated a couple of practices because of the travel time. I remember we had the exact same situation when we went to China in, was it 18 or I think we went in 2018. We came back and we were not quite ready for opening night. So you got to be really careful. I think one of my biggest jobs as coach is to pace the team. And so on the one hand, you could say, well, maybe we should have grinded them harder in camp to get them all ready for the 30-plus minutes on opening night. On the other hand, that can backfire because it's such a long year. So I'm fine with where we are. We're going to rely on our depth. We've got a lot of it. And within a couple of weeks, of the schedule, you'll have Steph, Clay, Draymond, Jordan, Wiggs, all, ready to go for 30-plus minutes, and we'll be exactly where we need to be.
I just told Steiny it's like an embarrassment of riches, Coach. You got Jordan Poole getting that contract, and he's coming off the bench. Here comes Wiseman. And I was telling Steiny, oh, man, I hate he got hurt, but he got thicker than a snicker, and now he's throwing that weight around. And, he was a lottery pick. How excited are you about James and his future? Because, Coach, I'm no coach, but I'm watching him. I'm like, the light has gone on.
Yeah, it has. And I think it has a lot to do with his first summer league and first training camp was just these last 6 months. I mean, it's incredible. Last 4 months, I guess. So when you think about that, this being his third year, but he's never had either a summer league or a camp. You can see now he's building a foundation with his game. He's understanding spacing. He's running the floor and getting to the dunker spot instead of posting up and going into his, package of moves. We're really sticking more with pick and roll with him. He's playing with a couple of really good pick and roll players with Jordan and Dante, and obviously Steph when he's out there.
Man.
So James has been fantastic. He's a sponge. He is such a great kid. He works his butt off. He wants to get better. He listens. I love James, and he's going to be really good. If he can, knock on wood, just stay healthy and keep doing what he's doing, it's going to be fun to watch him blossom.
Steve Kerr joining us on 95.7 The Game. Is it fair to say when I think about the upcoming season, I'm thinking, okay, so they want to repeat, but they've got 4 young players, let's just say 4. So are you trying to navigate, giving the young guys as much experience during the regular season as they can, maintaining a level of play and a record that you think you need to be at, and then maybe as the playoffs come, transition back to the veterans who are healthy because they've been well rested?
Yeah, I mean, the answer is somewhere in there, but what seems to happen a lot, Matt, is that something out of the blue comes along and you can't plan for that, whether it's an injury or a trade or who knows what. But the way we go into the season is we are developing our young players, whether they get into a game or not. The work they're putting in on the practice floor every day is so helpful for their development. We see the progress. J.K. was fantastic the other night against Denver in that second quarter. He had, great passes, great quick decisions, put-back dunks. You can see his growth. Same with James. So they're getting better regardless, but there's for sure going to be times during the season where they're going to have to play a lot because guys will miss games. And then there might be other nights where they play 10, 12 minutes. And if people are questioning whether they're going to develop, it's okay. That's all part of it. We just have to stick together and keep doing what we're doing.
I got to ask this real quick. He's a D3 superstar. I play 24-hour fitness. We have no rings. You as a player and a coach, you added another one. Where do you keep them and when do you wear them? Because I would be the dude wearing them at happy hour. I'm that type. Look at my bling. Where do you think about how much you have and what you earn?
I just... more than anything, I just sort of shake my head and think, how the hell did this happen? No, honestly, I mean, I didn't even think I was going to make the NBA when I came out of college. I thought if I could just make it for a year, just so I could say I played in the NBA, how cool would that be? And then, after a year, I was like, oh, maybe I can make it for another couple. And then I started to actually get a little traction and like, all right. And then all of a sudden, when I got to the Bulls, it changed my entire career because you play with Michael Jordan, you know, your life changes. And so 3 rings there, and then San Antonio and a couple more rings there. And then my first coaching job is with these guys. I mean, it's sort of dreamlike. And so I sort of pinch myself all the time.
I mean, I don't know you well enough to joke around like these guys. So this isn't from me. Something about who's going for game 1 for the Dodgers tomorrow.
Ooh, wow.
So I don't know him well enough.
Wow. That was, I was late to the party.
Yeah,
wow.
Somebody throwing a shot.
Yeah. Look at Steiny.
You can go now if you want. I'm sorry. No, but I enjoy tomorrow night. Oh, ring night. Sometimes. Oh, that's what everybody says. Oh, ring night, ring night, ring night. What's your record in ring night? You have any idea? See,
Raymond?
It's not that big a deal, ring night. He doesn't even know what his record is.
That's a great question.
You know, Raymond in his prime would have had the answer right now.
Exactly.
I'm just saying.
Man,
but now, now he's got to go to Elias and all that stuff. I mean, but
that's a great one. We'll find out, Coach. Yeah.
Steve, have a great year. Good luck.
Thank you, guys.
All the best to you. Try to repeat, and look forward to catching up with you during the season.
Appreciate you guys and all our fans out there. We're lucky to be here and playing in the Bay, where everybody loves the sport, loves our team, and man, we love you guys right back. So thanks, everybody.
All right, that's Steve Kerr. Coming up on the other side, your chance to win a Steph Curry autographed jersey. That's right, Steph Curry autographed jersey. We're giving that away between 1 and 1:30. Then between 2 and 2:30, we're going to give away a Klay Thompson signed jersey. 2 o'clock, we got Kevon Looney, Moses Moody's coming in here. Don't go anywhere on 95.7 The Game.
Gorgeous gaming, stunning streams, unbelievable bandwidth. It's another Lifestyles of Gagillionaires. Meet the AT&T Fiber customers winning at life with hyper gig speeds. Meet Gagillionaire Terry. While his love of streaming horror movies has him constantly on the edge of his seat, his internet bill won't give him a scare.
Oh, don't go in there. I'm telling you.
Because since Terry upgraded to AT&T Fiber with hyper gig speeds, he doesn't worry about data caps or equipment fees.
Come on, man. The door's open for a reason.
And best yet, he also doesn't stress about a price increase at 12 months, because with the amazing Gagillionaire lifestyle comes an exquisite sense of tranquility. Most of the time. Live like a Gagillionaire. Get straightforward pricing with AT&T Fiber. Internet that upgrades everything. No data caps, no equipment fees, and no price increase at 12 months.
Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
Did you know that most people wait 6 or 7 years before they buy a new TV? That's a lot of time in front of one TV. So why not get one of the best sets for the next 7 years, like one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony models? Too expensive? What if you could get up to $1,000 trade-in for your old set? Who would do a stupid deal like this? Right now, at Video Only, you can get big bucks for your old set as a trade-in and a hot price on the new models. Don't be sorry. Check out Video Only.
Does your heart long to wander? To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea and amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart. Travel the world right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. Explore Wanderwoods, our new outdoor playscape, now open.
Score big with Xfinity Internet. It's made to do anything, so you can do anything. Supercharge your home with the game-changing speed of supersonic Wi-Fi. With 3 times more bandwidth, it covers the field and then some. And blocks billions of threats with advanced security that helps keep you protected at home and on the go. If you're keeping score, that's internet that does it all. That's unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas.
Don't waste your time trying to sell your old car. Donate it to Cars for Kids. It's the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Donate online at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your car today.
Finding the right Medicare plan? Oof, no easy feat.
Kind of like those dances my granddaughter loves making me do. But then I found Walgreens Find Rx coverage. Lets you compare plans online, over the phone, or in person. Made Medicare shopping so easy. Plus, I found plans with low-cost copays. I can get down with that. When you need to talk Medicare, Walgreens is here. Start shopping today at walgreens.com/Medicare.
Come on, we're gonna be late to the cookout.
I was just packing up my famous mac and cheese.
I hope you packed the Pepto, too.
Huh?
Pepto-Bismol provides fast relief from heartburn and indigestion. You know, that uncomfortable feeling after you eat too much? And after the deviled eggs, baked beans, and barbecue ribs? You're gonna need it.
Barbecue ribs? I should probably pack an extra shirt, too.
Good call.
When you have nausea, heartburn, indigestion, upset stomach, diarrhea.
Pepto-Bismol. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Finding the right Medicare plan? Oof, no easy feat. Kind of like those dances my granddaughter loves making me do. But then I found Walgreens Find Rx coverage. Lets you compare plans online, over the phone, or in person. Made Medicare shopping so easy. Plus, I found plans with low-cost copays. I can get down with that. Medicare annual enrollment ends December 7th. Find a plan that's right for you at walgreens.com/Medicare.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Curry's been the best thing to happen to my career.
Now back to Steiny and Guru, live from Chase Center on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, Dub Nation, the season begins now. Be there for Champions Ring Night presented by Chase Freedom on Tuesday, October 18th as the Warriors host the LA Lakers live at Chase Center. Get your tickets now at warriors.com or call 888-GSW-HOOP. Representatives are standing by right now. Matt Steinmetz, Darryl the Guru Johnson with you. Between now and 1:30, we're going to give away a Steph Curry autographed jersey. And here's what we want you to do. It's for YouTube viewers only. Go to YouTubeTV.com, Google 95.7 The Game, or search 95.7 The Game. Right now, we got about 680 people on that YouTube. So what do you say we try to get up to 1,000?
Let's do it.
Get up to 1,000 for your chance to, your chance to win a Steph Curry autographed jersey. In 1 minute, Guru is going to hold up a word to the YouTube audience.
I'm nervous.
And then you text that word to 20357, and you're in the hopper for a Steph Curry autographed jersey. And then we're going to do the same thing at 2 o'clock. 2 to 2:30, you got a shot to win a Klay Thompson autographed jersey. So we got a lot of action the next 2 hours. Kevon Looney's our next guest at 2 o'clock. And then we'll have Moses Moody at 2:30. So that gives us about an hour to talk San Francisco 49ers football. We'll sprinkle in some Warriors, but 888-957-9570 is the number. That's the Xfinity text line, mobile text line. So my question is this. How long are we going to keep looking at the San Francisco 49ers like they're an elite team, even though they're just a 500 team record-wise, Goo? How good is this team?
Okay, well,
everybody keeps talking about the NFC, this, that, and the other thing. There might have been two
Look
teams
at Tampa
playing.
Bay and Green Bay, yuck.
Well, there might be, but there might have been two teams playing last night better than the 49ers in Dallas and the Eagles. The Giants are 4-1. Or is it 5-1?
5-1.
They're 5-1.
Yeah.
So where do the 49ers fit in the NFC? 888-957-9570. And we heard a lot of Super Bowl or bust. Well, you're 3-3. How's that looking right now, Goo?
Listen, you are my radio partner. You know me better than anybody. I've come in here over the years and I've given this man, Kyle Shanahan, the Niner head coach, the flowers. I have never been this out on him taking this team back to the promised land. And I'm sorry if this hurts for the people listening. I'm including the debacle, which was Trey Lance. It wasn't his fault. It was the fact that you went out there and told us that this guy was going to be the next, and we saw how you used him. You got what I believe two high caliber receivers in Ayuk and Debo. You got Kittle, who I believe is up there with Kelsey if utilized that way. You got Trent Williams and a stable of running backs that continue to get hurt. And now, Matthew, I'm saying the injuries, which happen to every team, but not like this team, is something that you're coaching or doing that you don't even know how to fix. But now it's spreading. It's infecting the whole team. And what I saw in Chicago, I technically have not gotten over. But now Atlanta, that was bad. And the defense, I won't even bring up. It's the offense and the lack of continuity, the lack of, I'm going to let Jimmy cook and utilize our weaponry. Why wasn't Kittle Werner? Those are just questions. Call me football dumb. Those are questions I have. So, Steiny, I don't know where this thing is going, but I've never felt the lack of confidence in Kyle Shanahan getting it right that I do on this 10 o'clock p.m. Standard Time on a Monday. I have never been this doubtful of this man like I am today.
888-957-9570 is the number. You want to join the conversation. The San Francisco 49ers, they lose 28-14 yesterday to the Atlanta Falcons. And I got to tell you, I'm watching that game, and I saw a team that was outplayed. I saw an Atlanta team that absolutely positively deserved to win the game. And now I see a 49er team that's got to play the Kansas City Chiefs. You lose to the Chiefs, now all of a sudden you're 3-4, and we're getting into gotta have games against the LA Rams. By the way, Hufanga now in concussion protocol.
Oh man!
So we'll see about him. We'll see about Trent Williams. We'll see about Bosa. We'll see about everybody. But you know, to my way of thinking, football is the sport that you least blame injuries on.
Okay.
Just because there's more injuries in football than anywhere else. And honestly, when we talk about injuries, I don't know where to go with the conversation. Is it something about the training staff? Who knows? Is it bad luck? Who knows? Is it guys out of shape? Who knows? And so it's just something you got to kind of live with and get over. But look, the San Francisco 49ers, I guess, have an injury issue during the Kyle Shanahan tenure.
But you know what? I'm asking you a question right now, Steiny. You still are sticking to your guns that this offense is average. You don't think the Niners have an above average, the whole thing, offense?
No, I don't.
And you know what this season is playing out to me is that you might be right. And I'm wondering what cheese or what Danish did I eat to make me think, I'm getting hungry, to make me think that this was something superior to all the other. Atlanta knew what they were and what they were not. Every week, the Niners, the 15th, Steiny, yeah. I need some, I got 1,000 questions and I have no answers, and it's at the doorstep of Kyle Shanahan. I don't think I'm the only one now doubting this man. And you used to get upset when we bring up, injuries are ravaging this team. But you're right, every team has to deal with them. But now if somebody came to you off the radio and said, you know what, you don't think this is uncanny how much how many injuries this team takes? You think that's something, though? It's not an excuse because I won't allow it to be. But can you, for the first time, say, you know what, Goo? I don't know why, but you guys might be onto something.
No, I'm not going to give you that.
Then it's worse than we think. Then,
first of all,
if you're not giving them that, you're really shocked.
Here's the other thing. I believe that there was an injury that helped them, and that was the Trey Lance injury. Because I think Trey Lance, I don't think there's any. I think we've all got to acknowledge that Jimmy Garoppolo gives the 49ers a better chance to win than Trey Lance. So that's a fact. That's something that
went their way.
That's something that I feel like they have going for them. But look, why do I not think the 49ers are just unbelievable offense? I think everybody's inflated everybody's value. Jimmy Garoppolo's average. We know that. So that hinders you a little bit. They've lost now Elijah Mitchell. Who's their number one running back? Okay, it's Jeff Wilson Jr. He hurt you yesterday. You look at the receiving positions. Okay, George Kittle, he's dynamic, but we know he doesn't get thrown the ball very much. Now he got 8 catches the other day. But they lost, and so did Ayuk. And obviously Debo's a playmaker, but he's just not. And I mean, Shanahan, this is where he was supposed to be noticeable. And now my question to 49er fans is, what's this team's identity? They threw 29 times yesterday and only ran it 16. Why? I thought they wanted to be the other way around. Let's go to Malene in San Jose. Malene, how you doing? What's going on?
I'm okay. How are you?
Hey.
Thank you so much. But honestly, for you to say that the coach, I have a problem with that.
Explain. And that was Guru.
Yeah. Go ahead, young lady.
I'm sorry. For you to say that the coach, like Lance, was a good loss, like that sits funny with me. And honestly, Shanahan, I'm a football fan, like a girl. Okay?
All right.
My boyfriend, he's football. Okay?
Love it.
So just judge me on that. But Trey Lance should have never been ran that much.
No doubt.
Right.
All right, we're losing you a little bit, Maylene. Obviously, I didn't mean Trey Lance's injury was good.
No.
But what I meant is that the quarterback position was upgraded.
No doubt about it.
When the injury to Trey Lance occurred. Because conventional wisdom after Trey Lance got hurt was that he might not have been ready. And that's the way it looked to me. But that's a game yesterday in which the 49ers were not, I'm sorry, they were not just beaten. They were handled yesterday.
Where'd they stay at? Disneyland. What was in Pennsylvania?
The Greenbrier. No, it's in West Virginia.
Yeah, okay, but like I'm sitting there watching the game, like, did any of what we saw or didn't see, was that because they stayed where they stayed? You know, like, that was a team that didn't look like they were ready to play.
So they should have flown all the way back and gone back?
I'm not even going there. It was just a thought I had, but I'm like, when you ball out and the coach knows you guys are going to show up, you do stuff like that. But that was a lemon yesterday, and you know what a lemon is, a bad used car. That was just, they were not ready, and you got down 14-0, and then here you come to tie it. I'm like, oh, here comes the locomotive. Here comes that Kyle Shanahan expertise. They didn't score another point, Matt, and anything is up for discussion with me now because Kansas City, they lost to Buffalo. They went toe-to-toe. That thing went 15 rounds. They're coming off of that loss, and you don't know who's going to be available. And I'm looking at the standings, and I'm telling you this, and I hate stuff like this, but this is where I'm at, Steiny. If you're telling me Nick Bosa is the reason you get to the offs or not, and you want to be extra cautious, you could afford to go 3-4 and lose a non-division game, so he would be ready for the next game or the game after that. That's where I'm holding on for the Niners, because now I know if Bosa's not out there, you're not the same. That defense got the ball ran down their throat. Third downs they couldn't stop, and yet you had everything at your disposal offensively. Jeff Wilson, fumbles happen, coughing it up for a TD, but that was the death blow.
888-957-9570. That's the Xfinity mobile text line. Also, jump on YouTube TV and search 95.7 The Game. My main man, Daryl the Guru Johnson, is going to hold up a word. And we want you to text that word to 20357. And that gets you in the hopper to win a Steph Curry autographed jersey. YouTube TV, Google 95.7 The Game, and Guru's going to hold that up in about a minute or so. Then you text that word to 20357, and you got a shot to win a Steph Curry autographed jersey. 888-957-9570. I'm asking 49er fans, what is your team's identity right now? What's your identity? Thought it was a running football team, but they almost passed twice as much as they ran yesterday. Obviously, the defense was where they hang their hat. They got run over yesterday. Is it because of injury, or is it something more than that? Let's go to Dave. Dave's in Oakland, wants to talk about the 49ers and Kyle Shanahan. What's up, Dave?
Hey, guys. So, it's sad to say, but our identity, certainly this year, and it actually goes back throughout the Kyle Shanahan era, is we don't know how to make adjustments after the first half. We look awesome on almost every first drive that's scripted, and then it's as if, I don't know, we just decide we're going to stick with whatever that was. The other team makes an adjustment, and it doesn't seem like there's a counter.
Goo?
I'll say this about adjustments. Those 2 drops were game-changing drops. And as much as I have lost confidence in Kyle Shanahan, he called or dialed up the right play. So, hey, there's a lot of merit to what he just said. But yesterday, the players also didn't do their part. And if they hang on to those passes, are we talking about a Niner win, Steiny? So, yeah, you can talk about adjustments, and you might not let me give you this answer, but I'm going to give it to you. That 49ers identity is injuries. They're always hurt. And that's who the 2022 49ers are right now. At 3-3, somebody's always hurt.
Yeah, I remember years back, the Warriors, this is way back before Steph Curry ever came onto the scene, about 15, 20 years ago, the Warriors had an injury-plagued year.
Oh.
And we started talking about, well, where are they coming from? And can you blame the season on injuries? And you kind of can. You kind of could at the time. But what happens when injuries become somewhat of a yearly theme? And that's where we are, I guess, right now with the San Francisco 49ers. They just cannot stay healthy enough right now. But if that's been a signature of a regime,
yes,
why should we expect any different right now in year 6 of Kyle Shanahan? Let's go to Jeff. Jeff's in Oakland. Wants to talk about changing narratives. Hey, Jeff.
How you doing? How you guys doing this afternoon? I just want to say, every week callers change their narrative, and even the national media. One week the Niners look like a Super Bowl team, a championship team, and then if they lose a game, they got all these reasons why the Niners lost. The cornerbacks is no good. They're getting ran on. The coach is no good. Like, people need to stick to how they feel about the Niners throughout the whole season. I don't want to hear every other week a different comment about the Niners and how bad they is or how good they is. Because I know what it is, but it's just, come on, man. People got to stick to how they feel about the Niners and leave it there. Quit changing every week because they lose or win.
And well, share with us how you feel about, forget everybody else. How do you feel about the team right now?
I feel like Niners, Bosa was down. We lost Mosley. So it's obvious the defense is going to struggle a little bit. Guys got to get comfortable in their roles each and every week. If guys are in and out, yes, the defense is going to suffer. Yeah, we know Jimmy G, missed a couple passes and there was a couple of drop balls, but that's how the game goes. Next week they might look great against Kansas City, and then they...
Thanks a lot for the call, Jeff. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm not mad at Jeff. Jeff's concerned about the wrong stuff. Now, everybody has an opinion, but the bottom line is the state of the team. And he talked about the defense, and he brought up some Mosley, Bosa, that's real. Warner was out there yesterday, didn't have his best game. My thing is, why was the offense stuck on 14? And why, when you needed to operate with reckless abandon, the Niners acted like they were up 14? That was shocking to me. You can lose, but the optics, it looked like they were just... There was no urgency. I was shocked. Even the announcers were like, just we'll walk in the park on a Sunday. Nothing to see here. No, you're down 2 touchdowns.
Don't you think it's interesting, at least worth pointing out, that Jimmy Garoppolo essentially threw for 300 yards yesterday, and the 49ers lost by 2 touchdowns. They lost by 2 touchdowns. So whether it's Jimmy missed some throws or the receivers dropped some balls, the fact of the matter is this team, their identity is running the football, and they didn't run it. So they they used a game plan that isn't really Kyle Shanahan's MO. So that's the part that I don't understand. What kind of team is this? What is the identity of the San Francisco 49ers? Also, am I not? You're not. So
I'm in a good mood, I think.
What was the turnover battle yesterday? It was for kicks because
Niners lost
because his defense is so swarming. And
okay,
did Atlanta turn the ball over?
No, they didn't.
Atlanta had no turnovers.
Yeah, right.
Okay, because that's an important facet
and had
for
the ball
a defense.
forever.
Yeah. I'm just saying, if you want to say that this is you cannot be a dominant defense without turning your opponent over in football.
Okay,
and now. They didn't turn this team over. They didn't turn Denver over, I don't believe, on the Monday night game. Again, if you want to say injuries, you can say injuries. That's fine. Right now, Daryl the Guru Johnson is holding up a word on the YouTube feed, and that is youtube.tv and Google 95.7 The Game. Then text this word to 20357 for a crack at winning a Steph Curry autographed jersey. Hurry up and look because he's going to put that thing down. And then next hour, if you're not the lucky winner this hour, between 2 and 2:30, we're going to be giving away a Klay Thompson autographed jersey on 95.7 The Game. A lot going on the other side. 888-957-9570. That's the Xfinity mobile text line. You want to talk some San Francisco 49ers. We'll do that till 2 o'clock, and then we're going to bring in the Sage. That's right, the Sage, Kevon Looney, at 2 o'clock. We'll be right back on 95.7 The Game.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you may be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to GetRefunds.com, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
There's a reason Comcast Business powers more businesses than any other provider. Actually, there's a few. Comcast Business offers the fastest, reliable network, the peace of mind that comes with Security Edge, helping to protect all your connected devices, and the most reliable 5G mobile network. Want me to keep going? I can. Whether your small business is starting or growing, you need Comcast Business. Technology solutions that put you ahead and give you serious savings. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security. Together for just $69.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Or find out how to get up to a $650 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Limited time offer, restrictions apply. New 50 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. Requires enrollment in EcoBill and AutoPay. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Comcast Business Mobile utilizes the network with the most RootMetrics 5G data reliability wins in 1H 2022. Results may vary, not an endorsement.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
For all contest rules, go to 957thegame.com/rules.
California, you deserve more. And with United Healthcare, you'll get more. Annual enrollment is October 15th through December 7th. So call United Healthcare today. With the United Healthcare Medicare Advantage Plan, you get more from your Medicare dollar, now including better than ever dental, vision, over-the-counter, and prescription drug coverage. Call United Healthcare at 1-888-CALL-UHC today and speak with a licensed sales agent. Benefits, features, and/or devices vary by plan and area. Limitations and exclusions apply.
Bay Area. Join us at our newest location, Afici, part of the Alexander Steakhouse Group. Afici features contemporary American cuisine in a fine dining setting. The multiple course menu showcases Italian and French style cuisine while highlighting locally sourced seasonal ingredients alongside some of the best products from around the globe. Whether you choose Afici for a special occasion, holiday events, or a culinary adventure, Afici provides unparalleled service. Head over to 680 Folsom Street, San Francisco for a fine dining experience. Reserve your seats now on AficiSF.com.
Imagine a world with endless possibilities. I'm talking endless saving and endless hot showers. Yeah, you heard me right. Endless hot showers. With Navien, that dream is now a reality. Navien tankless water heaters deliver a continuous flow of hot water for as long as you need it. No waiting for a tank to reheat more water, wasting time and energy. The compact design saves you space and money in comparison to traditional tank water heaters. It's time to make the switch and make your hot water dreams come true. Visit tanklessmadesimple.com.
Festivals, football, flannels. Some say fall is their favorite time of year. And this fall, there are now updated COVID-19 booster shots designed to help protect against COVID-19 variants. If you've had your primary series, schedule an updated COVID-19 booster shot appointment as soon as you're eligible. And don't forget to enjoy the foliage. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
At Progressive, you can get 24/7 protection, even if you break the space-time continuum.
Wait, every time you wake up is the same day? That's terrible.
Don't worry, I call Progressive. Their 24/7 protection still works even if my day does last forever.
Yeah, but don't you want it to end?
Are you kidding? I win the lottery whenever I want and never regret anything. It's the best.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Progressive offers more than a great price when you bundle home and auto. We offer round-the-clock protection, which literally means anytime. Coverage from Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers, and subject to policy terms. Bundle discount not available in all states or situations.
When Big Mobile charges you an arm and a leg, they're taking your money and your power. And your arm and leg. Boost Mobile gives your power back with an unlimited plan for $25 a month on one of America's largest 5G networks. We can't give you back your arm and your leg because we're not qualified surgeons. Unless you're an iguana who can grow limbs back. Switch to Boost and get an unlimited plan for $25 a month. Boost Mobile. Unleash your power. New customers only. One line, $25 per month with autopay. Additional restrictions apply. See boostmobile.com for details.
Get what you want and pay over time when you use your Lowe's Advantage card. Now through October 26, 2022. Ask for 0% APR with 36 fixed monthly payments on a product installation or appliance purchase of $1,000 or more. Shop for the appliances you want in-store or online. Or go to the store nearest you for installation. Now at Lowe's. Offer subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store Lowe's.com for details. U.S. only.
I used to get frequent heartburn at night, so I made Prilosec OTC part of my morning routine.
One pill in the morning, 24 hours, zero heartburn with Prilosec OTC. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
The annual Harmony Walk to end hunger and homelessness in Richmond is October 22nd. Register at gripcares.org. Hear local music, take your kids to the bounce house, and make a difference together. Register now at gripcares.org.
This is Moses Moody, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, we got the man himself, Moses Moody, joining us on 95.7 The Game. Matt Steinmetz, along with Daryl the Guru Johnson. We're here at Chase Center. Ring night tomorrow night here at Chase Center. The Lakers are in town, and 1 year into the league, somebody's got a championship ring already. Just reflect on your first year in the NBA, getting drafted by a team that won a title.
Yeah, it was a lot moving fast, just coming into the league, getting drafted, going straight to summer league, to preseason. Now we going rolling in the season. So many ups and downs throughout that journey. Then we got to the playoffs, a whole new season almost, with its highs and lows and the media presence and all that. You playing on the biggest stage of basketball.
Let me ask you this. You obviously played some as a rookie last year. But when you see guys going to teams that aren't as successful as the Warriors and maybe playing a little more than you, how do you deal with that?
I mean, to each his own. You know, everybody has their own journey. Mine might be, learning before I get out in the field and really start to implement those things. Other people might be getting out in the field and figuring it out that way. But, I'm not going to compare my story and compare my journey to other people's, because nothing is as good as it seems.
So I talk too much, Muscles. You already know that off the thing. He's told us Tupac was his favorite rapper like mine of all time. I feel like I know you, and the reason is my teenage son and my wife, we don't watch too much shows together, but the one show we watched was the Clutch Academy, and you were on there, Brandon Boston Jr., Terrence Clark, and it followed you getting ready for the league. So my son was writing down, following all the guys that went to the league, and I watched your mannerisms on the bench. I watched your family input while you were working to get to this league. And just like he asked you, like, what mechanism or where did you get the trait or gene to know when my time is called, I'm going to be ready? Because you ain't bashful with the rock. You can go to the rack. You get defend. You can shoot. I mean, when did you, how do you just relax, woosah, and know when they call me, I'm going to be ready? Because now fans calling for Moody.
I'll probably say just that whole being able to be comfortable waiting your turn and just letting stuff play out the way it is. It made me. I realized that this summer when I had went home, I went to Florida, and I got a lot of family that moved out to Atlanta. So we had like a family reunion type thing. Everybody was staying in the house. We was close to the beach. A really cool environment. And my little cousins, they young. They just like 10 to 15 to 16, and that had been my group coming up. So I'll see how, it's automatically, they don't ask no questions. Somebody coming home, we got to go get the groceries. We got to go take out the trash. Like, that's just what you do. And that's just like that same pecking order. When you get older, you pass it on. So I've been in that environment. I'm used to it. So I'm not mad when it comes to that situation where I got to, revert back to what you revert.
Now he's a champ.
Moses Moody joining us on 95.7 The Game, entering his second year as a Golden State Warrior. I mean, I'm looking at your bio right now. I kind of forgot you're not even 21 either. No. But the thing about you is you play older than 20 years old. You seem like you're very smart and cerebral. Did you get good coaching when you were young?
Yeah, I think so. I had a lot of really good coaches coming up, along with life coaches, not even necessarily coaches, just paying attention to your environment, whether it's my pops, my uncles, my aunties, grandmas, brothers, cousins. I just soak up game.
So you get drafted to the Warriors. In your locker room is Steph Curry, Draymond Green, Klay Thompson, Iguodala. I mean, what's that like when, from afar we hear this word, the Warrior culture, but now those are your teammates. How do you not, and I know you're a pro athlete, not get starstruck, but just kind of learn what they do and put that into your tool belt?
Yeah, like I said, I love to soak up games, so just imagine getting that opportunity. These guys, the superstars and all that. So that's just an opportunity to me to get in there and figure things out early. And then later on, I can start to implement those things that I'm learning. But until then, or even then, just never stop learning.
Moses Moody joining us on 95.7 The Game. All right, so last year, it's an 82-game schedule. You got into 52 games. Pretty good for a rookie. You started 11. So that means you started 11, you came off the bench for 40-some, and you didn't play in 30 games. So does Steve Kerr give you a heads up what may be occurring on a given night, or do you have to prepare for starting, coming off the bench, and not playing at all?
When I start, I usually know before the game when I'm going to start. But other than that, last year at least, it was just going into the game. Somebody, he might just grab me and throw me in the game, or I might just sit over there. You never know.
Does your approach change at all? And does he tell you during shoot around the day of the game or the day before?
If I'm not starting, then no, I never know for real. So it's just you always feel anxious, and you have that feeling until you get in the game, and you run up and down the court a couple times, and then it all goes away and you're ready to play. But I feel like that's what makes you prepared. If you don't have that feeling, then you're not ready to go. You're not mentally ready. So, but when you don't play, then you just sit over there with that feeling all game, just ready to get called on, ready to go. So that's probably the most challenging part, but that's just staying ready, staying prepared, because you never know when you get called on.
You see guys come into the league, and some of them, do with the trait that got them there. Maybe they rebound, but not a lot are complete. I look at you, Moses, like, man, you could put it on the floor. I said it. You can shoot. You can defend. You got the long arms. Who did you pattern your game after? I always like asking pro athletes, when you were coming up, who was that guy that were you like, you know what? I like that. I'm going to try to emulate that.
Yeah. One thing I kind of prided myself on, was never having too much pride, to really just look at somebody and see something that I like when different guys, rather it's my age, younger than me, older than me, I might not even tell you that I'm finna
right,
but just soaking it in, looking and taking something from, like, I could just sit here and list you off everybody from last year's team that had something small that I really like that I want to implement into my game. So just paying attention.
Are you the type of guy that after you get your ring tomorrow, you'll wear it all over the place? He is.
Yeah, I was just
he
about to
said
ask
he'd wear it
this,
24/7, including the bed.
Hey, I don't know if I'm going to get fined, but I'm trying to wear it in the game.
Look at him. There it is.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
The youngster, Steiny.
Hey, Moses, thank you so much for joining
Appreciate
us,
it,
man. Good luck this year, and have yourself a good year, man.
No problem. Thank y'all for
All right. That's Moses Moody, second-year Golden State Warrior out of University of Arkansas. Played for Eric Musselman there.
And he's not bashful, Steiny, on the court. Like, he'll shoot a three. I think it's going in. And he just gets started. Keep it up, man.
Yeah, that's Moses Moody coming in a little early, so we got some time to take some calls at 888-957-9570. That's the Xfinity Mobile text line. Moses Moody. I forgot he was only 20.
Man.
I mean, what is Kuminga still 19?
Barry
Kuminga
Sanders
20 now? Man.
And that's the beauty of this team. You still got not what's left. If you go Steph Curry, I don't even think he's at the Tom Brady or LeBron echelon yet, because LeBron's 37, still doing it. We still got years left of the chef, and then you got that balance, a mixture of the young guys, including Wiseman. Like, are there enough minutes to suffice?
No, there aren't. And so one of the themes all season is going to be you getting mad that Kuminga, Moody, and Wiseman aren't playing
With your champs, you don't get mad.
And, of course, you're going to be upset that Curry's not playing 43 minutes a game, even though he's 34 years old. Now, the thing about Moody that I like is we got Wiseman, who's raw. We've got Kuminga, who's raw. But then we got Poole, who's growing, and Moody, who's basically plays like a veteran. So even though Moody's 20, it's not like you have three guys who are learning the game. It just feels like Moody knows what he's doing.
That's the biggest compliment I think you could give to him. And Steiny, you're right. And I mentioned that show. You probably didn't see it. Was Clutch Sports. They're all Clutch Rich Paul clients. But he was working. There was not dark times, but not doubt. Where are you going to get drafted? His parents, the emphasis on that, just his support system. And now he's with the Warriors, going up against Curry and Clay in practice, man. And he'll have that ring. But I love that he told you he'll wear it in the game if he could.
Yeah, he's just saying that to make you feel
No. He's being truthful.
Yeah, let's go out to Paul. Paul is in Alameda. Let's jump back to the Niners. We can jump back to the Niners. We can do that. What's up, Paul? Paul not there. Hey, Paul, what's up, man?
Hey, man. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Yeah. Hey, I just want to talk about the 49ers defense right down. Just analyzed it last night. They played a lot of cover 6. Do you guys realize that? And they change it up to like a lot of cover 1 and cover 2. Like one side I see was cover 2 and then cover 4. I kind of like thought about like I think the team stopped figured out how the Niners playing the defense right. And that's
you know what? Hey, Paul, we got a terrible connection.
But Paul went super technical, and we love it. But he was talking about the coverages the Niners were playing. Ask the Rams.
Okay.
Ask Russell Wilson about the coverages. Again, 7 starters were out.
Right.
No excuse, but that would be what the one caller said, after a loss, everybody's singing a certain tune. That would be, and this is going to shock you, Steiny, that would be overreacting. That wasn't the Niner D out there. You had, bits and pieces, but that's not what I'm worried about.
What are you worried about,
I'm worried about Kyle Shanahan and this offense. When is the 4th of July coming? And then when you get down 14, normally you say, you know what? We're going to be ultra aggressive. I still didn't see that yesterday.
Well,
now, guys were dropping balls.
They were more aggressive in the first half. The non-aggressive was the drive in the fourth quarter.
Right. Like, where was and the word I'm looking for again, and I'm not the only one using it, was urgency. And I didn't feel he had urgency, Kyle. Like, come on, let's call 3 plays at a time. Get up to the line, let's run them. And okay, we know let's go. It was none of that. So now it's not injuries on the offensive line, and I know they're missing Trent Williams. I'm wondering, has he figured out, do I get Jimmy warm and then go to the run, or do I run and risk Jimmy still needing to be thawed out? And for whatever reason, that's not meshing. Atlanta knew who they were and who they were not. And Steiny, they knew what they wanted to do on third down. They had a plan. I feel like the Niners don't have a plan.
888-957-9570 is the number. That's the Xfinity mobile text line. Matt Steinmetz, Darryl the Guru Johnson with you. We're at Chase Center right now. We got ring night tomorrow night. Lakers in town. Every game on 95.7, The Game. And we are the Golden State Warriors flagship. We've already had Tim Roy on, Steve Kerr drop by. Kevon Looney will be coming by hopefully around 2 o'clock. We've already given away a Steph Curry autographed jersey.
That's big.
Next, we will give away a Klay Thompson autographed jersey. That's between 2 and 2:30. Here's what you do. If you want a shot at a Klay Thompson autographed jersey, go to YouTube and search 95.7 The Game.
I'm holding it up, Steiny.
And start watching on YouTube. And there's the Klay Thompson jersey right there.
This is signature.
Signed on the back. And you'll have a chance to win it between 2 and 2:30. What's going to happen is Darryl the Guru Johnson's going to hold up a word. You text that word to 20357, and then you are in the hopper to win the Klay Thompson autographed jersey. And that's a big boy. That's a big boy. And the Warriors, of course, season opener tomorrow here at Chase Center, and they'll be getting rings. Let's go to TC. TC is in Sacramento. Hey, TC. What's going on, man?
Yo, Steiny Guru. Thanks for taking the call. How you guys doing?
Talk to us,
well, man.
All right. Just a few points. Guru, I'm with you, bro. To be honest with you guys, there ain't going to be no fireworks with Shanahan. You know what I mean?
Wow.
Dude he is who he is, you know what I'm saying? That's why the seats should be hot under this guy. You know what I mean? And I'm more happy, and it's sad because I'm a diehard Niner fan, but I'm happy to see people are coming around and seeing that Shanahan is the issue. It's not that, I know it's the injuries and Jimmy Garoppolo, Bosa's out, yada, yada, this and that. No, that's not it, bro. The issue is Kyle Shanahan. And the sooner that everybody realizes that, the better off we'll be. That's all I got.
Man.
But who supervises Kyle? And that's why we talked about and there you go. So this is, he is God. I know there's an owner, but the owner ain't doing nothing. There is no, I don't want to use the word fear, accountability from Kyle, I believe. And if there were, we would have heard something about the handling of Trey Lance. This is different. I looked at the schedule before this season started, and with Trey or without Trey, you had the Bears, you had the Falcons, and you're 3-3, and now you're injured. And now you got Patty Mahomes, Whitley's guy and team, and Kelsey coming. My wife loves Kelsey. Coming to town. Like, this ain't fun.
It's still football.
Okay.
I mean,
but you're taking. Dude, come on.
It's not fun if you're a 49er fan. It's fun if you're talking on the radio.
When you grabbed your remote yesterday and turned on this game before they kicked off.
I taped it and then went back and watched it.
I do both. No, I care. did you think that the Falcons
Yes.
can win the game? See,
I'm so sick of this. I'm so sick of this.
Are you being honest? Yeah.
Of course. Like every team's, this is the NFL.
See, I'm coming to that school now.
This isn't Danny Almonte throwing against real 13-year-olds when he's 19. I mean, of
Why
course.
you do Danny like that?
Of course they can beat. And that's the thing. Who the hell are the 49ers? Who are the 49ers think they can waltz into any arena and win? They've got an average quarterback. Their running game is not what it was.
A coach with no plan.
Their offensive line is beat up. All right? Their weapons ain't what they're cracked up to be. They got injuries on the defensive line. This team's got a lot of work to do, man. A lot of work.
Now, no one person.
You know what?
Tell me.
The quarterback's not good enough. That's the problem. Their quarterback right now just had a heck of a ball game. And they lost by 2 touchdowns. Now, and their quarterback played well. What are we talking about
I'm telling you what we're talking about. Well, and if those 2 passes are completed, it's a great game.
Right.
And then it's a great game that may be result in a win. That I like what I'm seeing from Jim. He's letting it go. And yesterday, they let him down. My thing to you is, Matt, I honestly believe the lack of a plan from Kyle is the biggest detriment to this team.
Explain. Plan of what?
Sometimes when you hear about geniuses, so much is going on upstairs that you go away from a good thing. And we've seen the Super Bowl, the 10-point
But what is their good thing? That's what I'm kind of asking. What do they hang their hat on? That's what I'm asking.
I would like it to be the run game.
Okay, they ran 16 times.
But I don't like it to be the run game.
Times.
You don't got Earl Campbell back there. Even if Mitchell's back there. I like the 2 games ago, we're going to feature Kittle. Kittle was involved early. Let the other team know we have a mismatch. Okay, even if it's incomplete. Now, I was about to tell you, no one performance is greater than the outcome. You got to give Brandon Ayuk some credit. He showed you something.
Yeah, they all
but
have
I'd
good
like
numbers.
to see that every week.
Okay, great. Look, George Kittle, 8 catches. We love that fantasy. Brandon Ayuk, 8 catches. Nice. Deebo Samuel, bunch of big plays again. Yeah, nice. He's going to get me a lot of fantasy points. You lost 28-14.
There's a sequence.
You turned it over 3 times. You didn't turn them over once.
Okay.
So, that's the ball game.
Do you see a trend developing? When the Niners need to get their plays, they can't get it to the playmaker. The game is sequence. It's about sequence. It's when can we get our stud the ball? And the other teams seem to do that better than the Niners. The Niners will get the play, but it's coming when they need it. It's not coming when they need it most. And that's a disconnect that I don't have the answer to. But my eyes are not lying. When they need it most, they go to something that's, I feel like, not to their best interest.
Oh, by the way, they had another 4th down yesterday. They didn't convert. This team stinks on 4th down. It is unbelievable how lousy this team is on 4th down.
Man.
Unbelievable.
I have nothing for you, but I know who's calling that 4th down play.
Anthony in San Carlos. He's not calling the play, but he's on the call.
All right.
What's up, Anthony? How you doing, man?
What's up, fellas? How's your day going?
Good. How's yours, man?
It's going great. Thank you. I just want to comment on what you guys are talking about. To me, the 49ers, and by that I mean Kyle, have basically one formula how they can win a game. It starts with stifling defense. I mean, that's like a prerequisite. They got to run the ball effectively. They have to dominate the time of possession. And then the quarterback has to manage the game. To me, if any one of those 4 things don't work, they don't have the ability to shift out of that into a different mindset to win. And so yesterday they went into the game. 3 of their starting 4 defensive linemen are out, so they couldn't really play stifling defense. They couldn't run the ball. They lost the time of possession. And, yeah, Jimmy played pretty well, but it's not their formula to win. That's how I see it. Like, they have one way to win, and if anything short circuits in that, they're kind of really at a disadvantage because they're not equipped to do something different.
Let me ask you this, Anthony, because this one's the one that I'm not sure about. Maybe it's they got down 14. Why why did they run 16 times yesterday and throw 29?
Because they got behind, and their way of their mindset of grind the clock, churn out 4 yards every run, spin the clock. That doesn't work when you're down 14.
You know what though?
I just think
you know what though, Anthony, is the Falcons this year have really tried not to abandon the run even when they got behind. Like last week to Tampa Bay, they got down 21-0. They still kind of ran it. Now they didn't get all the way back, but I mean, I'm sure that's part of it. But man, if the Falcons can get you out of your identity that early, I just don't think that's good.
Yeah, and they came back and tied the game, but they had more urgency then than they did when it was the fourth quarter and they were backed up. That's when I was just like, oh my goodness.
Yeah, I mean, it was a loss that I don't know. This was a weird game going into, and here's the thing, Guru. Obviously, the Draymond Green, just talk radio wise.
Yeah.
Obviously, it doesn't impact the game, but last week we had the Draymond Green situation, which was a national deal,
no doubt.
And we talked about the Niners less than we normally would, and maybe because we talked about them less, we just didn't do enough research or think enough about the Atlanta Falcons.
We didn't respect Atlanta, is what you're saying?
I think that's part of it, but I also just think
Vegas didn't either.
I just don't understand. I mean, this team's 3-3, and yet everybody still thinks they're really good and can't understand, but they haven't beaten anybody. They've lost to 3 teams that are mediocre. Like, can somebody show me one sign so far where you say this is a Super Bowl team? This is a Super Bowl team this early in the year. Now, maybe the Eagles are peaking too soon. It's possible.
Well, they could have lost last night, and they could have lost the Arizona Cardinals, but I won't, no shade at Philly. But to your point, they're beatable. And especially last night, they're up 20-0. Dallas had the ball. Could have easily won the game. And the Cardinals the week before against Philly. Your boy Kyler Murray went bonehead, slid before the first down, and then threw the ball away. But I am losing confidence for the people that care in Kyle Shanahan, Steiny by the second.
Man.
He's not
and
going
you had already
anywhere.
lost most of your confidence 2 weeks ago.
Yeah,
so.
But that one. Dude, they were favored by, if you care about Vegas, money talks. Chris Tucker, -6. And you go lose by 2 touchdowns.
Somebody may have lost a bet. Uh-huh. No. 888-957-9570 is the number. That's the Xfinity text line. All right, here's what we got going between 2 and 2:30. By the way, it's going to be 2 o'clock in 4 minutes.
Yeah.
We will be giving away an autographed Klay Thompson jersey at some point in the next half hour. Here's all you have to do. Go to YouTube, all right? Google, search for 95.7 The Game. And Darryl the Guru Johnson is going to hold up a piece of paper with a word on it. You text that word to a number, and you got a shot to win a Klay Thompson autographed jersey. That's coming up on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
Attention, we have an alert for all Warriors fans. A major alert.
Alert, major bag alert. Major.
Both Jordan Poole and Andrew Wiggins have signed 4-year extensions worth over $100 million each. We're ready for opening night on 95.7 The Game. That is all. Please pace yourself with the nachos. Thank you.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
Gorgeous gaming, stunning streams, unbelievable bandwidth. It's another Lifestyles of Gagillionaires. Meet the AT&T Fiber customers winning at life with hyper-gig speeds. Meet Gagillionaire Terry. While his love of streaming horror movies has him constantly on the edge of his seat, his internet bill won't give him a scare.
Oh, don't go in there. I'm telling you.
Because since Terry upgraded to AT&T Fiber with hyper gig speeds, he doesn't worry about data caps or equipment fees.
Come on, man. The door's open for a reason.
And best yet, he also doesn't stress about a price increase at 12 months, because with the amazing Gagillionaire lifestyle comes an exquisite sense of tranquility. Most of the time. Live like a Gagillionaire. Get straightforward pricing with AT&T Fiber. Internet that upgrades everything. No data caps, no equipment fees, and no price increase at 12 months.
Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
For 25 years, Buy Right Market in San Francisco has partnered with purveyors of deliciousness to bring you local food that adds a dash of unique to every meal and celebration. Hi friends, this is Jamie, Buy Right's head of product. And this season, whether you're planning an elaborate meal, watching the game, heading to a friend's, or cozying up for a night in, Buy Right will help you savor what matters most. Pre-order your holiday meals at buyrightmarket.com or stop by and discover something unique for yourself. Gather, share, and enjoy with Buy Right.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
At BMW of Fairfield, our guests work with one client advisor through the entire transaction. No handoffs to multiple car salesmen. No waiting for a finance manager to take you to a back room. Client advisors at BMW of Fairfield are thoroughly trained in every aspect of the process, so they can lead you efficiently and effectively through the purchase from start to finish. There is a better way. Experience it for yourself at BMW of Fairfield. One price, one person, 1 hour.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
I used to get frequent heartburn at night, so I made Prilosec OTC part of my morning routine.
One pill in the morning, 24 hours, zero heartburn with Prilosec OTC. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
The annual Harmony Walk to End Hunger and Homelessness in Richmond is October 22nd. Register at gripcares.org. Hear local music, take your kids to the bounce house, and make a difference together. Register now at gripcares.org.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for Business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This is James Wiseman, and you are listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Matt Steinman, Down the Guru Johnson with you from Chase Center. It's ring night tomorrow night here when the Los Angeles Lakers come to town, and we're being joined right now by, I don't know if he's Socrates or Plato or Aristotle, but obviously one of the unsung heroes of this organization, Kevon Looney, joining us. Kevon, man, you've been spoken very highly of because of your actions over the last week and a half. When did you start to become a leader on this team?
I would probably say, I don't even think of being a leader, but I've probably been doing what I've been doing for the last 2 years, two to 3 years. And when Andre left and a lot of the veterans left, we had a lot of young guys, and we missed the playoffs those 2 years. I was kind of the only guy from, besides Steph and the main, Steph, Draymond, and Clay. I was one of the only guys who knew, what it was like to win a championship, and I was trying to preach to them what the culture was like and how they expect people to act around the organization. So I've been kind of delivering the message that I was taught to the new guys coming in, and each year I've seen them get more of a role and more recognition, and I think my coaches and teammates are starting to notice it more.
It's amazing, Looney. In an era of load management, left, right, you got high school cats doing it. You played all 82. Was that something you set out to do? Is that, hey, Looney, sit out this one? Nah, I'm going out there. Talk to us about that.
Definitely. Last year I came into the season, I always try to set goals for myself, and playing all 82 was one of my goals. I had a great off season, and I was feeling really good about my body and my game, and I just wanted to set a high goal. And throughout the year, I was feeling really good, and Steve and were coming to me asking, do you need a break? How you feel about sitting out on this back-to-back? Coach, I'm 25. I feel great. I don't need to sit out no games. So, I got closer to the end. I knew I was going to make it to the goal. That I just want to complete it. That's something that I take pride in, showing up for my team, being reliable. I had years where I wasn't able to play, so I know how it's a blessing every time you get to step on that court and play in front of the fans. So I really wanted to go out there and complete that goal, and that's something that I want to continue to always do.
Kevon Looney joining us on 95.7 The Game. One thing I've always tried to figure out about you is whether or not you're athletic or not. Because, you're not a high flyer, but the one thing I've noticed you do is you have that little second quick jump that can get to a ball before some other people. When you look at the athletes in the NBA, kind of where do you feel like you stack up athletically, and then do you have to try to make up for that a little bit?
I feel like I'm right in the middle of the pack, especially for bigs. I got my strong suits and my weaknesses. I'm not the highest leaper, but sometimes I'm quick off the ground. I know I'm pretty good going side to side. I feel good about sliding my feet. I'm not the fastest one to sprint, but I know how to cover ground and get where I need to be on the court. I played a lot of basketball in my life. I always joke with my friends. I'm an athlete on the basketball court. Now, you want me to run a 40-yard dash, it might not be impressive. Or you want me to bench press 300 pounds, I might not be impressive, but I'm strong enough to do what I need to do on the court.
We got Oscar O.B. the God on YouTube. He called you, and I love this, the big reliable.
I like that.
I always tell him a lot of times, man, you'll have dudes lighting the ass, bigs. Right. They try to bang. Yeah. You bang with the best of them. So, you don't jump. But, it's like boxing, Looney. Right. You strong down there. So, how much does that play a part of you being able to guard these cats that come in here with maybe more athleticism?
It plays a big part. That's something that I take pride in. My first couple of years, I was almost considered undersized, and I was playing a small ball 5, and I always took pride of being able to bang with those guys, be able to hold my own. And as the league changed and I got developed and got stronger and bigger, I embraced being a big man. I embraced all the dirty work. I embraced setting screens. I embraced getting rebounds, and I take pride in that. And to hear people call me, to see what I'm doing, and it makes me extremely happy. Yeah.
Kevon Looney joining us on 95.7. He'll pick up another ring tomorrow night before the Warriors take on the LA Lakers. And Kevon, I want to ask you about sticking around here again, because you've been a free agent twice. And what is it? Are you just completely comfortable here? I know it doesn't matter now, but right. I mean, do you think about retiring here, or that's just in the future and you just concentrate on the present?
I just concentrate on the present. This is somewhere I definitely want to be. Most guys don't get to play for the same team for 8 years. And I have great examples of guys being here a long time. That shows that our team take care of their players. They take care of the people they draft, and they show a lot of love, and the fans show a lot of love to guys that have been drafted here, and the people that come here. So, when you're in a situation where you're able to win and you're able to, get minutes, and you're able to get that fan love and appreciation from the organization, it's hard to leave. I had a lot of veterans come here and tell me, man, if you can stay here as long as possible, to do it. And I'm trying to take their advice, and it's a great situation for me on the court and off the court, and I just love being here. So.
Looney, I got to ask you this, Steiny, bear with me. I remember you were waved up like me. Now you're long. So my son's trying to grow his hair long. Any tips? Because you out here hair long like Rapunzel. Any tips?
Man, I don't really got no tips,
okay.
Man. You got to love your hair just like when you got waves. I used to love my hair. I
used
treat
to be tipping. I used to see you.
I put all the oils and all that good stuff in there. I take care of it. So
I love it. I love it. Let me ask you this. The last 2 weeks with the Draymond Poole thing, we won't get into it like that. Obviously, you can't, but you stepped to the podium, and you're a man of few words, but when you talked about what was going on and what needed to happen, that moved me and a lot of Dub Nation. Where did you get that? Where did that come from? Have you always, did guys on the team, Iguodala, because last time we were together, you spoke highly about him. Where did you kind of get that from? Because that was a message more than just the words you said to me.
I just wanted to speak for the team, and I kind of wanted to Draymond had talked to us all together anyway, and his message was that he wanted to, he's been a leader. He's a great leader of our team. He talked about how he wanted to build, get back get back to his role and earn what he that trust and that camaraderie and get it back together. When something happens and things go by way, and we got a lot of new guys. It's not like we got a team. It's like the middle of the season where we all know each other pretty well. We still trying to learn and feel each other out. So for him to be the leader, he has to know each and every player really well. So he just wanted to build that back up. Okay. That was the message he gave to us. So I didn't want to speak on it too much because all those conversations are private. But I think Draymond's doing a great job of getting that camaraderie back. Bringing those new guys in and broke them to the fold. Because Draymond's type of leader, he's gonna have to get in your face and he's gonna tell you how it is, or he's gonna hold people accountable. But to do that, you got to earn a certain level of respect. And I think he just wanted to make sure that he was doing the right thing.
Your phone had to blow up, right, Looney? You on the team? Yeah. That was big, man. Yeah. I mean, now it's past y'all, but that was big. Because I said your phone probably blew up. Yeah.
Here's what's going on. We've got Kevon Looney here for another couple minutes. And then after Kevon takes off, we're going to give you a chance to win a Klay Thompson autographed jersey. Wow. Go to YouTube right now and search for 95.7 The Game. Guru's going to hold up a word you texted in. I always thought when you guys were in those runs with the Rockets, and I always thought that you did an unbelievable job against Harden when you got switched off on him, just knowing how to kind of gap him. Yeah. Did you always know you had that skill as a big, or is that something that, because the NBA has been trending that way, you kind of had to learn to do and found out you could do it pretty well?
I always felt like I had that skill. I always took pride of guarding. And when I came into the league, I wasn't automatically big. I was in between, kind of. And, in college and growing up, I always had to guard the best guy on the other team. So, getting to the NBA, you got to kind of earn that respect to be able to hold the best player on the other team. And I didn't earn it, but I was just like thrown in the fire because they thought I was the weak link. So I had to, really prove myself that I can really defend. And I take pride. I watch a lot of film on guys. I'm a fan of the game. So like when you play against a guy like Harden or Chris Paul, I've been watching them my whole life. So be able to see it up live and close, I already kind of knew the moves. I've been studying them since I was a kid. So you dream of those moments, and and going against KD and Steph and Clay in practice, you get to sharpen your defense. Like you learn really, really fast. If not, you're gonna get embarrassed. So, playing against those guys and learning versus them, and learning from Andre and Draymond, I was able to really hone in and really become a really good defender. And it took me a while to get that confidence from everybody else on the team. But once I proved it in that Houston series, I got a lot of respect for my teammates and across the league.
Let me ask you this. You're a baby still, technically, but on this team, you got babies. So what you've learned from, like I keep bringing up Iggy and the OG, Steph and Clay, do you go to the youngsters and take them under your wing? You let them sort you out? How does that work? Because you're an OG now, basically.
It's a little bit of both. No, I probably go talk to guys more than they come, ask for it. Just because that's just my role on the team. I kind of try to, the messages that I was taught as a young guy, I kind of know what they're thinking. I know what they're going through. I've been in their position as far as coming to a championship team. It's hard to get minutes. I know not a lot of opportunity, but when your opportunity is called on, you got to be able to show up and respond. I know how it feels. I know how frustrated it can be, and I just try to make them feel comfortable and let them know that your time will come. Steve likes to give everybody opportunity throughout the season, so you got to be patient. And it's not personal. It's just the way that our team is, and that's the way our team always been. Has always been about strength in numbers. So you just be ready when your opportunity comes. So I just want to give that message to other guys when they come in, because it can get lonely when you're not playing. You're working hard, and all the hard work seems like it's not paying off. But you got to believe in the work you put in.
Hey, Kevon, man, thank you so much. Enjoy tomorrow night and try to get another ring again this year, man.
The big reliable.
Thank you.
All right, that's Kevon Looney, Golden State Warriors forward, and
he's still a baby, Steiny, but he OG now too.
He's not a baby because he's got like 4 guys now that are 20.
Well, that's why he's an OG. But technically,
no, he's been around for a while.
And he'll bang with the best of them, Steiny.
He will. All right, that's Kevon Looney. Goo, here's what I want you to do. And here's what I want the listeners to do. If you want a Klay Thompson autographed jersey, a chance to win it, go to YouTube right now and search 95.7 The Game. Daryl the Guru Johnson is holding up a word. Right now, he's holding up a word. Woo! I want you to text that word to 20357 right now, and then you're in the hopper for a chance to win a Klay Thompson autographed jersey. Klay Thompson autographed jersey. Go to YouTube. One more time, go to YouTube and check out the word that Daryl the Guru Johnson is holding up, and text that to 20357. You get a shot to win a Klay Thompson jersey. We already gave away a Steph Curry jersey. So thank you, Guru, for...
Am I done?
Yeah, you're done. Yeah, you're done. You're done. All right, here's what we got. We got another 40 minutes or so. I'm going to open up the Xfinity Mobile text line and the phone lines at 888-957-9570. The San Francisco 49ers fall to 3-3. They get dominated.
It was
by the Atlanta Falcons in Atlanta. 49ers now 3-3, and now they got Patrick Mahomes coming in.
How are you going to win that game?
With defense.
All right. Bosa playing? I wouldn't play him. I swear to you, I would take the L.
I can't stand this.
Oh, no, that's the new math.
Here it is. And I said it before the Falcons game. I'm like, all these fans, you're like, hold Bosa out. We can beat Atlanta. We can hold him out. Yeah. Let me tell you something. Yeah. When he's ready to play, he's got to play.
Yeah.
He has to play.
I'm sure they don't want to go 3-4.
No matter what the game is. Then So you lose to Kansas City, now you're 3-4, and you are in a pickle because you got to play the LA Rams in LA. And
they're still trying to get it together.
Well, they're 3-3.
Yeah. They beat Carolina.
So they're just like the Niners.
But they got more of an injury excuse, I believe, than the Niners because I think they lost another lineman yesterday. Like, there's nothing up front. And that's why we saw the Niners defense with Bosa dominate them. But, I mean, you could sit back and be a fan or a spectator and say, you know what, injuries, everybody has them. But if you're watching this Niner team, since the inception of Kyle Shanahan, injuries have followed this team. But to his credit, they've gotten to a Super Bowl and last year an NFC Championship game. But right now, when you got missing 7 or 8 starters, nothing was going to happen defensively. I had no expectations. I said this will be the offensive game. The offense will carry them, even if it's 35-34, and they scored 14 points.
In your mind, you envisioned a game where the 49ers scored 35 points?
I thought we were about to watch it yesterday.
Why?
When they tied it up.
Why?
Because the urgency is the defense is not going to bail us out. Guys are on the IR and sick bay. We need to be more aggressive, and Jimmy was throwing it that way. And 2 guys, I know it's 2 plays in a 60-minute game. Warner, see, that could have been Kittle, and that could have been Debo.
Kittle wouldn't have been that open.
Now, that would give you a 1. But my point is,
I'm half kidding.
I'm not going in on the backups, but maybe if you threw it to the stars in that situation, maybe you get a better result.
Maybe the stars should get open.
I'll get mad, but there was a play, but, man, you got to catch those. And Jimmy would have had a great game instead of he wasn't bad. It was an average game, but he ain't the weak link right now.
He wasn't yesterday. I know that. He was not yesterday. The San Francisco 49ers, they lose 28-14. I was going to say, when's the last time the Niners scored 35? But I guess they did it against the Panthers, who stink.
Yeah.
10 points, 27, 10, 24, 37-14. So they've had 3 of their 6 games, 14 points or fewer.
Otis Bird said he agrees with you on YouTube. Guys should play when they're ready. Don't give me none of that. Sit out. I'm just, if Bosa doesn't come back, they're done.
Well, what do you mean? Doesn't come back for the whole year?
Yeah, like if you don't got that defense like that anymore. Now that Mosley's gone.
Do you know something about Bosa?
It just gives you more reasoning to hold them out. Take the L. You're going to try to get the dub, but take the L.
See, there you go.
Give them another week to get ready because you're going to win the division as your way in now. Because they're just kicking away a top. Like number 1 seed might be gone already.
So Bosa's ready. You don't want to play him against the Chiefs?
We'd have to have a real conversation on how ready are you.
Why not?
Because that's serious. And if you got to do what your brother did, have surgery and be out, 6 to 8 weeks, then what are we doing?
I mean, I just think
that's all.
Can you beat Bosa? I mean, can you beat the Chiefs without Bosa? Seriously, if there's one guy who could make things difficult for the Chiefs, it would be Bosa, right?
And I hate I'm turning into this guy, but that L would be an AFC out of conference L. And the way it looks like the Niners are getting in the playoffs is winning the division, which they're tied for first place right now.
That's fair. I mean, if you look at the 49ers schedule, it's make or break the next 4 weeks.
Wow.
They got the Chiefs, and they go to the Rams.
Well, okay.
Then they got the Chargers. Good
squad. That's not going to be easy.
And then they better go to Arizona and win.
Who own them?
They do. What's it, 6 straight times?
Yeah.
Is it 6 straight times?
They scored 9 points yesterday. Kyler Murray and Cliff. Both got extended, but that's a divorce needing to happen.
Not quite as many as the 49ers, but close. I am so sick and tired, and I mean this. I'm so sick and tired of these 49er fans that refuse to compare their 3-3 team to other 3-3 teams when you're 3-3. When you're 3-3. I've never seen
that's funny
aspects of a fan base that for whatever reason thinks their team is actually better than their record indicates. I find it offensive.
Fan is short for fanatics, Donnie. You know that.
Hey, I actually heard today on our state, 49ers, they should be 6-0. What? How? They got dominated yesterday.
Well,
flat out dominated.
I'm going 5-1.
They lost 19-10 to the Bears. They give up big plays in the fourth quarter.
But they were up 10-0.
They don't turn the other team over. They're not good in enough phases of the game to be a Super Bowl type of contender. The day that Jimmy Garoppolo plays pretty well, Guess what? Their receivers drop balls, and their receivers let them down a little, and their defense lets them down. Okay, then their defense against the Chicago Bears. Oh, they're great defense. Well, guess what? Then the offense stinks. Another night, it'll be the special teams. That's the sign of a mediocre team, which is what the 49ers are right now.
I'm going to give you this.
They don't have three above average phases of the game: offense, defense, and special teams. They just don't.
We're going to have Ross Tucker on this week, Steiny, and I swear to you, my big takeaway from yesterday, outside of the lack of urgency on the offensive end, including the head coach, where's Fred Warner at? Now, when I say where's he at, is he playing at a dominant level? Because he, yesterday a few times, went the wrong way, and okay, there's no Bosa and Armstead, but you're that guy. You're that, some say the best in the game.
God. Again, there we go again.
See,
this is unbelievable to me. Okay, Deebo Samuel is supposed to be the best playmaker, a top 5 playmaker. Yeah. George Kittle, he's the best tight end in the league, at least one of the best tight ends in the league. Bosa, he's the best defensive lineman in the league. Oh, these linebackers, this might be the best linebacking core in the NFC.
Right.
Okay, what about their secondary? Oh, my God, their secondary is night and day compared to last year. Now, it's not Moody. He never was called Mooney before this year. Why is he called Mooney now? But my point is like,
you're 3-3.
If you have all these great players, why aren't you 5-1?
Yeah. Well,
because the players aren't that great.
Now, I don't wear Niner underwear to bed. I can tell you this. What if I say my partner in crime is being a victim of recency bias? Because, they're 3-3, but last January they were 15 minutes away from going to the Super Bowl in the NFC Championship game.
And what I always say is they were also 15 minutes from getting eliminated and ended the season 9-8.
That's fair.
I mean,
that's fair.
And I get it. They ended up 10-7 and they made a run. But maybe this is a 9-8 team.
What do you think of Kyle in all this? Bad hand, injuries, all that. Do you feel better about him? I feel worse about him. Like, I'm starting to feel like I gave him more than yesterday was a Kyle Shanahan game, and I didn't see anything about it that he was one of those guys. Mike Tomlin, even though they're struggling, he's had the most injuries of anybody, and they show up and play. Yesterday was just Steiny, that was bad.
It's not that I don't like Shanahan or I'm losing faith in him. But the more you see a coach year after year after year, game after game after game, you get to know him more. And there are things now I don't like about Kyle Shanahan. I'm willing to say, and I'm not talking about his play calling or his pre-play, mumbo jumbo. Obviously, he's really good at that. I don't think he's a great leader, and I think he does have some arrogance to him, and those things come into play if you're a head coach. But I don't know that he's a better or worse coach than he was when he got here. All I know is he's 42-45 right now in year 6. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. I mean, Guru asked the question. I wasn't going to ask it, but I think it's fair. Where are you with Kyle Shanahan right now? Year 6. We're 3-3. And the 49ers have a tough one next week against the Kansas City Chiefs. So we'll take some calls on the other side, but Guru asked the question, and I'll do the follow-up. Where are you with Kyle Shanahan? 95-7 the game.
The Falcons did the Niners dirty in the ATL.
Play action, wants to take the shot down the middle of the field, looking for McLeod, and he dropped it.
We're reacting to Niners Falcons and getting you ready for Warriors opening night.
Fakes and fires from half court on the way. He got it! He hit it from half court!
The only place to hear Golden State Warriors basketball. 95-7 the game.
Did you know that most people wait 6 or 7 years before they buy a new TV? That's a lot of time in front of one TV. So why not get one of the best sets for the next 7 years, like one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony models? Too expensive? What if you could get up to $1,000 trade-in for your old set? Who would do a stupid deal like this? Right now, at Video Only, you can get big bucks for your old set as a trade-in and a hot price on the new models. Don't be sorry. Check out Video Only.
The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day 100% satisfaction guarantee, serving Northern California golfers for over 30 years.
Does your heart long to wander? To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea? And amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart. Travel the world right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. See rare specimens, ancient fossils, and more at our new exhibit, Hidden Wonders.
There's a reason Comcast Business powers more businesses than any other provider. Actually, there's a few. Comcast Business offers the fastest, reliable network, the peace of mind that comes with Security Edge, helping to protect all your connected devices, and the most reliable 5G mobile network. Want me to keep going? I can. Whether your small business is starting or growing, you need Comcast Business. Technology solutions that put you ahead and give you serious savings. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security. Together for just $69.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Or find out how to get up to a $650 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Limited time offer, restrictions apply. New 50 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. Requires enrollment in EcoBill and AutoPay. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Comcast Business Mobile utilizes the network with the most RootMetrics 5G data reliability wins in 1H 2022. Results may vary, not an endorsement.
1877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go online at carsforkids.org to donate today.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
The new Google Pixel 7 Pro is super, especially when it's on Verizon, the network America relies on. It's supercharged, super powered, and a super...
deal.
You know it. Now, switch to Verizon and get the Google Pixel 7 Pro on us with select trade-ins and select 5G unlimited plans.
That really is super.
Yep. There's never been a better time to switch to Verizon. $899.99 device payment purchase with new smartphone line on select 5G unlimited plans required. $200 Verizon e-gift card with ported. Less $700 trade-in/promo credit applied over 36 months. 0% APR. Trade-in conditions and additional terms apply.
Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Starting trouble. No one likes that. We'll get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we'll take care of that free of charge. But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $69.99. You can learn more about our battery selection at AutoZone.com. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination.
Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Claim based on data from the NPD Group 2021.
90% of golfers slice. And if you're one of them, there's only one reason why. Your club face is open relative to the path of your swing. If you don't fix this, you'll never fix your slice. So how do you do that? Simple. You follow Tiger Woods' former coach Hank Haney's one-shot slice fix. This one-shot fix has fixed over 100,000 amateur golfers' slices. To check it out, visit slicefix.com. Again, that's slicefix.com. Go there now and fix your slice today.
In San Jose today, partly cloudy, highs in the low 70s.
Weather brought to you by one thing. Install a low-flow shower head and keep water off when brushing teeth or shaving to save water every day. Join Odyssey, and together each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow.
I went on the TV the other night, and I do a quarter in the preseason with Bob Fitzgerald and the Kalina.
Okay.
And I made a comment about Steph Curry being the best face of a franchise ever.
I got that from Steinmetz.
Now back to Steiny and Guru, live from Chase Center on 95.7 The Game.
I didn't hear that. He came clean. All we need now is for Steph to say night-night came from us. Night-night.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Matt Steinmetz, Darryl the Guru Johnson with you.
That's why your head's been big today.
At Chase Center. I'm proud of you today.
I mean, see, you can notice
I'm proud
the change
of you today.
there.
Yeah, you didn't fawn over our guests like you normally do. So you feel like you belong.
Before we had Moses Moody on, I tried to because it was awkward silence, so I asked him his favorite rapper, but your guys' necks broke like I was going to ask him the Social Security number. I was like, why? And he was cool with it. He said Tupac. So, yeah.
Hey, it looks like there's a photo of you and Steve Kerr up on
and you
on Twitter and me. Yeah.
Okay.
You didn't like the verbiage, the caption.
No, I actually liked it. 24-hour fitness. Thank you, Whitley.
No, Warriors, of course, open the season tomorrow. Ring night right here at Chase Center. Also talking about the 49ers. You dropped the 3-3, and the question I asked before the break was, A, what's their identity? B, how you feeling about Kyle Shanahan these days?
Wow.
I'll tell you what. Let's go to
lines are jammed.
Yeah, they are. Let's go to Richard in Stockton. Get us started, Richard in Stockton.
You there?
Yes, sir.
I wanted to tell you why Kyle Shanahan is not a good coach.
Wow. All right.
What you got to do is look at the past few seasons. They got to the championship game, and they also got to the Super Bowl, but they didn't get there on his offense. They got there on defense. And just so you know, their ex-defensive coordinator is now in New York doing what with a team that hasn't been to the playoffs in years or did any noise in years. Think about that.
Wow.
Okay. I mean,
Robert Saleh.
Okay, honestly, I'll think about it.
Okay.
And so the 49ers defense has been a staple, right, over the years. Kyle Shanahan's supposed to be a great offensive coach. They're not scoring like a lot of people think they should. But, okay, so Saleh's in. Here's the other thing. All right, they're 4-2. Jets are 4-2.
Yeah.
Of course they're
he said he was keeping receipts. Remember 5 weeks ago, I said, Robert, you might need to slow down. He goes, at the podium in New York, we're keeping receipts.
Well,
and
I think he ought to coach his team instead of keep receipts.
Speaking of which, tell me if this is low blow. We talked about mannerisms and coaching demeanor by coordinators as well. And I love what DeMeco Ryans is doing. Wasn't a lot of running yesterday. Wasn't a lot of that. See, give me some of it when you're down too, though. He was, there was not a lot of that yesterday. So I ain't saying front running, but give me some of that. Get a guy some of that energy too when things aren't going well.
Let's go to Scott. Scott's in Rohnert Park up near Santa Rosa. What's going on, Scott? How you doing, man?
I'm doing all right. And yourselves?
Good.
Hey.
Well, what I had to say is, Shanahan, I'm not inspired by the play calling. And when it comes down to crunch time, I don't know if you're aware of this fact, going in the fourth quarter, down 4 or more, 0-26.
Wow.
Wow. I don't know. That's about all I got to say about that. I'll keep it brief, but I think we need somebody else with more imagination than what Genius has.
Thanks, Scott. But that's what he's supposed to have. He's supposed to have a great imagination. He said something interesting. He said, I'm not inspired by Kyle Shanahan's play calling. That's supposed to be a strength.
No doubt.
The one thing is, I don't think Kyle Shanahan is an inspirational leader. Can we all agree with that? He's not going to be a rah-rah guy. He's not going to be Dan Campbell in Detroit.
But
that
he
means
got a team to a Super Bowl and an NFC championship game.
Well, that means he better bring something to the table in terms of X's and O's, and it feels like right now the 49ers are struggling offensively.
And I'll say, before you grab the next call, when Jeff Wilson Jr. fumbled and they ran it in, it was early. It was relatively early. It's a 60-minute game, so as bad of a play as that was, it can get no worse. You give your opponent points. Steiny, that was like it was over. It was like that was it. And that's why I'm shocked. And you are right. He leads us a certain way, But yesterday, that was just pedestrian offense and the lack of urgency. That was, again, I was offended with the lack of, like, Kyle, cameras are watching. Let Jimmy call 3 plays. What are we doing? It took an hour from them to get almost from the 5 to their own 20. That's when I was like, oh, boy.
I mean, I guess I gotta press you a little bit here, Goo, because you said the offense was pedestrian. But Garoppolo threw for more yards yesterday than he's thrown for in any game this season. They threw 29 times. They ran 16. Yeah.
I'm talking fourth quarter pedestrian when it was like, hey, we got to score and then hope to stop them, which we ain't done all day. That was just, they were just like, there was no urgency from the players and Kyle.
One of the stats,
and the announcers were saying as much.
One of the stats that I think is big is plus minus on turnovers this year. Where do you think the Niners are on turnovers?
Working with you, I'm going to say the bottom 5 because you've been beating that drum. I'm going to say bottom 5.
24th. They're 24th right now.
A little higher.
They're only -2.
What's the best? Who's the best team?
Philly plus 12.
And look at their record.
And the next highest team is Minnesota,
who's
5-1,
yeah.
But they're still only +4. Curtis is in Napa. What's up, Curtis? How you doing, man? Curtis, Napa. Yes, sir. You're on. Yep.
Oh, there we are. Hey, well, I wanted to have just mention a few talking points about Kyle Shanahan and how fans should really feel about him. I think Shasky on the morning roast would appreciate this. Dude, I'm frustrated with Shanahan. I totally agree with you guys. There was a complete lack of urgency, especially in the fourth quarter. Here you are. I get it's a possession-by-possession type of game. You're down 14. You'll want to make it, a one-possession game. So I get the methodical play calling on that front. But going back to your points about how cocky and almost an arrogance Shanahan almost has with the media, as a fan, it's a little confusing. But to kind of counter that, I think Shanahan's done a really good job building this roster. Going back to just a few years ago, I mean, you guys remember we had Chip Kelly and Jim Tom Sula as our head coaches, right? So I think that he's done a really good job inheriting the dumpster fire that he was given. Two NFC championship games and a Super Bowl appearance, I think would defend his resume, if you will. But at the end of the day, I mean, you guys have the stats in front of you. What's the win-loss? It's like
42.
45.
Yeah, no, Curtis. And Curtis, this is the one thing I try to harp on. One of the things, depending on your perspective of Kyle Shanahan, you can use different pieces of evidence. Is he, if you like him, you can say he's gone to the NFC Championship game 2 out of the last 3 years, and one of those times he got to the Super Bowl. That's 2 NFC title games in the last 3 years. On the other hand, he's gone to the postseason 2 out of 5 times, and he's not 500 in the regular season. So it's just, it's a matter of what do you want to emphasize.
But what I want to emphasize is there's a theme. Those are great, and he has this aura that I'm the smartest guy in the room. Well, where are you closing at? Because you had a 10-point lead in the Super Bowl. I'll never let that go personally. I don't care what the coach's name is. That's a stain on your resume when you're supposed to be that guy. And then you had a 10-point lead last year in a game to go back to the Super Bowl. That is on you and others, people that know football, Steiny, are watching. Why are you calling this and that? And it doesn't match. So I don't know what's going on, but that record, that's Marty Schottenheimer type of stuff. Like, I know Marty was a good coach, but then I realized he couldn't get it done. And I'm just wondering if Kyle will get the opportunity or his best opportunities are behind him. Because I'm going to tell you this, and if you had $1 for every time I went here, you'd be rich, Steiny. The handling and the drafting and the timing of going to get Trey Lance is the more question mark than the Riddler's costume on Batman. Nothing adds up. And then when you ran him out there, you did him the way you did him to where now he's gone. This is it. I mean, there's a lot there. And if this doesn't get right soon, what's his overall record, Steiny?
42-45.
Oh, man, that don't sound like Lombardi to me.
Let's go to Brian. Brian's in Palo Alto. Hey, Brian, what's going on, man?
What's going on, boys? How you doing?
Doing well. How are you?
I'm good. Just, Guru, you're talking about Fred Warner, and both those linebackers got their you-know-what's kicked.
Yeah.
Okay? Fred Warner got dragged 4 to 5 yards almost every single time he hit one of those running backs, neither of whom anyone's ever heard of. And so, he was terrible. I mean, yes, they had a lot of guys out with injury. Those who weren't out with injury. And, Kyle's not going anywhere, so we can be honest about that. He's not going to lose his job. But, I think they're overrated on roster building. They make fundamental mistakes every year. I'll point to Kinlaw as one, right? Kinlaw was a guy that had to deliver this year. They let DJ Jones go to Denver. So Kinlaw, a guy that's missed over half the games in his career, and where is he? Is he even going to play again for this team? He's hurt all the time. So you say you're a running team. Elijah Mitchell has missed 60% of his games in his career, right? And now you're left with Jeff Wilson, who's just an average running back at best. So they make 4 to 5 critical, in my opinion, personnel decisions every year, like last year with their cornerbacks, and they pay the piper every time, right? So anyways, guys, have a great day.
They're paying the piper, according to Brian.
And you remember the biggest thing that happened this offseason when Kinlaw got into it with the reporter?
No. Oh.
And Kinlaw was saying, and I was like, man, that's a big dude. I can't take that from Kinlaw. But, Sonny, it's so amazing the science of these athletes to get to this level, and some just, for whatever reason, they just can't stay healthy. But I thought Kinlaw in the preseason was going to be a beast. And here we go again. He's in street clothes talking to Bosa yesterday, and Armstead's not playing. Like, we can't blame Kyle, but if you want to sit down and go to the chalkboard and tell me somebody's got to be responsible for all these injuries, I get it. But this is uncanny.
And I guess that's where I don't get it. So Javon Kinlaw is entering his third year?
Give it to me, Stoney.
Like, why would you expect him to be a beast this year?
Because
he's not a beast.
He flashes when he's out there, though. And he's a big dude.
Oh. They're all big dudes in the NFL.
But Stoney, he flashed in that Minnesota game, I believe, the preseason game.
Oh, well, preseason.
Yeah. Because he can't be healthy for the regular season. If he gets out there, it's just.
Let me look at. He's played 3 games. He's played 3 games this year, and let's see. This is his 3rd year. Played 14 games his rookie year, then 4, and he's played 3 out of 6. So he's been hurt quite a bit.
Yeah. And so have others, though, right? It's just like, who's hurt this week for the Niners? And now is it Hufanga in concussion protocol?
Yes. Yeah. Hufanga. Let's go to Carlito.
Thank you.
Carlito's in Alameda. What's up, Carlito? How you doing,
Hello,
man?
gentlemen.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, gentlemen. I hate to follow BPA. Great caller, but I'm going to give it a try. Listen, the 49ers are doing great. The thing that we have going for us...
All right, Carlito, hold on. You're one of our fun guests.
Yeah, we like
the 49ers are not doing great. Come on.
Yeah, okay, they're not doing great. But the division will be
stinks.
okay.
Division stinks.
The Eagles, we're not going to catch them for the first seed for sure, but we could hang in there and get a wild card maybe. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, I don't know, maybe. Let me look at the standings.
Well, they're going to get in through the NFC. They got to win their division.
You better be careful.
No, at this point, you can't play scheduled game with the Niners. First, you don't know who's going to be available.
You just said they're going to make the playoffs.
Well, because they're going to win their division, I believe. The Rams, and that game is Rams beat you last time you were in their house. But if you watched Carolina game yesterday, it took the Rams a while to secure that win. I mean, 5. They got it.
So right now, the 49ers are 6th in the NFC.
Okay.
They're behind the Eagles, the Giants, the Cowboys, the Vikings, Technically, they're behind the Falcons right now because the Falcons are 3-3, and they have the tiebreaker.
And you got a game with Kansas City coming off an L, and they know who they are.
Yep.
So does that qualify when you say, hey, Goo, what's the Niners' identity? Injured. I like it. Works for me.
But then,
hey,
and then
what's your identity? It hurt.
Yeah, and by extension, then of course you're building an excuse in for them, which you might because you thought they were going to win like 12, 13 games.
I'm telling you I'm not. Is that head coach's record every week that goes by? That's ugly.
What is?
Kyle Shanahan's record.
Oh.
And if they keep losing, Steiny, and that's not getting better, then, yeah, we can talk about the nice times, but we can also talk about what you and Tim Roy were talking about, the bad times with the Warriors.
Look, if the San Francisco 49ers lose Trey Lance the second game of the year, and Jimmy Garoppolo quarterbacks the other 15, and the San Francisco 49ers miss the playoffs.
Oh, man.
That is an unmitigated disaster.
Okay.
No other way to put it. Zero. There's just no other way to put it. And then what do you do if you don't make the playoffs?
Well, there's no accountability for Kyle, so he's
probably not at the end of the year, but at that point, if the 49ers go 8-9 and miss the playoffs, okay, so now what are they going to do next year? Okay, we're going to start over with Trey Lance. Okay. Well, what if you go 7-10 with your quarterback who's only got 3 starts in his entire career? He can't afford to go 7-10, Kyle Shanahan. Then he is in trouble. So if you don't get it done this year, who's the quarterback that's going to get it done for you next year?
Well, he's hurt right now, and I don't know what's going on, but who's in here? Whitley, Tim Jordan, Nahigian, producer E at the station, and you. I'm telling you this because this is in my heart. I'm a different breed. I know it. I believe in football gods, and I'm telling you guys right now, the listeners too, the way that Kyle Shanahan treated Jimmy Garoppolo was he was thrown out, he was served his divorce papers, and then you went with your new shiny toy. Hey, if you want to say that was cold, that was dirty, how they treated Jimmy, and then your new toy gets hurt, and you go get Jimmy, and you're lucky to get Jimmy, the guy you told, I believe the football gods are working now. And this is karma towards Kyle Shanahan, and I'll know for sure if in the next 3 weeks this thing doesn't get better, because what do we say? You guys are so lucky. They're the smartest in the room. They had Jimmy. They kept Jimmy. I was believing that. Spraying the cologne on? Like, look at him. Boy, y'all, how did you do it? But the football gods might be like, nope.
And that's where
you got to pay. Because this is what's in my heart.
This is what you do.
What would we really be talking about when it comes to Niner football had it been Brock Purdy backing up Trey Lance? And I'm feeling like, is that what they're supposed to live when we thought it was going to be the penthouse? Super Bowl or bust with Jimmy. But what if it's not?
When you say the football gods are getting back at him,
at Kyle,
that takes all the responsibility off Kyle. You're just saying, well, football gods are against him, so he's screwed. No, Kyle. It's Kyle not getting it done.
Bigger?
So wait a minute. So they're he gets a pass this year?
Oh, no.
Well, the football gods are just messing with him.
No, they're penalizing him on how you threw Jimmy out, how you handled this, and how you triggered Trey Lance, how you ran him in the ground and got him hurt. It's Steiny. I'm watering the seed. Producer E, I know you think I'm crazy.
Come on.
But if this doesn't get better and this thing goes left, as the kids say, I'm telling you, man. And then we'll look at this.
Well, then you know what? If it goes south and they don't win, well, of course there's an excuse. It's karma. It's the football gods, apparently.
Oh, go ahead. You saying if it goes left, we know there's no accountability. But
no,
I'm telling you, I came in here the other day and told y'all I would pull the plug on him after Trey got hurt.
No, what I'm saying is if that's what you're saying, what'd you say? The Kyle Shanahan, if the football gods are killing Shanahan, well, then it's above Shanahan. Like, then he can't do anything about it.
But he created the gods to get mad at him.
The gods aren't mad at him. The decisions he made are now coming to fruition. There are no football gods.
I believe there are to me.
Okay, well then that's why you don't want any.
No, I can say the gods are in play, but he's deserving of this bad karma.
Come on, we got to do better than karma. Explaining the San Francisco 49ers.
Well, Trey Lance on line one.
Well,
Jimmy Garoppolo
you run a quarterback 12 times a game. Well, he's going to get hurt.
And we kept saying that. We kept saying
karma. This is what you deserve. This is what every team gets. They've got injuries. It's not karma. If it were karma, then there's no need to even talk about the team because there's nothing you can do. But how much we got here?
A minute, less than a minute. Who the boys got?
I'm sure they got Michael Irvin.
They got Michael Irvin. Yep, 4:15 guys. About 45 seconds here.
Oh, 45 seconds.
Yeah.
Hey, I'll tell you what, I don't usually do this because I don't feel it necessary to thank people after their job is done.
Yeah.
But thank you to the Golden State Warriors today. Listen to our guest list. Great guest list today. We had Bob Myers, Steve Kerr, Moses Moody, Kevon Looney, Brandon Schneider, Mike Dunleavy, Timmy Roy, Kirk Lacob, all those gentlemen joined us on 95.7 The Game. Ring night tomorrow.
Yeah.
Don't go anywhere. 95.7 The Game has the Golden State Warriors season. Going to be a lot of fun. Michael Irvin with Ratto and Damon at 4:15. Have a good one, everybody.
I got that from Steinmetz.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online. And it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
It's easy to think all money managers are pretty much the same. But at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different? How? You sell high-commission investment products, right?
No. Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission-based investment products.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Nope, never at Fisher. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our client's best interest. It's the highest standard of care for a financial advisor.
How do you know what's in their best interest?
We get to know our clients and then tailor a portfolio based on their goals and needs.
But you probably sneak in some hidden and layered fees.
No, we have one transparent management fee, structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, you really do look out for your clients.
That's because our top priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. It might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments and securities involve the risk of loss.
California, you deserve more. And with United Healthcare, you'll get more. Annual enrollment is October 15th through December 7th. So call United Healthcare today. With the United Healthcare Medicare Advantage Plan, you get more from your Medicare dollar, now including better than ever dental, vision, over-the-counter, and prescription drug coverage. Call United Healthcare at 1-888-CALL-UHC today and speak with a licensed sales agent. Benefits, features, and/or devices vary by plan and area. Limitations and exclusions apply.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Is there something really absurd that skeeves you out?
Getting a paper cut on my eyeball.
A fear you can't shake.
I'm going to leak ocular fluid down my cheeks. It's going to go into my mouth and I will perish.
Whatever scares you, I want to talk about it. Join me, Larry Mullins, on my new podcast, Your Weirdest Fears. Listen and subscribe to Your Weirdest Fears on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts from.
Hey, I'm Andy. If you don't know me, it's probably because I'm not famous. But I did start a men's grooming company called Harry's. The idea for Harry's came out of a frustrating experience I had buying razor blades. Most brands were overpriced, overdesigned, and out of touch. At Harry's, our approach is simple. Here's our secret. We make sharp, durable blades and sell them at honest prices for as low as $2 each. We care about quality so much that we do some crazy things, like buy a world-class German blade factory. Obsessing over every detail means we're confident in offering a 100% quality guarantee. Millions of guys have already made the switch to Harry's, so thank you if you're one of them. And if you're not, we hope you give us a try with this special offer. Get a Harry's starter set with a 5-blade razor, weighted handle, shave gel, and a travel cover. All for just $3 plus free shipping. Just go to harrys.com and enter code JOY at checkout. That's harrys.com, code JOY. Enjoy.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Live from the corner of Broadway and Battery, you're listening to Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto on 95.7 The Game, brought to you by BMW Fairfield.
Well, here we are on a Monday. It is great to have you here. Thanks so much for stopping by. Larry Krueger in for Ray Ratto again today here on 95.7 The Game. I've been told Ray is coming back this week, but not today. And since you and I did an awful lot of talking up to Atlanta, it's probably appropriate, Larry, that we do the post-mortem on this, because I remember somebody texting in saying you guys are making way too much out of the Atlanta Falcons. There's just no way the 49ers go in there and lose to this team. Like, they can't be that dominant on the line of scrimmage. Their running game really isn't nearly as good as you guys are hyping it up to be. Any more questions?
Yeah.
Any more questions? When we tell you, you could better put this game on red alert, we ain't fooling around. And I'm just going to tell you right now, Kyle's offense gets shut out in the second half. And Larry, I think his tight nature of being a head coach did more to get Atlanta that win than it did the 49ers. We could spend the next 3 hours going over a 16-play, 80-yard, 8-minute drive when you were down 2 touchdowns in the fourth quarter. What the hell was that?
I know. I mean, seriously, when they called, there was a play in this game that I'm sitting there watching the game on the couch with my kids, and I'm sitting there going, what are they doing? It was the 2nd and 10 play on their own 46-yard line. They're down 2 scores.
They took over the ball with like 10 minutes left. It's right around like 5.5 minutes left. They've already wasted all this time. They've moved from the 1 to roughly midfield, and they're running Tevin Coleman. What are you doing running Tevin Coleman down 2 scores? Where is the urgency? Where is your hurry up? Where is the no huddle? They huddled 13 times on the final 16 plays of that drive. I just couldn't believe it. I could not believe it. You know, it's one thing to get outcoached and get outplayed, and they were both. They got outcoached and outplayed. But where's your competitive fire? I mean, I got to seriously question the competitive fire of everybody associated with calling a 2nd and 10 run play down 2 touchdowns. What are you doing? I mean, you might as well have just said, you know what? We don't want to win. We just want to get close. You're the team that has Super Bowl aspirations. You're the team with the incredible array of offensive weapons. The Niners offensively. Defensively, they had excuses. Offensively, they had none. And to come out the way they played against the Atlanta Falcons, who are 27th in the NFL in defensive DVOA, absolutely inexcusable. It's the low point of the regime right now.
Right now, low point. How
do you run the ball there? That's the most non-competitive crap I've ever seen. I mean, that was just so not competitive, so overwhelmingly stupid. And to huddle up 13 times on 16 plays on a drive where you're down 2 scores, why? I need to know the answer why. Why are you huddling up that many times? Where's your hurry-up offense? Can you not hurry up? You don't have a rookie quarterback. You've got a veteran quarterback.
Did no one press Kyle Shanahan on this? Did no one come into his kitchen and ask what the hell that fourth quarter was? Because he was coaching scared. On a day where Garoppolo was putting the ball where he needed to put it. I mean, that was actually, including the 2 interceptions, it was a damn good day for Jimmy. He put the ball where it needed to be on a lot of plays. What, the Charlie Warner drop was terrible.
Why are you taking shots downfield to your backup blocking tight end?
Ray McLeod drop was rough. Where's Debo? Where's Ayuk on these
Where's
big
Danny
plays?
Gray?
Where is Danny Gray? Danny Gray would be better off still in college, making name, image, and likeness money and running him up draft boards with a good year in college than being just wasted by the 49ers. Did he dress?
He was inactive.
Was inactive yesterday. How's the hip?
They can't even get their one speed receiver on the field active and hook up with him. They did it in the preseason, haven't been able to do it in the regular season. They have no speed. They have which of their backs scares you as far as speed? And the other absolutely criminal call was 3rd and 1 on that fateful 16-play drive. They're 3rd and 1 from the 48-yard line, and you're going halfback toss to a running back who's now catching it 3 yards in the backfield.
Right. Who wasn't even in the NFL 3 weeks ago.
Right. And you could have gone quarterback sneak with one of the best quarterback sneakers there is.
Isn't that where Jeff Wilson is his most valuable bruising forward plotting back? What are you doing with Tevin Coleman there?
Where's the creativity? How about line up Kyle Juszczyk out of the Wildcat and put Aaron Banks or somebody in the backfield and just push him? It's 3rd and 1, and if you don't get the first, it's game over. Instead, it went to 4th and 2, and that set up the Garoppolo pass to Debo where, it was behind him. It was a little low. It was incomplete, and there was your ball game. But, I mean, my goodness. To me, the play calls were bad, but how do you not have a hurry-up? How do you not have a hurry-up offense? About halfway through that 16-play drive, every Niner fan knew they were done. They may have scored a touchdown on that drive, but how long it took them, they were done. There was no chance. They were going to have to stop the Falcons immediately, force absolute 3 and out, use their timeouts, and everything. It was going to have to go absolutely perfectly for them at the end. So just how slow they moved,
time. And here's
eliminated their chance to win.
And look, someone did ask Kyle, why wasn't there more urgency in that fourth quarter? I mean, here it is. You're down 2 touchdowns. You're on your 2-yard line, and they spend about 4.5 minutes, and now they're at the 25 because of all the play clock that got killed. The one really nice pass that Jimmy had to Ayuk gets called back with a Brendel holding, which was a garbage call.
Poor Brendel. I mean, he just lost his gig right there. He should have lost his gig because he played those 3 penalties right there. It's time to find somebody else. You can't have your backup catcher, your backup center giving you 3 key costly penalties on a drive where you have to score and score fast.
Kyle Shanahan on why there wasn't more urgency to be found in the fourth quarter.
I just knew we had 2 more times with the ball, and we did do a number of no-huddle plays. We also mixed it up not doing it, too. So we did both. The key is that you can't come up short on that. Expect get the ball twice, and we're not going to panic when we feel like we have 2 more possessions, especially with 3 timeouts. But when you don't score on that, and it came up, was it the 4th and 1 on that drive? Can't remember. But that definitely backfires when you don't score on one of them.
Somebody want to tell Kyle that a no-huddle offense is not a sign of panic? That no huddle doesn't mean you're panicking. Playing with some urgency doesn't mean you're panicking. When he said, we mixed back in the huddle up, well, there's a huge mistake right there. I mean, you have a diminishing amount of time on a scoreboard that is flashing in neon red. You're in trouble. And he sat there and didn't react to the game situation. That's what drives me nuts. You want to talk about what drove you nuts about the San Francisco Giants? They had a game plan that they wanted to stick to more than they wanted to play the game that was in front of them. Kyle Shanahan had a game plan. He's down 14-0 right away. So what? They went away from the game plan. They tied the game up at 14-0, and he goes right back to, all right, well, we're going to play like we're up 21-0. And his 16-play, 8-minute drive in a fourth quarter when you're down 2 scores, even if you did score, you screwed it up.
Right. His premise is totally wrong. Well, we knew we had 2 possessions left. You didn't know you had 2.
You didn't know anything.
You didn't know you had 2 possessions left.
Yeah, they're running the ball down your throat, actually.
What do you mean you knew you had 2 possessions left? When the Niners got the ball for their 9th drive, this 16-play drive at the end, down 14 points, there was 10 minutes and 40 seconds left on the clock. When they did not get it at 4th and 2 and gave the ball back to Atlanta, and Atlanta took the ball, Atlanta had 2 minutes and 34 seconds left. So if they had scored a touchdown on that endless drive that he didn't need to hurry up on because he was getting the ball anyway, if they had scored a touchdown, they're still giving the ball back to Atlanta, down 7, and Atlanta has 2 minutes and 34 seconds left on the clock. So if you could somehow miraculously stop them and get the ball back, what were you going to have left? 30 seconds? Maybe? 45 seconds?
Right. For the gang that can't shoot straight, especially if you got to shoot downfield.
And it just took you 8 minutes to move. I mean, the idea that it was a lock that they had 2 possessions. No, it wasn't. You almost didn't get the second possession because you were so deliberate on the first possession, your 9th of the game. This game is, the Shanahan play calling bothered me at the end, but also, I mean, the drop by the tight end Warner, the drop by Ray McLeod. I mean, those were crushers, absolute crushers. I mean, Garoppolo can't throw a better ball. He put it right on Warner's hands. Put it right there for Ray McLeod. Where's the dive? I mean, seriously, you don't want to dive for it? You're out there. It's a huge play in the game. You don't think maybe I'll lay out for it. I've seen other guys lay out for it. No. So, I mean, it was a bad. Between Brendel needs to be replaced. They need to somehow find Danny Gray. Their offensive weapons, especially the running backs, without Elijah Mitchell, are just not dynamic at all. Where it all adds up. Forget the defense for a second because we can get on them in a minute. But it was more about Mariota and a great play calling game plan by Arthur Smith. But the Niners' offense is consistently less than the sum of its parts. And that is just absolutely...
And that's coaching.
That has to be on... You have the left tackle. You got the all-pro tight end. You got Debo. You got Ayuk. You got a can full of backs. You got offensive line depth. You may have the best offensive lineman in the game. you're not producing points, and it's not one day. Second half against Chicago, 3. Second half against Seattle, 7.
Do you see me waving at you? Do you see me waving at you?
Yeah.
Do you know what that means?
That means we got to go.
Thank you.
All right. They cannot score in the second half.
We're brought to you by BMW Fairfield. We got an awful lot to get into today. The Hall of Famer and the playmaker Michael Irvin, he joins us at 4:15. That's the only guest we have. We got open lines for you at 888-957-9570. A bad weekend for the 49ers. A great weekend for 2 Golden State Warriors. Bad weekend for baseball teams with 100 regular season or more wins. And we got a lot for you this afternoon. Larry Krueger in for Ray Ratto. It's Damon and Ratto. We're streaming on Twitch, on YouTube. You can join the conversation there. We'd rather you'd be right here. 888-957-9570. The 49ers got a problem. His name's Kyle Shanahan.
Brought to you by On Deck Small Business Loans. When you own a small business, sometimes you need funds fast. So go to OnDeck.com, America's largest online small business lender. On Deck makes it easy to apply in minutes. Apply for your loan today at OnDeck.com.
O'Reilly.
Count on the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts to recommend the best products for your vehicle and budget. Get maximum cooling system performance for 10 years or 300,000 miles with peak long life universal pre-mixed antifreeze and coolant. Now just $3.99 after mail-in rebate. Limits apply. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today or visit O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
There's a reason Comcast Business powers more businesses than any other provider. Actually, there's a few. Comcast Business offers the fastest, reliable network, the peace of mind that comes with Security Edge, helping to protect all your connected devices, and the most reliable 5G mobile network. Want me to keep going? I can. Whether your small business is starting or growing, you need Comcast Business. Technology solutions that put you ahead and give you serious savings. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security. Together for just $69.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Or find out how to get up to a $650 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Limited time offer, restrictions apply. New 50 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. Requires enrollment in EcoBill and AutoPay. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Comcast Business Mobile utilizes the network with the most RootMetrics 5G data reliability wins in 1H 2022. Results may vary, not an endorsement.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Fremont Bank. If there's one thing we understand more than anybody, it's that it takes a local bank to really get the needs of local businesses. Fremont Bank has the flexibility and motivation to service your business loan needs like other banks can't or won't. With our full suite of business loan products and recognition as a top SBA lender in the Bay Area, Fremont Bank is the right choice for local and family-owned businesses. Fremont Bank. Learn more at fremontbank.com. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Golfers, tee it up this fall at the Golf Mart for big savings. Save up to $150 off on Ping G425 woods. Upgrade your gear with discounted Wilson standard cart golf bags. And stock up on TaylorMade Distance Plus golf balls. Now 2 dozen for $35. Don't miss these items and more happening now at the Golf Mart. And get a free custom fitting today. The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee, or shop us online at worldwidegolfshops.com.
Finding the right Medicare plan? Oof, no easy feat. Kind of like those dances my granddaughter loves making me do. But then I found Walgreens FindRx coverage. Lets you compare plans online, over the phone, or in person. Made Medicare shopping so easy. Plus, I found plans with low-cost copays. I can get down with that. Medicare annual enrollment ends December 7th. Find a plan that's right for you at walgreens.com/Medicare.
When Big Mobile charges you an arm and a leg, they're taking your money and your power. And your arm and leg. Boost Mobile gives your power back with an unlimited plan for $25 a month on one of America's largest 5G networks. We can't give you back your arm and your leg because we're not qualified surgeons. Unless you're an iguana who can grow limbs back. Switch to Boost and get an unlimited plan for $25 a month. Boost Mobile. Unleash your power. New customers only. One line, $25 per month with autopay. Additional restrictions apply. See boostmobile.com for details.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you 24/7 with supplies and solutions for every industry and access to product specialists ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Charging a cell phone can be like getting a booster shot. A booster is given to enhance or restore protection after a primary series vaccination, which wanes over time. Schedule an appointment when you are eligible. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield. Now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit.
Trimark West has been partnering with independent restaurateurs in Northern California now for over 55 years, bringing innovative product solutions to help the hospitality business thrive. Visit TrimarkWest.com to learn more. Damon and Ratto, Damon and Larry, once again this Monday afternoon here where the 49ers absolutely let go of the rope once again in a second half. Shut out in Atlanta, a 28-14 loss to send them to 3-3. I guess the good news is they're still in a first-place tie in the NFC West, and other key NFC teams, that could be a threatening playoff entity. Look at it this way. The Bays lost. Green Bay, Tampa Bay, and then the Bay Area. It was a rough day on the Bays around the NFL. We have very interesting kind of developments out of Chase Center with extensions to not just Jordan Poole, but Andrew Wiggins as well. And clearly a line has been drawn in the sand concerning where Draymond's standing is now. In terms of future plans, the Golden State Warriors are making future plans, and Draymond's not going to be in them. I mean, that's pretty much kind of the math that was spit at us today. But I know that our two midday shows, Larry, we're down at Chase Center celebrating the fact that tomorrow night is opening night in the NBA. So we're going to spend a little time on the NFL before we circle the wagons back around to some of the other things that happened this weekend, because there's a lot of sound from today's Kyle Shanahan conference call, some sound yesterday, and George Kittle at the podium had this to say about the way the 49ers played.
We're the San Francisco 49ers. We have a standard that we play at. I mean, we play at a very high level, a lot of energy, 100% effort on every single play. And, I haven't watched the tape yet, but I don't know if we gave that today, at every single position. And, we had a lot of young guys play. We had some, like you said, we're missing a lot of guys. And we just got to make sure that we're playing at that level every single snap, or otherwise that's going to happen, especially when you are down guys. You can look at it as, we're down, how many ever, 7, 8 starters, or you can look at it as that's a lot of young guys with an opportunity to go out there and, make big plays and, get their names known. So we've dealt with it before. It's not easy, but, I'm not going to use that as an excuse. We have a very talented team. Our offense still has a lot of talented guys on it that can, get a lot of yak with the football. And, we got, I think, one of the best linebackers in football, Fred Warner, and our safeties are playing pretty well too. So, and that D-line's still good. So I just think we should have played better.
I think your coach should have coached better, George. I actually don't think the fall apart was in any of the many understudies who were asked to make a play. Obviously, we're going to talk about the Warner drop and, the Ray McLeod drop as well, the two big shots. Here's the thing. The 49ers take so few shots that you can't drop the ones that are there for you. And it feels like once something goes wrong downfield, well, it's going to be a long time before we look for anything downfield again. There is a lack of confidence that Kyle Shanahan has in his quarterbacks, his receivers, and all this yak yard stuff. It's fantastic. You know what's better than throwing a ball to a receiver for 4 yards and then letting him do all the dirty work is, Let him get some speed up. Let him catch the ball downfield and then go yak yards against corners and safeties. That's how, you turn big plays into touchdowns, not little plays into first downs. And there's too much just underneath cuteness in a league that isn't married across the board to underneath cuteness the way that the San Francisco 49ers are. I mean, it's ridiculous how little Kyle Shanahan expects out of Jimmy Garoppolo in year 15 now, or whatever the hell he is with the Niners. I mean, there should be no lack of urgency that you'd have, well, my rookie quarterback doesn't know how to get everybody to the line of scrimmage that quickly, and, the no huddle's a little rough with the new guy in there. Jimmy's not the new guy. He's not the new guy, and Kyle Shanahan played that fourth quarter like he was up 14, not down 14. And there used to be, and look, I like Kyle Shanahan. I think he is a very good play caller. I think he's got the potential to be so much more than he is actually revealed. But this is a results-based business. And I no longer live in a world where Kyle's definitely the right guy out there for the job. He's the guy for the job right now. I am convinced Sean Payton would get more out of this offense than Kyle's been able to get out of it. And I don't know if it's Kyle's picadillos or persnickety nature or just his marriage to such a conservative offense at all times, Larry, that, he is who he is. But, man, he doesn't change. Kyle's like too consistent for his own good. He is not ready to change based on real-time information coming back to him off of a football field.
There's a lot there. One, let's go back to the Kittle quote that we just played. That's interesting. Just the fact that he's clearly you don't step to the microphone and call out your teammates unless you're damn sure that you're on the right. So obviously he saw something that was not up to speed.
But Kyle didn't.
I would disagree with that. I like George saying that. That's, to me, how you feel, especially when a team kind of dominates the game in terms of how they ran the ball, with the amount of carries they got compared to us, the time of possession and stuff like that. But I didn't look at any of the guys lacking intensity or going after it. They just, that was a very physical team. That's how they played every single team they've played. That's why they've been in pretty much every game they've played. That's why they have had a number, they've been close to winning a number in a row. That's why they had a chance to come back versus Tampa on that. But I thought it came more down to the turnover that we had and not converting on those third downs that didn't allow us to, get into our physicality with running the ball.
So, it doesn't surprise me that Kyle wouldn't agree with Kittle because it's Kyle's job. Essentially, Kittle is pointing the finger, even though maybe he didn't mean to, at Kyle. He is pointing it at Kyle when he says guys weren't up to speed or guys weren't doing their job.
You should have the guy with the headset on. He's got to get his head out of his ass.
It's his job. It's his job to have his team ready to play. And one of the leaders in the room felt like there were some guys that weren't either given their all or weren't dialed in the right way or weren't focused or whatever. And so that is on the coaching staff. So it doesn't surprise me that Kyle would push back on that. It did surprise me that Kittle said it, and I don't think he would have said it without him having some pictures in his mind. He hasn't watched the film yet when he made that comment, but he saw some things on the field that obviously led him to that comment. That's not out of thin air, and he's not the kind of guy that creates controversy for controversy's sake. So either he's your leader on the team and we should listen to him, or he doesn't know what he's talking about. And I'll go with the latter, the former, I should say, that he actually is a leader on the team and he knows what he's talking about, and he's probably pointing to something. But Kyle doesn't want to address that because that points the finger right back at the coaching staff and maybe him particularly. The more alarming thing is not yesterday. The more alarming thing are the trends that we're seeing, which is that the 49er offense can't pass when they need to pass, can't run when they need to run, can't come from behind in the fourth quarter of a game. Have they ever come from behind of a significant margin in the fourth quarter? What was the stat that we were talking about before the show? It's like
the 49ers have never won a game in which they've trailed by at least 4 points going into the fourth quarter. Now, they have won a game.
That's a ringing indictment.
Where they have won a game where they've been down by more 4 points in the fourth quarter because of an early fourth quarter opponent score.
Right.
But they have never won a game under Kyle Shanahan where they've been down 4 points going into the fourth quarter.
Yeah. I think Kyle Shanahan is a terrific coach, and I'm on record as saying that. People that point to his record, I think you have to break it up. He started 10-22 when he was taking over for Tom Sewell and Chip Kelly, and they were clearing out the roster. Then since that point, I think he's 36-25. So, and then 4-2 in the playoffs. I think Kyle Shanahan is an outstanding coach, but the lack of urgency in this game in the fourth quarter, and also watching Arthur Smith carry out the game plan that Lowe and I discussed in the pregame should have been Kyle's game plan.
Right.
You have 6 defensive starters that aren't suiting up for you. You need to play ball control. You need to dominate the time of possession. You needed the Arthur Smith game plan on your side, and instead you let Smith kind of dictate the terms on his side. So, and ultimately it cost you the game. I mean, and here's the other bottom line on the thing, and we can sit there and talk about this and that. How many times does an NFL team go on the road and they're -3 in turnovers and win the game? It just doesn't happen. And it really doesn't happen if you're going up against a well-coached team, and the Falcons are a well-coached team. And then let's be honest here. Marcus Mariota had the game of his life against the best defense in the league, -6 starters. I mean, he completed 93% of his passes. His first incompletion, there was like 10 minutes left in the game.
No, well, his only incompletion was his last pass attempt of the day. He started 13 for 13. He ended up 13 for 14.
Wow. And he had some really key runs.
And he's also literally the template for how you ask a quarterback to run.
Not between the tackles, but outside the tackle box.
If you're Trey Lance, you want to run a football like Marcus Mariota, not the way your head coach has been asking you to run fullback power belly dive in between guards.
Right, where everybody's staring at you, and you're going to take at least 1 or 2 hits. Mariota was so good on his play fakes, Damon, that on 2 of the play fakes, he fooled the camera person.
Yeah.
I mean, when you're fooling the camera person, that's a great fake. And their run game, Caleb Huntley's nothing. Tyler Allgeier's nothing. But if you have a good offensive line and you're really multiple, and your quarterback also has to be accounted for because of the read option looks that you can provide, it becomes it's a good way to slow down an incredibly fast pursuing defense, and they did it.
You take away the second half success in Carolina. The 49ers offense has scored 19 total points in the second half. So far this year, in 5 of 6 games, the Niners' second half offensive output has combined for 19 total points. Kyle is a major issue. Teams are adjusting to him at halftime and burying his offense week after week after week. They're taking what Kyle does and turning it off like a faucet.
He can only surprise. So if they can't pass on first down, if they ever get into an obvious passing down, they can't pass. They ever get into an obvious running situation, they can't run. They can only fool you. They can pass it when you think they're going to run early in the game. Soon as they lose connection on the scoreboard by a touchdown, 10 points, it's jailbreak on the quarterback. We saw it in the NFC Championship game. Look what everybody talks about Tart. I had to hear endlessly about Tart. The Niners had 2 full offensive possessions after Tart in the NFC Championship game. They got 0 first downs. This incredible guru, offensive mastermind genius, the modern-day Bill Walsh, 0 first downs on 2 key offensive possessions with the Super Bowl in the balance.
That doesn't sound like it's good to me, and this shouldn't sound like it's good to anybody. Because if Kyle had a style that he heirs to, it's conservative. And when you got enough defense, when you got enough badass on that side of the ball, you wanting to go conservative, I don't have a problem with it. I don't need to see the Kansas City Chiefs offense, the Buffalo Bills offense week after week to enjoy the football game that I'm watching. You play sound defensive football, you play bully boy football. I like that. Conservative, successful football, I'm good with it.
It's called complementary football.
I'm good with it. For such a conservative offense, and by the way, conservative is the opposite of risky. It's the opposite of we might turn it over a lot. as conservative as Kyle is, and I saw this from Josh Dubow, most turnovers in the NFL since Kyle Shanahan arrived in 2017. Where do you think the 49ers are in the NFL in the turnover department since Kyle became head coach?
I would say they're in the bottom 10% of the league.
They're second.
Second worst.
Second worst. Only the Buccaneers, who were, bumblers before Tom Brady showed up. Since 2017, the Buccaneers turned the ball over 151 times. The 49ers have now turned the ball over 149 times.
So they're turnover crazy.
Turnover crazy in a conservative offense that doesn't push the ball downfield, that is afraid to score.
That is also the NFL's most injured team consistently. And then how about this? The 49er rushing EPA per play, their ranking under Shanahan, 2019, they were 7th.
Tell the people what EPA means for those, who are new to the new stats.
Well, I don't even actually fully I can't even fully describe it, but it's the key rushing stat that factors in everything. Rushing EPA per play. It's kind of blocks out everything else and just cuts right to the essence of your run game. 2019, they were 7th in the NFL. They ran the ball very effectively. Top 10. 2020, that dropped to 11th. 2021, that dropped to 23rd. They are 27th in the NFL.
Dude, the league's on to
rushing EPA per play this year under Kyle Shanahan. The bigger question is what has happened to the bread and butter of Kyle Shanahan's offensive playbook, which is the run game. Everybody would say, hey, we could get Baldi, Greg Cosell, we get everybody in the world in here and say, what's the key to Kyle Shanahan's offense? It's his run-pass fusion. It's his run game, and it's his play-action game off of that run game. They're 27th in the NFL right now running the football, and they were 7th when he took over, and it's steadily gone downhill. Why is that? And then you watch some of these other teams. You look at Miami. Miami's got Jalen Waddle. He's fast. They got Tyreek Hill. He's fast. They got Raheem Mostert. He's fast. I'm looking at Tevin Coleman. I love Tevin Coleman. He's tough, but he's not fast. And Jeff Wilson. I love him. He's tough, but he's not fast. They don't have that dynamic runner without Elijah Mitchell. They tried to kind of replicate that with Deebo Samuel as a runner last year. Now that little wrinkle is catching nobody by surprise.
The entire league has studied Kyle for so many years. They're onto him.
They have no speed.
They're onto him. The league is sitting on top of Kyle's playbook. The whole league runs Kyle's playbook. He sneaks up on no one. He surprises nothing. And I'm telling you, I used to believe, all right, we do live in a world where you can't really go out and get a better coach, so I don't want to hear about firing this guy until you have a better idea. I didn't have a better idea until I heard that Sean Payton wanted to keep on coming.
Supposedly he wants to coach the Chargers next year. We'll see. And Justin Herbert, who goes tonight. But, yeah, the Niners' problems are injuries on defense and their offense.
Well, injuries everywhere all the time and Kyle's side of the ball.
But, he's an offensive coach. So if he's a genius and he's an offensive coach and he's been here for 5 or 6 years, they should have that offense humming by now.
Yeah, they do not. This is Mr. Jones in Atlanta. He was at the game. Mr. Jones, what'd you see at the game?
Okay. I saw no energy, right? And Kittle was right. I thought I was the only one paying attention. Now, Slick kind of blamed myself. Because I'm like, when I supposed to go over there, I looked at the sideline. I was sitting on the Atlanta team side because I like to go over there and talk hella trash to all the losers that's usually over there, right? So, it was kind of like a homecoming to me. But I'm looking at the sideline, and I'm like, dang, why the whole team sitting on the bench? Ain't nobody getting up. Ain't nobody rah-rahing. Ain't nobody trying to rally the troops. I'm like, did everybody go to Magic City last night? Where the energy at? Real talk. Like, you have to be there to see it. You know what I'm saying? It's stuff inside the game
right.
that you notice. So I'm like, well, maybe they and then Atlanta has that thing, too, where the away team sits in the sun. You know what I'm saying? That was a thing, too. But I'm like, still, look, bro, the whole team is on the bench. Nobody. So, like I said, y'all know what that means. Everybody just sitting there, ho-humming. You know what I'm saying? And I'm thinking, okay, Kyle coming back to Atlanta. Yeah, he wants to show off. We should be real dynamic. Look, bro, I already knew. I put in the bet that Jimmy was going to.
Oh, Mr. Jones.
Cell phone zapped.
He was rolling. I was going to let him finish the hour.
By the way, the text line says Jeff Wilson hit 20-plus miles per hour this season. He's not fast. Well, it's all relative, but look up his 40 time coming out of college. It was like 4.57. I mean, that's just middle of the road. I mean, he's not a burner. That's my point.
No, that's the thing. He's all the NFL speed that you need when he's untouched and already 20 yards downfield. That's top end speed. How fast are you from your stance in the play before the ball is snapped to the line of scrimmage? How fast are you there? How fast are you in the first 4 strides of whatever route or run design you're actually participating in? And I've always thought that Jeff Wilson was a bit of a heavy-footed type of plotter, but he is a power back, and you need guys like that. You just need a change of pace to that power back, and unfortunately, you cannot play for the Niners for more than 4 weeks in a row without a hospital visit. And that's something else that eventually, I understand. Football is a really, really difficult sport, and it is hard on the body, but it is harder on 49ers bodies than it is on any other football team. It's insane.
Year after year.
It's insane. The amount of blue tent visits and walking off the field and not getting up quickly and hurt today. And, hey, we didn't even know he was hurt. But on Monday, his name showed up on an injury report, and on Wednesday, he was on IR. That's what happened to not George Kinlaw, but
Javon.
Javon Kinlaw. Thank you very much. Getting my
your
Kinlaws, my Kevon Loonies,
your Javons and your Kevon.
We're right in the middle of going from one season to the next. I'm a little scrambled.
It's just bad ball too. I mean, injuries, penalties, inconsistent, undisciplined play, drop passes. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I heard Garoppolo kind of referenced Damon that he thought it was somewhat of an exhausting week. I always thought that they traveled to West Virginia so that they would save energy, right? They wouldn't have the travel back and forth, east-west.
Right.
But to hear Garoppolo say yesterday in the postgame, he made it seem like the week in West Virginia was exhausting. Now, I don't know why. I'm not really sure why. And they've had great success. I think in the 8 games surrounded by this little trip, they were 7-1 until yesterday. So now they're 7-2. But I don't know. I don't know what to say about that. All I got to say is that, man, you can't have hyper negative. The 49ers do some good things, but what they have is these hyper negative plays. Jeff Wilson fumbles and turns into 6. You've got these interceptions that burn you. Charlie Warner drops a bomb. Ray McLeod drops a bomb. Had to be 70 yards of field position in those 2 drops. So, I mean, they're making crucial mistakes. And then Jake Brendel, the old saying, you're only as weak as your weakest link. I mean, my goodness, 3 penalties on 1 drive. I mean, that cooked him right there. And then when you look at the fact that Arthur Smith played such incredible ball control with Mariota, that the 49ers didn't have a lot of drives to play with in this game. So, I mean, if you've got the 1 drive ends because of Wilson, 1 drive ends because of Warner, 1 drive ends because of McLeod, 1 drive, goes nowhere because of 3 Brendel penalties, those are half your offensive drives in the game. Gone. Because of overwhelmingly negative plays that you caused. So, I mean, they're shooting themselves in the foot. They still, I mean, they're not dead because, as you said, the conference looks really weak. They're the best team in the division, probably. I mean, they got the best record. They got the best point differential. They're probably going to win the division. It's not that, like, this team has no shot at the playoffs, but why can't they come from behind? Why couldn't they play hurry-up football?
Here's the thing. Kyle's got 1 pitch. He's got 1 speed. He's got 1 game plan. And the minute something goes wrong, he is sticking with his 1 game plan, his 1 pitch, his 1 speed. He does not adjust in-game. He does not adjust game to game. And that is a good way to underachieve in modern football, full stop. And I'll tell you this, injuries, problem on all sides of the ball. D'Amico found a way. Kyle didn't. D'Amico Ryans, his defense was down 7-8 starters. 9 the minute Ward goes out of that game? He finds a way. The defense yesterday only gave up 21 points. That should be enough to get you across the finish line on the road against a team that isn't playing hair-on-fire football either. And why did it take so long to get Deebo Samuel involved? All that when we come on back. Larry and Foray today. It's Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
Great cars and great customer experience are what define a great dealership. At BMW of Fairfield, we deliver on both counts. BMW of Fairfield is the top-rated BMW dealership in the Bay Area, according to Google reviews. We love selling the ultimate driving machines, but our success rests on the outstanding experience we provide our customers. It's a better way to buy and own a vehicle. Experience it for yourself at BMW of Fairfield. One price, one person, 1 hour.
This football season, adopt a new tradition that's sure to turn fans into family. The Jim Beam Highball. That's beam and soda over ice with a lemon slice. Share one at the stadium or make one at home. Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume. Copyright 2022, James B. Beam Distilling Company, Claremont, Kentucky. Drink smart.
Our company, Repurpose, has a really cool mission. Get rid of plastic. Meanwhile, we had this problem. Our office was all paper, and nobody wanted to file paperwork, print checks, mail them. We don't do that anymore. Now we've got Bill. It lets us be digital. Bill saves us paper and time. No matter where our key players are, they have visibility into our cash flow. Goodbye plastic, goodbye paper.
Automate your finances with Bill. Learn more at Bill.com.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports. If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you may be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
For 25 years, Buy Right Market in San Francisco has partnered with purveyors of deliciousness to bring you local food that adds a dash of unique to every meal and celebration. Hi friends, this is Jamie, Buy Right's head of product. And this season, whether you're planning an elaborate meal, watching the game, heading to a friend's, or cozying up for a night in, Buy Right will help you savor what matters most. Pre-order your holiday meals at buyrightmarket.com or stop by and discover something unique for yourself. Gather, share, and enjoy with Buy Right.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 90 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity Sports Zone, the ultimate hub for everything sports. With live games, shows, news, and highlights, all in one place. Only with Xfinity X1.
Locked On Warriors is a daily podcast covering your favorite team, the defending world champion Golden State Warriors. I'm your host, Cyrus Softas, and every Monday through Friday, Locked On Warriors brings you all of the biggest Warriors stories in around 30 minutes. We cover Stephen Curry and the dynasty that is one of the greatest teams in the history of this beautiful game. Listen to the Locked On Warriors podcast every day on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is Staples.
So rumor has it that Staples has everything I need to ship.
Mm-hmm. We have all the shipping supplies and services you need.
Boxes?
Yep.
Mailers?
Yeah, and we have UPS here in store.
Huh. What will Staples think of next?
Right?
No, seriously, I'm asking, what will they think of next?
Staples is your one-stop shipping destination. Now get 50% off shipping boxes, mailers, or tubes when you buy 5 of the same item in-store or online with 1-hour pickup. Staples, the best-kept secret in shipping. Ends 12/31. Exclusions apply. Visit staplesconnect.com/shipping for details.
The new Michelin silicone plates last through everything.
On a world record-breaking drive from Alaska to South America in unpredictable conditions.
Thunderstorms, ice storms, they just don't quit.
Rainier Zeidlo chose Michelin Endurance XT silicone wiper blades with advanced Quad-Tech 4-layer coated silicone that repels water, snow, and ice and lasts 2 times longer than other blades.
It's coming down in sheets.
Real world proven. Extreme weather wiping performance. Upgrade to Michelin Endurance XT silicone wiper blades today. Only at Walmart.
Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
It is really good to have you here tonight. Damon Bruce along with Larry Krueger this Monday afternoon, and we're going to invite you to keep it right here this Monday night from 6 to 7. It's the Football Hour with Sean Salisbury and Lorenzo Neal. They'll try to talk you through what it is they saw in Atlanta. Larry, I think you and I can agree what we saw in Atlanta, it just wasn't enough. There wasn't enough urgency. There wasn't enough creativity. There wasn't enough execution. And it's all on Kyle's side of the ball. Like you said, man, there are certain moments that always define what kind of head coach you have in a football game. And the adjustments made to results of the first half and early third quarter success. You know, did you make the right adjustment? Did you come out with the right script against the defense after you know the way that they're playing, after you know kind of how you're playing? Well, on a day where they needed to get something going, you know, the 49ers come out in that second half and they run, 3 plays, 5 yards, 3 and out. Touchdown, Falcons. So now it's 28-14. Very next drive by the 49ers, 5 plays, 19 yards. Look, if you're only going to run 5 plays and 19 yards, why is it taking you 2 minutes? Either way, punt after that. Then you get the interception after a 6-play drive, but it's this 16-play, 80-yard, 8-minute drive that Kyle tried to concoct from his own 1-yard line. And just listen to this. I don't want to get too complicated as to what all happened and all everything that happened in the play. I just want to give you time and where they are on the field. Okay. And there's penalties that are backing them up. So there's 10 minutes and 30 seconds left in the fourth quarter, Larry. They're at 1st and 10 on the 1. Then they're at the 10-yard line. Then another play brings them to the 12-yard line. Then, unfortunately, they're back at the 7-yard line. Then they go up to the 18. Then they're to the 21-yard line. Then they're to the 23-yard line. Then, unfortunately, an offensive holding, they're back at the 13-yard line.
And that negated the huge catch from Ayuk, which that was one of the biggest plays of the game that got negated by the Brendel hold.
It was at Atlanta's 38-yard line. It completely flipped the field, and Jake Brendel gets called for really the kiss of death holding penalty of the entire day. But here we are. Remember, this started at the 1-yard line with 10 minutes and 30 seconds remaining in the fourth quarter in a game that you were down 2 touchdowns in. And now you are at the 13-yard line with 6 minutes and 58 seconds. In other words, they had gone 12 yards in about 4 minutes.
Right.
4.5 minutes, they've moved the ball 12 total yards based on all the backing up and all the reversal of direction and going broke on the profit that was in front of them.
And if you were sitting there, like I was sitting there watching it, and I said to my kid, they're done. That's over.
Yeah.
They're on the 13-yard line. It took them 4 minutes. They need 2 scores. And, of course, my kid looked at me. He's like, Dad, you're being super negative. I'm like, well, you know what? I'm not being super negative. I'm just being realistic. But, he's a kid. But at the same time, I was feeling super negative, kind of the way I'm probably sounding right now, super negative. Because it's because ultimately, Damon.
I mean, you're a kiss of sunshine compared to Ray.
Yeah. Well, let me just say this. I think most people will point to the third quarter as the defining. Do you have a good coach or not? Does your coach make halftime adjustments? Is he really sharp or not?
Third quarters and bye weeks. These are easy places to see how good you are as a coach.
Exactly. After halftime, you just kind of described it. The Niners mustered only 2 first downs on their next 3 drives. The first 3 drives of the second half, they got 2 first downs on those 3 drives. And where did the Niners rank on offensive points by quarter compared to the rest of the league? In the third quarter, this pivotal quarter, which defines how good of a coach you have, they're 28th. They're 28th in the NFL in third quarter scoring. So, I mean, I like Kyle Shanahan too. I think he's a sharp guy. I'd rather have him than Chip Kelly. I'd rather have him than Jim Tomsula. I'd probably rather have him than 20 or 30 coaches I can think of. But he's not above reproach. He's not above criticism. He's not above calling him out. Nobody will do that down there for the most part because he is the end-all, be-all. And I don't know who exactly checks him because he hired the GM and the owner loves him. So he's kind of the czar of all that is Niners. But
Jed York needs to have him in his office today.
Very disappointing
and just say,
day-to-day.
Kyle, what was an 16-play, 80-yard drive that took 8 minutes when you were down 2 touchdowns?
And you're huddling on a dozen of those plays.
Again, here is what Shanahan had to say. Why wasn't there more urgency? Listen to this. This sounds ridiculous.
I just knew we had 2 more times with the ball.
No, you didn't.
No, you didn't. We did do a number of no-huddle plays.
No, you didn't.
We also mixed it up not doing it, too.
Wrong to mix that in.
The key is that you can't come up short on that. Expect the ball, get the ball twice.
Why are you coming up short?
We're not going to panic when we feel like we have 2 more possessions.
No huddles, no panic.
3 timeouts. But when you don't score on that and it came up, was it the 4th and 1 on that drive? Can't remember. But that definitely backfires when you don't score on one of them.
Yeah.
How about 3rd and 1 on that drive, and you're tossing it back to Tevin Coleman, like you said. It was ridiculous.
Okay, so the only thing I'll say in defense of him there is the Niners once upon a time had a head coach when he would be faced with that question would just say, I don't know. I got to look at the tape. So that's all his recall at the podium afterwards, where we've had other coaches who were like, hey, you know what? I don't know. I have no clue. I can't remember. So his recall is always impressive. He's engaged. I'm just saying there was no urgency there. When they called the 2nd and 10 run play from the 46-yard line to Tevin Coleman, that's when I was just like,
you cowards.
Screw this.
You cowards.
This is done. What are we even doing here? What are we even doing? If you're going to run Tevin Coleman with like 5 minutes left in the game when you're down 14 points, I mean, what are you doing? What are you doing? You should have been in a pass-happy mode 5 minutes before that. And
running to the line of scrimmage, not meandering and dawdling in between plays and sort of huddling up, and it's
inexcusable to do what they did on that drive.
We don't want to panic. He said we don't want to panic. Going fast isn't panicking.
It's going fast. It's giving yourself a chance to win.
It's being aware of the game that you're actually playing. Again, Kyle's got a way that he wants to go about doing things and methodically linking this play to that.
You know what coach used tempo in this game to his advantage? Arthur Smith.
Yes.
They got into a 4th and 1 or a 3rd and 1. They raced to the line of scrimmage. Don't let the defense set up. We're going to get right to the line of scrimmage. We're going to have a play ready and called. I mean, there's a guy that understands tempo and used it to his advantage. It was like Kyle Shanahan gets so wrapped in his play sheet that he thinks he's got more time than he did. You had 10 minutes left of game time, and you're huddling up and calling running plays.
10 minutes and 30
down
seconds.
2 touchdowns.
10 minutes and 30 seconds left at his own 1-yard line, right? So they run their first down play, then they run the second down play, then they're running first down play again. Now it's 1st and 15 at the San Francisco 7. And what do? They call a timeout. Their first timeout of the day, of that half, I should say, was called with 9 minutes and 2 seconds left in the first quarter. And I thought, all right, well, I would much rather you save that to the final drive of your day where you're going to probably be under 4 minutes left to play. Like, you're going to need to stop Atlanta's clock, and you are going to need to stop your own clock at some point here. But at least I thought he's calling that timeout to preach to everyone in the huddle what's about to happen. Okay, guys, pay attention. I am calling our next 4 plays right here.
Right.
I'm calling our next 4 plays right here, right now. Everyone understands what the next 4 plays are. We are going to execute them as if time no longer exists. We are going to go at the speed of light here, and we are going no huddle the rest of the way. And I thought after that timeout, he will have preached, very much, here's how we're going to do it the rest of the way to his team. No. So now it's 2nd and 4 out of the timeout at the San Francisco 18-yard line. It was a Garoppolo in a shotgun formation. He passes short to Debo for 3 yards. That play was snapped with 8:55 on the second. 8:55 left on the clock on 2nd down. 3rd down play is snapped with 8:07. You just pissed away 38 seconds in between plays. Why? Why are you throwing to Debo Samuel for a 2-yard anything when you're down? The
best thing he could do in that position is drop it.
Drop it, exactly.
The other thing, and I wanted to look it up, I just did. Okay, so the 49ers started this drive that we're talking about on their 1-yard line with 10. I had 10:40, but you're saying there's 10:30. I'll go with it. 10 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. They drive down. They don't get it on the 4th and 2. When Atlanta takes over, it's 2:34 on the clock. The Niners are still down 14, but let's say theoretically they had scored. So now they're down 7. They're giving the ball back to Atlanta in this, we knew we had 2 possessions. You're giving them the ball back at 2 minutes and 34 seconds left. The Niners did hold them after 1 first down. They got 1 first down. They did hold them. They stuffed Algier on a 3rd down running play. They forced him to punt. When the Niners got the ball back for their next possession, there was 1 minute and 3 seconds left on the clock. So you're telling me...
And 4 plays, 51 yards. It was the best offense of the entire day.
But, you're telling me you didn't need to hurry because you knew you had 2 possessions? You got the ball back with 1:03. And theoretically, if you were down a touchdown, still, you've got 1 minute and 3 seconds, and that's if everything worked right defensively. You don't know. You haven't been able to stop Atlanta. You couldn't stop them on the first drive. There's no guarantee you were going to stop them at all. But to not go hurry up on that 9th possession when you start at the 1, you should have been absolutely in crazy hurry up. And we don't want to panic. You should have been panicking. You're down 14 points inside of 10 minutes. And if you want to call it panic, you want to call it... You got to have an up-tempo scheme. You got to have, when the game's on the line, you got to be able to step on the gas and get plays called quickly. I understand it if it's Trey Lance. You're talking about a guy with 3 NFL starts or something like that. This is an NFL quarterback that's been in your system forever. All the guys on the offense have been in the system for years.
There's a lot of continuity.
There's a lot of offensive continuity. And you're moving slow, and the only thing is because you said you knew you had a second possession. That is erroneous. You did not know you had a second possession. And the second possession that you did have, you had 1 minute and 3 seconds left.
And look, and the guys that you're not having the continuity with are basically the 5 guys blocking, right? Here's how bad of a day the 49ers offensive line had yesterday. Jimmy Garoppolo, no sacks.
He was hit once or twice all day. He had plenty. There were more coverage. That's my whole point about they're not dynamic enough weapons-wise. Jimmy, even without Trent Williams, even without McGlinchey for part of this game, he had time to throw. The announcer said it in the broadcast. These are coverage sacks. Nobody was separating down the field. So that's what I'm saying. They need to be more dynamic. I love Debo, but he's not a dynamic mover. Ayuk I thought was a faster guy than he is, but he clearly is not a burner. Their burners are Ray McLeod and Danny Gray. And on a fast surface, I was hoping they'd both be up and they would make plays down the field to these guys. They took 1 shot down the field to Ray McLeod. Danny Gray was inactive. I was expecting a lot more from their speed on a fast surface like you saw yesterday.
Real quick, let me welcome everybody to your 4 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free.
Again, when you talked about when you gave up on that game and you said to your kids, it ain't going to happen.
And you said I was negative.
No, I'm sitting there in my den, right? My basement office that my wife and I share. She's upstairs.
You would probably scare your kids. They're so young.
She's looking at. She's got both kids upstairs. I need a little time. I'm making notes. I'm thinking football. And when this happened, I even made the note. I'm like, that's it.
Not to mention missing 6 defensive starters, but Garoppolo takes the shot, and he put it perfectly. It was Charlie Werner who had a little separation, but couldn't reel it in. Richie Grant in coverage.
Oh, my goodness. I mean, that's 2 big drops over the middle on 2 potential big plays, maybe even touchdown-type plays that they have dropped so far in this half alone.
Noah Eagle, who found out that it was pronounced Ebukam about a quarter and a half into the game.
Right.
Along with Mark Schlereth on Fox, and I even made the note. I'm like, that was a had-to-have-it moment. The Niners didn't get it. I bet you they lose today. That was one of those, there it is. Here is an avenue back into a football game. You ain't going to get many of these avenues open in front of you. There it is. And
you know what, though? I was thinking back in Niner lore to past Niner teams. I don't remember the 49ers having the huge 40-yard down-the-field pass play to Jamie Williams back in the day. Suddenly your blocking tight end is the guy that you're going up top to.
Right. This man's not Delaney Walker.
I mean, yeah, this is not he's not your vertical threat. He's on the team because he's a try-hard blocker who will, get after it and push people in the run game. Now, I understand, if you're going to fool people, but and it hit him in the hands. Couldn't have been a more perfect pass.
Ayuk got hit in the hands. McLeod got hit in the hands. Ayuk had a big early drop that was right there. Just lay out a little, and Jimmy put the ball exactly where it needed to be. Jimmy had a better day than he normally has and was let down by receivers time after time again. He wasn't let down by his offensive line. He had time. Jimmy threw the ball 41 times. Only 16 rushes for 50 yards out of Kyle Shanahan's vaunted ground game. That's just not going to get it done.
But Jimmy also had a couple moments. So McLeod drops the deep ball on the 6th drive on a 2nd and 10 pass play. Should have made that play. So now it's 3rd and 10. They're on their own 30. Garoppolo goes underneath to Juice for 5 when it was 3rd and 10. Are you really going to get that rack from your fullback? That was disappointing play.
Look, I love an involved fullback. 4 catches? Come on.
And then in the next drive, when Werner dropped the pass that we're talking about, Garoppolo then was 3rd and 5 from the Niners 44. He threw to Jeff Wilson, and it was just too damn low. It was just too damn low.
Well, too low, too high. Those are, that's part of the adventure of Jimmy Garoppolo.
Right.
But it's to the point now where I really wonder, who holds the other back from realizing what they truly might have been in this league? Is it the quarterback holding back the coach, or is it the coach holding back the quarterback? I really don't know anymore. And that's a shame on Kyle, because we all thought the jury had, clearly voted it's Garoppolo that is holding up what this offense might be one day. I could see
they're 9-29 without Garoppolo.
I could see Kyle Shanahan. Yeah, I know, but I could also see Kyle Shanahan have Patrick Mahomes or Josh Allen and have game plans that look exactly like this. I think Kyle wants his game plan to be the star of the afternoon at all times. And he doesn't put players in position to make the kind of plays that great players make around this league all the time. And by the way, you said that this might be the low point of the entire organization. I think you're a week away from that, Larry.
Yeah,
I think the low point's coming
next week.
I think the Kansas City Chiefs are coming in here with a pair of brass knuckles to knock out all Kyle's teeth.
What happened to the offense that Shanahan had the year prior when he was in Atlanta, when they set the record for yards created on first down? They on average were sitting at 2nd and 1.5.
Matt Ryan happened.
They were 8. They were averaging 8+ yards per down on first down, and he looked like he had this just total dominance over the rest of the NFL.
I think he had.
We have yet to see that.
I think he had a running game that was at the time new. Now is literally. Today, Kyle Shanahan's style of running the ball is the same town trollop that everyone has slept with. We would hear from, in bad Niner years, Michael Irvin, tell us why Kyle Shanahan is still so regarded so well. Brian Baldinger, why? Every coach in the NFL studies Kyle's running style. Everyone. Every single NFL team studies one other team's running game, and it was Shanahan's. And the whole damn world has caught up to what used to be an advantage for Kyle Shanahan. I really believe that. This is Jason calling from the highway. What do you got, Jason?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Hey, what I got to say kind of goes to what you were just saying about who's holding back who, and his offensive plan wants to be the star. So I don't know if you guys remember this bizarre moment. It was 3rd and 1, but everybody thought it was first down. They even moved the chains, and there was like a very quick lull in the game because they had to get the chain game back. But in that brief time, you could hear on TV Jimmy yelling for Kyle to get Kyle's attention. I think it's because everyone thought it was first down, but because it wasn't, Jimmy was looking at Kyle, trying to get Kyle's attention. What play do we run? If that's the case, that just goes to show you that no matter what quarterback you have in, Trey, Jimmy, or whoever, what Kyle says goes, and you have to do what Kyle says. Kyle will not give any quarterback free reign. And you said it best. If he had Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, he's still going to run his own game plan.
Right. I bet you he would figure out a way to suppress them rather than unleash them, because it's just his nature.
I don't know. I don't even know what to say about that, because I'd like to think that that's not the case. But at this point, I don't know if Jimmy's been saddled with Kyle or if Kyle's been saddled with Jimmy. You know, I'm starting to think that they're both kind of maybe in the same category, that they're both, you know, on their best days can look great and on their worst days can look awful, and they're probably, you know, somewhere just in the middle. And they're, you know, I don't even know what to say about Shanahan at this point. To me, yesterday was watching the lack of urgency on that drive and watching him get out-coached by Arthur Smith, who really basically handed the 49er defense the exact game plan that the Niners offense should have run against Atlanta with 6 starters out. And the fact that the Niners didn't run that ball control scheme and allowed Smith to run it against them, I don't know where exactly, how much of this blame. All I'll say is this, and I got to stick to what I know. The 49er offense is less than the sum of its parts, and that invariably goes at Kyle.
That
and
is
the
an indictment of coaching, without a doubt. Rob in Concord, final call before we bring in Michael Irvin next segment. Hello, Rob.
Hi, guys. Thank you for taking my call. Really, my whole thing with Kyle Shanahan is this: from watching him the last couple of years, and if you can agree with me or disagree, he's a good coach. I think he's a better offensive coordinator. He's a hell of a play designer, but he's a terrible play caller. Again, my opinion. And just off the air, if you guys can answer maybe this question: Warner being the choice, Charlie Warner being the choice to throw downfield where he dropped the ball, where's George Kittle in a situation like that? That's where George Kittle needs to shine. That's where he needs to get open. Yes, he's going to be targeted. Travis Kelce on the Chiefs, he's going to get double teamed. He's going to have a lot of bodies around him, but you got to try and get the football to your...
Well, I mean, okay, this is what I'll say on that. 1, you're totally right. 2, look at Andy Reid. He uses all kinds of tight ends, and yet it's Kelce who's constantly making plays down the field. So what does he do with those other tight ends, the Blake Bells of the world? What does he do with those guys? They do the blocking. Yeah. So I know George is a great blocker, but George is also a 4.5 speed tight end, which means he's also an impact receiver.
He's one of the 10 leading receivers in the history of the franchise now. He can't be an afterthought in catching the ball.
And if you're going to use a tight end that's not George Kittle down the field, his name better be Ross Dwelley. Dwelley is your receiver. You want to use Dwelley down the field? I get it. You want to use Warner down the field? I don't get it. Use Kittle on these passing plays and find other blocking tight ends.
Well, that's a way. That's maybe how Kyle can still, you know, what surprise left do you have the league? Do you have to offer the league? Well, I am the guy who's going to put my nobody pays attention to him run blocking tight end in fly patterns.
And then you're going to see him look shocked when the ball hits his hands, because that's the way he looked, right? Did he look shocked?
Yes, he did.
It was like it's like he'd never seen a pass before.
We'll see how shocked Michael Irvin was about a very interesting day of football that is now in our rearview mirror. One game left tonight. We will get him to weigh in on all of it, but man, the bloom is way the hell off Kyle Shanahan's rose. There is no doubt about it. It's just the league has caught up with what this man used to dominate this league doing. There's no doubt. Damon and Larry in for Raid today here on 95.7 The Game, so don't you go anywhere. The one and only playmaker himself, Michael Irvin, joins us next on 95.7 The Game, and make sure you stay tuned tonight for the football hour with our friends Sean Salisbury and Lorenzo Neal from 6 to 7.
Brought to you by On Deck Small Business Loans.
When you own a small business, sometimes you need funds fast. So go to OnDeck.com, America's largest online small business lender. OnDeck makes it easy to apply in minutes. Apply for your loan today at OnDeck.com.
Flying Ace, this is Sky Hunter. I've got my compound eyes on the target.
Copy that. You're on his flight path.
I'm going in.
Got him! Nice move, my four-wing friend.
Tasty. That mosquito never saw me coming.
See how dragonflies catch a mid-air meal at Bugs, a new exhibit at the California Academy of Sciences. Explore the secrets of bugs, massive models, and more. Now open. Get tickets at calacademy.org.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go online at carsforkids.org to donate today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Do you like making money wagering on sports? Of course you do. And the guys over at TakingVegas.com have made their customers a boatload of cash through the first 6 weeks of the pro football season, and it's only going to get better on Monday night. Denver, LA, free on a recorded message at 888-9-WIN-NOW. That's 888-994-6669. Guaranteed to win, or the next 30 days are free. Call 888-9-WIN-NOW. That's 888-994-6669 for Denver, LA, free on a recorded message. After that easy winner Thursday night on under Washington, Chicago, TakingVegas.com is now 9-2 on weeknight pro football plays, and it's only going to get better tonight. Denver, LA, free, backed by 30 days of service on a recorded message. 888-9-WIN-NOW. That's 888-994-6669. 888-994-6669.
O'Reilly Auto Parts specializes in keeping your car on the road. Not sure how much life is left in your battery? Our professional parts people will test it for free. If it does need to be replaced, we'll help you find just the right one to fit your car. Our Superstart batteries are built to handle even the toughest conditions. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. California, you deserve more. And with United Healthcare, you'll get more. Annual enrollment is October 15th through December 7th. So call United Healthcare today. With the United Healthcare Medicare Advantage Plan, you get more from your Medicare dollar, now including better than ever dental, vision, over-the-counter, and prescription drug coverage. Call United Healthcare at 1-888-CALL-UHC today and speak with a licensed sales agent. Benefits, features, and/or devices vary by plan and area. Limitations and exclusions apply.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Concord, it will be mostly clear tonight with a low of 57.
Weather brought to you by Pfizer and BioNTech. This fall, there are now updated COVID-19 booster shots designed for recent Omicron variants. Learn more and schedule your updated booster at vaccines.gov.
Muse is bringing their Will of the People World Tour to the Oakland Arena on April 14th, 2023. And 95.7 The Game has your shot at tickets. Enter to win now at 957thegame.com/contests.
Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
It's great having you here this Monday afternoon. Each and every Monday, we get to say hello to the one and only Hall of Famer, the playmaker, Michael Irvin joins us on Damon and Ratto. No Ray Ratto again this Monday. Our pal Larry Krueger is in once again. Michael, thank you so much for joining us. That did not go according to plan for the 49ers in Atlanta. And down 2 touchdowns, Michael, they ran what could only be, described as a whistling through the graveyard level of urgency that was nowhere to be found. They weren't even going no huddle, and they ran an 80-yard, 16-play, 8-minute-long drive that ended up with a turnover on downs when they were down 2 touchdowns. Where's the urgency? Where is the urgency?
Listen, and I'm serious to it, and I'm gonna say this to you, and I promise you on everything. I felt something when I was looking at this game. And I remember last week listening to them talk about how Kyle Pitts' hamstring is really feeling better now, and he's really ready to go, and he's looking forward to this game. Then I would hear about injuries over in San Francisco. Man, because Atlanta got a lot of good young talent. They're just not a real good team that can consistently make plays. But if you let them, they can sneak you. I just had a feeling this was going to happen, is what I'm saying, and I didn't have enough gall to say it. Or you can take out a G and put a B there and whatever. Well, you know what I mean? I just didn't have enough. But I felt that. I really did feel it. I felt this was going to happen.
Well, it's funny, Larry and I, on Friday when we were setting up this game, we had people calling in and saying, look, you guys are way overselling the Atlanta Falcons. This team, they're the only team in the NFL to cover, but they're not going to beat the 49ers. And what they did, Michael, they beat the 49ers with their own medicine. I mean, everything Kyle Shanahan wants his offense to be, the Falcons were.
Yeah, they got something, boy. I'm telling you, that is a Drake London kid, and I don't know, and I hope things, and I know we're talking about the game here, and I hope things work out with the other kid, with the guy, I forgot his last name, with the gambling issue.
Calvin Ridley.
Calvin Ridley. I hope things work out with him, but if they get all of that talent back, and then they'll find them a young quarterback. So I'm just saying, yeah, I know you feel bad about that loss, but boy, that's Atlanta. I say it this way: Atlanta's going to trick a lot of people this year. They're going to trick a lot of people this year. I guarantee it.
No question. And Mariota played the game of his life. I mean, he absolutely was fantastic, Michael. I got to ask you, though, you were on some of the best teams maybe this league's ever seen. And so there were probably plenty of games in September and October in the 90s where you guys just kind of rolled your jocks out there and weren't on your A game and still beat teams. When you play in NFC Championship games and you play in Super Bowls and you coach in those things, does it make some of these early season, is it hard to get it dialed up for regular season football? I'm just trying to look for why the 49ers would seemingly lack such urgency in this game. It was almost as if it didn't matter, or it was like they were up 14 points instead of down.
Right. And you start looking at the whole journey now, and they're thinking, hey, you got these injuries. You got injuries. You're turning through the first quarter of the season. You're coming out of the first quarter. You have injuries, and you're in a good spot. You see what the Rams are doing. You see what the teams that are in your division are doing. You just get caught up right here. You start saying, "Okay, boy, we're in a good position." Well, you got your quarterback that have been there before. Yeah, you can get caught slipping, and you got caught slipping. But I'm serious. I just think it's more that's a talented team that's going to fool some people, that's going to mess up and shock some people this year. Now. So honestly, bad game. You let one get away, and it may cost you later on. But D, when you look at the NFC, that's what we were arguing about on first take too. I see, yeah, Dallas lost to Philly, but the NFC, when you look at what Tom Brady looks like, what Green Bay looks like, you can take that loss and say, okay, we still got a great shot. It's a great shot to come out of that NFC, because I don't know if the old guards, the Tampas, and Aaron Rodgers can get it back together.
Hey, Michael, if you're telling me that the 49ers got nowhere to go but getting healthier as the year goes along here, and no one but Philadelphia is separating itself from the conference, I'd believe you. I could see how that would happen.
You match up well with Dallas, and you match up well with Dallas. That's why I didn't want you. That's why I didn't want to play them last year, because if you're gonna run right at Dallas, because once you get sacked back, you run right at Dallas. You can slow down that pass rush. You can slow them down, and you match up so well, and you're physical. You match up well there. Yes, yeah, you'll be right back in it. It'll be right back in this thing. I'm telling you, it's wide open.
Well,
I'm excited.
Here's the thing. It's hard to be optimistic with Kansas City coming up next on the schedule, and the Chiefs are going to be in here licking their wounds after a home loss. So I would expect the Niners to maybe even get their doors blown off of them, because I just do not think that they can keep up with Kansas City if Andy Reid comes in here a little angry. So we'll see if they can get back on the horse.
Well, how healthy is that defense going to be?
Probably not much healthier than it was this past week.
They'll have Bosa.
Because I believe that you could play with them. Man, Patrick Mahomes is something different, and it's so funny. It's so funny. You watching Patrick Mahomes. You watch. Hey, what's up, my man? You watching Josh Allen, dude. They remind me so much, really do, and break out all those Peyton Manning's and Tom Brady's comparison. And Patrick now is winning with the tight end and the running back. That's how Tom Brady won all of those years. Tight end and running back with unknown receivers, 2 and 3 receivers, and he still won because he played the game above his shoulders. Patrick Mahomes plays the game above his shoulders, but he also added all of this little spinning around and taking time out while he dancing in the backfield and then finding people, all these different arm angles. So if you're playing with a number 2 and a number 3 receiver, all of this he's doing, he's giving them second and third chances to get open and make plays. I'm doing this interview at a gas station, right? I got everybody stopping filming me. Why? What's up, guys? Because I'm sitting out talking to you, right?
There you go. You're a man about town.
Right. But it's a different game now. But now, if you can be physical with Kansas City, you got a shot. you got to stop. You got to be physical, and somehow you got to contain Patrick Mahomes because it ain't on the back end. It's that tight end and what he does that is so phenomenal. It's just so phenomenal. And for me, Josh Allen is a lot like Peyton Manning. Peyton Manning played on the outside with wide receivers. Josh Allen did such a great job with Stephon Diggs and now Gabe Davis and everything. You know, Peyton had Marvin Harrison and Reggie Wayne. And now we got these guys battling again. We got them battling again. But now, I do believe whichever one of those guys get to the Super Bowl, they'll probably win it, even over any NFC team. I do believe that.
Michael Irvin here on 95.7 The Game. So over the years, even in the down years of 49ers football, one of the things that you've said, one of the things that Brian Baldinger of NFL Network has always said, that even when things were going wrong for the 49ers, other coaches held Kyle Shanahan's running game in such high regard that the only team that every coach in the NFL was studying was the 49ers and that running game. Everyone was looking to improve their own running game by stealing from Kyle's successful model. Has so much thievery happened that Kyle's not surprising anyone anymore? What happens when the league catches up to your advantage, and do you think that could be in play here for the Niners?
Yes and no. Now, remember if you got the mad scientist who designs and this guy who designs these disguising plays and these different running plays that always have success. You got the mad scientist, so he'll continue to design. Yeah, people continue to copy, and when they copy, what happens is then defenses get a chance to practice against it, and that's what you're talking about. Is that at some point the people will catch up with it? I don't think that'll happen. That's what the mad scientists, it keeps evolving. This thing's been like this since his dad's been coaching. Remember, his dad never was putting anybody in this run game and getting Clint Portis and all those guys and filling them in and coming up with big yards. So yeah, you can learn some things, and they've been learning things. But when you get a mad scientist, you got the mad scientist.
You know, it's one of the names that I kept hearing in the last couple of weeks, people talking about Kyle Shanahan. They're comparing him a lot to Norv Turner, who obviously you know well. In your opinion, why was Norv such an incredible offensive coordinator, but then just really outside of a season or two, didn't have that kind of success as a head coach? Is there anything that you can point to since you played for him?
Well, first of all, I thought Norv was a brilliant coach, a brilliant man. I can't tell you the things. I learned so much from him, and I still talk to him to this day. You know, and I ask him about what does he see, what's going on in the league. But now, when you start going from an offensive coordinator to a head coach, defensive coordinator to a head coach, is a hell of a step. You got to look at the organizations you took over, you know, Washington and all of that stuff. And even though you can say, hey, I can be great at controlling this offense, now I got to control the whole team. What worked? When I'm offensive coordinator, you got a guy like me who you know you can feed. You can get to a receiver and a quarterback and maybe lead your whole offense. Now defense is different. You got a special team. It's a lot on it. And very few of them can do it all well. Very few of them can do it all well. I thought Noah would be a great head coach. I had an opportunity if he just had. He had him on Mike Orvin. He was trying to get him on Mike Orvin with the guys he brought in, but he never did because he had such a big timing offense. But Noah was a special dude. Now, I forgot, why did you ask me this question to draw a comparison to Kyle?
Yeah, because a lot of people have compared Kyle to Norv, and Norv had so much success as an offensive coach and was hailed as a genius, but then, outside of 1 year in San Diego, he really kind of struggled as a head coach.
Right. But then Norv never got as far as Cal has already gotten twice. So, I mean,
right.
How is that, right? You know what I mean? Cal's gotten championship games and Super Bowls. Well, he's gotten Super Bowls a couple times. He got did it as coordinator, of course, but I'm talking about as a head coach.
Right.
So you know what I mean? And I thought, and I do too, I think Noah certainly would have been a great head coach. Did he really ever have his quarterback? You know, outside of Troy Aikman, I would have liked to have his quarterback that fit his skill set. Not Phillip Rivers, not that fit his skill set and what he was trying to do at the time, what we were doing in Dallas.
Everybody's looking for a Michael Irvin. Luckily, our Michael Irvin is the Michael Irvin, which means our Michael Irvin is better than most. That's for sure. What are you gassing up here? Like, what's Michael Irvin pulling up to gas up at this station?
Well, okay, I just landed from New York, right? So I landed from New York, but I have a dinner meeting with some business partners that I have to go to. So I land, my car will pick me up. My driver would pick me up. I would have my brother meet me with the G-Wagon. And I took the G-Wagon and got to the gas station, gassed up. Now I'll go to the dinner.
Nice. Now, do you make your brother drive for you, too?
No. No, let me tell you what. Now. And one time, let me tell y'all, dude, one time I did try. I gave my brother a job. His job was, it was his only job. His only job now. You know, it just to pick me up and drive me to the station. This is when I was doing an everyday radio station. So, because I wanted, and it was about a 40-minute drive, so I wanted to get some work time in. So I said, okay, I'm all right, you just drive me and pick me up. Man, this joke, he did it for about the first week. And the second week, I'm sitting there, man, I almost missed my show waiting on that joke. I said, okay, yes, I can't give him this kind of a job. You know, I'm trying to give them something to get them going. I say it can't be a job that requires some real responsibilities that can mess with everything. But yeah, so it was funny, man. I did give him that job.
That's great. Here, I got to let you go with this only because it turned into a story this week that Daniel Snyder says he's got, you know, enough to blackmail other NFL owners, with Jerry Jones maybe even being at the top of that list. At what point does Jerry Jones have Daniel Snyder killed?
I know. And look how quick we laugh about it. But, boy, it's old saying. Somebody says sometimes, you know, they say, I'm joking. But you know, I ain't lying. I'm joking, but I ain't lying. You know? So we joke about it. But that is something, man. And I'm sure all of them know something about all of them.
Right.
It's just where would they really go with it and tear down or try to tear down. And I heard him say rock the NFL. I don't know if you can rock the NFL. You know what I mean? Yeah, it'll be bad, black eye and everything. I'm talking about, I just don't know if people are going to stop watching the game.
Nothing makes us turn out. People will complain about the quarterback who suffered a concussion that has scared America, and they'll complain about it, and they won't even think of turning the game off, not for a second.
Right. But let me help with this, too, because when we get those old bad calls that everybody goes crazy about, and I was like, you know, I'm kind of with them protecting the quarterback. I said, Michael, what do you mean, Michael? It was a bad quarterback. I said, yes, it was a bad call. You're right. But let me just say this: if they don't protect the quarterback, all the football we're going to have is the football we had last Thursday night. That should be reason enough to protect the quarterback. That was the worst thing I'd ever seen on TV last Thursday night.
That was really, really bad. Michael, I got to ask you one question I've been waiting years to ask you. When Jimmy rode off and Jimmy and Jerry couldn't get along, and you guys already had the 2 rings, and eventually you got the one more with Switzer. If that had not happened and Jimmy just stayed and somehow you guys just kept doing your thing, I know the cap came and that's a big factor as well, but how many rings do you think you guys could have won together if Jimmy had stayed?
Not one meal. Not one meal. Not one meal. Not one gathering. Not one conversation. Not one time that we are around each other that we don't say that and ask ourselves those same questions. I'm talking like Jimmy included.
Yeah.
And I just saw Jimmy at the anniversary in Miami last weekend when we were celebrating our 35th championship year anniversary. 35 years. I left college 35 years ago. I said, why would y'all want to remind people of this? Why would y'all want to remind people that they're this old, that we left school 35 years ago? You know, it's amazing. But it's crazy.
They would have won a little more, that's for sure.
We would have won a little more. We talk about we would have definitely won those 3 in a row and possibly 5 or 6. And even more so now, honestly, you want it even much more because now you see what other people have come out and done.
Sure.
Like the Patriots, you know, but you can't go back.
You're the man. Thank you so much, Michael. Thank you for joining us. He's still running away from defenders. He's got people coming up to him in the gas station. He's warding them off, little hand checking. He stays open all the time. Michael, thank you.
B-Man, I wish I would have had the gall, or like I said, you could change that letter if you want, to say what I was thinking last week. I really do, because I don't know why I was just worried about it, man. I had a gut about it. And then while I'm watching that game, I said, I should have said it. You know what I mean? We'd have just discussed it, but I should have said it. And maybe we could have set them on a worry. Like, hey, y'all better watch out. You know, I don't know. But I thought about it.
There you go. Whenever you got to put us on red alert, you never hesitate.
Yeah, I should have just done that. That's right. I should have done.
Thank you, Michael.
Thanks, Michael.
You're the man. He is fantastic. Michael Irvin for his weekly conversation here. Somebody, 707, said, could you drop Kyle's fourth quarter stats when trailing on the playmaker? He'll lose his mind. It's not good. Kyle has never won a game as a head coach trailing by 4 or more points after the third quarter.
That's crazy.
That is insane.
Yeah.
That's insane. And I don't know what it means. I don't know who's responsible. I don't know what connection of events tie that together with a proper evaluation of who this guy is. But
they came back against Green Bay. They came back against some teams. But
right. Look, the Niners are constantly unimpressive in opening drives, in first quarters, in third quarters, and Kyle is getting skinned alive by other teams in third quarters. They're adjusting to him to the point where they're all over him, and he's not making the adjustments that are supposed to be attached to the label of coaching genius that precedes Kyle. Again, the label of coaching genius walks into the room before Kyle does. It's like on the brim of his cap, so it's through the door before he even gets there. And I just don't know how much longer we can just keep that up, as there is no doubt that he is the number one qualified to be the head coach of the 49ers, above and beyond any other candidates, so there's nothing to even talk about. And I think that there's an element of constantly bulletproof around him that maybe has not led to the motivation. You know, Michael's talking about a mad scientist. When's the last time the 49ers ran a play that made you go, God damn, where did that come? Like, I see one of those every time I watch the Buffalo Bills, every time I watch the Kansas City Chiefs. There is one, where did that come from? Every time I watch the Rams, every time I watch the Chargers. Even now, Seattle. Watch a Seattle Seahawks game. They got plays up their sleeves that you don't see anywhere else. And that's with Geno Smith. When's the last time Kyle called a play that made you just go, God damn, he's the right guy?
I loved, and we talked about it with Lowe in the pregame. On a fast surface, you want to take advantage of your fast guys, right? Fast players play fast on fast surfaces. Who's the speed on this offense? Danny Gray.
I haven't seen him yet. I mean, we don't even know that. We got to stop saying that. He's not allowed to play.
Yeah. No, I've seen him at SMU. He was sick this week, so maybe that's why he didn't play. But they took one shot deep to Ray McLeod. He dropped it. But let's not forget what preceded the drop. Ray McLeod had beaten his guy by 2 or 3 steps down the field. How about take 2 or 3 or 4 down the field shots to Ray McLeod?
Right.
We got one. He dropped it.
Right.
That's it.
The minute something doesn't work, it is walked away from, never to be seen again. And look, somebody here from the 661, I don't even know where that is, says, you act like the season is all lost and gone for the Niners 6 weeks into the season. It's about fighting and scrapping and getting key guys back and healthy. And look, I believe all that. And I believe that the 49ers can still win the NFC West. I believe the 49ers will actually go to the playoffs, and I'll even bet you they're going to win a playoff game. But I know how this damn year is going to end, and so do you. It's going to end with not enough in the biggest moment. So when I see moments that are defined by not enough in the moment, to me, it's a harbinger of things to come. And it's starting to become a feature, not a bug, of Kyle Shanahan. That when the chips are down, the gagging happens.
And we already stated, you sound like somebody who maybe just tuned in, the text line person there. We stated off the start that the Niners, what happened yesterday does not impact their playoff race. It's not going to impact their season necessarily. They're still in the driver's seat in the division.
The entire league is 3-3.
Yeah.
The entire league is 3-3.
They got the best run. They get the best point differential in the entire division. They're probably still going to win the division. We're talking about this in the framework of yesterday.
And yesterday wasn't good.
Wasn't that good?
Yesterday was not good. Damon, Larry, he's in for Ray. When we come on back, it is the longest commercial-free segment of your entire afternoon, so stay tuned. Quit complaining about what you do or don't like hearing on this text line. Give us a call, 888-957-9570. We are ready for all comers. You're on 95.7 The Game, brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises.
Your most valuable asset is your time. So why should buying a car eat up your whole day? At BMW of Fairfield, we value your time as much as you do. So once you've decided on your next car and how you want to buy it, we'll have you behind the wheel of your ultimate driving machine and on your way home within 1 hour. There is a better way. Experience it for yourself at BMW of Fairfield. One price, one person, 1 hour.
Cash Creek Casino Resort is the place for the biggest names and the very best in live entertainment. On November 5th, catch multi-Grammy Award winners Train. Then on November 12th and 13th, experience America's Game in person when Wheel of Fortune Live takes the stage. This is your time to cash in at Cash Creek Casino Resort. Find tickets and see our full lineup at cashcreek.com.
There's a reason Comcast Business powers more businesses than any other provider. Actually, there's a few. Comcast Business offers the fastest, reliable network, the peace of mind that comes with Security Edge, helping to protect all your connected devices, and the most reliable 5G mobile network. Want me to keep going? I can. Whether your small business is starting or growing, you need Comcast Business. Technology solutions that put you ahead and give you serious savings. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security. Together for just $69.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Or find out how to get up to a $650 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Limited time offer, restrictions apply. New 50 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. Requires enrollment in EcoBill and AutoPay. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Comcast Business Mobile utilizes the network with the most RootMetrics 5G data reliability wins in 1H 2022. Results may vary, not an endorsement.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc., subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Kirby
Baldi is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
Golfers, tee it up this fall at the Golf Mart for big savings. Save up to $150 off on Ping G425 Woods. Upgrade your gear with discounted Wilson standard cart golf bags and stock up on TaylorMade Distance Plus golf balls. Now 2 dozen for $35. Don't miss these items and more happening now at the Golf Mart and get a free custom fitting today. The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee, or shop us online at worldwidegolfshops.com.
California, you deserve more. And with United Healthcare, you'll get more. Annual enrollment is October 15th through December 7th. So call United Healthcare today. With the United Healthcare Medicare Advantage Plan, you get more from your Medicare dollar, now including better than ever dental, vision, over-the-counter, and prescription drug coverage. Call United Healthcare at 1-888-CALL-UHC today and speak with a licensed sales agent. Benefits, features, and/or devices vary by plan and area. Limitations and exclusions apply.
Big O Tires proudly sells its own brand of affordable tires, and each set comes standard with the nation's greatest warranty. Now through October 30th, save $100 instantly on select Big O brand tires with installation purchase. Visit your locally owned Big O Tire store for offer details.
The best part about taking ZQuil Pure Z's Sleep Plus Next Day Energy at night is actually the next morning. I wake up alert with none of the grogginess from taking too much melatonin. Pure Z Sleep Plus Next Day Energy is a bilayer tablet with immediate release melatonin and extended release B vitamins to help me fall asleep naturally and wake refreshed. It's my secret weapon for a great night's sleep and a great morning.
Hi, Mom. Hi, Mom.
Can't beat that.
ZQuil Pure Z's Gummies. Sleep better, wake your best.
Let me guess. Unknown caller? You could reduce the number of unwanted calls and emails with online privacy protection. The latest innovation from Discover will help regularly remove your personal info, like your name and address, from 10 popular people search websites that could sell your data. And we'll do it for free. Activate in the Discover app. See terms and learn more at discover.com/online privacy protection.
Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
It is Damon and Ratto, Larry Krueger in for Ray. I believe Ray's back tomorrow. So thank you so much for all the filling in you're doing this week, last week. Thanks to John Dickinson as well. Look, all I'm going to tell you here is that the 49ers could still do big things this year. But when they don't win the Super Bowl, it'll probably be because of all the little things that we continue to bring up when things go wrong. The 49ers are consistent in how consistently they trip over themselves on the way to finding football success. And somebody says here, 510 says, look, Damon, on the Xfinity mobile text line, the 49ers have a ridiculous amount of injuries. We've had more than a few drops on pass plays, and we lost the battle of turnovers. Name another team that has as many starters as we did out this week and would win. And like clockwork, Damon is all over this with a perverse enjoyment, a doom and gloom. The 49ers will lose next week and still be undefeated in division, and will get healthy and go on a roll, and we'll be back in the playoffs. I'm so tired of Damon's Henny Penny Shanahan's failing rants. All right, well, hold on. Let me just say, and I could feel you wanting to defend me there.
No, I was going to jump in and say, damn right. Can't stand that guy.
First of all, the Chiefs are already favored to win this game. The Niners are going to be home dogs, and rightfully so. The Kansas City Chiefs aren't a little better. They're officially in the category of much better than the San Francisco 49ers. Not to be debated. You're not paying attention if you do want to debate that. Number two, the same ridiculous amount of injuries is a hallmark of every single one of Kyle Shanahan's freaking teams. They're always hurt. I've never seen a year in, year out, week in, week out, game in, game out, more hurt, more limping, more going on the IR, more needing an MRI, more concussion protocol football team than this one. Is it Kyle's fault? I don't know. but he's correlated between all of these problems. And in terms of, we dropped a few balls on pass plays, that's literally the defining feature of every single game that Kyle has ever coached that's been a big football game. The dropped pass, the dropped ball, the dropped interception, the one thing that didn't go your way, overthrowing Emmanuel Sanders. It's the same problems all the time. All the time. And when you have a head coach that can't correct the all the same time problems, who, by the way, and then you wrap up with and here's Damon talking about how Kyle Shanahan's failing. He does have a losing record. He does. Forget about my opinion. To call Kyle Shanahan a head coach, a winning head coach, would be a lie. That's not because we don't like him. It's not because I don't think he's good at what he does. He's under 500. Full stop. He's 42-45. 6 years. This guy's coached 87 49er games. He's not a winning record. He's never been over 500 for a day since becoming head coach of the San Francisco 49ers. So, at one point in time, it's going to have to work out. One point in time, in order to be as good as everyone claims him to be, you win the Super Bowl. You end the year with a winning record. And then the next year was a winning record. And then the year after that was a winning record. Look at Mike Tomlin. Does anyone in Pittsburgh talk about, the Super Bowl that he even won? No, they don't even talk about that because you almost got to be stupid lucky to do that. Consistently, he's never had a losing season. This is going to be his first ever losing season as a head coach. That's what competency looks like. That's what real, I don't know what to tell you. The 49ers, pretty much since the second year of Shanahan, have been loaded to bear with talent that he picked. And maybe as a GM, he'd be really good at that. Maybe as an offensive coordinator, he'd be really good at that. Maybe just as a head coach, he'd be really good at that. But combining all three things for Kyle, it ain't working.
And, losing football, this is what losing football looks like. Penalties, turnovers, injuries. These are just the basics of, that's the common denominator of losing football. So it doesn't really, at the end of the day, yeah, you can come up with an excuse for everything. You can excuse everything. But he's the offensive coach. This team doesn't have a dominant offense and loses because of their D. They've got a dominant defense and they lose because of their O. So,
look, DeMeco Ryans finds a way. DeMeco Ryans finds a way. Robert Saleh found a way. Every single year Kyle's been here, his defense has carried him everywhere he's gone, all the time. I don't look at it this way. If you're telling me right now, at the end of this year, you can only retain Kyle Shanahan or DeMeco Ryans, Team DeMeco it is.
See, I personally think that DeMeco's success is kind of like Saleh's success. He's got incredible talent. So I'm not saying that DeMeco's not good, and I wouldn't argue that Saleh's not good, but they have incredible talent on defense, incredible depth, incredible talent on all three levels of their defense. Not that DeMeco's not a good coach. But Saleh got great numbers when he had great talent, and he got lesser numbers when his talent wasn't as good. My whole thing with Shanahan at this point is look at your teams. They're not dominant offensively. I can't remember the Buddy Ryan teams that were bad on D. I can't remember the Andy Reid teams that were bad on offense. The assumed part is that you have Kyle Shanahan.
But the only time you saw a bad Andy Reid offense is when you had a quarterback who literally wouldn't even throw a ball to a wide receiver. That's it. And that was still a very functioning, competent offense, but it just became predictable.
Team.
Yeah, just became predictable because, the old Alex Smith joke is, what do you call 3 straight Alex Smith completions? 4th and 2.
Yeah. No, but I mean, just ultimately, it's, the buck stops with Shanahan. He's been there a long time. And he's gotten some good success.
You can't be in charge of everything in year 6 of being in charge of everything and us be blaming circumstances anymore. Okay, so you wanted to get rid of Jimmy Garoppolo. Well, you had the chance to do that, but you didn't. You wanted to move on to the rookie. You had 2 years to do that, but you didn't. It's just stuck in mud. It's the same thing. It's the same game. It's losing the same way. It's winning the same way. It's the same crap all the time. Sometimes it's pretty good. You can stack it high and you say, that was a good day. Other times you say, hey, you're down 14 points. And Kyle's not even going to go no huddle. I don't understand how you can be an offensive anything. I don't understand how you could even play me in Madden if you don't know when it's time to go no huddle. And Kyle said, well, he didn't want to get scared. They didn't want to panic. This is what Kyle Shanahan said as to why the team wasn't acting more urgently in a fourth quarter down 14 points.
I just knew we had 2 more times with the ball.
No, you didn't.
And we did do a number of no-huddle plays.
No, you didn't.
We also mixed it up not doing it, too.
Shouldn't have.
So we did both. The key is that you can't come up short on that. Expect the ball, get the ball twice, and we're not going to panic when we feel like we have 2 more
all your
possessions,
routes are short.
Especially with 3
Everything's short.
timeouts. But when you don't score on that and it came up, was it the 4th and 1 on that drive? Can't remember. But that definitely backfires when you don't score on one of them.
And you're right, Larry. At least he doesn't say, I got to watch the tape. At least he's got that.
There's just so many things you can point to. As far as the 4th and 1, it was actually 3rd and 1 until you threw the halfback toss in there to Tevin Coleman.
Made it 4th and 2.
And then made it 4th and 2. But, ultimately, there were 10 minutes left. If you had moved quickly, you potentially could have had a second drive. But the way it worked out, you got the ball back with 1:03 left. So, and you still needed 2 scores. They're just, what can you point to? What else does Kyle need? Does he need a dominant run game? Does he need a dominant defense? Does he need,
here's the thing. So you
stars
need
everywhere? He's got a star left tackle. He's got a star wide receiver, 2 of them. He's got a star tight end. Make
a trade for Christian McCaffrey.
He got multiple quarterbacks.
Trade for Christian McCaffrey. Deshaun Jackson is working out for the Baltimore Ravens, I believe, this week. Deshaun Jackson, if nothing else, is a go route.
Right, vertical.
Get a guy who can run a go route. Well, you drafted a guy who can run a go route, but you won't play him. So, it's just, I don't know. I don't know what is wrong with the 49ers. But
they don't run it well anymore. Not with any consistency.
And you could say maybe that's, the churn at offensive line, and I would believe you a little bit. And, Elijah Mitchell's gone, but Elijah Mitchell had yet to establish himself as a, multiple-year Pro Bowler. He had a really good rookie year. And his subtraction from the running game shouldn't be that much of a setback from the running game when we talked about how deep this team was. And Ty Davis Price. Did Ty Davis Price get a touch yesterday?
He played one game in one play, I think, at a snap as a fullback.
Jordan Montgomery get a touch yesterday.
The big issue is the -3 turnovers obviously hurts, but 14 runs and 40 passes when you have 7 starters off your D. That doesn't make sense.
It doesn't.
And people say, well, they fell into a hole. Yeah, but they quickly got out of it. It was 14-14 almost as quickly as it was 14-0. So the game was tied, but what happened to the run game? Why would you run so little and pass so frequently when you had a tie football game and you're down 6 or 7 starters on your defense? They just kind of played into Arthur Smith's hands, and they made it very easy for Smith.
Everything is a screen pass. Everything is behind or at the line of scrimmage. And if it's not, it's a incomplete pass way downfield, and all the intermediary stuff doesn't even exist. It's all in between the numbers, and it's all 8 yards out or underneath. All of it. And it just, I don't think that is a sustainable way to go about ending your year with that. I mean, how about this? Could you even suggest you're anything more than a Deebo Samuel injury away from missing the playoffs? That's it. I mean, Deebo Samuel goes down. Goodbye. That's it right there. That is it right there.
Or Ayuk, because then if you take out Ayuk, then they're doubling Deebo.
But then at the same time, Kyle Shanahan's going to take out either, Deebo or Ayuk or Kittle just by not throwing him the ball half after half after half. It's just so odd at times the way that this team doesn't distribute the ball to their best playmakers. By the way, welcome to your 5 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free.
Deebo Samuel, 2 catches, 21 yards, 0 carries in the first half. Like you're down 14-0. Like, get a little urgent right there. Get it back right there. I'll tell you, Deebo,
and not only that,
Ayuk had a good game. Ayuk probably played the best game of his entire career.
Yeah. Also, you're going up against a team that has a very young secondary, and you get
giving it up.
You get Ray McLeod down the field wide open. He drops the ball. You never go back to that again. Never again. I mean, come on. It's still a young secondary. You still got a mismatch. Speed-wise, McLeod is your only deep threat, and he got in the clear, and he dropped it, and you don't go back to him and give him a second go at it? I mean, that to me was inexcusable. The
Chiefs are going to be rolling in here with 2 rookies playing corner. Watch Kyle not push the ball downfield because he's so worried about the turnovers that whether you push the ball downfield or not seem to come anyways. I mean, look, Kyle Shanahan, for being conservative head coach, who wants to run the ball and dominate time of possession and not throw it very much with Jimmy, who he doesn't trust to make the right play or the right read or whatever. They've got the second most turnovers in the NFL since Kyle Shanahan became head coach.
Tons of turnovers, tons of injuries, tons of penalties.
All the time. All the time. Yeah. I mean, at what point do we collectively say Kyle has a better reputation than record?
They have to be significantly better than their opponent to win every week, to compensate for the turnovers, the penalties.
If everything goes perfect, I love the Niners in that football game. That's a hard variable to control. Everything went perfect, and we won.
Do you trade for Christian McCaffrey?
Yes.
Yeah, I haven't even told you what the price tag is. You just theoretically, you're just saying that. I agree, because I think they look at their weapons. If you want to change a football team fast, change the people who touch the football. Jeff Wilson, love him, tough guy, but he should be a change of pace. Who's the dynamic back there? They don't have a dynamic back
Imagine
right
if
now.
Christian McCaffrey caught the 4 balls that were thrown to Kyle Juszczyk yesterday.
Right. At least the one thing about McCaffrey is he could be hurt. He could be another guy who's hurt. But at least he's dynamic, right? I mean, he's dynamic. How did the Rams win the Super Bowl last year? They had OBJ, and they had Cooper Kupp, and they had Matthew Stafford, and they had some dynamic guys who touched the football. If you want to win the Super Bowl, you might want to copy the Rams and go all in. And you got this far. You traded a bunch of draft capital to get your quarterback of the future. It hasn't worked out to date because of the injuries. Go that extra mile. Go get a McCaffrey. It's probably going to cost you a second-round pick. Might cost you more than that. Do it.
2 fastest players he's ever had have been the best players I think he's ever gotten the most out of, and they were Raheem Mostert and Breida. I mean, guys didn't last very long. You know, you get hurt in this league, and you lose a little step when your entire game's built around speed. You're not who you used to be. But dynamic, Raheem Mostert.
You're leaning on Tevin Coleman, who's out of the league 3 weeks ago, and JaMychal Hasty just busted a run yesterday for like 65 yards or something. I mean, he was dynamic, and you cut him loose. You had a dynamic player there, and you let him out of the building because you had too many numbers. You chose other guys. Their offense lacks dynamic playmakers, and so if they do get into a hole and they're down 2 touchdowns, they can't play fast. It's like they can't score fast. You even heard the announcers. Mark Schlereth was saying it. Well, the 49ers keep, kind of moving, slow here. They really they don't have big chunk play ability because they don't have Danny Gray's hurt, and they tried one pass down the field to their chunk yardage receiver, Ray McLeod. He dropped it, and that was enough to scare everybody away.
They didn't go back to it. They didn't go back to it again because it wasn't perfect. So we're going to have to put that away. Look, and the 49ers, I think, are going to have a fine year. I think they're going to probably win 10 games. Pardon me. I think they're a playoff team.
You think they win 10 games? I think it's going to be difficult to win 10 games.
Well,
I'm thinking 9-8.
Well, it might be 9-8. This Kansas City game is probably a really big turn in the road in terms of what their season could actually look like. So they're sitting at 3-3, and they've got 3 true road games left and a game in Mexico City. They've got, 7 home games left?
Yeah.
7 home games.
They're better on the road, though.
But if they go 6-1 at home, with the one loss being to Kansas City this week, and then don't lose there again, they will have taken care of business in their division, and that, I think, leaves them in a good shape. But the best thing that the 49ers have going for them right now is that the Packers aren't very good. They lost at home to the Jets. Tampa Bay lost at home to the Steelers. The Cowboys fell at the Eagles. There is one 6-0 team in the NFL. It's in the NFC, and basically everybody else after that is 3-3.
Also, Arizona's just lost Hollywood Brown, looks like, for the year, and also I think...
But they made a trade, and they're also going to get DeAndre Hopkins back, and I just saw a story that Cliff Kingsbury will give up play-calling duties if it's the right thing to do. What do you think, Kyle Shanahan?
Yeah.
Do you think Kyle Shanahan would ever give up play-calling duties?
Hollywood Brown, by the way, they're saying 6 weeks. 6 weeks. And also Cam Akers. You saw that weird story. Cam Akers and Sean McVay are not getting along. So the Rams are thin. Arizona's a circus. Tampa's got a 45-year-old quarterback, and they're struggling to win games.
It's at the point, Larry, where you might have to worry about Seattle stealing this division.
Yeah. I mean, that is unbelievable. Geno Smith. But look at, as far as Super Bowl contenders in the conference, you saw them last night. Dallas and Philly. Dallas has got a nice D-line. Philly's got a nice D-line and a nice O-line and some weapons. Philly looks like the road to the Super Bowl in the NFC goes through the link.
It really does. It really does right now. They look tough to beat, tough to match. They're tough to practice for. It's kind of like Air Force. How do you get ready for Air Force? Your scout team doesn't even know how to give you good looks of what Air Force does. No team in football runs Philadelphia's offense.
Yeah.
Not one. So they're tough to prepare for. And again, I think that one of the biggest problems that the 49ers now have to admit is maybe a reality for them is that the league is caught up with all the little wrinkles that made Kyle's running game separate itself from the rest of the league. Atlanta did what it wanted to do yesterday in its running game. And I didn't see many wrinkles or eye candy or motion. They just had...
Very workmanlike, very patient.
Absolutely, just make a hole, hit a hole. That's what it was. It was high school level football that brought down the Niners yesterday. I mean, they basically Delaware wing teed you.
I actually think that yesterday was a great glimpse at what the 49er run game could look like, let's say a year from now, 2 years from now with Trey Lance. Because if Trey Lance could run the same kinds of plays that Mariota ran, and, at least you have to account for him in the run game.
Well, and Mariota,
I think that opens up the run lanes. I think you saw it yesterday.
He knows how to pick up chunk plays by running to daylight without risking dramatic injury.
Right, outside the tackle box.
Just that simple. Find daylight, run to daylight, get out of bounds, or get down on the ground and slide and avoid contact. And yesterday, Mariota ran for 50 yards and a touchdown. He ran 6 times and was 13 of his first 13 passes. He finished the day 13 of 14, 129 yards and 2 touchdowns. He got sacked twice. Again, the 49ers just got dominated by a guy who threw for 129 yards.
Amazing. The biggest play in the game, I thought, was Niners tied the game, right? It's 14-14, the second touchdown to Ayuk.
Right.
Falcons get the ball back on their own 25-yard line. Menahue has a huge sack on the 1st and 10 play from the 40.
He's one of their 10 best players.
Menahue looks great. Yeah, he's lost weight. He's 260. He's flying off the edge. So it gets to a 3rd and 13, and D'Amico sends Greenlaw and Hufanga on a blitz, from what I could tell, and Mariota read it they were both coming off the edge, and he went right up the gut, and with everybody playing man coverage and their backs turned, he rumbled for 17 yards.
Big third down.
Down, cross midfield. And ultimately that drive continued. That was a huge play. If the Niners get it turned over there, they get the ball back with a couple minutes left, and they probably score going into the break, and they get the ball coming out of the half, and the game changes. Instead, Falcons go 1st and 10. They continue the drive. Eventually, Mariota would fake out Samuel Womack on the 3-yard bootleg run, and it's 21-14.
Womack got beat bad in the end zone twice. Once by Mariota, and then by Kyle Pitts.
Yeah,
who just
he peeked into the backfield, as the announcer said, and that was right. Schlereth was dead right. In that area of the field, you don't have time to peek into the backfield. He did, so he trailed it, and that's it. There was no recovering. But yeah, I mean, if that made it 21-14. Falcons, the Niners, when they did get the ball back, there was like 50 seconds left, and then of course the half ended on the Isaiah Oliver interception. I don't even blame really Garoppolo for the 2 picks. One got tipped. The Isaiah Oliver one was just, hey, there's 9 seconds left. Let's take a shot down the field, and if we don't get it, it's halftime. So, I don't blame them there.
Here's the deal: you can't.
But, that was a huge that run by Mariota was huge,
and you can't,
absolutely huge.
You can't go about throwing away Sundays where Jimmy gives you a good game. I mean, that's the thing, because Jimmy's going to give you not good performances on Sundays, and you're still going to try to win those games. On a game where he does play well, you lose that one, you really blew an opportunity. And yesterday, the Niners blew it. This is Rich in Fremont. Rich, you're on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, guys, thanks for taking my call. I got one question for the both of you regarding that game. What was that? Oh, my God. What was that? What was that?
It was non-competitive at the end. I mean, they did not go fast enough on their 9th drive to even give themselves a chance to win. That's my biggest beef. Everything else, defensive injuries, drops, you got mental mistakes, you got physical mistakes, but the one thing that's just inexcusable is that they went way too slow. They didn't play with urgency on that 9th drive, and it basically, they got stopped on downs, but they stopped themselves before they got stopped on downs.
But my point being is this, and I don't know, guys, you help me with this. I think that Kyle Shanahan's biggest problem as a head coach for San Francisco is that he just doesn't know how to seize the moment. We've seen this movie over and over and over again. It's like every time he's in a situation where he can use something to seize the moment, he just doesn't.
Yeah, no, he doesn't have a group of plays that he calls kill shots, and he's ready to go for them. He never really slays the beast. And I think that's a fair criticism. It really is. And to me, it's not just a moment, meaning like one particular moment. Every NFL game turns on 4 plays, and this is one of those plays. It's not even that rich. 16-play, 80-yard, 8-minute, and 8-second drive, down 14.
Huddling a dozen times.
Even if you had scored, you blew it.
Right.
Even if you had punched pay dirt, you blew it. How long it took you to get there. And if you only have one speed, you're not dynamic. You're not... there's no ingenuity to it. There is one way Kyle knows how to win a game, and it's slowly with the lead. And yesterday, he played slowly in a 2-touchdown deficit, which is a great way to bring the Falcons to the win column. He did more to coach the Falcons to victory in that 4th quarter than he did the Niners.
Where's their quick strike ability? Do they have quick strike ability?
They do not have quick strike ability beyond broken plays.
Right. Or a defensive play. Their best quick strike ability is a pick 6.
Right. And unfortunately, ACL gone for the year, Emmanuel Mosley.
Yeah.
But by the way, Talanoa Hufanga is in concussion protocols now. There's a little treat from today because he got pulled off the field by the spotter or whatever. They gave him the test. He passed it. He passed the first 2 tests. You get another. If you get concussed on Sunday, your final concussion protocol is always given to you Monday, and apparently that's the protocol test that Talanoa Hufanga failed. Here was Kyle Shanahan on today's conference call.
I think it was real early in the game because we took him into the tent early. I know that. He passed it then. He passed one after the game, but then there's always a third one the day after a game, and he came in with some symptoms today, so that's why he's in it.
Look, the best thing, the only real shot that the Niners have against the rest of the NFL to be great is simply this. The Niners are really banged up right now, and they live in the land of good. When they get healthy, if this year really is a week-to-week return of a Pro Bowl level player, and you're telling me that they end the year more healthy than they began the year, yeah, that would be a great way for things to turn around and go right for the 49ers. But beyond that, if you don't get much healthier, if you lose one or two more key pieces, and then, God forbid, find yourself in a game where you got to play from behind or put up big points to even stay in it, that's when you're in trouble again. Asked if Bosa, Trent Williams could be ready for Kansas City, Kyle said.
A lot better than last week. I'm really hoping for it and think there's a decent chance.
All right. Well, if you can get both back, it will go a long way to helping you lose by only 10.
Where's Mooney Ward? He didn't play in the second half yesterday with the groin injury.
Right.
So that's a big one, too.
Very big, especially coming up against Kansas City, who, again, coming off a loss, is going to be coming in with the fury.
Why? Because there's only one team that gets that bye in the playoffs, and they're right there battling Buffalo. I mean, if they don't get the bye, I mean, well, think about it. It's maybe the biggest thing of the year. Kansas City's going to come in absolutely sky high. Why? Because they just lost to Buffalo. If they get to play the Bills in the AFC Championship game in Buffalo, as opposed to Arrowhead, night and day. Night and day as far as their chances of going to the Super Bowl, and they know it. So they're gonna show up Sunday just absolutely on fire.
Look, we got some serious developments in Major League Baseball's postseason that we need to talk about, and a little something called the Golden State Warriors tip-off tomorrow, starting their NBA season in the defense of their title. We need to talk about some deals that got done, extensions that were signed over the weekend. So we're about to get to all of that. But real quick, our final call on the Niners for today, Robin, San Francisco. Hello, Robin.
Hey, Damon. You know what? You are hella funny. You cracked me up. You said, only if they could lose my kids. Boy, I caught that. I don't know if anybody else caught that. Listen, I want to ask you guys a question. It actually came from the Steinmetz show. What is it that you think, and Larry too, that why Cal can't get, if he's got all these alleged weapons, what is it about his offense that he can't get the best out of him? Similar to when Mark Jackson couldn't get the best out of his offense with the two best shooters, and he's supposed to be an offensive genius. Do you think maybe it's because he doesn't speak to his players' talents, even though he's allegedly supposed to?
Well, hold on, Robin. I really don't know other than this. I feel like the league is caught up to Kyle. I think that the league has been studying Shanahan so hard that he doesn't surprise anyone. And as you were saying, Larry, his offensive prowess is built on surprises. You thought you were going to get a running play. We hit you with a play action. We got you. You thought this was going to be a passing down. We ran the ball at you. We caught you off guard. We got you. I think the league is all over the tendencies of Kyle Shanahan. And in a saying that you put on the air that I will keep returning to, try to dazzle Ray with it tomorrow because there's no way he's listening. I really do believe you are on the money when you say that the 49ers are just, they're offensively, they're not the sum of their total parts. They underachieve collectively. Individually, fascinating pieces. Individually, there's Pro Bowlers everywhere. You put them together, you get less out of them than you thought you would. All the time.
The pieces don't fit right now. You have Garoppolo, who struggles for the deep ball. you have not enough space on the field, so you have Shanahan wanting to call deep passing plays, but he doesn't really have receivers to do it. So he's got Danny Gray and Ray McLeod that can get deep.
Right. One guy's not allowed to play football.
One guy is not on the field. The other guy doesn't have great hands and fumbles a lot. By the way, Niner fans aren't even privy to that yet, but he fumbled 6 times last year. Wait for Ray McLeod to fumble.
Right. Wait until special teams becomes a problem.
Yeah, exactly. Ray McLeod's fumbling is going to be an issue at some point this year. But he doesn't have, so you have Kyle who wants to call plays down the field if he can to open up the space for his underneath passing game, but he doesn't have the receivers really to do it, doesn't have the quarterback to do it. Now he doesn't have Trent Williams or McGlinchey to really drop back and give his receivers time to free themselves open down the field. So you got pieces that, you don't have the tackles to protect on the deep ball, but you need to throw the deep ball because you need to create that space. So you're going to try it. So see what I'm saying? You got pieces that don't really mesh together.
But he picked all the pieces.
Right.
That's the thing. Every single decision is a Kyle Shanahan decision. This is the grand division. What you're looking at is supposed to be apex of my idea predator. And you can see that the 49ers are a good football team, but they're not one of the NFL's apex predators. Not at this point in time. They're not. They're good. They're good. They've also got gonna lose on the road in the postseason written all over them. They do.
So they've got issues and then they've got injuries. And the combination is rough. And then you got the Chiefs looming, and the schedule doesn't get a whole lot easier after that. So this is gonna be a battle. But I'll say this: you can't look at the schedule and say win, loss, because it just doesn't work that way. We all would have put this Falcons game down as a win, and I don't think, I heard somebody say yesterday to me, hey, if the Niners played the Falcons 10 times, they would have beat them 9. That's crap. That's not true at all. I think they would have been 5-5. They played 10 times, they win 5, they lose 5.
Right. And what scenario of football does Kyle walk away with the winning record? Because it hasn't happened yet. So stop telling me about his 90% winning percentage over anyone other than Sean McVay.
Right. He owns McVay.
Except in the biggest game he's ever played against them or ever conceivably could.
Right. And even then, biggest game ever, Super Bowl on the line, 2 offensive drives, no first downs.
Kyle Shanahan's teams have never won a game that they have trailed by 4 or more points going into the fourth quarter.
It's an amazing stat.
That's an indictment on something here isn't working. I don't know what it is. I mean, if I could just point it out and tell you, I'd be like, you know what? You need to hire me to be your Jack Easterby. You can call me your team chaplain. I'll come in here and I'll just do my Rasputin Svengali over you and wave my magic wand and it'll all be better. I don't know what it is. By the way, Jack Easterby is available. Did you see that he got let go by the Texans front office? In the early days of there's nothing to talk about in sports of the pandemic, Jack Easterby was a huge part of the show by why is Houston hiring him? He is the executive vice president of football operations. He was brought in back in 2019 to varying degrees of criticism and just wondering, why did he get there? He had spent 6 years before as the Patriots character coach. Obviously, that didn't have a very big impact on Deshaun Watson, who was getting rub-and tugs as often as he was waking up in the morning. And he's got this really weird, divisive, snake-like, Bible-thumping, sneaky youth pastor vibe about him. Like, a lot of people just don't like him. It's just the truth. It's coming out of Houston. Like, read John McClain. Everyone was like, yeah. Everyone kind of thought, ugh, he's just weird. And he was involved in everything. Even though he hired, Nick Caserio to be their new GM, he would still call other teams acting as Texans GM.
Are you trying to say, and like that, he was gone?
He was, dude, but seriously, he was like the Rasputin of the NFL. You had certain camps think this guy's an absolute nut job. You had other people think like, oh my God, he's the puppet master that controls it all. Like, I mean, he is a really, really weird case. And he's out of Houston, and he's probably not going to get another NFL job. So we don't need to worry about him anymore, but I'll have to bring that up with Ray because he is a Jack Easterbyologist and will want to continue to study the future of him. Anyways, How about the future of the Golden State Warriors? They certainly went ahead and secured the future of two players, and it's
spent some money this weekend.
And they made their intentions clear, Larry. I think even more than the money they spent on the players that they spent it on, the money that didn't go to one other player was just allowed a message as what they did to lock up both Jordan Poole and Andrew Wiggins. Jordan Poole signs a 4-year, $123 million contract extension that can grow to $140 with incentives. Probably a little bit of an overpay.
I thought that was my first reaction. $35 million a year for Jordan Poole? Really?
Probably a little bit of an overpay, but to keep him and to keep him happy after such a weird week, I'm glad that they did it. There's really not another player in that franchise right now that you could say could give you a replication of what Steph Curry or Klay Thompson could give you. He is a supreme scoring guard in a league where you need more than just two of those. I get why they did it, and he's theirs. He's homegrown. They like him very much. Andrew Wiggins, 4 years, $109 million. He is going to be under market value from here on out every year of his career, and that is a great number for the Warriors. You're telling me you get Wiggins for north or south of $30 million and an exploding cap number in the next couple of years? That
guy rebounded his ass off in the finals, and they cut his pay?
Well, here's the deal,
they did cut his pay.
You know,
Did you see what his pay cut was? $33 million, $33.6 million this last year, 24.3 is what his first year on the extension will be.
But here's the thing. Everyone would say about Andrew Wiggins, like he was way overpaid. Now you can say he's even underpaid, and that's not bad. You know, that's not bad for Andrew Wiggins for sure.
I thought it was a screaming deal, actually.
If he does rebound, I know like last week we were saying, like, who's that player who's going to make a difference for the Warriors this year? If Andrew Wiggins plays like NBA Finals Andrew Wiggins, rebounds and defends like NBA Finals Andrew Wiggins through the regular season, that's your 1 seed. That's how you get to 60 wins without even trying.
That is so exciting when you think about it. If Wiggins can do in the regular season, even approach the level of tenacity he showed in the finals as a rebounder, wow. I mean, seriously. I mean, that I think he reached a new plateau there, Damon. If he can replicate that in the regular season or anything close to it, if he's that level of a rebounder, watch out.
Somebody here is saying, Damon, it's 140. It's not 140. It's 123. Most of the incentives are not going to happen. Please do your homework.
No, right, but it could be up to 140.
But it could be 140, which is why I said 123 with incentives to get it to 140. To give you the clearest picture ever, there's a reason why you're in the audience, and they let me hold the microphone. Just sit there, shut up, you'll learn something today.
Either way, it's 30 or 35. It's still, I think, kind of an overpay. But you know what? You're overpaying him for a number of reasons. You kind of stated one of them. He's a homegrown guy. He fits perfect. He's your hardest worker. Oh, by the way, he got dropped at practice the other day. All these factors, I think, have something to do with that overpay.
Well, and you're buying out free agency. Is basically what you're doing. You're saying, look, man,
it's not a huge overpay. It's just a slight overpay.
It's a slight overpay, which when you compound all the luxury tax, if the Warriors were to enter yet another contract with Draymond Green, now you got a luxury tax bill that is approaching $500 million. A Warrior. Not just not just for the luxury tax bill, but for the whole team. It would be you're spending about $500 million on your roster.
Well, so, it is $50 for a couple of tall boy beers at the game. So,
absolutely, you know. It's it's never going to be cheaper,
right?
Okay. Draymond Green has 82 or 164 games remaining with this franchise in the regular season. One of the things that we can pretty much draw a conclusive line right through the Jordan Poole and Andrew Wiggins contract extensions is to Draymond Green and his number being up now. That's just the way it is. Draymond Green, you know, maybe the decision was actually made 2 Wednesdays ago by Draymond's right hand, and that helped the Warriors through this, but the Warriors have made their choice. It was, we get to keep 2 of these 3 players. Whom do you think it will be? The guy who's got his face being etched into the statue one day, or the other guy who got here and was huge in the NBA Finals, and then the guy that we're developing to maybe be, a huge name in this backcourt eventually when big names in this backcourt start to fall off.
But you don't know exactly. First of all, I expect him to opt in on the player option for $27 million.
I think he's got 164 games left with the Warriors.
So you're giving him this year, next year. But a lot can happen, and you're assuming that Draymond, because I believe he stated that he'd like the max, that he's got a team out there that's going to give him the max. I don't know that that's the case. He might just have to take a lot less money to stick around, and he may opt to stick around. I don't think the Warriors have made that call. I don't think Draymond's made that call. I know the handwriting's on the wall, and it's going to end eventually at some point, whether it be 2 years from now, 3 years from now.
No, I'm telling you, it's going to end 2 years from now.
You're sure?
Yes.
But you're sure because you know that he wants the max and that they're not going to pay him the max. But what if his sights?
Here's the thing.
What if his sights are lowered?
We're going to be
maybe
far
he wants to go the distance
past apex, like apex Draymond. Of the 164 games he actually has left, maybe he plays 82 of them. This is a guy with diminishing returns value, and the love now, I believe, lives somewhere else. Draymond.
What if they win 2 titles?
If they win the next 2 titles,
and he's key.
Again, I guess then with nothing but reigning victory all over me, things might change a little.
Okay, well, it's possible, right? Because they're going to be favored to win this year's title and maybe next year's title. And if he plays in the playoffs next year and the year after that, the way he played in the playoffs this year, they probably will have some interest in retaining him, don't you think?
Somebody's saying, Damon, you're totally incorrect. Draymond can opt in for next year. Do you know how many years are covered by 162 games? That would be 2.
2.
He is 100% under contract and playing this year.
Right.
Due to no interest from the rest of the NBA at the dollar amount he's guaranteed should he flex his player option, I believe he will come back for 1 year at, 26, 27?
27.
27. Now, the only thing that would make him opt out would be, hey, the Lakers are going to give you a 3-year, $60 million contract. So you're going to go back to 20 a year, but you get the other 2 years guaranteed to you. So unless another team is willing to make a multiple-year deal that Draymond looks at and says, all right, that's my last best chance to make that kind of money, I think he's 100% opting into his final year with the Warriors, because if they do win another title, he's not going to be stupid. He's not going to walk away from a championship trying to three-peat.
And at this point, he's got all the money he needs. You could make an argument that if he's about, his place in the game, Damon, that then it's about the Hall and the Hall of Fame, and maybe the Hall of Fame is going to be more predicated on how many rings. I think he's already there, to be honest. But if you wanted to hold his feet to the fire and say he's not quite there yet, the winning 2 more rings or more than that would clearly get him there. So it really is going to come down to what's his motivation 2 years from now, and what's their motivation. Where's Steph? Where's Clay? Where's Draymond? Where's the team physically? Where's the team on the cap? There's a lot of factors here. I don't think it's a fait accompli like you do, but I understand what you're saying. You're saying he's going to be here this year. He's going to opt in on his option, and then he'll be bye-bye.
Bob Myers was on with Willard and Dibs from down at Chase Center today. He was asked about how they decided on Draymond's return to the team after going through all of this. Damon, 164 games, no playoffs. You don't count those yet. You don't count those yet. I'm sorry. I thought that this audience was off the bunny slope.
You're trying to be clever. Don't be so clever over there.
Jeez. Bob Myers on how they came back to Draymond.
And everybody comes from a different place. Maybe you're the player. Maybe you're a player. Maybe you're Jordan. Maybe you want to use Steph. And everybody has got an opportunity to voice their concerns privately, in small groups, to weigh in. We tried not to put any pressure on any decision. We understood that whatever we did would be met with either internal criticism or external, and obviously that happened. We understood that. But you're right. You have to do that and then do what you think is best, and understand that whether it's half or more than half or whatever it is that might agree, might disagree, might continue to disagree, might change their opinion in 10 games or 20 games, or say, well, you go back, you shouldn't have done that, you should have done this differently. I accept all that. I never said we were perfect at making these decisions. I don't think anybody is. I'm lucky to work with Steve Kerr, who's got a pretty solid moral compass, played in the NBA. He's been in the NBA for, 30 years, whether it's a GM, broadcaster, or coach. And so we had a lot of conversations, and it was difficult, to be honest. It was very difficult, and it remains something we have to continue to work through.
Look, they're going to get through it. Basketball will come and save the day. Basketball will be the one thing that these guys actually do rally around. Jordan Poole, at his, hey, you just signed your contract extension press conference, basically, he was asked if he and Draymond to get back to, being brothers. And here's Jordan Poole letting you know that ain't the goal anymore.
Yeah, if I said it, I meant it. Like I said, but we're here to play basketball. And our teammates and the coaching staff and the organization, everybody knows what it takes to win championship, and when we get out there on that court, we got one common goal, for 48 plus minutes, get the job done, win as many games as we can, and, try to repeat.
I mean, there you go. I mean, he's basically letting you know that Draymond and Green and I's relationship is based on 48 minutes of basketball from here on out, and that's all.
Well, and that's fine. I think, people are, if
I don't care if they're friends.
And people think, I love the, fill in the blank, 2014 Giants. I guarantee you there's guys that were in the parade, maybe even on the same float, that hated each other.
Lincecum and Posey.
There's guys who hate each other. It doesn't always bubble to the surface. Sometimes it does. Sometimes it doesn't. It's about getting along, professional courtesy, that kind of thing. I mean, these guys don't all love each other. This just in.
But Jordan Poole,
personalities don't mix.
He loves it here, and that's why he's not going anywhere.
Of course, I wanted to get the deal done. I love it here in the Bay. And then just really exciting. Great organization, great group. We won a championship, too. So, it could be pretty crazy to want to go and leave a team that won a championship. We got our guys coming back, and we're excited. We want to do it all over again, and more than excited just to be able to, lock in here, work hard, not only for the organization, but for the fans, the people, for the entire Bay, for Dub Nation. Continue to keep trying to bring rings home.
And look, he was asked, what is it like to go from a guy who almost busts out of the NBA to the point where you're reassigned to the G League, only to play yourself back into such good graces that you're a key cog on a championship team, and no one's doubting whether that's a flash in the pan. They think that this is now a repeatable, this is who you are now in this league. And here's what Jordan Poole had to say.
It was amazing. It was truly, truly special, and I couldn't stop smiling. I really tried to stop smiling, but I couldn't. I just couldn't. And just all of the hard work, from really early on in your life, not even basketball career. You go through different stages, high school, AAU, college, and, there'll be adversity. You just got to have faith. Have confidence, and self-belief will take you a very long way. Obviously, you mix that in with hard work and an open mindset, and anything is possible. Obviously, people try to write you off, and they'll have things to say. That just comes with it. People will say good things. People will say bad things. It's just their job. Just out there just to give you distractions and make noise. But as soon as you focus and you have tunnel vision, you lock in, and once you set your mind to something and you come up with a plan to do it, everything else will take care of itself. So it's amazing feeling, a special feeling, not only for me, but for my family.
He locked himself in the gym, Larry. He went to work, and look at how much it's paid off. And what I love is you can just hear how soft-spoken he is, yet he is also one of this team's preeminent you-know-what talkers, so much so that he even, bought himself a knuckle sandwich at one point there. So I love Jordan Poole. He's my kind of player, and I expect big things for him continuing to go in the right direction.
If you don't want to be here, you're a lunatic.
Kevin Durant.
Yeah, seriously. If you don't want to be here, there's something wrong with you.
Yeah.
You're playing in the Taj Mahal. The owner will cut the check. Your coach is Steve Kerr.
Right.
The GM is Bob Myers.
Two of the easiest to get along with cutthroat competitors you'll ever meet in your life.
I mean, Kerr's very likable. Bob Myers might be one of the coolest people I know. The mood in the locker room is set by the best player. It's Steph Curry. I mean, if you want to leave this group with everything they got going, you're playing in front of a fan base that
adores you
and experienced the worst side of the NBA for 50 years. I mean,
right.
40 years. I mean, whatever number of years it's been. I mean, I was too young to appreciate Rick Barry's title in 75. they were bad like forever.
Right.
You know, so now you
that
get
was a total one-off.
Yeah. So now you get this fan base that appreciates basketball, appreciates you, appreciates how special this run is. You got Steph, you got Kerr, you got Myers, you got Lakeup. If you want to leave, I seriously, I got
don't let the door hit you on the way out. You must be nuts.
I got some serious questions about you.
And on that note, we will let you know how different sports works in the year 2022 than it did back in the year 2002, because in our final segment of the day, we'll finally get to baseball's postseason. We haven't mentioned it yet. That's on you, baseball. And au revoir, Doyers.
Yes.
Warriors GM Bob Myers with us, 95.7 The Game. Who is your favorite 95.7 The Game host?
You guys are all great. Come on. You're all great. Guru's, Guru's great too. Don't you love that guy's passion?
Guru too.
Yeah, come on. I mean, you worked. Yeah,
he's the best.
Guru's the Steph Curry. I mean, the passion it's actually real. Is that manufactured? Is it real? No, it's real. It's real. You gotta respect that.
The only place to hear Golden State Warriors basketball.
Yep.
95.7 The Game.
This is your time to cash in at Cash Creek Casino Resort. To rock and to roll. Over the hills and bluffs. Go all out or go all in. With 4 stars and rising stars. Now we do more than ever, so you can do as much or as little as you want. It's your time to cash in at Cash Creek Casino Resort.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for Business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
For 25 years, Buy Right Market in San Francisco has partnered with purveyors of deliciousness to bring you local food that adds a dash of unique to every meal and celebration. Hi friends, this is Jamie, Buy Right's head of product. And this season, whether you're planning an elaborate meal, watching the game, heading to a friend's, or cozying up for a night in, Buy Right will help you savor what matters most. Pre-order your holiday meals at buyrightmarket.com or stop by and discover something unique for yourself. Gather, share, and enjoy with Buy Right.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you may be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to GetRefunds.com, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
Elise and Carl's Bakery needed a small business loan fast, but instead of going to On Deck, Carl called
Lone Falcon!
Really? Carl? There's a better way to get a fast small business loan. Go to OnDeck.com. And if approved, get your loan as soon as the same day. Your loan is on deck. Depending on certain loan attributes, your business loan may be issued by OnDeck or Celtic Bank, a Utah Chartered Industrial Bank member FDIC. Limited eligibility for same-day funding. OnDeck does not lend in every state. All loans subject to lender approval.
Score big with Xfinity Internet. It's made to do anything, so you can do anything. Supercharge your home with the game-changing speed of supersonic Wi-Fi. With 3 times more bandwidth, it covers the field and then some. and blocks billions of threats with advanced security that helps keep you protected at home and on the go. If you're keeping score, that's internet that does it all. That's unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas.
Finding the right Medicare plan? Oof, no easy feat. Kind of like those dances my granddaughter loves making me do. But then I found Walgreens FindRx coverage. Lets you compare plans online, over the phone, or in person. Made Medicare shopping so easy. Plus, I found plans with low-cost copays. I can get down with that. When you need to talk Medicare, Walgreens is here. Start shopping today at walgreens.com/Medicare.
Kansas City Steak Company, another AmericanEagle.com success story. Started in 1932 as a family-owned butcher shop, today they're a leading distributor of superior all-American steaks delivered right to your door, ready for the grill and your taste buds. When it came to their website, an average site wouldn't do. They chose AmericanEagle.com to take their website to the next level. With a dramatic increase in competition and a softening market demand, they had two challenges: improve their brand presence and message, and produce a positive return. AmericanEagle.com got to work and executed usability studies and detailed audits of site experience, digital assets, and marketing. The result? An integrated digital marketing and customer experience plan, organic traffic increase of 20%, and a long-term roadmap for success. If you love great steaks, go to kansascitysteaks.com for website design, development, and online solutions that bring efficiency and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. If you need a results-driven website, call the team at AmericanEagle.com at 877-WEBNOW1. That's 877-WEBNOW1.
We're all on this planet together, so join Odyssey and find your one thing. After Halloween, your used jack-o'-lantern and other gourds are great additions to any compost pile. Join Odyssey, and together, each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow. What's your one thing?
Here's what happened today on The Game. Presented by the County of Santa Clara. The Morning Roast from 6 to 9.
It's hard for me not to look at Kyle Shanahan. He's a guy who gets hailed as one of the best head coaches in all of football, and I just don't see it.
Willard and Dibs from 9 to noon.
Warriors GM Bob Myers, who is your favorite 95.7 The Game host?
Okay, you guys are all great. Come on, you're all great. Guru's great too.
Steiny and Guru from noon to 3.
I'm proud of you today. I mean, you can notice I'm proud of you today. Yeah, you didn't fawn over our guests like you normally do.
And Damon and Ratto from 3 to 6.
Where is the urgency? Where is your hurry up? Where is the no huddle? They huddled 13 times on the final 16 plays of that drive.
Best of the Game, presented by the County of Santa Clara. Book a COVID-19 booster shot now at sccfreevax.org or call 211. Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
Well, there you go, Kruger. If there was any more evidence that you're home now, baby.
I made the highlight reel?
You even made the montage of all the crap we talked about today. Congratulations.
Wow. Like to thank the Academy.
Seriously.
Like to thank my wife, of course. She's at home. Like to thank my kids, especially my youngest, because without him, I wouldn't have half the knowledge that I have.
I know that your agent's going to want you to thank him.
Yeah, I'd like to thank the great Matt Miller out of Chicago. He's a terrific person, great individual.
Where do you find a guy like that?
You know what? I said, who's representing just the biggest donkeys I can think of? And then, sure enough, it was that guy.
I'm happy to help. Happy to help. By the way, speaking of donkeys, I need Austin Eckler to have myself a 16-point night, and we're sitting 5-1 for 95.7 the league, most competitive fantasy football league in America. So
I lost by less than a point yesterday.
Suck it, Kruger.
God dang.
There you go. But are you in the league?
No, I'm in I'm in a different league, but
so you couldn't hang in our league.
Yeah, well.
Anyway,
couldn't hang in my own league, so there you go.
And by the way, Major League Baseball just can't hang in conversations anymore. It is it's no longer a national sport. It's a provincial sport. If your team is still alive, you're probably way into it. If your city or team is not alive, you probably pulled out of it. But there was certainly something that left Giants fans awfully happy, and there's something that should make A's fans awfully happy going on here too. Number one, The Doyers are out. One of the best baseball seasons you'll ever watch in your entire life. They were truly one of the best baseball teams ever with 111 wins. But I'll tell you, the way that baseball playoffs are played now, Larry, if I am sitting there and I'm at 99, I'm at 100 wins, I know that I punched my ticket to the bye that I'm looking for. I am literally shutting down guys left and right now. All three teams that won over 100 games have been bounced. Goodbye Mets, goodbye Braves, goodbye Dodgers.
It's almost like it's like a special burden. You feel the pressure of 100+ wins. But I'll say this. Did you see the LA Times story where the LA Times was like, hey,
why even have a postseason?
Why have a postseason? It's like we could just, make them the champions.
Yeah.
It was so enjoyable. And by the way, I've never seen it rain like that in San Diego.
No.
I was like, what is going on?
It was like when the Giants were finishing off the Cardinals in 2012.
Yeah, Marco Scudero looking up at the sky as the rain fell. But what a scene. Who do you like? Who do you like, Phils or Pods?
Well, here's the thing. I'm rooting for the fighting Melvins from here on out, man.
Yeah,
I'd love to see it happen for Bob Melvin. I got one guy in Philly that I love, in Scherzer, but Schwarber. And outside of that, I really don't care. So definitely, I'm with the fighting Melvins from here on out. And again, that's good news for A's fans. You got someone to pull for this postseason. The fighting Melvins down in San Diego. The ALCS, well, the Astros are in. They're always in the ALCS. Like, it's getting obnoxious. They wake up basically and start their season in the ALCS. They survived an 18-inning game in Seattle, which you put it in the postseason is dramatic as hell and intoxicating. You put it on a Wednesday night in July, you would have left that game in the 13th inning. But it was fantastic drama, and we're waiting on drama, and we might not even get it to start tonight. Guardians and Yankees have not begun this game. They are in a rain delay, and it could be raining so bad in New York tonight that they decide to go ahead and push this game to tomorrow. I mean, it's almost 9 p.m. on the East Coast, so starting this game now would be insane.
By the way, the Astros 6 straight LCSs.
Wow.
That is impressive.
So it's not just me.
I'm thinking this is the year for Dusty. Dusty's been waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting. I think this is the year. I think this is the year that the Astros get over. I think they'll beat the Guardians or they'll beat the Yankees, and I think they'll beat maybe I'm saying Padres, but either way, Padres or Phillies. I think it's Dusty's year. I think the Astros are the best team.
I would not have Aaron Judge as my number one offseason priority if I were the San Francisco Giants.
Did you see he struck out like 6 times the other day?
It's not even that. I'm going after Trey Turner.
Yeah, that would be nice. Trey Turner would be nice. How about this? Somebody says that the Dodgers may non-tender Cody Bellinger and that the Giants could wind up with Trey Turner and Cody Bellinger.
So Cody Bellinger at the plate is an adventure that's hard to explain. He is a bottom third of your order hitter, and that's just kind of who he is now. Maybe they can fix him. He would be the best defensive center fielder this team had since whom?
Darren Lewis? I don't know. Yeah, maybe.
Marvin Bernard?
No, Marvin Bernard was a circus. No, Darren Lewis, the great D. Lou at Cal Berkeley.
He would be in center field.
Bellinger can go get it.
Oh my God, he would be perfect for the ballpark.
And their hitting coaches will figure out something with his. I think he's salvageable. I don't think he's like doomed to be worse than he is now. He's a young man. He's got somebody who knows baseball should be able to get to him and turn him around. I would think.
He's a competitor.
And that's all you need to know. There it is. So Major League Baseball's postseason crashes the show for 4 minutes at the end of the show, and that's all the time we really have for it. We'll let you know what happens with everything as it does happen. It doesn't look like much is going to happen tonight. I doubt we have an ALCS set up tonight. Yankees and Guardians playing a your win, you go in to the ALCS game, but I don't think this game is going to get off. Thanks so much to Michael Irvin for getting off with us. Another fantastic interview from the playmaker himself. He was wonderful. And stick around because coming up next, it's the Football Hour with Sean Salisbury and Lorenzo Neal. So you're not going to want to go anywhere. And then tomorrow night, we're raising the curtain on an NBA season. And that's going to be an awful lot of fun. I think Ray's going to be back, which means, Larry, it's been a pleasure.
Good to see you, man.
Thank you so much for stopping on by and hanging out most of last week, starting this week. Thanks to Lucas. Thank you very much. Grandy, really appreciate it. New guy name. I forgot new guy name. It's Jake was the other new guy. John and Jake. I can probably get it. John, way to go. Chico product. John.
Look at that.
There you go.
Who knew?
I did. He felt a little Chico-ish. I'm not going to lie.
Dying to get to Chico, dying to leave.
Smells of the weed. No, I'm just kidding. No, not at all. No, he's a good guy. He's working hard on his first day.
Look at that.
There it is.
You ever go to Chico? You ever go road trip to Chico, swim in the bear hole?
No, I never have.
Oh, yeah, it's worth going up there.
You know, it's where Mark Davis went to college. And most billionaires send their genius sons to Chico. I heard.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for tuning in today. This was a good one, and we'll be back tomorrow. I believe Ray is back tomorrow. The NBA is back tomorrow. So there you go. Sports don't build character. They reveal it.
And like that, he's gone.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
Why spend hours negotiating with a car salesman to get the best price for a vehicle you want to buy? At BMW of Fairfield, we give you our very best, most competitive price right up front. By eliminating the price negotiation process, we create a comfortable environment that helps our guests enjoy an experience that's often hostile and difficult at other dealerships. There is a better way. Experience it for yourself at BMW of Fairfield. One price, one person, 1 hour.
Anywhere fans go to cheer on their team, there are behind-the-scenes MVPs, ensuring everything is game day ready. We see